now, but you have these two boys that did not grow up in a frum background that are making perhaps the biggest impact in Torah learning in the world ever. You know, you think of like people like Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi Akiva, and of course they're the greats. The greats. But it's just wild to think in the 21st century, 22nd, I don't even know what century you're in, to have two brothers that came from a background that they weren't connected to Torah. And again, that was just the circumstance that they were in. But to see them build this empire and help literally millions of people connect to Hashem, that gave me a lot of chizuk, because, you know, I think we're all going throughout our days, our lives, and we're always thinking like, am I good enough? I think that's just I know I do that. It's just the reality. Like, am I good enough? And like you see the Kol Yaakov brothers and what they've built, and maybe they're going to get upset at me that like just talking about them specifically, but to see what TorahAnytime is doing and to see how it's changing and affecting the world, literally, not just like a hypothetical, literally making that impact, it's really beautiful. So
why would you say that people should donate to this organization? There are so many things. There's the yeshiva, there's the mayor, there's this yeshiva, that yeshiva, so many things. Why this specifically?
That's a great question, and I feel like I should be asking you that question. But
you're getting into me right now.
I'll start with the answer. Listen, I think there's a lot of great organizations and impacts out there that are spreading things out there, and that's great. But if there's anyone that understands the digital presence and the impact that it has, I think I'm up there as one of the people who understand how many thousands, if not millions of people you could reach when it comes to using the internet or phone lines, and that's what TorahAnytime is doing. They're giving everyone and anyone at any time, I guess besides for Shabbos, maybe, because whatever.
Maybe in Australia.
Yeah, Australia. It's always not Shabbos somewhere. They're giving everyone the opportunity, the ability to connect into Torah. So it's really incredible, and we're going to discuss a lot more about that. I want to hear your answer.
Absolutely.
But let's
go to the prizes over here. Okay.
Yeah, the fun part.
So if you donate, I think $250. First of all, we're looking for all donations. That's a fundraiser. Everything counts, which we're going to give some Mashalom Amir Hashem soon. But if you donate $250, this is going to give you a ticket into incredible raffles over here. So first of all, at 12 p.m., we have $1 at Eichler's. No, we don't. We actually have $5,000 at Eichler's. And at 2 p.m., what do we have over here?
We have $3,000 to Elegant Linen, which happens to be when I got married. My mother got it for us. Elegant Linen, of the best linen. I'm not kidding. I want to be in bed right now because the linen is so incredible. Okay. So it's an incredible prize. 4 p.m., what do we got?
We got royalty jewelry for $5,000. My mother, no, I'm joking. Okay, there we go.
maybe. Hint, Ma.
5 p.m., what do we have 5 p.m.?
Okay, 5 p.m. we got a men's watch, the Breitling Chronomat B13Z050. You're like the 49? No, they got the 50, which has a $3,000 value. Beautiful.
Value.
I mean, I bought some tickets, so I'm hoping maybe I could go on one of these wrists. And 6 p.m., what do we got?
We have $5,000 cash.
Cash money. Cash money right there. And 7 p.m.
we have KMR, $10,000 value, and 8 p.m. we have Kosher Rika for $15,000 value.
Which it's just wild if you think about it. You're entering a raffle, and these are the nice bonuses. But exactly. you're literally helping support run TorahAnytime, and we're going to talk about the background and how we have like 15 people. Don't see it, but there's like 15 people over here just running this. Imagine having literally thousands of shirim every single week posted and uploaded.
Right. That's
unbelievable. What's the goal? What is the goal right now?
The goal is 12 million hours. How many hours are you going to own? 25 cents an hour.
Okay, nice quick
right?
math over there.
Yeah, I'm good at math.
You know, I think so many times we are just like, I'm not. You're a rabbi. You're giving over Torah. I don't think I could be a part of that.
You for sure.
And we could. I could.
Right.
I could. We literally could. You watching, you listening, wherever you are, you could be a part of it. Maybe you're not going to give this year, but you're going to help the people who are giving this year, and you're going to help TorahAnytime really spread out. And I'm going to be curious to ask you about, like, you know,
we're going to talk about
your shirim looks amazing and the breakdown of how it goes on. So where could they donate? Obviously,
so you go to raistan.com/TorahAnytime, and now we are going to send it over to Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan to see what's going on with the cash.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have not been sleeping. Well, I've been sleeping. I went home. I didn't. But people have been here round the clock, working on this constantly, working on making sure that everything's running All your phone calls are coming in. If you can't get through on the line, I know the line is very, very, very full, but if you can't get through on the line, just keep on trying. Remember that site, raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Make sure you guys get on and donate. Like Rabbi Yaakov Langer, like Rabbi Meir Simcha Sperling, we're just saying. Guys, this is as big as it can possibly get. You have all of the greats beforehand, Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, as they were mentioning, but all the way down, when we look at the big effects in Klal Yisrael as far as giving over and spreading Torah, there is no connection, there is no competition that can come close to Torah Anytime. 12 million hours of learning that now you have the ability to be a part of. 25 cents an hour is, honestly, guys, no one consulted me before the 25 cents an hour thing. 25 cents an hour is a joke. It's a joke. It's unbelievable what you're able to. Yafa shah achat im Talmud Torah, the Mishnah says. Why? Because of how big it is, greater than Olam Haba. And you are going to have that ability to tap in, to partner up, to be a part of it. Now I'm going to move over right now to our leaderboard. Our teams are doing amazing. Get on there, choose a team. Everyone has a team, and even if they reach their goal already, keep on going. Keep giving to them. Show them some love. If they have stayed up with you, I always say, I stay up Thursday night, I'm not actually there, but my videos are up all Thursday night helping people cook for Shabbat, all Friday helping people cook for Shabbat. Whoever your rabbi is that's sitting there getting you through all of these times, go on, get his page, make sure to donate. Even if they have reached their goal, let them break that goal. Let's get to some of these goals over here. Everyone wants to. All right, 31,478. Rabbi, I'm walking over, guys. I can't even. Rabbi Shalom, down. Okay. Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan, 23,660. You're lagging behind over there, Ari. Let's go. 23,660. We have 19,000. I'm looking over here. How many? Can we get how many donations there were so far? Yesterday, we just about broke 6,000 donors. Today, a lot. That's it. We certainly have broken 6,000. Oh, Rabbi Meir Simcha Sperling, Team Blue. I'm going to have to ask Rabbi Sperling, when I send it back to you, you're going to have to explain to us Team Blue. Team Blue for Rabbi Meir Simcha Sperling. Total donors, we have broken almost at 6,200 donors. $795,821 raised so far. No problem. As we said before, I told you guys, right after Rabbi Klatz got, we were going to have a bump, and we had a bump. I can't tell the future. I'm just really going to what I do. Our project goal is $3 million. Last donor, we're going to keep going for last donors. Last donor, Mark J. Katz, thank you so much. We have 26% of the way there. We have the whole day today to kill it. Get out there, guys. Show the rabbi some love. Show the video some love. Of course, show Torah Anytime some love. Coming at you from Flowmation Studios. Sending it right back to me. And remember to get out there, raisethon.com/Torah Anytime. Back to the...
I don't know, Ruben. So many people told us we're wasting our time.
So you will soon see that promo. They got a little taste of, but okay, I could watch Rabbi Ben
sparks.
Shushan all day. It was a lot of fun. But what is he talking about? Team Blue? Can you tell us?
That's a great question. Let me ask him. Yossi, what? All right, so let me tell you what happened. Rabbi said, listen to this. A big shout out to Rebbetzin Wien and all of her followers and the people that learned by her. Basically, the last campaign, I was out to win it. I'm like, all right, we're going to do this and we're going to get the most donors. And then I noticed that Rebbetzin Wien, her team is like, taking the lead by a lot. I'm like, 1 second. This is a Rebbetzin, so Team Pink. Just, pink.
Right.
I'm a boy, so Team Blue.
Okay.
I got blue against pink. Let's go. And I started talking about the fact that we're Team Blue and we're going to beat Team Pink. Did we beat them, you ask? No, we didn't. But this year, we might, or we might not. So basically, I named it Team Blue this year to make it also geschmack a little bit. We're going to try to give some taste, some life.
So
to
if
this
you're
campaign
watching it
also.
at home, you like Rabbi Sperling, and if you consumed any of his shirim, then go ahead and help support Team Blue. And if you like Rebbetzin Wien, you could go to Team Pink.
By the way, this may or may not be pink.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Little Achdus.
Wow.
You got to also cheer for the other team. Yeah.
Really beautiful. Really beautiful.
Okay. So now, what is this? What is this promo video happening right now? It's like this. TorahAnytime put together a film. Remember, before we get there, this is a fundraiser. So let's see the things come into Team Blue.
Okay, there you go.
Anyways, they put together a video that shows the impact, the massive impact of all the things that TorahAnytime has done. And it's really mind-blowing. I mean, take a look right here. You can't really see it. Okay, anyways, so many things. And they go through the history, what happened, how it started, how it continued, how it continues. And it's just it's mind-boggling how much they have done. And that's pretty much what we're going to see. And throughout the day, today, B'siyata D'Shmaya, we're going to see it in different parts. And we're going to tune in to watch it. But this will really give you a picture. Like a lot of times you don't know what's going on. You have no idea what's going on. You walk into a surgery, right? And you see him cutting something. You're like, well, what are you doing? You're making him bleed more. Well, relax. You got to go to medical school for 500 years before you know what we're doing. Over here also, what's the big deal? Just put on a video, post a thing and give out. You have a share. No, there is so much going on behind the scenes. And like this, you get a taste of how they did everything that they did. And it's just really, really fascinating. And maybe one day we will get something of your inspiration for the nation stuff.
Okay, maybe one day. Maybe one day. And without further ado, here's a little taste of what you're going to see today.
Baruch HaShem.
What do you think he's going to say? I don't know, Ruben. So many people told us we're wasting our time. Ruben, I really hope he's going to see our vision.
Yeah, he would be an amazing addition to the website.
Hi, Shimon, Ruben. Come in, please, guys. Great to see you guys. Come inside. That's amazing. And you really think people are going to watch Torah classes on the internet all around?
I'm not sure, but I really think it's going to work.
I'll tell you the truth. I'll be there right with you because there's nothing like spreading Torah, and you might have a great idea.
Baruch HaShem, remember this place?
Yeah, so
It's really amazing.
We used to have
Saturday night.
hundreds of people over here on Moshe Shabbat, Saturday night at the kosher movies.
It's over here, a big projector screen, hundreds of people.
This is where TorahAnytime was born, right here in Beit Gavriel. All those lectures that took place here that changed my lives and the lives of so many. Baruch Hashem, we were zoche to start videoing it, to start capturing it, and to spread it with the entire world.
They are influencing hundreds of thousands throughout the world.
They provide a light to the entire Golus.
This is really something new that the world really didn't have before.
TorahAnytime is really one of the biggest game changers in Klal Yisrael. Over 12 million hours of Torah learning.
It is quite astonishing how much Torah is learned.
What is the key to their success? Kishmoi Kenu, Torah anytime.
My name is Shimon Kolyakov.
And I am Ruben Kolyakov.
And Baruch HaShem, we're the founders of TorahAnytime. And we're from the former Soviet Union in a country called Uzbekistan. And since the former Soviet Union was under communist leadership, unfortunately our parents and grandparents did not know much about Torah and mitzvahs. So we immigrated to this country in 1979 when I was 2 years old. Naturally, I went to public school. We knew we were Jewish, we knew some traditions, and that was pretty much it. My parents asked me if I would like to go to a special program called Queen's JEP. It was a special program designed for Jewish kids who go to public school.
I remember that was actually the first time I was introduced also to really anything Jewish. We just learned, they taught us, and we just got familiar and got our feet wet with anything Jewish.
A lot of basics, just a lot of things that just the foundation, the ABCs of Judaism. And this went on for, I think, well over a year into the 4th grade. During December of my 4th grade, my parents asked me, they said, would you like to go to a yeshiva? I'm like, yes, sign me up, I want to go. It was Yeshiva Institute, it was called at the time, led by Rabbi Zalman Deutscher. Now it's called Yeshiva Primary, still led by Rabbi Zalman Deutscher. He should live and be well.
Shimon used to go home, whatever he learned in the yeshiva, he used to talk to his parents and talk to Ruvain. And at the same time, Ruvain started moving up in terms of the knowledge as well. But I found that in Shimon, what I really found was a tremendous desire to know more, but whatever he learned, he absorbed, and he wanted to do it in the best possible way.
Many people in my class decided to go to public school, back to high school public school, even though Rabbi Zalman Deutscher from Yeshiva Institute tried everything possible to keep me in a yeshiva, to get me transferred into a high school yeshiva. He knocked on my door, he called my house, he did everything possible. We just said, sorry, we made our decision, I'm going back to high school. This was the early 90s. Communism ended, and there was a massive migration of Bukharian Jews coming from Uzbekistan into Queens at the time. We're talking about tens of thousands of people.
Coming to a neighborhood that was spiritually a desert. There was no religious people over there. There was 2 shuls left. One was Machneh Chadash, and the other one was a Jewish Queen Center. And we needed to open something for the people that now are in the neighborhood. They were the Bukharian Jews. And they opened Bet Gavriel.
There was many people in the community who was trying to pull Jewish kids off the street into lectures. So one time they stopped me. It was in front of Beit Gavriel in Queens. So I said, nah, not really, not interested. He said, there's gonna be free pizza there. They said, free pizza, sign me up, where do I go? It was an amazing speaker. I had the pizza, of course, as well. I remember listening to those lectures and really having a really good feeling, a really positive feeling about it. And next thing I know, week after week, I was going to these lectures, all those seeds that were planted during those years in Yeshiva Institute, and plus all the new lectures that I'm beginning to listen to began to really have a tremendous impact on me on a personal level in terms of self-growth. I came to a point where I said, you know, these lectures are so powerful, they're so impactful, I have to somehow capture these lectures. I got myself a little audio recorder, which this happens to be the original audio recorder that I started recording lectures, this Samsung model over here.
This is what started it all.
Right, this little guy over here. I started recording lectures, and people used to ask me, do you mind if you make me a copy? Because that was such an amazing lecture, I want to listen to it again. So I started making copies of CDs and giving them out. And in 2001, I got married, Baruch HaShem, and one of the gifts that my parents got me for my wedding gift was a camera. And this actually happens to be this Sony camera over here from 2001. And this camera has a mini DV. Oh, the battery's still working.
It's still alive.
Mini DV tapes in here. And this was really not meant for use for recording lectures. They just wanted to get me something to record. You know, my dad did video for so many years growing up. He was into photography, video. I think that's where it comes from.
I think it's in the genes.
You know, for sure. Thanks, Dad. What happened is, after a few years of recording with the audio, I started recording with the video, with this exact camera over here. Started recording lectures. And again, people came up to me, why are you recording lectures? I'm like, I don't know why. I want to capture this, and it's very important. And I started making DVDs of videos of lectures I started recording with this camera.
Beginning of 2005, YouTube came out, and I'm like, we gotta get something out there. There's nothing online. There was maybe this one website that had very old Jewish classes. I think it was called 613.org or something like that, but I couldn't find anything with video. And I knew that Shimon kept being asked, can I have some audios? Can I have some videos, CDs and DVDs?
And he's tried to search the entire internet looking for more lectures, and he really had a challenge.
And Baruch HaShem, Shimon, over the past few years, because he recorded all these audios and videos, I had some substance, I had some content to kind of throw up on the website in early 2006, and we unofficially launched in March of 2006. It wasn't even called TorahAnytime. It was called kolyakov.org. A play on the family name, and it's a play on the words, Kol Yaakov, the voice of Yaakov. I thought it was just an amazing connection. And then in April, we have about 150, 250 people come on. Next month, 500, 1,000. Then Shimon's like, that's cute and nice and everything, but many people don't know what that means, the voice of Yaakov. So then later on in the year, Shimon is trying to look for some domain names.
The 11th choice was something Torah Anytime. I said, Torah Anytime. And I saw it was available, Torah Anytime. And I said, Ruben, it's available, grab it.
From then on, it just skyrocketed.
And about a year later is when I met Yosef Davis for the first time.
I served in the Israeli military, as a short range, not a sniper, but called a sharpshooter with my unit. Trained, lived down in Gaza for about 2 years. After that, you know, my life was pretty open. You know, I was about 20 years old, and I was thinking, you know, what's next? What's my next step? Friends of mine from Queens, that I linked up with after Israel, I learned with them in yeshiva. They were learning in the back of a shul on 73rd Avenue. Probably 8 of us sitting around a table. Shimon came in and had a camera there.
Yosef Davis came up to me after that shiur and it says, who are you? Why do you have a camera here? And what are you doing?
And he said, I have a computer store around the corner, and we go record different classes in the community. People who don't have the ability to learn can still experience these amazing words of inspiration and words of Torah.
And Yosef was just amazed and intrigued. And he says, can I get to know more about this organization? Can I work with you guys? I'm like, yeah, we could use some help. We need some more volunteers, I said. We showed them our operations. We asked them, this is the type of help we need.
This is Torah Anytime and Computer Doctor joint collaboration project. And we pulled it off. We surprised him. He has a customer on hold right now. But they can wait. It's important stuff.
Thank you, Joey.
And
something clicked in me. I was like, wow, this is the most incredible thing that I've ever heard. This is fantastic.
Yosef has been amazing. It's been one of the biggest blessings in the life of this organization. And we continue to grow. And as the years went on, Hashem sent us more incredible people. Mayor Summers, he's EMT for many, many years, saving people's lives. Then he got on board full-time with Torah Anytime. Moshe Sofer from Brooklyn came on as an incredible volunteer. Almost every member of Torah Anytime started off as a volunteer for a long period of time before they came on board full-time.
I started with them when I was going to Rabbi Finkelman's share in Yeshiva Rechaim, and there was a camera in the back recording on a regular basis. One morning I noticed the camera wasn't there, because apparently what happened was someone during the davening decided that a camera didn't belong in the base measure during davening. So I told the guy who was recording on a regular basis that if he teaches me how to put the camera together, I'll take care of it for him and bring it back to the office once it's done. Then I noticed that it was taking me quite a while for that to get it uploaded from the time I actually brought the camera back. So I asked him if he'd be willing to let me do the actual recording, the uploading myself. And they said, sure, no problem. They taught me how to upload. I began uploading. And once they saw I was getting pretty good at it, they said, hey, you mind doing a few more? I said, sure.
One of the things that impressed me very, very much with the volunteers and Torah Anytime that gave me the courage to continue to volunteer was when I met Mayor Summers virtually. And he had a job. He was working in the ambulance, but on the downtime when he did not have calls, he volunteered for hours on end to Torah Anytime to assure all the shiurim going on. Rabbi Wallenstein's shiur sometimes was scratched here. He would make sure that everything is perfect before it's uploaded. And all that was done in between calls in the back of an ambulance.
Okay, we are back, and we have a very, 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 very special surprise for you. We are joined with the founders, the Kol Yaakov brothers, to talk about a little behind the scenes and as well of how important this fundraising is and how it really, really will change the world. So, Kol Yaakov brothers, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Yaakov Langer. I can't believe you're here with us. You're so amazing.
Thank you. That's so nice of you.
Hello to the TorahAnytime universe, TorahAnytime world. Thank you for being such amazing users, supporters. Baruch HaShem. Very excited about this historic day.
Yeah, it's really incredible, and you both were on my show Inspiration for the Nation, and you aired it on TorahAnytime, and literally thousands of people have watched that.
Tens of thousands of
people, and it was you two were of the most requested guests that I should ever interview, because you two, maybe you'll be shy about it, but are truly inspirations for the nation. So first of all, I just want to know, like, for people who don't know, they don't really understand it. What goes on to build TorahAnytime? It's just a website and like a camera or two, and a few people put up a few shares, and it's probably very simple, no?
One of the biggest things we hear is, hey guys, what's the big deal? You just record and upload, right? What's the big deal? So why do you need millions of dollars for a budget? Why do you need to hire dozens of people to work behind the scenes? Why does YouTube have hundreds and even thousands of employees if everything is free and you could just simply record and upload? So, Baruch HaShem, we don't know how cars work and how many parts is necessary to actually make it run. We don't know how medication works, but Baruch HaShem, Hashem makes it work. We don't know how many things work, but the bottom line is, no one's ever going to know really what happens with anything that they use throughout their day-to-day, unless they actually delve in. And that's really kind of what we're doing here today, to let people understand what goes on under the hood. And that's actually one of the reasons we made this documentary. We just saw part 1. There's 6 parts. It's actually an hour and 10 minutes, the film. It was so enjoyable. Shimon and I really had an amazing time making it with our wonderful director, Tzvi Simchon. Big shout out to Tzvi.
Big shout out to Tzvi. Did a great job with this documentary. Got so much positive, incredible feedback on this, and very, very excited about that. But Ruben, you're saying right. When other organizations like a yeshiva or a kollel go out to try to raise money, it's very obvious, like where the money is going. Okay, you got to pay the rebbeim, you got to pay the kollel guys learning. When it comes to TorahAnytime, people are just not so aware of all the technological stuff that goes on. They don't know that storing 220,000 high-quality videos, someone has to pay every month for those storage fees. Many people don't know that that you could only have X amount of people on a website before it crashes, and you have to pay for opening up all those lanes. And if you want 100 people on at the same time, 1,000 people on at the same time, or 10,000 people on, you're paying different monthly fees for that to happen. People don't think about these things. Many people don't realize that everything you see and everything you don't see on the app and website, someone is programming it. It doesn't just appear over there. And it's okay. It is what it is, and that's what we're here to educate them.
Well, the most wild thing I think about TorahAnytime is the fact that it's anyone who goes on. I should pay $100 a month for it, right? But at the end of the day, it's completely free. You don't charge anyone. Anyone who's used TorahAnytime knows they just go on and they choose the share they want to watch.
Yaakov, we get a lot of pressure through the years. People say, just charge a subscription.
Right.
What's $5 a month for all the people you have? What's $10 a month? When we started this, my brother and I and the team, we said, we will never charge anything. B'ezrat Hashem, we will never charge it. If there's one person who's not going to learn because we have to charge, the whole thing is not worth it.
Wow.
Let's do the math. We have 1 million users, Baruch Hashem, coming on to the website alone. That's not including the 2.5 million calls. That's not including the hundreds of thousands of people using the mobile app. Just the website. 1 million people. If we just charged $5 a month, like my brother said, or $1 a month, that's already $12 million a year. And we don't have to fundraise, we don't have to do any of that stuff, but that's not who we are. The Torah was given for free. A few days ago we received it on Shavuot. We have to give it over for free as well. That's our motto.
That's really beautiful. What would you say to the person who didn't yet give, but they've consumed TorahAnytime, or they know what TorahAnytime is, and they're like, come on, is it really maybe they have $100, $250, $1,000, whatever it is it going to really make a difference? What would you tell them?
Yaakov, I'll tell you, we've had this campaign for about 2 weeks now, and today's the last day. And I've been to many places. I spoke to a lot of people. We've been to a lot of situations where I've interacted with people. I'll tell you what the issue is. It's true that we have about 30 to 50,000 visits a day. And we have about how many donations right now? Maybe
over 6,000.
Over 6,000 donations. And you might wonder to yourself, like, what's going on? Where's everybody? You know, and you know what it is? People are good people. They have good intentions. They want to give. And they know about it. It's just, I guess, just doing it. You know what I mean? It's hard. We're trying to call as many people, and everyone would call, they're giving. But it's just a matter of just getting them through the door. So I ask everyone who's watching this right now, don't get caught up with this, the way the Yetzer Hara works and makes you delay. I'll do it later. I'll get to it.
What is my $5 going to do? In $3 million, $5. What's a $5 going to do in a drop of an ocean? But if you have 10,000, 100,000 people who think that way, that's already 25% of our goal.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Right. So I really encourage everyone who's watching this, be that person who right now actually goes through the motions. The whole thing takes 30 seconds. Go through the motions, hit that donate button, make a donation, spread it out over the course of 12 months. I'm telling you, there's no greater feeling you're going to see when you get that monthly charge. You see all the expenses on your credit card bill, but when you see TorahAnytime and whatever it is, $52, $26 a month, there's no...
$100,000 a month, yeah. Whatever it is.
There's no greater feeling that you're going to get knowing that money that you're donating to such an organization that's spreading so much Torah, it's unbelievable. There's no greater investment that you can do for yourself, for your family, for your community. And Hashem is getting so much nachas from this, for those people that are supporting.
And you know, the chesed that Hashem gives us, usually, how do we know when something is valuable in this world, in the physical world, when there's not enough of it? Diamonds, gold, silver, right? That's what brings up the value. But Hashem, in His kindness, He's doing us a favor. He's sprinkling diamonds all over the floors. All you have to do is pick them up. People don't realize, for 1 hour of Torah, 25 cents? I almost regret kind of saying that, because in people's minds, it's like, 25 cents, what is 25 cents? 100,000 hours? 100,000 hours, I can't believe I'm saying those words, for $25,000, you're buying it wholesale. You're buying your Olam Haba wholesale. It doesn't work like that in this world, where you have diamonds are very rare. Hashem is like, I'm giving it to you. Guys, just take it. And we're giving people the opportunity. We're the conduits to give people the opportunity. And we want to double how many donors we had last time. We had 10,000 donors last time. We want to double it to 20,000. Because the more people who donate, the more people are involved in this mitzvah to crown Hashem. That's what it's all about.
It's literally a numbers game. The more money you have, the more Torah you could spread. It just comes down to as simple as that. And what's wild that I think is also is that the fact that, selfishly, if I consume TorahAnytime, I get a benefit. That's great. But think of the bigger picture, How many times do we have the opportunity in Klal Yisrael to really help everyone else in Klal Yisrael? Yes, to help your family, your friends, your community. But if anyone gives any amount of money, now all of a sudden in Poland, in Israel, in New York, in wherever it is, someone could now go and tap into Torah. They could go and watch a shir. They could get a daily dose. They could call the hotline, whatever it is. So you're okay. You are helping yourself because you're going to get some Torah, but you're helping the entire Klal Yisrael tap into Torah.
And that's actually it's even more powerful, because imagine you have a father, and the father has two sons. One of them is a tzaddik, and the other one is not there yet. The father is very proud of the tzaddik, but can you imagine how much more happier he's going to be if he brings the one that's not yet there back on the path? There's nothing that's going to bring the father more happiness. So imagine you have those people, and the Rambam says this. When I heard this last time, I couldn't believe it. If I'm going to give $100, or if I'm going to have other people and convince them and influence them to give $100, that's actually a bigger mitzvah than me giving itself. And we could do this at a wholesale level. Just forward the link to family, to friends, to call them up.
Guys, everyone who's watching, forward that link, raisestan.com/TorahAnytime. Tell them why you donated. Tell them why they should donate. And And if we all do this together, I'm telling you, we could hit our goal and we could get back to what we do best. We really, Yaakov, don't enjoy doing these campaigns.
I could tell.
All.
It's not you just want to be in the background and just promote the Torah.
We want to do what we do best, which is pump out more projects, spread more Torah, think of creative ideas of how to get more people who are on the internet anyway on the TorahAnytime services. And that's why, Baruch HaShem, there's so many different ways of using TorahAnytime. Of course, we have the website. By the way, for the past 4 years, we've been working on a brand new, redeveloped, redesigned, re-engineered TorahAnytime.com website. And it is finally ready for launch. It's just a matter of pushing the button, which is what we're announcing, actually.
Do you want to say it now? Or do you want to...
Ruben, go for it.
Okay, this is actually unexpected. But we officially, right now, everyone who's watching, another plus of being a part of it.
Oh, is there a drum roll sound?
Another one who's watching.
This is a big deal over here.
So Baruch Hashem, Siyata Dishmaya, with Hashem's help, after all these years, we came out with the app, we came out with all these services. The brand new TorahAnytime 3.0 website is finally available. You can use it. You can go to new...
Wait, you sure?
You sure? You know what? Let's hold it off. Let's hold it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What they want.
Okay, well, how do they get on the new site right now, this moment, to check out the brand new TorahAnytime 3.0?
And the good thing about it is it's always going to be updated, always going to be enhanced. If somebody wants something better, if somebody just please reach out to us. We're all ears. We want to make this experience as best you can.
This is the first version of the new website. Go ahead, tell them how to get on.
Okay, back to you, Yaakov.
I'm
sorry. Okay.
I have a timer, by the way, while you're talking, to check it out. Like, I really want to see the updated version over here.
Smartphones away. Okay, so here we go. It's new.torahanytime.com. new.torahanytime.com.
NEW.
Go on the website. I already see Rabbi Sperling already taking out his smartphone and already going to
YouTube, eat your heart out.
Yeah, so Baruch Hashem, it's a brand new version of the website. And guess what, guys who have smartphones and all those tablets and everything, you don't actually have to zoom in and pinch to click the watch button. It's a responsive website. It'll conform to your smartphones, to your tablets, and all that stuff. And we're constantly enhancing the design. It's a totally different design. We're constantly adding things. You have history, you have playlists, you have series, you can make clips. You can share the clips with your family and friends and all social media. We've actually had all these features already on the mobile app for a year and a half. And Baruch Hashem, now we've completed the cycle with the new version of the website. Again, new.torahanytime.com. This was totally unexpected. I didn't know we were going to do this now, but
and there's some more big surprises throughout the day that we're announcing of things we've been working on for the past year and a half since our last campaign.
Right, and in the coming weeks, we're going to be launching a few more things as well throughout the day. Hopefully, come back. And also, don't forget some also incredible news with the raffles that are going on throughout the day to help us, to help you, to win and to enjoy. Every $250 that you donate to this campaign right here, you get an entry into a raffle. And the raffle is amazing, tens of thousands of dollars worth of prizes.
When's the next drawing?
I believe it's in about 15 minutes. So get your tickets right now.
Guys, get your tickets now. We're talking about really expensive, high-end gifts like a Costa Rica European cruise.
That's right, $15,000 worth.
KMR
vacation.
$5,000 cash money.
I don't even know what some of these things are, but
they know cash money.
A Breitling watch, a Michelle watch, linen, what's the name?
Elegant linen. Yes. So again, every $250 you donate right now, you could still make it in time. And the earlier you donate, for example, if you donate right now, you can make it for all the raffles that are going on throughout the day, because it's not only one raffle. It's 12 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's a bunch of raffles going on today. You don't want to miss it. And for $2,500, you don't just get 10 raffle tickets.
What do you mean?
You get an extra
$250 each.
You get an extra 5 bonus raffle tickets. Not only are you going to own 10,000 hours for $2,500, but you have 15 chances to win, actually. You could technically win all the raffles for today.
You could also spread it over the course of 12 months. If it's difficult for someone to give a one-shot donation, you could spread it off in 12 months. You'll still get all the raffle benefits as well. So we encourage everyone, guys, the harder it is to do this, the bigger the mitzvah is going to be.
And you could use maaser. I don't think we've said that
It's so
today.
obvious.
It is obvious.
I mean, seriously, if not for spreading Torah, then for what?
100%.
For sure.
I think Rabbi Obam, he said it last night, the Posek Hador, Rabbi Obam, he said that there's no greater place to give tzedakah than the spreading of Torah, like TorahAnytime.
Wow. We have it on video.
We have the proof, Baruch HaShem. So yes, it's an honor to be chosen, and really all of us are chosen, because all of us are part of spreading Hashem's Torah.
take this.
That's really incredible. So I want to. We're going to get into that. I want to ask you about your experience with TorahAnytime. Is it surprising to see where you guys are today from day one until right now?
Is it surprising?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't really know that it's going to be like this, but Yaakov, I have to be honest. It's not. It's like we don't feel satisfied. It's like like we just can't stop. And because there's such a need right now. The world is getting crazier and crazier. Like what's going on over here, and we just feel like we need to just step it up even higher and higher. And the Satan is working so hard against us because there's always challenges. Like right now, we know raising this money is not easy, but as long as Hashem gives us strength. And we dive in for that because, again, it's not easy what we do. It's a tremendous sacrifice, not in a bad way. Like, we love it. Like, we wouldn't trade this for anything else. But it is not easy. But we're very driven, we're very motivated, and we want to go till Mashiach and beyond. B'ezrat Hashem.
So, of course, we have to celebrate all of our milestones. And over the years, we've had many and amazing partnerships that we've made. But at the same time, imagine coming up to somebody who has 13, 14 kids and saying, hey, so you proud of that one kid who's religious? It's like, yeah, what about the other 12, 13 kids? And there are so many millions and millions of Hashem's children out there that are not yet religious. And as successful as TorahAnytime is, over 1 million users a year, it's a huge accomplishment, it really is, but it's not enough. And Baruch HaShem, that's one of the reasons why we made Jewish Anytime, which we're going to be launching, God willing, in a few weeks. It's for those 80%, at least 80% of the Jews that are not affiliated all around the world. And that's, again, one of the best things you could do is to bring another Jew back.
We were those people. We knew we were Jewish, like so many people are, and they're like, of course I'm Jewish, but we didn't really know what that meant or what a Jew's supposed to do. And there's a lot of people out there that are starting their journey. They're curious. They really want to know. They want meaning in life, and they want to understand genuine Torah. So B'ezrat Hashem, we've been working for the past year and a half on Jewish Anytime, and this is going to be an incredible platform. And again, should we just mention it?
No, we'll hold off on that. There's too many exciting announcements.
There's so many things coming out. I'm like, should we spoil it now? But
yeah, a lot of things are coming out.
Stay tuned.
No, I think both of you are so innovative because you know what? Right now, it's such a staple. Like, if you ask any kid, like, oh, where would you learn Torah on? Like, TorahAnytime, of course. Like, but you know what? When you guys started, it wasn't like so obvious. Like, no, the internet could only be used for bad. That was like the mindset. And the shift is clear of like, wow, wait, hold on. It is such a good resource. We could really spread Torah. That's probably why the internet was created by Hashem, right?
One of our taglines from back in the day, Hashem's reason for the internet.
Wow.
Yeah, we don't promote the internet. If someone has it anyway, might as well use it for TorahAnytime. But we tell people, don't get it because of TorahAnytime.
And they don't even need it. They could call the hotline, right?
Exactly.
You don't need the internet for it.
And it's amazing because you can't argue with the numbers. Right. And we get over 2 million calls a year. And you're like, really, that many people don't have apps or internet? Yeah. Baruch HaShem.
Or maybe they just choose not to because we have another way out.
Right.
We don't want people to go specifically on the internet, which is one of the reasons I want to give a big shout out to Moshe Sofer, who's been part of the organization from the beginning. And he pushed us to get the phone hotline. Said, guys, people don't have internet. People don't have smartphones. We gotta teach them. You know what I'm saying?
Moshe Sofer, a big shout out to you. You're amazing. He's a very important part of the team.
One of the core.
I said this before. I have like a unique experience because like I put out stuff online as well, and if there's anyone who understands like how hard and difficult and time constraining and how much money it costs, like I was like looking into like Baruch HaShem, my podcasts are available on the phone line. You would think it's a simple thing. It costs literally hundreds of thousands of dollars to make sure that as many people as possible to call up a phone line where everyone's like, oh, come on, it's a phone line. It's $50 a month.
Come on, it's free to call.
Yeah, it's so simple. Like, no, to access all the shirim at any point and any time.
And that's the thing. Like Shimon said, there are organizations out there, amazing organizations, to help people, to have kids, to help people get married, to help people with diseases and all these things, and to help people learn. And it's so obvious when you look at them, they don't have to explain themselves to you.
Right.
You know why you're giving. But to us, it's like we have to really
spell it out.
Dig deep, you know what I'm saying, to let people understand, what millions of dollars. What's going on here? What are you guys doing? So,
guys, there's people out there that Hashem has blessed financially that our entire budget is not even a drop in the bucket. It's just for them. Please, if you're listening, if you know one of those people, approach them. Tell them, would you like to make Torah Anytime your baby? Should you support them so they don't have to do these fundraisers anymore, so they could focus on what they do best? Because, like I said, I can't wait this to be behind us. But at least the good news is I get to see amazing people like Yaakov and Rabbi Sperling and many others.
And Rabbi Palachi actually said something yesterday. Hopefully it's going to inspire many people to do something about it. He said, I believe he said that the wife of a Vilna Gaon and her friend were going out and they were helping people collecting money. And one of them pointed and said, hey, let's go to that guy to try to collect. And after 120 years, they saw that just that point got her so much higher level. We didn't even get to the part if the guy actually donated or not, just the fact that they pointed. So the fact that they give us phone numbers or leads of people who might be able to help us, even if they don't, that already brings those people who referred those numbers and names to us on such a high level. It's not about getting the donations done. That's Hashem's job. It's about referring as many people to us as you can.
But get the donations done.
Also donate.
Make the donation, spread the word, get excited. A few hours left. We want to continue these incredible projects. We've been doing this for 17 years plus now, Baruch HaShem. Tremendous zechut for us, but we have so much more to do. Guys, be our partners. Let's make this happen. Get as many raffle tickets as you win, and good luck to the next winner.
Yeah, the winners, what is it, in 8 minutes, right? 12 o'clock is the raffle. Baruch Hashem. Okay.
I just, do we have time for
we have 2 more minutes. We have 2 more minutes.
So, I could spend the entire day reading testimonials that we get on Torah Anytime.
A few days.
A few days. We almost have like endless amount. I'll just read for you. We summed up a lot of them. A lot of them are very, very similar. So I'll just read a few of these with you. And guys, these are real testimonials from real people. I don't want to go into details, and to make a long story short, if not for Torah Anytime, I'm not sure I would be around today.
Wow.
Thank you, TAT. During the dark and lonely days of the pandemic, while we were in full lockdown, Torah Anytime was the shining light in our family and helped us stay sane. Torah Anytime is a second respirator for my husband who has ALS. Thank you. During the commute to work every day, I used to listen to non-Jewish music and wasted my time on news. But now, thanks to Torah Anytime, my car has turned into yeshiva on wheels. Thank you. I go to dialysis 3 times a week for 4 hours. Torah Anytime saves me. I replaced watching Netflix and YouTube with amazing Torah lectures from Torah Anytime. Thank you so much.
And with the thousands and thousands of feedback that we get, you know how it usually works. Maybe 1 or 2% of the people actually leave comments. How many tens of thousands of people don't leave feedback? And we know that it's really changing their lives, and we want to change their lives, and we want them to forward doses and to forward classes and clips and all that stuff. Because again, let's say there was a dose that didn't really speak to you because you don't have that issue. You know at least one person in the world who it's going to speak to. You just forward that clip. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really take much. We make it so easy. Just the forward button, send it to them, and they could say, oh, thank you so much for thinking about me. Such a chesed that you did. And it's another mitzvah to get you, more and more and make Hashem proud. That's really what it's all about.
Well, thank you, Kol Yaakov brothers. Thank you so much for this. And we have so much more exciting things coming up. But first, we're going to take a quick look at this awesome video.
My name is Rabbi Pesach Krohn, and I am appealing to every single one of you that's watching. Please try to help and support TorahAnytime.com. When you are supporting Torah for TorahAnytime.com, you're supporting Torah all over the world. Children, adults, men, women, Talmidei Chachamim, regular, simple balabatim. Everybody is inspired. And that's why when you support it, I am positive you're going to get tremendous bracha from HaKadosh Baruch Hu for you, your children, and your grandchildren.
I want to end with one story, and this is a new one. I stumbled on this one. It was, I would like to say, by sheer luck, but we know there's no such thing. The Rabbanu Shalom straight up handed me this one, but it's so big, I honestly am humbled to say it, and I don't deserve it. But I'm going to do it anyway, because why not? So, there was a little boy, his name was Shimon. My name's Yossi. In case you thought that story was ending with, I'm that little boy. It's not me. It's not me. Shimon was a little 3-year-old boy who moved to the United States from Uzbekistan with his family. When they came over, they knew they were Jewish. They realized they were Jewish, but that's where it ended. Shimon knew nothing about his heritage, about his background. Nothing. To the point that he told me one time he bought his mother, he had a few dollars in his pocket, he was in a store, and he wanted to buy his mother something. And he bought her a cross. He bought her a cross necklace. That's how far removed they were. And he came, he gave it home, and he said he remembers. His mother looked at it, first in shock. Then she laughed. She threw it to the side and she said, thank you so much, sweetie. He went to the public school, PS 201 in Queens. And as he was getting older, his parents started realizing that everything was being lost. Their child knew nothing about their heritage. So a few rabbis got involved. He started going to JEP. Rabbi Zalman Deutscher started really putting the pressure on. And he got Shimon, he pulled him out of public school, and he sent him to yeshiva. Now I want to tell you something. I've been in Kiruv for many years. Rechokim, Krovim, all of it. When you get a kid, you pull a kid out of a public school and you put him into a yeshiva. There's no drug on earth. There is no drug on earth that will give you a high like that, knowing that you just saved a kid's life. But these stories don't end. They keep going. Because for high school, Shimon went back to public school. Now, I'm sure there was a moment over there, speaking to you as a person who lost some, won some. When he went back to public school, there was definitely, I don't know this as a fact, but there was definitely a moment over there where Rav Deutscher said to himself, I lost this one. He definitely had to question himself at that point. We don't realize the power we have. Rav Deutscher did not stop. He kept going and kept going and kept going. He kept pressuring Shimon, kept pressuring his parents, kept pulling him into JEP, kept pulling him in for everything he could. And slowly but surely, because that's how these things really work. I don't care what book or story you've read. I don't care if I wrote it. These stories happen very slowly. You don't see the fruits of your labor right away. And slowly but surely, Shimon started coming around and coming around and coming around. And finally, Shimon himself started doing kiruv. He was makar of his younger brother, Reuven, his parents. He had an uncle that was very avidly involved in his kiruv process. And Shimon grew up. Today he has a beautiful family. He has beautiful children, beautiful nieces and nephews. Shimon's name is Shimon Kol Yaakov. Not such a good ending. Who's Shimon Kol Yaakov? Every single person in this room is part of this story right now. Shimon Kol Yaakov's not here. Reuven is. That camera belongs to them. Because they started a little website a few years ago called TorahAnytime.com. And have affected hundreds of thousands of Jews in Torah. Rabbi Deutscher could have slept in that day saying, that's not my problem. That kid wants to go back to public school, let him. His parents don't see the value, let him. We have no right to give up on any one kid just because he spit us in the face, just because he went back to his old ways. Stories don't happen overnight. They take lifetimes. And we're honored to be a part of those. When our neighbor is suffering, we stand up as one individual and we could fail. You have no idea what failure is. We have no clue how to measure failure. All we know is that we put our best in. Lo alecha malacha ligmar. It's not on us to finish it. We work for Him. He runs the world. We're pawns for Him. We're soldiers for Him. It's not for our glory. It's not so they write that book about us one day. It's because we're great. And if we don't believe it, no one else will feel it. And welcome back. Who is that guy? Shimon and Reuben have been paying me back in spades for years now, ever since I outed them in that story. They've been playing it every time they can to make me as uncomfortable as possible. Thank you again, guys. I very, very much appreciate it. Back to our numbers. Now, guys, I want to be very clear here. This is the time, this is the space, this is the place that you get to say thank you, not only to Torah Anytime for completely transforming Torah and Klal Yisrael. Maybe you don't care about your neighbor that much, but there is definitely someone you do care about that has been affected by Torah Anytime. And when I say affected, I mean deeply, deeply affected. We're offering here 12 million hours of Torah that is coming up. You have the opportunity right now to buy in. This is bigger. Words can't describe this one. If you're holding on to that money to buy TorahAnytime this year, let it go, give it to Torah, see what happens. Giving money to Torah is one of the promises that the Borei Olam makes to us, that we will receive that back in spades. Last night we were saying all the stories, all the things that we know, and they are countless. They are countless stories of people who gave not only tzedakah, but gave to Torah itself and were repaid, whether it has to do with their children, future generations, themselves, their own bank account, their own income. Guys, get out there, if for no one but yourselves, to be a part of this unbelievable process. To be honest with you, when Shimon called me this year, I was a little bit disappointed. I said, Shimon, we have to do this again? I mean, last year wasn't enough that people were just so in. People should be fighting for these opportunities. They should be fighting for this investment opportunity. We have so much that we're able to gain here, and what's the loss? 25 cents an hour. I still feel embarrassed saying it. Now, obviously, we cannot put a price tag on a moment, on a second, on a word of Torah. But we can acquire it. We can acquire it with that price tag. It's 25 cents for an hour, $250. $250, you're going to get entered into the raffle. The raffle coming up, or we did, might have, is the $5,000 to Eichler, sponsored by Eichlers. Thank you, Eichler, so much. You're not only the best air conditioning in Brooklyn, you're also the best farm store that we have. In the future prizes that we have going on, we're going to be able to have elegant linen, $5,000 to jewelry, which I originally wrote as $5,000 jewelry by Royalty Jew. And I was like, I'm totally going to mess that up. So I made sure. Royalty Jewelry has sponsored $5,000 in jewelry. We have a $5,000 cash prize. KMR Cruise, Kosher River Cruise, everything that you could possibly imagine to give you the opportunity. I promise you after 120, there's going to be something that comes back. Now we're going to be moving over to our board, which, by the way, major shout out right now, not only to Torah Anytime for doing this so beautifully, so officially, in studio, at a time, but to Flowmation and all of the guys here on the floor that are doing this. I am old. That's just the story, and I can't see. I just can't see anymore. So I couldn't see the screen before. They pulled out from nowhere this massive screen for me to be able to see on. I really appreciate it, guys. Okay, $196 was just given by B'nai Noah. Very nice. Okay, here we go. Guys, get out there. Show appreciation not only to Torah Anytime, but to the rabbis. We have so many rabbis over here. I see Rabbi Mashiach Kaladi, for instance. Right? Your children have definitely been inspired by Rabbi Kaladi. Get out there and show that love. Rabbi Rudin's team, come on. Rabbi Rudin has done more kiruv than just anyone. That's it. Rabbi Rudin is my go-to if I have a difficult topic that I need to prepare. Go on. You listen to these. I'm going to start calling out the people that I listen to. That's it. You guys got to get on that. You won't even have to listen to me because I steal all my stuff anyway. Rabbi Avi Odakin, 223. Is that pounds? Are we doing things in pounds here, people? All right, fine. The Canadian dollar is also accepted, but guys, take into account the exchange rates, all right? A little bit more. Here we go. Rabbi Manath, very nice, 282. We have Rucham Silverberg team, 300. Menachem Elbaum, Esti Amina. Oh, Rabbi Avi Ben Shushan, very nice. Minyan, guys, let's go. Bring it out. All of you pull your pickup trucks together, have a smoke barbecue, and let's do this. Rabbi Avi Ben Shushan from Minyan, in honor of Minyan. Wow. Rabbi Landy, very nice. She has turned 390. Everything that you are donating right now is given back to you in process of hours of Torah, which is amazing. 1,500, I just saw. 1,560 hours. Someone literally just bought eternity. Someone literally just bought the kahuna. We're going back to that. Someone literally just bought his ability and his right to get in. Guys, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. I'm pretty sure somebody is going to finally wake up this year, like Shimon was saying, and just being like, wait a second, why in the world am I not being able to just do all this myself? We're doing $3 million, guys. This is going to supply 12 million hours of Torah to Klal Yisrael, to people who otherwise, in a lot of cases, would not be learning. We're going to jump over to the wheel now. I just want to throw it out there one more time. Raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Get on, find your favorite rabbis, find your favorite teams. Rabbi Sperling, I believe, is Team Blue. Yeah. And I don't know who he was fighting against over there. But guys, if you see a Team Pink and you want to put Rabbi Sperling in his place for doing a Team Blue, get out there and do it. Show him what Team Pink can do. And if you're a guy out there, let's go. Come on. Team Blue can't lose, guys. Come on, all right? Seriously. We're going over to the wheel now. Here we go. We're going to give a big spin, the wheel of names, ladies and gentlemen. And Baruch Penn, $5,000 to Eichlers, donated by Eichlers. $5,000, Mazel Tov, Baruch Penn. Keep it going. Every single ticket that you have going in, every single entry into the raffle will last for all the raffles. So make sure you get in there. $250 ticket. $2,500 is going to get you an extra 5. You get 15. Back to you guys in the studio, Rabbi Sperling and Rabbi Langer.
Okay, and we are back, Rabbi Langer.
Yeah, I know. Don't let my beard fool you. This is a big beard, but I am no rabbi.
Beard. Let's go.
But I'll get smicha from you. That counts. Okay, Rabbi Sperling just leaned over to me and he said, "Shoots, I really wanted to win the $5,000 to Eichlers."
I did.
These are great prizes.
These are great prizes,
and there's so many more prizes. So if you didn't yet donate, go to raisethon.com/TorahAnytime.
And apparently there is good AC there, right, Rabbi Yas? Good AC. Best AC in the world. Okay, so before we start our next guest over here, Pinchas Landis, who is Jewish Anytime, we're going to be discussing all about Jewish Anytime. I just want to mention one thing that was said before in the amazing interview. You're very
It
good.
was all that.
You're very good at it.
Yeah, I did it once or twice.
Okay. Anyway, so Ruben Kolyakov said before that Last year they had about 10,000 donors, and this year they would like to double that. So 10 plus 10, with 20,000. I just want to mention something I think is very pashut, and that is that there are 50,000 subscribers to the Daily Dose. That means that every day, 50,000 devices get the Daily Dose. Now, how much would you pay to have over 1,000 daily doses to get you through your day, if that's what it does for you? Probably a penny a day, right? So if we would get $12, just we could get $2.50 also to get the raffles and everything, geschmack. But if you just give $12, we have 50,000 people just give $12. That's $600,000 more to our campaign. So I'm not sure why Ruben is saying we want to double that to 20,000 when there's 50,000 subscribers to Daily Dose. No, Mascom?
Yeah, that's great.
So I think we should. I think that it's good math. No, good math.
Very good math.
But anyways, okay, it's just a shout out and a call out to all the people out there who have the Daily Dose. $12 a person. That's $600,000 more to the campaign. Okay, without further ado.
Yeah, okay, we have a very incredible interview coming up. We have Rabbi Pinchas Landis from Jewish Anytime. We have him not physically here, but spiritually and also through the power of virtual reality. He is here with us. So, Rabbi Pinchas Landis, first off, where are we connecting to you from?
Cleveland, Ohio. So if you hadn't had enough Clevelanders with Rabbi Ben Shushan there, then I'm another one for you.
Oh, there you go. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so what is this Jewish Anytime? What's going on over here? Why was it launched? What is the goal? Why is there a need for it? Let's just start with what is it? What is it?
What is it? That is a great question. What is Jewish Anytime? Jewish Anytime is the brand new sister site, or really one of the 10 siblings of Torah Anytime, a new platform. And it's very simple. As we've been talking about throughout this campaign, Torah Anytime reaches about 1 million users every year, which is absolutely amazing. The numbers are astonishing. The only problem is that's less than 10% of the Jewish people. There's somewhere between, 10 to 12 to 14 million Jews in the world. So the amazing decision a few years ago of Torah Anytime was to take the concept of Torah Anytime and tailor-make that for the 10 to 12 million Jews that are not on Torah Anytime, to reach unaffiliated Jews, to reach under-affiliated Jews, undereducated Jews, and that's what we're doing with Jewish Anytime. So it's super exciting. As Shimon always says, we haven't brought Mashiach yet, but hey, maybe this is going to be the thing to do it.
Wow.
And what's your involvement? Why are you personally passionate about Jewish Anytime?
That's a good question. I often ask myself that, like, how did I fool the Kol Yaakovs into letting me be involved with this? It's something that I'm always questioning. But pretty much the story is about, 5 or 6 years ago, we approached the Kol Yaakovs and we said, okay, we have this idea, Torah Anytime's great, but, I work in Kiruv and I put all my stuff on Torah Anytime and it's seen by tons of people. But when I send the people that I'm involved with Torah Anytime, it can be very overwhelming. I mean, you have Gedolim, you have Shirim in Yiddish and in Hebrew, and on Isser Beheter and in Daf Yomi and all these things that if you take a non from Yid and send them to a site to look at, and they see that, they say, oh, this is just not for me. This is not. This has nothing to do with me. So I approached the Kol Yaakovs, and sure enough, it was an idea they already had because they have so many amazing ideas, and they had already been thinking about it. And they said, hey, Landis, if you're willing to help us with this, we could really use some help. So Baruch HaShem, we've been working with the entirety of the Torah Anytime team, which is amazing. All the developers, front-end developers, back-end developers, graphic designers, everything, to do all the technical work. And the involvement that I have as the director is I work a lot with the content contributors, the rabbis, the Rebbitzins, the people who are giving content to Jewish Anytime, coordinating that content, and getting it to the point where a questioning Jew can see this, can come on, and all those questions they've been asking, they've always wondered about Judaism, they'll find the answers to those questions there. And then a big part of this also is we got to get them to the site. In the frum world, everyone knows about Torah Anytime. It's a known quantity. Everyone knows about it. It's it's in a Benny Friedman song, for crying out loud. Everyone knows about Torah Anytime. But to reach the 10 to 12 million Jews we're trying to reach the Jewish Anytime, we have to have a full court press on social media. Chaver to Chaver Islay, anything we can do to really get the word out there. And that's a lot of the things that I focus on to try and get this into the hands and minds of every single Jew in the world.
Wow. So practically speaking, what happens? You have a guy walking down the street and He sees on the floor a phone. He's like, whoa, let me pick up that phone. He picks up the phone. It has internet access. All right, we get him a filter, because obviously we have to have filters. Now what happens? How does this work?
Right. So in many ways it works. It depends. Is he on Jewish Anytime yet? Is he not on Jewish Anytime? That's the question.
Let's say he's not.
So
let's say
similar
he is.
to.
Let's do both.
Well,
Let's do both ways.
So anyways, so first of all, we got to get in there. So that's where we're using, let's say like as Sperling mentioned, you have a whole world walking around like this all day long, staring at a phone, not looking at people, not interacting with people, and they're spending half their time on TikTok and half the time on Instagram and half their time on this one and half the time on that one. So we have to be active in all those places to be able to get their attention. We have to tease them. We have to raise the questions in our social media content. We have to get them some interest that because part of the problem today is sometimes people don't even know they have questions. So we have to ask the questions for them and get them interested through those short tidbits, those reels and those TikTok videos and those really short things. And then through those chasers, so to speak, we're able to pull them into Jewish Anytime, which is a website similar to Torah Anytime. And then they'll see, wow, is there a God? I don't know. Is there a God? How do I know there's a God? Wow, did God give the Torah? I don't know. What's the Torah? Does Judaism discriminate against women? I don't know. And we have all those questions there being asked and answered by some of the greatest speakers in the English-speaking Jewish world. Right now, we're just English. We don't have a Yiddish version. We don't see a big need to have it in Yiddish right now. But we don't. Hopefully one day we'll have it in Spanish. We'll have it in French. We'll have it in ways to be able to reach all the Jews out there who are looking and are seeking to find more about the Yiddishkeit. And that's one part of it, by the way. That's just one part of it. But throughout the site, we have regular calls to action. In other words, this lecture was great. You want to find out more. You have questions. Let us connect you with someone. And we have a whole intake process. Then when someone comes through the site or comes to social media and they like the lectures, but they want that personal interaction, they want to learn more, they want to have someone to connect with, we have people all over the Jewish world ready, willing, and able to pair them up with. If it's a place, let's say like Cleveland, Ohio, or Brooklyn, New York, or Los Angeles, or Atlanta, Georgia, where there's a strong presence of people who can work with a seeking Jew, then we set them up with someone in person.
Wow.
And they run with them. They can learn with them. They can have them for Shabbos. They can interact with them. But let's say the person lives in like Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, where there's not such a large Jewish presence. So at that point, we have a number of remote learning options that we hook them up with. So we like to look at ourselves in many ways. We're the first touch that a lot of Jews will have in their Torah learning. Will be an auxiliary touch for people who want to learn more once they're already connected. But the goal is to get all these people not only onto the site learning, but then get them connected with real in-life Jewish experiences. Because the Torah learning should lead to real connection and lead to real Jewish inspiration in person. So that's another very strategic piece about what we're doing.
Well, where is this all funded from? Oh, right here. Rabbi said we need the Olam to donate. RaisTon.com/TorahAnytime Team Blue. I'm just saying. All right, Yaakov, take away some good questions. You have good questions.
Team Landis now.
No. Let's go.
I think if you give to either, Torah will be very thankful. Okay, you mentioned TikTok before. I personally have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay.
But, okay, so I just want to understand from your experience, because I think a lot of people watching this, maybe, grew up from or grew up religious and they grew up connected, but they don't really understand the impact that Jewish Anytime can make for people that have never really been connected or didn't have that opportunity. From your experience, what have you seen of people who had no taste of Torah, no taste of Yiddishkeit, and then they get a little connected? What's that change?
Well, it's interesting because sometimes, every story is different, first of all, and a lot of the stories, make into great Torah, into Torah Anytime lectures. But sometimes it's quick. You have someone who just happens to click on let's say, like you said, a TikTok video or an Instagram reel, or people who are still on Facebook. We still put stuff there for them too. LinkedIn is huge now. You have a lot of people on LinkedIn, and they'll just click on something because there's a hook that hooks them in with like a question or something. And for a lot of people are like, oh, that's cool, and they move on. But some people, it's very quick. They say, oh, really? I always had that question. Let me go further. And then they'll come over to the site, they'll watch some lectures on the site, they'll sign up for a partner, and that's when big things happen. Now, look, I'd like to say we've already made like 1 million people from, and we've gotten, but we're at this was just launched. So the empirical evidence is still being written, so to speak. But we've had, like I said, some of the greatest minds come in and are contributing to this. People like Charlie Harari, as we have as a poster child here, Itiel Goldvich, Rabbi Orlovsky, Rabbi Nissel, some of the greatest rabbis out there, Lori Palatnik, Rebbetzin Youngrice, both junior and senior, senior Olel Shalom and Slavi Youngrice. So we have some of the greatest speakers out there that are really inspiring people. And like I said, sometimes it's quick. Sometimes they get in, they find what they're looking for. All of a sudden, they go down a rabbit hole, consuming all the information. And sometimes it's just, it's that constant it's just constantly bombarding them, really, as I like to call it, cyber stalking, but in a good way, with different ideas and concepts to get them to be interested, to really take the next step in their Jewish learning.
Wow. Are there sections, like when you go to Jewish Anytime, is there like, do you want to know if there's a God? Would you like to know what Shabbat is? Is there a set? How is it set up? What's the setup? How easy is it?
Yeah, so exactly. There's a place with like basic Jewish questions. It has all those things. Is there a God? Did he give the Torah? Does Israel matter to the Jews? Why should what's kosher? What's this? What's that? Basic questions. And then we have it. I think we have 30 different categories or something like that, where we'll go, very granular to people who are already maybe a little bit more connected, but need something that speaks to them. Like if they want something on the holidays, we have all the Yom Tovim covered. They want something on the Parsha, we have all the Parshas covered. And again, the content is curated specifically for people who have the limited background. We're very stringent. Everything should be translated into English. Concepts that you or I might take for granted are explained in all these lectures. So you might have where someone wants to learn about the Jewish Bible and they're looking for a section and it says Tanakh. Well, they don't know what Tanakh is. We have to say that's the Bible section. That's the, because we have to give it to them in a way that makes sense. But yeah, to answer your question, Sperling, we have every category under the sun, from basic questions to more intermediate topics, so that people can really connect in a meaningful way.
I have a two-part question here. So first off, we're in May, I think, of 2023. And May of 2024. First off, where do you want Jewish Anytime to be? And B, how could people watching, they're not going to give a lecture. How could they actually help it? It's an alley.
Yeah. So question number one, where are we going to be a year from now? So by a year from now, we should have the servers crashing, right? In other words, we're just getting started. It's something like I've been talking about to people for 5 years now since we've been working on it. But that proof of concept should be there to where we should have, first of all, the trust of all the people in this world working in Kiruv, because those are some of our best ambassadors out there. The people, the Makarvin, the professional rabbis are actually working in Kiruv, and we should have their trust to be able to use this and help share it with their students. So it should be really just a known quantity, and the leadership level is the initial goal. The leadership level of the people we want to hit. And that's really, if we get to the point where at May of next year that this is a household name sort of in the Kiruv world, then we know we've gotten to where we need to get to in the first year. And then the second question is, what can people do? Well, look, we're still in the soft launch stage now. The full launch is going to be any day now. And, it's, if we want to, so to speak, reach the 10 million Jews out there that are completely disconnected, it can't be all the rabbis, it can't be all the educators, it can't be all the Kiruv people. It's simply going to come from you. Everyone has a neighbor, a coworker, a family member, a distant cousin, an Uber driver. And, we run into Jews every day who don't, don't even care about being Jewish. And half the time they make it easier for us because they'll bagel us. Like someone told me over Shavuos that he was at the park with his kids, and some lady comes up to him and says, "You know what? I'm Jewish like you, but I go to church because they're nicer than you are." But she bageled him, so he tried to reach out, he tried to get her connected with something. But all of us know Jews who are not connected, who could learn a little bit more, and that's where everyone comes in. That you can now take this, and think about it for a minute. Just think about it. If all of the million users on Torah Anytime share Jewish Anytime with 10 non-religious Jews, we'll have reached. We'll be there. I mean, just imagine that. Everyone. It's just 10 people. You have to go and find 10 people. Neighbors, cousins, the guy who works in the hardware store down the street, whatever it is. Go find 10 Jews that are disconnected and say, hey, you know what? Why don't you check this out? Go to JewishAnytime.com and just look around. You might find something that you find interesting over there. Imagine if that would happen. And anyone can do that. Anyone can do that.
We in the studio, we're seeing the Kol Yaakov brothers. They're always thinking. So they heard you say church, like church anytime. No, that's not going to work for over here. So they got to think of something else. But they're always innovating. They're going to come up with shul anytime. I'm confident about it. But okay, so first off, I want to get, before Rabbi Sperling asks his next question that he's going to think of while I'm saying this.
One second.
Okay. So first off, okay, I have a challenge for anyone watching. Either you send Jewish Anytime when it launches to 10 people who are not religious. We all have a cousin. We all have a neighbor. We know someone. Either do that, or you donate $100 right now.
$100,000 right now.
$100,000 a lot. But $100, or you know what? Just do $250 because then you get a raffle ticket. So either do one of the two things, or you could do both. Extra schar, why not? That's your challenge. Okay, now Rabbi Sperling, I know you formulated a great question.
So the shaila is like this, yeah? If Al Kulponim, they say mamish, they're not going to know what they're saying. No, the question is, it sounds like this will be very good for regular, frum people also. Like there's a lot of people who have a lot of questions.
Yeah, we're not going to discriminate. Don't worry.
Right, is that like also part of it?
Anyone can come on.
Is that like deep down also? Like all those people who ask the Rebbe, don't ask that. You can't ask that in this yeshiva. Saying, is that something that you also had in mind, or not really?
So it's interesting. So one of our rabbis, Rabbi Levi Burnham, also a beloved Torah Anytime rabbi, he said this is going to become bigger than Torah Anytime. Well, first of all, it is Torah Anytime. Let's not forget that this is one of the 10 children of Torah Anytime here. But yeah, we got a wider pool to shoot from. We're shooting for 10 to 12 million people in the world. Now, like you said, Spring, it's a fact. There's going to be people who in the frum world who went through Beis Yaakov system, who went through the yeshiva system, and for whatever reason never felt they had that Rebbe they could ask that question to, and they've been wondering all along. Well, I don't really know the explanation. And look, that's a great use of it as well. And that's the amazing thing about digital work. I mean, that's here in Cleveland, one of the ways that I've sold all of our supporters here in Cleveland is the same work that I can do to influence Cleveland, I can influence the whole Jewish world because it's digital. And that's the amazing thing that we can do. This is something that can really help everyone while we're helping and trying to reach out to the 10 to 12 million out there who disconnected. The 1 million who are connected might find some things here that they haven't been able to find elsewhere.
Wow.
A lot of it's on Torah Anytime, but maybe they couldn't find it there. Maybe they can find it here. So for sure. And then why that's so amazing is that not only will they get their questions answered that they've always had, but they'll be more inspired to go find those 10 neighbors, those 10 cousins, those 10 Uber drivers that aren't connected. And to share with them, because look, I just found this amazing site, and it'd be perfect for you. So yeah, for sure, that's going to happen. That's going to be an amazing piece of this.
Wow, that's what I mentioned. One more thing that maybe you don't know about. I think many of the Rabbanim on Torah Anytime, they get emails, a lot of emails from around the world. You give a share on a certain thing, and then people think they know everything. So they email all their questions. It will be a great place to be. Just check out Jewish Anytime, section 3.4. What was that watch called? B3103. Right, just go to that session, and that's it. You're good to go. Like this, you have all the answers for all the speakers who get question emails. That'll be amazing.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So look, this is a resource. We're super excited about it. When you have ideas, like when the Kol Yaakovs have their ideas, the first thing you do is you look around out there, see who else is doing this. What's the need? Is there really need for this? And the more we talk about it, and the more we discuss it with the people sort of in the field of Jewish outreach, everyone's super excited about it because we have some amazing things in the Jewish world for outreach. You have some amazing websites out there. H.com, is an amazing website. But this is a different product. This is going to have just those video classes that are there on every topic for someone when they really they don't want a quick answer. They don't want to read an article. They want to sit down. They want to watch something. They want to take 20 minutes. Again, we got to get them there. But that's the niche we're going to be filling. We're super excited about it.
Wow.
We're super excited about what this is going to do for Klal Yisrael and for the future of the Jewish people.
Well, Rabbi, thank you for joining us from all the way from Cleveland, Ohio. We're so excited to see what Jewish Anytime does for Klal Yisrael and the world. And we will be right back. But first, you're going to see a nice promo. So get ready.
Let's go.
So when I start planning to go to the convention, one of the first calls I have to make is Torah Anytime. Torah Anytime helps us take the message of the Gedolim from the four walls of the convention center to the greater Klal Yisrael across the world. If you're looking to partner and get return on investment in Limud Torah, there's no better investment than Torah Anytime.
Rabbi say, if you appreciate the things that Hashem gives you, you will serve Him so much better. You will want to do what's right. Is there a Yetzer Hara? Yes. Is it hard? Yes. But we need to work. And sometimes we just forget. Our priorities go a little bit to the side. They get crooked. Don't have your priorities crooked. And we have to work on ourselves, Rabbi say. And if we have a hard time, so get a pen and paper. Or maybe get it anyways. Get a pen and paper and write down 1,000 things. What are you crazy? 1 bill. Find 5 things. 50 things that you're thankful for that come directly from God. And say, Hashem, thank you. I owe you so much. If it was some random guy giving you tzedakah money, if you were collecting, you'd be so thankful. If it was a guy who bought you dinner, you'd be so thankful. A guy paid your rent, even though you don't have a house, you'd be very thankful. A guy gives any Rebbe, anytime you give a Rebbe $100 tip or whatever it is, they're very thankful. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving us thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars daily. How much would you pay for an arm? How much would you pay for your brain to be working? So Rabbi said, we are walking billionaires. We are walking trillionaires. You pay $1 billion to get your hand back, to get your head back. So that means we are walking trillionaires. So appreciate how much HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you, and the same way you thank somebody for paying your rent, the same way you thank somebody for giving you $5, say thank you, Hashem, and try to serve Him a little bit better. Okay, so that I don't know who that was just now. Same joke as yes, I can't really say the same joke. I know who that was. I did that a long time ago. Okay, so we have the schus, Rabbi Yisai. We have the schus to beer with Rabbi Eli Scheller, and before we start anything, for those of you who know him, I'm just going to ask him to do one thing. I'm going to ask you to do it for my son, Moshe Chaim, but for everybody else also, and all the kids out there are going to love this. If you know what I'm talking about, great. If you don't, then you'll look like this. He's like, yeah. And here we go. You ready? Let's go. Let's get one time, one time.
One time, one time. One time, one time. I was sitting by an interview with two powerhouses, Rabbi Sperling, Yaakov Langer, and here we go.
All right, so we're going to be talking about something called Rebbe Anytime. Yaakov, take it away.
Okay, so first off, for someone who doesn't know what Rebbe Anytime is, could you please tell them what it is and why did you personally decide to get involved?
Okay, so in short, Rebbe Anytime is like a fascinating Daf Yomi share where you have these Daf Yomi lecturers that are able to captivate the audience for the older public, the older people, but Rebbe Anytime is for the kid in 5th grade, for the kid in 6th grade that's sitting in the classroom and everything sounds like Chinese and he's not understanding anything. But he could also understand Gemara. Gemara is meant for everybody. So that's what, in short, Rebbe Anytime is short, bite-sized shiurim that boys could understand it, boys could grasp it. And even if it doesn't sound like Chinese in the classroom, but everyone could always go it over a second time, a third time, and when you're in 5th grade, even when you're 15 years old or 25 years old, you could always go it over a second time, a third time, understand it a little deeper. Now, how did I get involved? Because the truth was that I was that kid that it sounded like Chinese. And, Gemara caused me so much pain. I got kicked out of class so many times because I didn't know what was going on. And the Rebbe asked me, okay, where's the place? And I couldn't see the place. I couldn't decipher the words. And it caused me so much anguish and so much pain until I was 19 years old and I was learning in Eretz Yisrael. And finally, I just sat down with an art school Gemara on my own terms. And I started learning. And I'm like, wow, this is enjoyable. And I started learning and learning until the point that I didn't stop. And then years went on, and I really got better at it. And then when I heard they're looking for someone, people sent me emails. I think you should look into it. My father's like, if you want Olam Haba, this is the way to Olam Haba. So I'm like, wow. My father's telling me that. I got to go for it.
Wow.
And then I figured if I could help. Everything I do now, when I teach and I say stories, is to be able to give back to kids because I was a kid that never understood. So I'm like, if I could teach Gemara now to kids, like that's a whole new level. And the truth is, I brought my son today. I do that with my son. He's in my yeshiva. It's just me and him. And I learn with him Gemara, and I just like teach him Gemara. I give it over to him as best as I could.
Well, if you give it over as well as you give over stories,
I try to make it.
I may or may not listen to them also. I'm just saying, if my kid is there or not, you know what I'm saying?
So I try to do that. I try to make it into like a story. Gemara could be exciting. It's fun.
Wow, so that was Rebbe Anytime in short.
Yeah.
So what is it in long? No, I'm kidding. Okay, so you think this project is important because so many children are looking at the Gemara like Chinese, or they don't have the fathers helping them, or the Rebbe helping them, or the one-on-one, they're in a class too big. Like, why is this important today? All of a sudden today we have such a thing, or we're thinking about such a thing. Like, where do we need this?
Yeah, I think it's all the above. I think there's some kids in the class that are not getting it at all. You have those people, and I think those people will be able to move them up a few levels. And then there's just because the classrooms are so big, and even the top Rebbe, I was a Rebbe in the classroom for many years, you can't get every kid because you have the kid that like you have to stimulate him. You got to keep asking him great questions. But then that other kid is falling behind. So like if you're the best juggler, it's very hard to get every single kid. So that's another thing. You can, on video, you could stop, you could pause, right? You could keep going. Also, I think the idea is to have also like a little deeper. You know, here's a deeper question you could press over here, go into Taisvis over here. And then also you have kids that they just can't go over at night with their father. They can't do homework, they can't do that. Here you can do it on your own terms, just press play. I mean, I'm thinking if I would have that as a kid and I had someone that I was able to hear what he says and just press play, I think.
And press pause.
Yeah.
Wait, 1 second, let me just write that down.
Is it for just kids, or do you see that parents and even Rabbeim are tapping into the stuff that you're putting out?
Or could be tapping into.
Okay, like I'll be honest, like I think my stories, I think like adults, Rabbeim listen to my stories, but like Gemara Shurim, like I really try to give it like very basic, that like kids can understand it, and like I can't compete with the Gedolim like Rabbi Eli Stefansky and all these people, like they're just, you know, the pros at it. Like I'm decent at Gemara, like I worked my way to it. Like I would never see myself doing this like 10 years ago. It was only because like I learned so much in yeshiva and I kept learning. So like I really try to give it over a basic level. If a Rebbe could gain from it, that would be amazing.
You're being humble. A lot of Rebbeim definitely could, because you just give it over in such an easy to understand way, and especially when it comes to teaching, you have to really know it. So the way you give it over, it's just so easy for a Rebbe or a young parent or an old parent to just consume it and say, okay, great, now I'm going to teach my, and the kid's going to be like, wow, my father or Rebbe is brilliant because of watching it. That's really crazy. So what's been the feedback for you personally, like from the kids, from the parents, from Rabbeim? What has the feedback to you been?
The feedback is unbelievable. I think like a lot of TorahAnytime speakers say, just like I would never think it would get that far. Like I was doing kiruv and I was teaching other people. I always knew my passion is to teach once I started learning, but I was finding my place. And then like Hashem pushed me into kids. I never saw myself teaching kids. I was like up here, you know, kids like. But then like I started, and then like Moshe Sofer is like, you got to start recording for TorahAnytime. I'm like, I only speak to kids and I only have like one story that I could say. He's like, just do that one. So like I started with like a Michael Jordan story, and then like from there,
who is that?
He's a basketball. Who is
baseball?
He?
No, soccer.
He owns a basketball team.
Soccer, and he uses his hands.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
There's a story that I tried to get into a Michael Jordan game. My father promised me, and I got fake tickets, and so like that was my one story. But from there, like I got to the next story, and then like I went to like Lakewood for Shabbos when I was living in Baltimore, and like I met people in shul. They're like, one time. I'm like, whoa, like how do you see that? And then like Naki Radio got a hold of it from TorahAnytime, and then like Baruch HaShem, like I can walk into like almost any school and there'll be kids like one time.
Not only kids, I'm doing it also.
And that whole one time thing was like so random. I was like substituting a class and the kids were like jumping. I had to get them to sit down. I took out a guitar and I'm like, one time, and the kids are like,
what are the chords, by the way?
E minor to A minor, back to E minor.
A minor, you got it, okay.
Back to E minor, but it's in a higher octave.
Okay, fine.
So for everyone...
One time.
So everyone watching at home who haven't yet even experienced Rebbe Time, so we highly recommend you go and check it out. But we also really recommend you check out raisethon.com/TorahAnytime to help Rav Eli just do more. And
you answered my next question was who's funding you
Torah anytime.
Torah anytime, Torah anytime. You know that song?
Yeah.
Torah anytime, Torah anytime.
Waiting for a music video.
Could you give us a little rendition of one time, but maybe Torah anytime? Like, I don't know, is there something?
Torah anytime. Torah anytime.
Let's go.
Rebbe anytime, Chesed anytime,
Jewish anytime,
Rebbe anytime.
Make a whole song over
Flow
here.
Motion Studio.
Wow. Anyways, that's amazing. Tremendous, mamish. Mirz Hashem, you should be zeichet to see a tremendous amount of success. And Mirz Hashem,
Amen.
you should be zeichet to see good things. Thank you so much for joining us. And now, Yaakov, what's next?
Next is a fantastic video and a lot more coming up.
Let's go.
Shimon Kol Yaakov here from Torah Anytime. And the question we occasionally get is, what are the expenses of Torah Anytime? Well, the expenses of operating an organization that spreads over 12 million hours of Torah a year to over 1 million users on 10 different platforms is not a small matter. Baruch HaShem, we have a devoted and dedicated team of software developers, UX, UI designers, sound and video editors, marketing managers, heads of department, for example, the Daily Dose, the publishing division, Chesed Anytime, Rebbe Anytime, Jewish Anytime, convention recording division, and much, much more. The tasks and growth of Torah Anytime, Baruch HaShem, do not end. In addition, we have such a great product, Baruch HaShem, that many people don't realize what goes on behind the scenes. And all the expenses of recording, editing, posting, and storing over 220,000 video lectures, and doing the same for over 700 new lectures a week. Most don't know about the enormous monthly server fees, live streaming fees, web hosting fees, data storage fees, bandwidth fees, and much, much more. In addition, Torah Anytime does a tremendous amount of year-round marketing in newspapers, magazines, flyers, brochures, digital and social media marketing as well. But it doesn't end there. Baruch Hashem, Torah Anytime has hundreds of cameras all over the world. Many times they need repair and they need upgrades just to keep up with the evolution of technology. We currently have, Baruch Hashem, over 20 people on payroll working out of the Torah Anytime headquarters. Most of them are software developers. And by the way, I encourage anyone who can to come and visit us at the headquarters to see everything in action and what goes on behind the scenes. We're also embarking on the process of building a worldwide high-tech studio to create incredible, high-level, high-quality Torah content, podcasts, interviews, shows, and more. I encourage everyone watching, if you need additional information, we are more than happy to meet you in person or over a Zoom call, or like I said, come and visit us at the headquarters and let's have a conversation there if you need any more additional details. Even though so much has been accomplished, we truly feel that this is just the tip of the iceberg and there's still so much more to do. So now that you have a better understanding on the expenses, on just some of the expenses of Torah Anytime, we invite you to join us in our mission of spreading the most Torah in world history. Thank you.
And welcome back. Wow. Okay, every single time I see Shimon Kol Yaakov pitch something, I'm in. It scares me. When he calls me, I know I'm about to do something. I don't, and right before the phone call, I don't know what it is until we're done. Wow, get out there, guys. RaiseThon.com. RaiseThon.com/Torah Anytime. Choose your rabbis, choose your teams, make a team for yourself. Even if your rabbi, even if your teams have gotten to their goals, don't forget, you can keep on going. Don't forget that every entry lasts all day for every single raffle. So make sure to get in early. Donate now. Get in early. Right now you have a special zichut, special time right now that because of the time of day, we've taken a drop of a dip. If you're the one, if you're the Nachshon ben Aminadav right now that jumps in and gets things moving again, all those donations are inspired by you. Joining us right now in the studio, I am incredibly humbled and definitely above me to be able to introduce Rabbi Ozeri. Rabbi?
Good afternoon.
Shalom, how are
First
you?
of all, I just want a big thank you for hosting the event last time.
My pleasure, my greatest pleasure.
It was initial, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Unbelievable.
That's right.
And a big shout out to East 9th Street.
Yes, absolutely. We're neighbors on East 9th Street.
Wow, you really got into
We're there.
Did you have to? Did he get the certification, the Sephardic certification? You can't live on East 9th Street.
He was there before me.
way before.
One of the old school. Okay, all right. The last of the Mohicans, Rabbi. As people come in right now, one of the things that we're asking, especially the leaders of the community, which I don't know if everybody knows how deeply embedded into leadership Rabbi Ozeri is on a constant moment basis, like just different things all the time. But as one of the leaders of our communities, what would the push be for people to want to give to this over giving to something else?
How could you not want to give to this? Can anybody please explain me this? Rabotai, we are talking about 50 million views a year. You're talking about 13 million doses sent out a year. These are facts. These are facts. How could anybody not want to give to Torah Anytime? It says, Kol HaMelamed, good, okay. Kol HaMelamed et ben havero Torah, ma'aleh alav hakatuv ke'ilu yoldo. Whoever teaches his friend's son Torah, it's as if you gave birth to him. They bring the true proof from the Torah, from Aharon and Moshe. Yes, it says that these are the generations of Aharon and Moshe. And then it says, but these are the names of the children of Aharon. So what's going on? It's Aharon who begot them. It's Moshe who taught them Torah. So Moshe is considered as if he gave birth to them. So anybody who teaches their friend Torah, it's as if you gave birth to them. That means that Torah Anytime has millions and millions of children to their credit. Plain and simple. How could you not want to give to Torah Anytime when they're teaching your children, when they are teaching Hashem's children? It's just a no-brainer.
100%. We just had Rabbi Schiller on. We just had Rabbi Landis on. And I think this is the amazing part, is that, for instance, like being the Rav of a shul, like being anything, the growth is really where you know that there's confidence and innovation behind what we're doing. So the amount of growth just from last year, Jewish Anytime, for people who are unaffiliated. I think Rabbi Sperling brought up a great point. We were mentioning it last night also. The fact that even affiliated people, those people, they're a little bit embarrassed not to know that thing, so they won't ask the rabbi. They won't say, but now they have Jewish Anytime they could go back to and find out, what the Chodshim of the year are, what the names are.
There's an amazing fact here. It says 2.3 million calls a year. That means these are people who don't have iPhones. They are extremely from people, Yereim Shedemim, they don't have an iPhone, okay? But yet, they're that from, but they're still calling in. They still need that dose. They still need that injection. It's an amazing thing.
I imagine them calling on one of those phones.
Yeah, rotary phone.
But yeah, I was blown away by that number also, because I was like, how it's so. If you don't have the internet, you don't have what it called to still hear about Torah Anytime. Even is an incredible thing. 2.3 million calls a year. These numbers are too big for us.
We used to have, when we were kids growing up, there was a talk show with a rabbi on it at a certain time during the week. There was one or two of them. You would tune in and you would get, they were on such a terrible station, you would get a fuzzy, you would listen to a fuzzy static. Yeah, this is it. And now, do we ever see anything like this in our generation, our door, that there's something called Torah Anytime, where people from all over the globe can get on 24 hours a day and get an injection, a dose of Torah, a shi'ur, a musar, a clip. It is just the most amazing thing.
Going through Shas also.
Going through Shas, of course.
When did the Rav first get involved? Because I know there are a few
years. I don't know. Ask them.
I don't know. Ask the rabbi.
I have no idea.
Rabbi Ozeri has been around since literally the beginning. And it was, Rabbi Ozeri is also one of the first names that you're going to jump to, because you want, especially for when building the site, it wasn't just introducing new rabbis, it was giving you access to the rabbis that you would love to be at. You would love to be at their shiur, but
you lived in a different country.
You lived in a different country, you lived in a different state, you lived in the times didn't work out. Wow. Now, at your time, at your pace, at your space, you can go on 50 million views a year. 50 million views a year. I don't know, and it's not fair, obviously, to compare it to another yeshiva or a shul or anything, but I don't even know what to compare that to.
There's no comparison.
There's
you cannot compare it to anything. I'm sorry.
No, please take your time.
I'm so excited over
it. You have a second. I'm gonna do a push for the raisethon.com/Torah Anytime, guys. Get out there, find your team, find your people, find what it is, and for all of those, what was it, 2.3 million calls a year. 2.3 million phone calls that we are getting a year, and I think again, just super important for everyone to realize that I think we tend to think of the internet as this free space, and it's all just there, and but keeping that content on there costs money. Loading it costs money. Having people run it costs money. Running the site, make sure it doesn't crash, costs money. All of these things, the development, the recording, the video cameras, the people, all of these things cost money to not only get, but keep on going. It all costs. So Raisethon.
.com.
I'm avoiding saying Raisethon.
I said that also.
I've been avoiding saying it since yesterday. It was my first time. Raisethon.com/Torah Anytime. If you're one of those 2.3 million calls a year, then you could call 718-682-8111, 8111. And remember to keep on calling, even if the lines are full, because everyone's trying to get in on this opportunity. Now, Rav, I just want to shift gears over here for 1 second, because I know that unfortunately or fortunately, Sigulot speak to a lot of people. For one, was not, but it does. The power behind whatever tefillah a person's going to have, whatever they give this money in zuchut of. Can we speak a little bit about the power that can go behind any sort of tefillah that they would have, whether it's shidduchim, yiladim, whatever it is?
Rabotai, we all know, v'talmud Torah keneged kulam. Learning Torah, the learning of Torah is equal to all the other mitzvot. When you give money to Torah Anytime, just have in mind, whatever you need in life, you need a Yeshua in this area or that area, whether it be panasa, whether it be children, whatever it is. Talmud Torah keneged kulam. If I can't sit myself and learn Torah all day or put the amount of hours that I should be putting in, let Torah Anytime is doing it for you. There's no greater zechut than that. We just came out of the holiday of Shavuot. Yeah, we just came out of the holiday Shavuot. Shavuot is the single greatest event ever in world history. They're greater than Akedat Yitzhak, greater than Noah coming out of the Teva, greater than Kiryat Yamsuf. Why? Because 3 million people stood at the foothill of a mountain and said Na'aseh v'nishma. Great, that was 3,000 years ago. What's our job today? Our job today is to keep the Na'aseh v'nishma going. That is our job today, to make sure that every single Jew is learning Torah out there. And that's the reason why. On that day, God solidified the world. Before that, the world didn't have a permanent existence. Could have been destroyed at any time. But once they said Na'aseh v'nishma, and they were willing to learn God's Torah, that's when the world was solidified. That gave Borei Olam a reason to keep the world in a permanent existence. It's our job to keep that Na'aseh v'nishma going. And who is doing that? Torah Anytime. It's our Na'aseh v'nishma. It is imperative on everybody to support Torah Anytime.
So if I could be so brazen as to even add to that no matter what it is that a person feels connected to in giving, whether it's shidduchim, whether it's Torah itself, obviously that's going to be an obvious one, whether it's kiruv, whether it's, no matter what it is, Torah Anytime is involved in these things. They are giving out whatever it is. You could say in honor of Jewish Anytime, in honor of the hotline. If your thing is people shouldn't have internet, they have a hotline for you, go for that then. These are things that are keeping people off. The amount of, for me, this is one of the giving and teaching and providing Torah is obviously the higher, Keneged Kulam, as Rav said, it's the highest level. But I feel that the amount of people the amount of people who have reached out to me and said that they don't do Netflix anymore. They don't do all of these other sites anymore because they have Torah Anytime. They have a lighter shiur if they want that, or they have in-depth if they want that. They have halacha if they want that. They have things about the chagim. How many people are able to walk up to their Shabbat table, to their Chag table, to their children, and have something to say now?
Of course.
The zechut of that, to me, is so powerful, is so deep. And no matter what it is that they're trying to give over, whether it's again, you want to give over to your kids. That's why I thought that question was brilliant. When we asked the Rabbi Scheller if Rebbeim can also watch these stories now for kids and use that in their classroom now. So whether it's chinuch, whether it's to have it as a mainframe for rabbis, for Rebbeim, for people to look at, getting involved in making a Rabbi Wallerstein book. I mean, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. So I feel that if anyone wants to be a part of being able to provide Klal Yisrael with multiple needs, because that's really what we are here. It's multiple needs that are being taken care of at once. Get on there, guys. Raisethon.com/Torah Anytime, 718-682-8111. No matter who it is that you listen to, whether it's Rabbi Ozeri, if you're smart, or Rabbi Sperling, if you're smart, no matter who it is that you're out there listening to, please donate and donate for them.
Okay, so once you're being brazen, I also want to be brazen.
Please, go right ahead.
I just want to also mention one more thing that's not always known, and that is that in the Yud Gimel Midos that we say by Slichos, Hashem Hashem Kel, we say MS over there. What does MS mean, right? Hashem, each thing has its thing. What does MS mean? So one of the explanations is that MS means whatever it is that you did in your life, you smiled to somebody, you said hi to somebody, especially a Rav or a rabbi, somebody saying hi to somebody, that could change their life, change their day. Not their life, but their day at least. There's a tremendous amount of schar for that in the next world that you don't realize. MS means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calculates everything. That's the midah of MS. No matter what you did, it could be the smallest thing. It could be literally giving 25 cents for an hour. If that hour that you donated happened to have been the hour of Rabbi Ozeri giving a share that went to however many people, so that 25 cents went all the
long way.
Cheshbons that into MS. I think that's an amazing thing. So besides the fact that the Torah is everything, and Shavuos is the day, and all these things that you're donating, Rabbi say, if you're donating, every hour goes so far, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu cheshbons that in. So in the next world, after 120 years, we get there, and we get in line, and we see the scale, and then a random Rabbi Ozeri shul pops on there and weighs it down, and you're like, my hi, what is this? The answer is that's the 25 cents that happened to have been, that your 25 cents went to that hour of a share. That's an amazing thing.
Absolutely.
So I think the main theme to this here is that no matter what the background, no matter where they're from, Torah Anytime is going to be able to affect them. I think we understand that. I think what people might need an understanding in is the fact that they're even allowing people to donate. It's like the greatest deal ever. This is a Fortune 500 company that is coming to you and saying that, like,
we'll allow you to invest.
25 cents.
Okay, we'll allow you.
We'll let you in. We're going to let you in.
Okay.
Really, it's you and like the 5 billionaires in the world, and you we're going to let in. I don't know a greater zechut than to be a part of it, but to buy in and to buy in on the actual hours. So 25 cents, again, it's very hard for me to say.
We don't want 25 cents.
Yeah, I know, but 25 cents buys 1 hour.
Rabotai, the bottom line is you could buy Olam Haba. Here is your chance to buy Olam Haba. You could take money and turn it into Ruchniyut by giving to Torah Anytime.
100%. Guys, get out there. Get on raisethon.com/Torah Anytime, 718-682-8111. Now, one point that I always forget to mention, and I think it's critical, you could split up your payments into 12 increments of 12 months. So if you don't have $250 right now to get yourself into the raffle, you do have 25. You could do 25 a month for the rest of the year. You could do, but that's... It's and then
or $12.
It's 12,
you could
and
also
then
split up
you can-
$12.
Okay, math is
Whatever
not my
works.
thing. The point is,
You're not good at it, but you're fast at it.
I'm not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I can do math on the fly. Just don't use the numbers I'm giving you. The 2,500 is going to get you into 15. Is going to get you 15 entries into the raffle. Get out there, guys. The show of support for people who are constantly there for you. I was saying this, I'm sure Rabbi Sperling, definitely Rabbi Ozeri, I know you definitely experienced this. When you walk into a share somewhere, the first people who are there, the first people who are at any share, whether we're going to Queens or I'm going here, the first people who are there are Torah Anytime. They're
uniform.
there, set up, ready to go. And a lot of times, and this to me is the most amazing part, a lot of times it's Reuven or Shimon. That's like just standing there. I'm like, how are you guys I know there's 5 shiurim going on tonight. How in the world are you guys going to be at all of them? Because you're going to be there. I just don't know how they pull it off. It's unreal.
It's tremendous siyata d'shmaya they have.
That's it.
They're unbelievable people. They've built something unbelievable. They're partners with HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
There's no
Website,
question.
get out there and donate. raisathon.com/// I think they know it's / TorahAnytime.com. Rabbi Ozeri, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Hazaku Baruch.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
My friends, Torah Anytime. My friends, Torah Anytime is having a campaign. A tremendous amount goes into making this happen. Help as much as you can, Even a little bit helps. A lot helps more, but even a little bit helps. And make sure we can keep this thing going and keep it strong.
One Mitzvah Shabbos in Skver, there was a long line waiting to meet the Rebbe. And everyone on the line looked the same. Streimlich and Payas. And in the middle of the line, there's one man in a beige shirt and khaki pants and a leather yarmulke. And he's standing on line, and the line is endless for a few hours. Finally, he gets into the Rebbe. The Rebbe has 2 Gadbayim on his side. He walks into the Rebbe. The Rebbe says, "What would you like?" He holds the Rebbe's hand. He says, "Can I please have a bracha for Shalema, for Yerachmiel ben Bela?" The Rebbe holds his hands, gives a bracha for Shalema for Yerachmiel ben Bela. 2-minute meeting. And this young man in the khaki pants leaves the room. When he's outside, one of the Gadbayim follow him. He says, "Who's Yerachmiel ben Bela to you?" He says, "Let me explain. I'm a counselor in Camp Hask. Camp Hask is a camp in the Catskills for children with mental disabilities. Yerachmiel ben Bela is my camper. And today's his birthday. I don't know what to get him for a birthday. He can't play ball. He can't ride a bike. So I said the only thing I could do is Yerachmiel ben Bela is a skver chassid. If I go on his birthday and get him a bracha from his Rebbe, that's the best birthday present I can give him." The Gabbai is looking at this man, and tears are coming down his cheeks. The counselor says to the Gabbai, "Did I say anything wrong?" He says, "No." He says, "It's just that Yerachmiel ben Bela is my son. We are one. We are one, and we celebrate as one because what makes us one is Hashem's Torah. This is the year, Tav Shin Pei, Tehiyeh Shalom Po. There's going to be peace right here. When all of us come together, there's a power."
I am watching every single word I say right now because I just read our next guest's book, and my wife was like, "Why are you talking weird?" I'm like, because you and I Because well, if you read the book, Mind Reader, you'll understand what I'm saying. The important ways to be able to speak, communicate, and read the book. It's amazing. Our next guest is not only a friend, but one of my mentors, one of the most inspirational people I've ever read through. His speaking is amazing, but somehow his books really just move you. The one and only Dr. David Lieberman.
Thanks, guys. How are you?
Baruch HaShem. We're getting there.
I'm overwhelmed because I have so many questions. I know Rabbi Yossi has so many questions for you. But we first want to
I asked him to not let Langer on the thing. I was like, I have a lot of questions. And I don't like bothering, Dr. Lieberman during the year.
That's okay. What kind of insurance do you have? We'll take care of him after.
So we have a lot of questions about just parenting and just dealing with people. But before we get to that, what's your connection to Torah Anytime?
I've been speaking on TorahAnytime probably for about, I want to say 15 years. I don't even know if that's accurate.
Whoa.
Something like that. A while. Maybe I'll say 10 years. I'm not even sure. It's been great. Baruch HaShem, when I first started out speaking, not even when I first started out, at some point, I guess, they approached me and they had their cameras. And then little by little, it grew and grew and grew.
Okay, so right before we get into it, what is the impact for yourself? Because again, I'm going to call you out. You've been on very public, big, The View and the Tonight, very big global shows, and you've also been on TorahAnytime. What's the difference between the two?
Well, I've been on a lot of media, but I would tell you, I probably get more people coming over to me saying they've seen me on TorahAnytime than from The View or the Today Show or any of these shows that I've been on. Even, out in the world, people come over and it's like, oh, I saw you on TorahAnytime, I saw you Motzi Shabbos, saw this. It's amazing. The reach is astounding.
Okay, incredible. So before I turn to
this isn't inspiration for the nation. This isn't about the background.
It's not
Everyone
2
knows
cents
the
either, though.
Pick up any awesome book of his and you can read all of this in the back. Now, I'm going to jump in over here. One thing I find I'm constantly repeating to people, and it's shocking to me how it's a shock to them, but I'm constantly repeating to people. It's not like I know, it's just that I've been doing it for so long that I guess it became obvious to me. The major impact, if I could shift for 1 second, the major impact parents as a whole, just the being parent. You don't even have to be good. Just the fact that you are a parent, that effect not only on a child, but on that gold, the self-esteem part.
Yeah, right. So, any child that grows up that's made to feel like an obligation, made to feel like a chore, made to feel like they're getting in the way of their parents' happiness, will have a very hard time feeling good about themselves because children, by definition, are egocentric, right? We know adults like this as well, but at least children have an excuse, right? So everything revolves around them, meaning, what 7-year-old is going to say, oh, wow, Dad had a tough day at work, he's going to come home, scream at me for a little bit, yell, he'll have a drink, calm down, he'll be fine. No, the 7-year-old is thinking, what is so broken, bad, damage within me that's causing this behavior? So a child needs to feel as if they are the path to the parent's happiness and not the obstacle to it. And any child that grows up that's made to feel like a chore, made to feel like an obligation, made to feel like they're getting in the way of their parent's happiness will have a very hard time feeling good about themselves, which, and there are a number of obviously other things that go into the cholent pot there, but that brings us to technology in terms of if a parent is so busy on this phone, so busy just, texting, absorbed in the phone, assuming it's not TorahAnytime, it's very easy for the child to feel irrelevant, to feel insignificant, to feel marginalized. And I don't think that parents really realize how injurious that is.
I was actually just saying this story last night. You just mentioned it. You just brought it up in my head again, though. I went. I forgot where I was. I was in Texas. And I was staying at somebody. I was doing a Shabbat over there. And I was staying at someone's house. This Israeli family. I come in Friday afternoon. You could smell the whole Shabbat being cooked. I come in. And all the kids are sitting around this huge TV, and they're all watching TorahAnytime on the Roku channel, on the TorahAnytime Roku channel. And the mom was right next to them in the kitchen, cooking and watching it also. And I said to her, I'm like, this is incredible. Usually there's a little speaker playing or a little thing in the corner. I'm like, you have the entire house. She's like, oh, no. She's like, this is what we all do on a Friday. We all sit here and we all watch it together. That sort of connection in a way, I think is so imperative and important. And I think a lot of parents are walking around feeling just inadequate. What are practical spaces, because I think we both know that when they feel that their child's a burden, a lot of that is underlying of I'm not a good enough parent either.
Yeah.
So now the kid becomes a burden, and now there are actual ways, and I think people get shocked by this, to enjoy your children. Can you speak just a little bit about that?
Sure. So again, there are a number of ingredients that go into the cholent pot here, but one is, let's say, when it comes to criticism, right? Very often, if you want to give tzedakah, you want to rebuke your child, fine, we all need to do that. But it's like this one, two of the biggest friction points, by the way, in terms of chinuch, is when you've got to criticize your child and correct them, or when they come to you with an issue, is how you're able to not do what they want and still keep the integrity of the relationship. And very often parents think that, I'm going to have a battle with my kid, and so he's going to be upset, or I'm going to be angry, but the relationship will survive. I can show you, just exactly in 3 minutes how to allow for that conversation to happen, still not do what the child wants, and the relationship is fortified. Because and again, it's one of those things that once you get it, it's become so intuitive. So just the first thing in terms of criticism, let's say little Chaim walks by the cookie jar, takes a cookie, and you say, little Chaim, did you take a cookie? He's got crumbs in his face, he's wiping them, and says, no, I didn't take any cookies. That's when the parent would typically give the most a shmooze. Don't you know how important it is to be honest and emes and all these things? 3 negative things are happening in that conversation. 1 is he's hating the parent. 2 is he's hating himself. 3 is, most injurious, he's justifying all the reasons as to why it made sense to take the cookie. Rather, the next time little Chaim walks by the cookie jar, right? That's when you say, little Chaim, and he could be Fleishich, it could be Yom Kippur, it doesn't matter. You say, little Chaim, did you take a cookie? No. I'm so proud. That's when you give him the same schmooze about the importance of emes, but now 3 positive things are happening. He's loving you, he's loving himself, and thirdly and most importantly, you're giving him a self-concept to live up to. He is somebody who is honest. See, you can give the same Musar schmooze, but when you give it when the child gets it right, that's when you charge it with positivity. Wow. And by the way, it's the same thing in our relationships. In Shalom Bayis, we think that if we just nag or criticize our spouse enough, they're going to come to the logical conclusion that we should do what they want. Mm-hmm. They should do what we want. Rather, it's when you reinforce when they get it right, that's when they double down and want to do more.
I think this is... first of all, I have to go home right now. I'm leaving. I got to go hug my kids. Just everyone, we'll do this later. It's fine. No, I think this is... Okay, I don't think everyone understands how big of a saving concept you just put out there, and done only by Dr. Lieberman in such an eloquent and quick and straight to the point way. But that concept, I think, is where we're failing, and where even TorahAnytime does come into this so deeply. Where we're failing as people so much is, I always tell my Talmidim, you can remove every issue from your life, you can't, but let's say you can remove every issue, every problem with your life, you're still not left with happiness.
Yes.
Being and feeling great, having self-esteem, that's not something that's our natural, just sitting, resting state that'll be there as long as I remove all the issues from my life. Now I'm going to be happy. You won't. You might be relieved, but you're not going to be happy. Happiness is something that we work towards. So it's reinforcement of the positive. And so many of us are just so afraid of our children doing something wrong. We're just looking out for all those negatives. We're not reinforcing the positives.
That's right. I wrote a book, as you know, on anger, but I'm going to save you $12.95 right now. Okay, what comes before anger is fear. So what happens is when our child isn't doing what they want, instantly we become fearful. Oh my gosh, how are they going to get married? How are they going to do this? And suddenly this, and we become angry. But if a parent's able to take a beat and recognize that the objective is to be effective, and criticizing somebody when they get it wrong is 100% of the time, say 99.9% of the time, ineffective. And of course, this is not about not disciplining a child, not criticizing a child, not punishing a child. The timing of it is critical. When the child gets it right, that is when you want to reinforce the behaviors. If we're able to hold ourselves back, we're going to find we're just that much more effective in chinuch.
Do you feel that, when it comes to children, it's obviously a whole world, but we have to work on ourselves first before affecting the self-esteem of our children, or not necessarily?
So good question. So look, there are people...
Dangerous question.
Yeah. We're all a work in progress. I mean you, not me. Right? I'm working my nevus.
By the way, if Dr. Lieber starts chabbing at you, it's just osmosis. He's really going for
that happens, yeah.
I know this.
we're all a work in progress, right? So we're never going to get 100% of the way there, but it is it's symbiotic, because the more we lose control, particularly with those around us, the less good we feel about ourselves. So one of the ways to fortify, to maintain the integrity of our self-esteem and self-love is to behave responsibly, right? Meaning we assume that once I love myself, then I'm going to love everyone else and everything's going to be good and fine. Perhaps we should remind ourselves that by me treating you well, by me being more calm, me being more respectful, me being more gentle, I am going to de facto build up my own self-esteem. So yes, we need to work on ourselves, but at the same time, working on ourselves means that we are going to be able to conduct ourselves better towards our children, because again, that's going to build up our own self-esteem. We all know from our own experience, when you let loose, when you become upset, angry, it gnaws away your own self-respect. You like yourself less. When you exercise self-control and you rise above your nature, it is so fortifying and enriching to our own self-esteem.
Wow. I cannot put, I have to do a push. I don't want to, but I'm going to do a push. Guys, oh, there we are. Guys, get out there, racethon.com/TorahAnytime. racethon.com/TorahAnytime. Make sure you find your pages, build a page, make your own page. If you are on the phones, then 718-682-8111. Make sure you keep on calling, even if you don't get through. Those phones are ringing like crazy. Make sure we get on there. Guys, we are behind. We gotta catch up. We gotta push. There's always a big push after Dr. Lieberman, because he makes us feel amazing.
Thank you so much. And let me just say also, I thank you so much for everyone that's donated to my team page. I appreciate all the nice sentiments, certainly the money, the chizuk, everything. So tremendous. Thank you very, very much for that, and continue to support it, because what TorahAnytime does, and we know what's amazing is that, sometimes you'll talk to people, I'm sure you've gotten this, they listen to simply one shiur, they go to one class, and it transforms the entirety of their lives, which is just mind-boggling. And if the people who listen and watch the TorahAnytime don't give, who is going to? It's everybody that benefits from it. And by the way, it may sound self-serving for TorahAnytime, but it's psychologically sound that when we show our Karas HaTov, when we say thank you, it completes the enjoyment of what is received. You get a gift from somebody, if you're like, I don't care, fine, doesn't matter, you don't really enjoy it. When you're able to acknowledge it, and that reciprocity, it allows for you to fully enjoy it. So people will enjoy TorahAnytime more simply by giving that $18, $36, $108, whatever it is. You will be a partner, and again, expressing our Karas HaTov allows for us to appreciate what it is we've received.
Wow.
You know what's really wild about someone like you and your involvement in TorahAnytime is that typically what you do, okay, yes, you speak in front of people, but typically it's a one-on-one type of thing. And what you do now with TorahAnytime's power is that you're talking to a camera, and now instantly millions of people have over 187 countries could now go and watch whatever lecture or shiur or whatever you're giving over. It's pretty crazy. What has the feedback been like for you?
So grateful, just so inspiring. And every time we get another email or a phone call or a text or a message, it just reinvigorates myself, certainly, and you feel that much more also obligated to continue to do more and more and more, because if to be able to be in a position to change people's lives, as we all are in some capacity, in some way, and we can't lose sight of the fact that we make a tangible difference in everyone's lives, everybody, each and every day. Smiling to somebody makes a difference in their lives, and the power and the reach of TorahAnytime is just mind-boggling.
That's incredible. Every guest that we have, everyone who keeps coming on, it just hits me that we have a new, Dr. Lieberman, we might have to sneak you out the back, because I'm pretty sure Shimon and Reuven are going to try to hijack you psychology anytime. Psychology, therapy anytime. They're going to start, and I know, if they got insurance. No, but I was it's they don't stop, and it is out there. I have a sister-in-law whose entire life, she said, her shalom bayis, her chinuch, her everything that she does has changed because she was able to go through How Free Will Works with Dr. Lieberman on those shiurim, or everything that he does. So the Motzei Shabbos ones, which I have no idea how anyone is able to do that on Motzei Shabbos, but the Motzei Shabbos ones, everything that's put out there, it's it's incredible what you can get. Now, what you need to realize is that you're getting advice, you're getting guidance, let's call it, from the top people in their field. Someone like Dr. David Lieberman, who's giving you advice on chinuch that would, if you tried to do that privately, I don't even know what that would, right? And you're able to log on and get all this incredible advice. You just changed my chinuch within 5 minutes of speaking. That's incredible. But I'm sorry, I'm going selfish here. I'm going rogue. I'm going selfish. We have Dr. Lieberman. I'm not going to stop asking questions. So that's it. Within the ability and that framework, this perfectionist framework of we're just going to sor meirah. So many people today are just about they can't even sor meirah. They're just pretending to sor meirah. So nothing's going wrong in our life. They have on the outside, ego-wise, everything's perfect.
Yeah.
Everything's
right.
I feel like these people need a taste of what building themselves are.
Right.
And a lot of times they're too afraid to do it.
Yeah.
The risk is too much.
Right.
Showing up to a shir.
Yeah.
They might ask them something. I don't know. I'll look like an idiot.
Right.
I feel like TorahAnytime provides this ability for people to start becoming learners, to start knowing halacha, to start knowing how to build themselves even within that framework, to build themselves. This is the asay toiv that so many people are missing.
Yes, right. And TorahAnytime provides a very warm pool to wade into in order to get ourselves acclimated and familiar with any subject, across any field.
It's so building, and again, now that they're adding Jewish anytime, Chesed anytime, it's a community that anyone can be a part of. And like I tell people all the time, they're like, I'm not feeling and everything's becoming the same, and everything's, I'm just bored, so I go do bad things. I'm like, get involved in something. Get involved in chesed. Get involved in a shir. Get involved in something that builds you. Go to a gym. I don't care, but just something that's gonna start building you. Release that in your brain. That positive feels so much better than just fearing negative.
For sure. And the more you engage in the positive, that muscle will strengthen. Our attraction to the depth and beauty of Torah will grow, and in the other direction, it's going to wane. And the beautiful thing about TorahAnytime is that it's not sort of confined to hashkafa or halacha or this or that. Whatever you want to learn under the banner of reality, you're going to find. And you're not only going to find, you're going to find a speaker that resonates with your personality. As you well know, there are some speakers who you just sort of instantly connect with. And you're like, I would love to hang out with this person. Mm-hmm. And so you have them on when you're cooking or when you're driving, and you meet people who think that they know you because you've been in their kitchen for the past 5 years, and it becomes a little creepy. I'm thinking of one guy in particular.
It's me. I hound him. I'm a Dr. Lieberman stalker. I'll admit it publicly. I don't care. I'm obsessed. I really am. It's amazing. It's amazing what's out there. It's
that can be used at trial.
I use it. You know what? I don't care. I'll go down fighting with this. I don't care.
Well, it's mutual. My family and I love listening to you and to Reb Ari, and you guys are fantastic.
Thank you. But that was actually going to be my next thing. Who are your go-tos? Is there anyone that you get to speak with Rabbi Goldwasser pretty often.
Yeah, we had about a 2-year run, and I know he was on. I was watching him. He was and I always remark, he's so poised.
He's amazing.
He really is he's just brilliant.
Really is. He's every time when I say first, he's one of those people that it's a little bit like an adrenaline injection. Every time I see him in person, I can see him he's always getting ready to go on.
Yeah.
So he just builds himself. Then he gets out there and he does his thing. I'm like, ha! I just got a little bit from what he just did.
Right.
It's amazing. He's incredible.
Yeah.
He's incredible. The show. Are we still going on Mitzvah Shabbos?
We might have taken a little hiatus, but we do have probably 2 years of
worth of backlog.
And
if you're not going to be doing that, get any of the books. I'm telling you, just having these books lying around your house is life-changing. Every Shabbos I read from How Free Will Works, just to remind myself, because that could have been a set of books, and Dr. Lieberman, in his eloquent, beautiful way, was able to put it down into such simple terms with so much tochen in it. Guys, racethon.com/TorahAnytime, 718-682-8111. You have the opportunity right now to be part. Now, Dr. Lieberman, having been on national television, having been a best-selling author for many years now, can attest to how many hours. 12 million. 12 million hours. I mean, the psychological effect on the Jewish people for having done 12 million hours is unbelievable. I get nervous going into like certain cabs or like walking into certain stores. The guy behind the counter, a lot of times, is going to start calling me out on something I said, and he knows better than I do.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And you know what's also extraordinary? You mentioned this last night, that there's 2 million hours on the phone, and a lot of people don't know, as you mentioned, that there is a phone line. So you know, it's just extraordinary, because sometimes you don't want to take your phone out, you don't want to take your computer out, or you're driving, you don't have the reception. You can just, again, listen to any shir, your favorite speaker, by number, and get something of value inside of a short period of time.
It's really incredible. Dr. Lieberman, I know we could spend another 15 days with you, but we have...
Can we put a fake camera in the back room and just tell him that we're recording it? So
we have Rabbi Sperling in the phone line center. Rabbi Sperling, we're coming to you. And again, Dr. Lieberman, thank you so much for coming out here, and thank you for all the incredible classes, shirim, that you've been putting out. It's really incredible. Rabbi Sperling, on to you.
Shalom ubracha, guys. I just want to mention one thing before we get to the next segment, and that is, just imagine this. I heard this from Rav Gav. We were speaking the other day. Imagine, guys, can we keep the phones? Oh, they're all busy, geschmack. Anyways, like this. Listen to this. What would happen if TorahAnytime, chas v'shalom, shut down? What would happen? Where would your daily dose be? Where would your Torah, your Rabbanim, all the things that you need to get through your day? What happens? Imagine an army. Imagine the government shuts down and can't fund the army. Imagine. So speaking about the army, Rabbi Yosef, come around for a second. I want to ask you some questions. Rabbi say, imagine it shut down. We need the donations. Everybody. Okay, here we go. Kim. So first of all, I watched the promo video before. It seems like you were a sniper.
I was a short range sniper, which is a sharpshooter.
So you were a sniper. You could say that, yeah. Top sniper in the Israeli army.
300 meters.
3,000 meters, if you do the math wrong. All right, gewaldig. Anyway, so I want to come this way a little bit. So I want to know, compared to the army, compared to fighting an enemy, you were living on Gaza, right? In Gaza over there, that area. I want to know, with TorahAnytime, everything they do, one of the things that they do, one of the shirim that are constantly given out, is shirim on tshuva, on fighting the Yetzer Hara, literally fighting an army. Fighting the Yetzer Hara, the army of the Yetzer Hara. How do you compare TorahAnytime with fighting the Yetzer Hara to what you've been through in the army? Take it away, sniper.
Well, every single day, we get up in the morning and we have tons of advertisements, tons of things are hitting us from all different angles, right? Besides for our kids first, and if we don't have kids yet, besides for all of the things that are vying for our attention, that want us to pull us in this direction or that direction, or that's if we even make it out of bed, right? It's a struggle sometimes to get up, because whatever we did the day before might lead us to not be so peppy in the morning, right? So once we get out of the door, and once we get in the car, once we get over to work or to school or wherever we're going, right, we're still hit with different things that come our way. The Sitra Achra is strong, is my point. The Yetzer Hara is strong. The Yetzer Hara wants to get us to falter and to waver and to just lose our way. To go right, go left, don't go straight. Take the other path because, it looks better over there, or it's easier over there. Hashem didn't put us in this world for the flowers and pretty trees, and every once in a while when we need a break, sure, of course, everybody needs to rest in order to gain more strength and more energy, in order to be able to get back in the fight, get back in the game, and be able to do what they have to do, their mission in this world. There's a famous saying that, I'll sleep when I'm dead. Okay, so there's also balance, right? In the army, can you imagine if the soldiers would just, they're on guard duty, if I looked right and I looked left and then I just didn't feel like looking right, my commanders taught me that's when you get hit. That's exactly when you get hit. When you just don't feel like it, I just don't feel like it. And that's one way that the Yetzer Hara gets us. There's many other ways. The Yetzer Hara gets us by dulling our inspiration, by making us forget our mission in this world, right? If we forget our mission in this world, what we're here for, or we just don't feel it, we just don't feel like it, then what's going to be? Where's the whole world going to be? If the trash collectors forget to pick up the trash one day, or they just don't feel like it, what's their motivation? Because they're getting paid, because they have a job, because they get benefits? Okay, very nice. But the trash still needs to get picked up regardless of whether their motivation is there or not.
this world where we're living in today, Hashem put us here in this place where we have a mission, we have a purpose, we have to take out, not only we have to take out the trash, we have to stop the trash from piling up outside our houses and outside our homes, and being able to release ourselves from all of the negativity and all of the, to use a fancy French word I learned one time, ennui, right? It's like malaise. It's like we don't even care. It's gone. We don't even care. So then we're off to.
In other words, what you mean to say is that we need Torah Anytime to function in order to help us, the soldiers, all the snipers of Hashem's army, to do our job. So how do you do this? How do we do this?
We do this by arming ourselves. We do this by having the ability and the capabilities and using them. Not only just thinking about it, but taking action. Because if we didn't take action, if we weren't able to defend ourselves against what's coming our way, not only that, but pushing forwards to make a difference, then what do we have? So we have nothing. So what how we do this? By picking up the phone, by joining this campaign, donating to this campaign, getting involved, saying, I am a yachid. I can do something in this world. I can have a powerful, positive impact because that's how Hashem created me.
Excellent. All right, Rabbi say donate right now. We cannot have Torah Anytime shutting down, chas v'shalom. And now we're going to jump to the video. Let's go.
So, this is a true story. There was this guy going out with a non-Jewish girl, and wherever they went to take him to break it up, they couldn't get to him. So the final stop was a rabbi. They had was one rabbi, and they made a deal. They said, we told the boy, if you go to this rabbi and you still want to marry the non-Jewish girl, we'll let you. His parents told him. So there's a lot of pressure on this rabbi to break this up, because if he doesn't break it up, he's going to marry this non-Jewish girl. This rabbi was brilliant. When I heard the story, I was freaking out. He was brilliant. So this guy comes and he said, he's giving all the reasons. She wants to be Jewish. She knows how to make chicken soup, so she's not Jewish. All kinds of different stories. We'll work it out in 5 years. We'll have a Christmas tree with a Hanukkah bush. We'll put it together. We'll make it. Got some ices, right, with all the stories. So he sits down and the rabbi says, listen. He says, okay, Rabbi, let me hear all your stuff, why you can't marry, and Aveira, and Hashem hates it. Give me all your stories. He says, no, I have no stories. Give me your mussar, your criticism. I have no criticism. You're not going to break open a book? I'm not breaking open a book. So what do you want from me? He says, I'll tell you what I want you to do. When are you getting married? He says, in 2 months. He says, okay. In 2 weeks, I want you to make a party. He lived on the west side, this guy. I want you to make a party in your house. I want you to invite, it's pre-party, pre-marriage party. I want you to invite none of your family, nobody. I want you to invite her, the kala, whatever, the bride, and I want you to invite every one of her family members to come to this party that you're throwing. I want you to buy at least $2,000 worth of alcohol. I want Johnny Walker Blue. I want all the good stuff. 18-year-old, 25-year-old scotch. The stuff that you can't read, you can't spell. All that Irish stuff that you can't spell. Must be good, right? All the good stuff. Very little food, but a lot of liquor. Cold beer in the freezer. I get the stuff out. I want you to party. He's looking at this rabbi. I'm coming here. I'm expecting him to chumash, halacha, musar. He's telling me to make a party. No problem. He says, this is great. My parents said that if this rabbi doesn't get me to do it, to change, then I can marry her. He's dancing around. Okay. Comes the night of the party. They're all happy. He invites his in-laws with his uncles, with the kala, with everybody. No Jews, just him. He's the only Jewish guy. He invites them in. They're Irish, they're Italian, from all types of different backgrounds. And they start drinking. And they know how to drink. And they're drinking. And they're getting blitzed. And now they're really drunk. And one guy looks at him and says, you're Jewish, aren't you? It's like, yeah. So, Hitler should have killed all of you. He's like, excuse me? Yeah, Hitler should have killed all of you. You guys, you cheat. You're misers. You control the whole world. And he's just cursing this boy out. And he's like, I don't like this uncle. So he goes to the other room. They're also blitzed. They're like, oh, the Jew is here. Jew, 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 Jew. Hitler should have killed all of you guys. And you know what? The guys that got away from Hitler, the Muslims will take care of you guys. He's like, what? To make a long story short, the party's going on for 3-4 hours, and all he's getting is cursed out by every single guy there. And they're saying that, I had a Jewish friend, he cheated me, and the Jews caught slavery, and they're coming up with this stuff that we're getting blamed for. But you never heard all the vile and the poison and everything that was in them. They're drinking, nichnas yayin yetzi side, bringing the alcohol, out come the secrets. Finally, she's blitzed. Now, he's not allowed to drink. That was the rule. He wasn't allowed to drink. She's blitzed. Now her whole family is cursing out the Jews, the Jewish lawyer and the Jewish accountant and Israel, and we caused all the wars and 9/11 and everything's our fault, and the whole family down on this guy. And of course she's drunk. She's like, I don't even know why I thought about marrying you. They're right. You should have all been in the gas chamber. And he says, now I understand how smart the rabbi was. It's a true story. And he slowly but surely sends them all out. And he calls up the rabbi and he says, thank you very much. I'll get myself a Jewish girl who appreciates who I am. And kachaya, he walked away from her.
To steig away and help the Torah go continue.
Everyone stop talking.
Cut his mic. Start again. Okay, here we go, Rabbi. So we are back to the host table with a very special guest, Baruch HaShem, a Chashuv Rav. I'm going to call him a Rav. And I just want to, before I introduce him, I just want to mention something that I think is very important, just as a perspective, because we need as many donations as possible. So I want to talk about investments for a second. Listen to this. There was a guy who I spoke to actually yesterday, who he bought stocks. His father really bought stocks. Whenever a grandchild was born, he bought a certain stock for that grandchild. He obviously had a lot of money, so he bought a lot of stocks for that grandchild. A lot of grandchildren were born. A lot of stocks were bought. 2 of the grandchildren ended up getting Apple. Just happens to be. They got the stock in Apple in December 12th, 1980. It went on the market for $22 a share. He bought a lot of them. Anyways, today it's about 173, I think, about around that area now, per stock, and each one split into many different stocks. But kids, these 2 grandkids own nursing homes and buildings based on that stock, based on that investment. It's a pretty nice investment. Now, I want to mention something about Torah Anytime, about Torah. A lot of the speakers have cameras, and the cameras are bought, obviously. And the way we buy the cameras, or the way Torah Anytime buys it, is by your donations going, and part of all of the money that goes to different places, one of them goes to the cameras. If you were the one who happens to have bought that stock of the camera, of some of the Rabbanim on Torah Anytime who have a tremendous amount of listeners, who many of them change their lives and become so much closer to Kadosh Baruch Hu, and some of them even suicidal. There's been many emails that are even suicidal that are changed because of certain speakers. That investment is so much more. Remember, if you buy $22 of stock in Apple, one is not going to do anything because now you'll just have 170 minus 22. You got to buy hundreds and thousands of them. Over here, all you got to do is buy a few hours, and then you buy the camera. Rabbi said, we have with us from Fishel Schachter, who is one of the top speakers on Torah Anytime. It happens to be. Maybe he's not going to appreciate that I'm saying that, but Lamaisa, he gets the most numbers, at least a lot of the numbers. And that means that there are thousands and tens of thousands of people listening. Imagine you were the one who donated for his camera. What type of investment is that? Rabbi said, you all have that opportunity right now because we don't know what speakers are going to be coming, how many cameras are going to be bought. I'm just saying, we're speaking to somebody now who, if you would have purchased this camera, you would be, let's just say, good to go. All right, Yaakov, take it away.
Okay, that was incredible. So yeah, you could be a part of the investment. But Official Schachter, all the way from Borough Park, thank you for coming out over here. And let's start off with your involvement with Torah Anytime. How's your experience been with giving shirim on Torah Anytime?
It changed the world. It just taught me, be careful what you say.
Okay.
Because you never know who's listening. But it started in Yeshiva Sar Yitzchak. And first it was just the Kol Lashon was recording the audio. And I remember about 15 years ago, somebody came in with a camera and I said, what's this? Someone else's new shtick, right? Every second day, someone else has another idea of something. He says, no, we're going to video it. And I imagined that someone's going to sit around by a Hanukkah party when they ran out of Uncle Moshe ran out and they said, okay, kids are sleeping. And I said, okay, why not? If you can get the word out, why not? And then something happened. It was like, I don't know. Think of my father's Chon when he said when he first came to America, he grew up in a little town called Sokolov. And they had chickens and goats. They didn't have elevators. And he came to Manhattan. And he said he sees this door opening by itself. He said, what's that? Shadim and Mazik and ghosts. What is this? He heard me. He said in America there's all kinds of supernatural things. and he sees a little boy dancing in, and the door closes. And a minute later, the door opens up, and an old man walks out, and he said, I'm not going near that machine. I don't know what that does to you. Changed people's lives. Changed people's lives. What should I tell you? They walked in one way, and they came out a different way.
Well, how many years have you been doing this? Meaning, when did this start? How many years ago?
Maybe 16, 17 years ago.
16 years
ago.
What has the feedback? What has the feedback been like? Has it been far-reaching, or just people from Bark have been contacting you?
It's been extremely far-reaching. It's been amazing. I heard of places I never heard of before. My geography wasn't that good, you know. I'm from those people when President Obama was arrested. I said arrested, when he was. I'm mixing up with Trump. When he was elected, the guy said, "Let's go to Muncie." You know what I mean? Because I want to be under his jurisdiction. But I'm just kidding. The feedback has been amazing. Feedback has been amazing. The kinds of people, the breadth and depth of people that are out there, it just woke me up to how rich Klal Yisrael has been.
Why does the Rav think it's important for someone watching this now to donate towards Torah Anytime?
Because you have to be part of it. I think it's the Rebbeinu Shem is giving Klal Yisrael an opportunity to be. I don't think there has been anything since Charbon Habayis where there was one avenue where so many different types of Yidden are connected to it. Where it's a channel that's so rich, and that's really what we want. That's going to be the Beis HaMikdash. It's going to be one source of bracha that comes out and spreads all over. And there has never been, I don't think since Charbon Habayis, there has never been a single venue where you have just the breadth of the kinds of Megillah Shiurim and the lecturers and the people that are listening. I'm telling you, from Paducah, Kentucky to Colorado to Williamsburg, which is the furthest from here in a way, but just the amount of people that are involved, that just woke up to say, well, the Torah is for everyone. It's there. It's part of me. I have a letter in the Torah that's part of mine. So I had soldiers in Iraq.
Wow. Soldiers in Iraq.
That said they were listening.
Jewish?
Yeah.
Jewish
Also.
soldiers in Iraq.
Yeah.
Listening on the field, like, yo, look at the bullets.
No, it's wild to think
zone.
particularly. No, when I'm thinking of like, okay, I'm going to donate towards Torah Anytime. Of course, I'm thinking of like, okay, a guy in Flatbush or Lakewood is going to be watching. But to think that like you don't know what kinds of Yidden, a guy in Iraq is watching your share, I'm like it's mind blowing.
Do people email you, call you, message?
It's just as fascinating. I can give a shiur Thursday night, and I don't have a computer at home, so I get to my office and they open it up, and there's from Ramat Beit Shemesh to Melbourne, Australia, and the comments, and you never know what touches someone. That's what's amazing. Right. They'll say 1,000 things, and it touches one person in a given way. You know, it's like a diamond. They say it'll never break, but if you hit it from a certain angle, it splatters.
Right.
And you never know that story, you never know that mashal, you never know that Torah, that all of a sudden you hit it from a certain angle and it wakes somebody up.
It's so funny. I had that in one of my shurim that I said, I by mistake said it. Something with Yosef Atzadik, and I got like feedback after, like, that Yosef thing, that was the core of the shiur. It was unbelievable. I read it. I'm like, I don't think I said it in that shiur. And that was the thing that hit them. It was an amazing thing. But yeah, exactly what you're saying.
You never know. It's the strangest things. That's what inspired you?
Right.
But that
like
we
you
don't
totally missed the point.
Right.
But in Hanami.
That wasn't supposed to inspire you. Get uninspired. No, but that's our job. That's what limited Torah is. Our job isn't to be the Torah. Our job is to present the Torah.
Wow.
They say a Melamed doesn't. We don't call a Rebbe a Lomed. We call him a Melamed. We have to put it down at the table. The Torah does its job. It doesn't need our help.
Right.
We just have the opportunity in this list to put it down. But you have to join. And I'm telling you, like you said before about suicidal, Baruch HaShem didn't have too many suicide situations. But where they say that there's a story in China that there was a guy about to jump off a bridge and people were there and just the traffic, and one guy went over to him and said, "You want to jump or not?" He says, "Yes." Okay, so boom, and you contrast that the way we would think of what's going on over here. There's on a bridge, there's a sign here. You can get help in here. Imagine someone coming over and saying, "No, don't jump. Your life is there. Your life is."
Right. Wow.
You have to know what to say. Right. Another story, there was this Rebbe that came. There's a guy about to jump off the bridge. what's going on? He said, he wants to jump. I said, what did you tell him? He said, no, think about your wife. He said, no, Chacham, that's why he wants to jump. Let me talk to him. He said, what did he say to him? He said, you think that's going to be better up there? Trust me, you'll have to deal with your issues anyway. You may as well come down here and deal with the issues. But I definitely had somewhere along the line where someone said, I really was about to give up on life. And I just heard the right thing. And you could be the one that's saving that person. Wow. You don't know.
Wow. What's I mean, you thousands of hours of Torah that you've shared. Is there a type of topic or a sefer or type of share that you particularly like giving more than others?
So Thursday night I give the Orach Chaim HaKadosh. And I always say it's not me, it's what the schus of the Orach Chaim HaKadosh to be there. You want to say, when you learn a sefer, you want to try to imagine that the Baal Chaber of the sefer is standing in front of you. So I always feel like, just imagine he's standing in front of you and I'm just the shamus over here putting the sefer on the table along with a tea and a coffee or whatever else. I usually wind up spilling on it, but whatever the case.
I think what's amazing is that you give over your shim with such a geschmack also. Like people I speak to people, I think people enjoy. Like it's funny, it's geschmack. They open up their mouth, they laugh, and then you stuff in the rechaim over there. Like it's a geschmack thing. Is that something that you always, like just always, funny, geschmack, easy to listen to?
So my ADHD and just being a plain schlemazel and crashing into things, I learned to turn it into a career. That's all I said. When I lock myself out of a door, I say, great, now I have a story. It's like Hashem gives it to me.
And how do you have so many stories?
People always ask me that.
I know, and we never got a good
It never
answer.
happens to me.
Right.
Why does it happen to you?
There's so many stories.
So one answer is b'derech she'adam writes leilach malichan. I say where a person wants to go, that's where I think everyone, Eibishter brings everyone to where they want to go. I think that the other thing is, I think that's precisely what I want to bring out. We do have stories. We don't see them. Mm-hmm. We do have stories. I'm always with my pen and paper like, anything's a story. Just think about it for a moment. It's a story.
Wow.
How do you, I'm curious about your method. Like, how is it like you find the story and then you apply it to the share you're about to give? Or
Should I tell you the secret? Should I
Yeah.
tell you the secret?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll share it with you, but don't tell anyone, guys.
It's between us.
It's between us, right? Okay. Rav Hutner once said, the difference between a secret and not a secret. There's no difference. Okay. I think he said also in another version, he said that a secret is something you say to one person at a time. That's all. It's just the end.
And you don't tell anybody, and you don't tell anybody, and you don't tell anybody, and it keeps going.
People always say to me, how did you find the right joke to start that thing, that topic? And I said, I start with the joke. This is a good joke. There's going to come a shir. Now I'll get the shir. But really, the idea is, I think, to bring Torah into our lives. It's not shot that I'm home and I'm doing what I am and I'm going to a shir. No, the purpose of the shir is to show that the Rebbeinu Shalom is in your life. He's here in this studio. He's here when you find parking or lack of such outside. He's here on your way back. He's here with every aspect of your being. It's not a separate thing. It's the Rebbeinu Shalom is me, is part of me. Right? That old line, Bianco Galinsky used to say it, that there's two guys on a motorcycle, two crazy guys, and a cop. You know that joke, right?
No, I don't know.
No.
Oh, come on.
Let's go, and then you'll do a shir after.
Right.
We'll go.
And this rookie cop stops him. He's right out of Tel Aviv, right out of thing. And he goes, you create him, you hate us. He goes, what do we do wrong? He says, I'm following you for a while. I need to give tickets. It's my first day on the job. And you blink and you stop by every stop sign and you stop by every red light and you just stop. And that's why it's a fantasy, because we're talking about Eretz Yisrael. But in my seat, they said, listen, you did it just to hurt me. I shouldn't be able to give you a ticket. They said, it's not true. They said, so why did you do it? Why? Why am I following you? He said, because guess Hashem was with us. He goes, great. He starts running. What do we do wrong? He says, 3 aren't allowed on a motorcycle. But Hashem is not the third in the motorcycle. He's in you. And that's really what it's all about. It's all about finding the Rebbeinu Shalom in our lives. He's there. We just have to find him. We all have stories. We just have to find
Let me ask you an interesting question. Usually we stay away from this, but there are a lot of people out there that listen to TorahAnytime. Obviously, this is all further. We'll just remind everybody there's a campaign, raisedon.com/TorahAnytime. Let's go. We need some more donations.
Team Blue.
Yeah, Moscow. We'll tell you that later. Anyways, there's so many people out there who are struggling. So many people with so many things. Today especially, I'm saying a lot of the Rabbanim and speakers get emails all the time from all over the world. So many people struggling. And they do find these things in Sherm and a little bit of light and life and that daily dose of life. What would you tell them? What do you tell these people on your share? If you're speaking on a share and you knew that so many people were watching you who are really struggling in life, like we said before, suicidal, there are things out there. And TorahAnytime is a huge place for them to go. It happens to be, again, you're not out of the woods, you have to get help after. But Bekitzer, how would you, because you relate to so many people, so you have tremendous numbers, like what would you tell them?
I never come in from the perspective, I am fixing the world.
No.
I am God's quarterback. Listen to me and I'll solve your problem.
Let's go.
No. Just I'm talking to myself.
Right. So what would you say to yourself?
That's what I say. I say I'm talking to myself. We all have ups and downs. And I'm in the dumps like everyone else is. And this is how I work myself out. And come on with me. That's all.
Meaning through all the share that you give and everything you talk about. And all the
people always say
friends.
you're making fun of yourself and I said, no, I'm just being real. I want to be real. I'm not the one to talk down to anyone. There are Gedolim, the Rabbanim that.
Right.
I'm not coming from that perspective. I'm coming just to share my experience, to share my day in, day out experience, the normal grind of life. And this is how my Rebbeim taught me to work myself out of it. And this is how, and I go up, my head comes above the water, and it gets schlepped down, and it comes up again, and that's all. We keep doing it.
So even the speakers, even the Rabbanim on TorahAnytime, even these people also have hard days?
Let me think.
Let's think about that.
Yes,
they do.
Yes.
And we also,
you have to be real. If you're not real, then who are you? Then I have no connection to you. They say Rav Hutner said if it was up to him, he would burn all of the biographies.
About him?
No.
In general?
In general, because they only say, wow, this Gadol was born and he made a shahakal even when he was a day old. As soon as he came out, he made it. So then you're not human. So no, tell them about their nisyanis, tell them about their difficulties, their ups, their downs, their struggles, and how they came out of it. That's what we have to learn.
I could relate to what the Rav is saying because I interview people on I have a show, Inspiration for the Nation. Hashem will have it. Rav on.
We've been working on it.
Yes, we have been working on it. But it's the best episodes are when people come on and they are authentic and they share, and people relate to people who go through challenges. Again, everyone goes through their own challenges. But I see literally the numbers. The episodes that do the best are like when people say, "Wow, they've gone through that challenge," and they're open about it, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. Like, it's the challenge that Hashem gave you. And I think we are at this point in time where people are finding like, wait a second, it doesn't make me any less because Hashem gave me whatever nisayon I'm going through. That's what Hashem wanted. This is part of living and this is part of life.
And I always like to tell people, look what you're going through now, okay? You're going to get out of it, and your role afterwards is going to be to help people out of it. Because you're going to show them the way. Wow. They said, how do you know? I said, because I'm doing it right now. Okay?
Is there a parting message that you want all the watchers and listeners of this program? Obviously, my parting message, because our time soon here is done. Yes. Not on Earth, just right on over here. So my last message is please, everyone, go and donate whatever you can, $10, $100, $250, and I just want to ask the Rav, what parting message would he give to people watching?
So again, we all have our things that we're committed to, and we all have our shuls that we're part of, and our yeshivas that we're part of, and rightfully so, right? This is an opportunity, besides for that, not to take away from that. This is to be part of Klal Yisrael. This is an opportunity to reach out. It says that we make the bracha, Baruch HaShem, matir asurim. So the Gra says that if I steal from you, or you steal from me, both of us have to come down to this world to correct it. And sometimes two neshamas have to come down to this world, so they once have an opportunity to some others an exchange of money, and it has to be corrected. And the same is true if you cause an emotional harm in someone else. And the Kotzker Rebbe said, you can live 70 years because of one connection. Okay? Instead of having to be born again, I have a great idea. You have so many thousands of people across the world that are listening, and you're donating money, and a speaker, and a Rosh Hashiva, and a Baldarshan, or just someone, a balabas that's giving a shiur, says something, and it touches that person, and you're the one that's sponsoring it. That's a lot easier than having to come down to this world again, I'm telling you. It's a pain in the neck to have to be born again.
Excellent. Oh, beautiful.
So
all right,
this is our chance.
Thank you so
My
much.
pleasure.
You should be zeicha to continue.
Okay.
And now we are going to throw it over to Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan, to the banker. Let's see how we're doing.
And welcome back, guys. How are we doing? Okay, we have donors on top of donors. First of all, I could listen to official Shachter for forever. I could listen for forever. One of my students actually one time asked me the same question that Rabbi Shachter was just asked of, how do you have so many stories? And I think Rabbi Shachter really hit the nail on the head, and far be it from me, if I could be so brazen and chutzpahdik to add to it, I just tell my guys all the time, I have to speak way too many times. I'm constantly paying attention for stories. The same things happen to you, you just don't notice them. The same exact things. I just have to speak, so I turn it into a story. The other thing is, whenever something bad is going on in yeshiva, I'm sitting there taking notes. And they're like, well, I'm like, I know this is going to be a great story at the end. I just have to sit here taking notes. So, here we jump in. Total donors right now, we're at 6,413. 6,413. Someone just texted me, asked me why I'm wearing a hat. Interestingly enough, because we chose to do this right, the way we do everything at Torah Anytime. And it had to be perfect, and it had to be great, and it had to be right on the nose. So we came to the Flow Motion professional studios to do this. And apparently my bald head blinds cameras in the light. Back to the scoreboard here. We have close to 6,000 donors. Hilly Weinschneider just bought himself. Hilly, how's it going? For all your Israeli real estate needs, if that's what he still does. Hilly Weinschneider, 400 hours of Torah. Torah Anytime software team. I am so happy to report that Torah Anytime software team has nailed their goal because they should be one of the first ones that you're giving to. One of these first teams to jump on are these Torah Anytime teams. We have Ahava Farms, nailed their goal. The Torah All the Time team. It's not going to make it. That name's not going to make it on, guys. I love Torah Anytime because it has to be anytime. I love Torah Anytime. $716 reached 2,000 hours. Wow, guys, you guys are doing incredible. This is amazing. This is amazing. Rabbi Ehrenfeld. Let's scroll. Let's get to Rabbi Sperling. Let's see Rabbi. Oh no, Rabbi Sperling is doing well. Team Blue, they're almost there. They have given over 81,000 hours of Torah has been bought through Team Blue, Rabbi Sperling. Team Pink, you guys got to pick it up if you're going to beat that. Yechiel Kupferstein, $2,269 raised for his teams. Rabbi Moskowitz, Adina Loeb, Over Rosenthal, Matti Sweet. Give now, guys. Whoever's giving now, let's switch up to whoever just most recent. Let's see the most recent people giving. I want to tell you why. Because right now, at this time of day, people are at work, people are at school. Not everybody's able to log on right away. Not everyone is able to give right away. However, there are still people out there. Those people are at home right now, who are at home listening. Get on and give. You are buying eternity. You are able to buy. You heard Rabbi Ozeri. I can't say this. You heard Rabbi Ozeri say it himself. You are literally buying Olam Haba. This is one of the greatest opportunities that you're going to have to be able not only to learn Torah through Torah Anytime, to have this brand new website, this brand new streaming going on that is apparently revolutionizing the way websites do things, because that's how Torah Anytime does it. No matter where, no matter when. Like I mentioned last night, I get death threats from Shimon Kol Yaakov. He is the sweetest, nicest guy ever. However, if I record 1 inch too low or 1 inch too high, he calls me up and he says it's not aesthetically pleasing on the page to have everybody on different levels. The amount of attention to detail that goes into these websites, the amount of technicians that are on these websites, it's unbelievable. But I want to say something very important for us to understand. Let's pull up the most recent given on the site, and I want to explain the people running around right now that should be the most stressed are Shimon and Reuben Kol Yaakov. However, I just ran into them in the hallway. They're cool as cucumbers. I said to him, Shimon, aren't you freaking out? Isn't this crazy? Like, aren't you worried? Aren't you? I've been to many of these campaigns. Now's the time that you start worrying. And he smiled at me and he said, this isn't my website. It's Hashem's. He's got us. That is the running theme throughout every single one of the Torah Anytime branded parts of this website. It is constant. It is committed. It is inspiring, to say the least. And no matter who it is, no matter where it is that you want to learn, you're able to sit down and be able to tap in to that thing. A few friends of mine were actually just in Eretz Yisrael they had said to me that they pulled up Torah Anytime as they were going through Kvarim. All they did was type in the names of the Gedolim that they were visiting, the Kvarim that they were visiting, and they had all the information given by the top lecturers on earth. Imagine taking a tour through Eretz Yisrael with Rabbi Pesach Krohn. You could do that now. Imagine official Schachter telling you the beauties of the old city. You could do that now. All through TorahAnytime.com. If we could pull up the most recent given, the most recent donations, and let's see a couple of people maybe who have reached our goal, because it's important to understand, guys, even though you reached your goal, that is not your time to stop. That's just a promise fulfilled. Amazing, and we appreciate it. However, you could still double, triple that goal. There's no reason not to go into time and convenience. Right now, we are going in for the is there a I don't care. We are going in for the prize of the hour. I mean, the prize. Our prize is $3,500. We made a mistake before, or we didn't make a mistake. Before it was $3,000. Elegant Linen was like, yes, we're loving this. You know what? Make it $3,500. $3,500 in linen. This is the one that my wife was like, please come home with that. I was secretly praying for the Eichlers one, but I'm not, $3,500 to Elegant Linen. Sponsored by Elegant Linen. And now, let's pull out that wheel of names, people. In a second. Before that, wait, just don't pull out the wheel of names yet. I want to do another push because we should give people a chance here. Remember, guys, every single raffle that you buy in on, you have in on for the rest of the day. You have in on for every single raffle, whether you donated last night, whether you donate this morning, whether you donate now, you have an in on every single raffle. It's raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Get out there, choose the rabbis that you want to show Hakarat Tov to. Choose the teams of your friends. You could give to more than one team. I know, shocking, but it's true. You could give to more than one team. Remember, $500 is 2 entries. $250 is 1 entry. If you get it up to $2,500, you are going to be getting 15. That's not just bad math, which is probably what I would do anyway, but it's not bad math. They're giving you 5 free entries into all of these amazing raffles. The one we're going to do now is $3,500 to Elegant Linen, which I've heard is pretty incredible. I would love at the end of this to have some Elegant Linen we should have some elegant. Where's Shimon? I need some Elegant Linen, Shimon. And we gave already the $5,000 to Eichlers, sponsored by Eichlers, which again, Rabbi Sperling and I are, we're mourning the fact that we didn't win. I don't know why we thought we would. We didn't donate yet, but no, we both donated. We were both in, and okay, someone better than us got it. We have later coming down $5,000 in cash. $5,000 in cash. We have amazing prizes. The prizes are just the paparot over here, or just the spices, just the cream on top. At the end of the day, guys, no matter who you are, you yourself, and I honestly was thinking about it today, and when we hit something like 12 million hours of learning Torah, when we're talking about 12 million hours, and no matter who the Rabbanim were, no matter who the speakers were, anyone that I've spoken to so far, anyone that has been around, has said the same exact thing. I asked them, can you wrap your head around 12 million? Every single one of them just put their hands up and said no. Dr. Lieberman, who's been on national television, was like, no. That's not a number. That's mind-blowing to be able to give you that opportunity, to be able to give you guys that time, that connection. This is the investment, literally, of a lifetime. You are literally able, as Rabbi Ozeri said, to buy through Olam Haba right now. It doesn't get bigger than that. It doesn't get to be a better offer than that. Get on raisethon.com. Here we go. Okay, we got our most recents put up. raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Let's get some of these 6,424 donors. Let's break, at the end of this, we're going to break 6,500. Let's do 6,500 donors. I need a couple of people getting on there. Remember, do not forget, you can split up among 12 months. We could split up among 12 months your payments so that you can so that no matter what, you don't have to pay right away. You do $250 over 12 months. Let's try push. Okay, we have 263 teams right now. Another thing, I want to see more teams. I want to see more people making team pages now. It doesn't matter if your goal is $1,000. Doesn't matter if your goal is $100. Doesn't matter if your goal is $100,000. Get on and do it. Get on and do it. Remember the Mishnah that says, "Lo alecha malacha ligmar." It is not on you to finish, but to open up the pathways for the Rebbeinu Shalom to be able to give is what's important. Do your hishtadlut. Open a page. Make yourself a high money amount and allow it to happen. Allow Hashem to send that shefa your way. Esther Wien, is that who we were talking about? Go Creators. They already got 25,000, Rabbi Sperling. If that's who you're in competition with, Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan has reached his goal. Come on. I was rooting against him a little bit. Okay, we have most recent donors. We have a bunch of anonymous. Faye Gordon, Canadian dollar. $108. Thank you so much. Moshe Miller, Alan Luxembourg, Avram Tushinsky, Mindy Bloomfeld, in honor of our brother-in-law, Chesky, I can't read that far, whose work in community has Koftel. Oh, the Koftel. Okay, yeah. Guys, we're doing great. Samuel Finkelstein, the Seliger family, Yocheved Jacobs. Guys, get out there, donate. We're switching now. I'm going to run into the studio to watch it also. The second half of the documentary. Oh, we have the raffle. I totally forgot about my own raffle. Elegant linen. Here we go, guys. We are spinning the wheel of people's names and spin it. Or spin it. There you go. Here we go. Come on. Frida Ben Shushan. Maishi Laufer, my wife is upset at you. Maishi Laufer has won $3,500 to Elegant Linen, sponsored by Elegant Linen. Thank you guys so much for being in that raffle. Everything you give goes into every raffle. Remember, you can spread it over the course of 12 payments over 12 months. And now over to the other part of the documentary video.
One thing about TorahAnytime.com. TorahAnytime.com.
TorahAnytime.com. I literally get Torah anytime.
At the beginning, Torah Anytime had a very hard time to have everything on time and on schedule. We were a bunch of volunteers running around the streets and trying to scramble things to be able to upload and to do things.
We got incorporated, and there was the website Ruben had built and put it up. We were all just working on it, giving our all, giving our energy. Whatever time we could devote to it, we devoted to it.
In those days, I don't think they had many videographers. Shimon was doing it himself. I would tell him what shul or what school I was speaking at, and he would come with the camera and the video, and that's how he filmed it.
2012, Chesky Koftal from Mishkan Yecheskel, he comes on board. He becomes our co-chairman of the board. He helps us really to take us to uncharted territories in terms of growth.
And the initial concept was quite simple when they came to me. Instead of creating new content, they said, let's just capture what's being said out there.
Before long, we got emails from people. People were telling us, we need more of this. You have to get more cameras. You have to record more people.
My partner, Charles Groh, and I, probably back in around 2016 or so, had the opportunity to meet with the Kol Yaakov brothers. And we loved what we heard.
We realized at that point what this was the beginning of.
All the shiurim that I gave up until then, they were, for the most part, lost. People heard them. It was a one-time sitting.
I gave a shiur in Ar Yitzchak. One day there was a video camera there, and I said, who's this camera for? And they said, there's something called Torah Anytime. I said, Torah who?
I have to tell you the truth, in the beginning, again, I wasn't even sure to say yes or no. It's like two people that come up with an idea. Maybe it's a fantasy, maybe stuff it's never going to happen. All of a sudden we realized that, in fact, that we've been reaching a tremendous amount of people and an audience that heretofore was quite limited.
And it opened up an entirely different world. And all of a sudden I started getting emails and questions from people all over the world, all over the country.
It's happened to me many times where I'd be walking in the street and a stranger would stop me and say to me, Rabbi, I heard you on Torah Anytime.
I saw you on Torah Anytime.
Hey, wait, I saw you on TorahAnytime.com. And children would tell it to me, men and women. And then I began to realize that they are really hitting a large target audience.
I've got to be very careful what I say now because I don't know who's watching. But in all seriousness, it is quite astonishing how much Torah has learned.
I was impressed with their sincerity. I didn't think that they could pull it off. But one thing is for sure, if they did, I certainly wanted to be part of it. And I felt that they were great, wonderful people with a noble mission in mind. And we see now, after all these years, how right they were and how Hashem really helped them.
It was a very, very hard process to get Rabbeim to come into TorahAnytime because it was on the internet. And the internet is something that was a big battle for a lot of organizations and a lot of people to be allowed to go on the internet back then.
There's no question problems facing society today, not only Jewish society, is the addiction that millions and millions around the world have to social technology.
We're so isolated today. The more people are on social media, the more they're isolated, the more they don't connect personally with people. And that's why people are so much more depressed. So what's happening over here, the shiurim of people being together, I just all of a sudden connecting with people all over the world.
Here comes TorahAnytime and is giving people an alternative that they can go on their computer and they can go on their phones and they can see Torah.
Not everyone has the ability to just withstand it and just fight it. But because of the fact that there's another option out there of meaning, of purpose, that is so big, and I know stories personally of people that told me that because it exists, it has taken them away from looking at things that they know they shouldn't be looking at because they have an opportunity to look at something which is meaningful.
People didn't have smartphones. People weren't so much on the websites, but they took it to other venues. So it was played on the radio. People would download it. In Lakewood, they would produce CDs from it. In different places, in Australia, they would make CDs.
So I remember when they had the get-together talking about the internet. It was in one of the stadiums. I think there was something like 20,000 or 30,000 people there. Who do I find outside? I find Shimon distributing flyers about the internet, distributing flyers about TorahAnytime, which was basically two people with a camera and button-holding people and trying to get people to speak about Yiddishkeit, Shiurim, or whatever it may be.
A potential concern in the earlier days of TorahAnytime that it's wonderful to have a share over the internet that we can watch on our screens, but there's a risk. Is that going to come at the cost of connection to a Rav? And that's not a risk to take lightly. Unexpected, or at least unexpected to me, development is the number of people that actually reach out to the lecturer and through the impersonal aspects of the internet actually forged and developed personal connections that are so valuable.
Technology is here to stay, social media is here to stay, and it's not going anywhere. So our philosophy is you fight fire with fire. And that's one of the reasons we create so many different platforms.
We have to fight the fire of the internet and social media with the fire of Torah.
Shavua Tov, everyone. Rosh Chodesh Tov. Welcome to another edition of Saturday Night at the Kosher Movies.
TorahAnytime.com was an idea strictly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes there are people out there who just don't have the desire to read, don't have the desire to leave their house, go to places, go to different lectures. That's why it was a time that God said, you know what, let me give all these Jews Rahmanis, let me give them another way to learn Torah. A lot of people do have computers.
You have to think a little bit into the understanding, what is Pesach all about? Why am I cleaning my car like I'm a sugar mill, right? And cleaning my house. One of my favorite stories. It's not on TorahAnytime.com yet.
We're trying to make whatever's physical out there, and we're trying to turn it spiritual with the help of God. It's just unbelievable.
We got the Seder. We're the bride. And God is the chassid.
TorahAnytime is continuously growing and growing. The feedback is coming in. My brother and I were looking at ourselves, scratching our heads. How is this happening? How is there so much people using this website? And we're continuing to try to upgrade the website, develop it, make it easier.
As we grew, that necessitated a lot more departments to be formed and to be made, setting up the infrastructure so that we have our T's crossed and our I's dotted.
2012, we came out with the new website. And in 2018, we said, you know what, we have to scale. And the only way to do that is we have to come out with a new version of the website.
Yes, and we were introduced to an incredible company called BitBean, based out of Lakewood, New Jersey, run by a good friend of ours, Ephraim Arnstein.
Bipin was Kanina Hara, a team of I think 40 people at that point or so. And they made the introduction to me. And I love the project because I felt that this was an organization that's already successful. It's already been building out there. It's already has a tremendous community of people using it, and they're doing meaningful Torah. And they're spreading meaningful Torah. That's the whole mission of TorahAnytime. So I said, I'm going to take everything I ever was doing, and I'm going to give my company, give Bipin, to devote that Bipin should be there for TorahAnytime to help it through.
Since what we wanted never existed, there was just a lot of challenges along the way.
They wanted a perfect app. They wanted to be able to control, make the perfect experience, no compromises at all. And that's really what we delivered to them.
I built the app. The design was carried out by a very talented designer, Mrs. Fogel. But once she implemented the design, she created the design. I went ahead and implemented those designs, made them a reality.
I was meeting with a client to be working on a binary transcoding system for the Israeli military when a mutual friend reached out about the TorahAnytime app. And I immediately knew this is a project which I wanted to take on. So we collaborated for 12 months, built the app, and after that I joined the team, came on board full time.
Knowing that there's hundreds of thousands, millions of hours really, of Torah being learned because of your efforts is an amazing feeling.
The first major time that I felt like TorahAnytime has a big impact on other people was Tisha B'Av.
On Tisha B'Av, there's literally 24 hours of straight content going for 24 hours around the world.
There's a certain bandwidth. There's X amount of people that could get on at the same time before the website crashes.
I would record part of the kinnis, upload it, and then I would continue to record. And then we found out that every year that the website would go down.
We had to migrate the database, move the old database, which had just completely stopped working. That was an experience that it repeated itself the following year, and then afterwards we decided that enough was enough, and we implemented different fail-safe measures like multiple databases.
And Baruch HaShem, this new website, a new app, has been absolutely revolutionary. And it allows us now to have well over 1 million users a year, no problems, everything is working smoothly. And even though there's so many functions and so many features on our new website and our new app, the best is yet to come. Many more features and updates and enhancements and upgrades are coming both to the website, to the app. Right now we're hosting well over 200,000 lectures on virtually every topic out there.
And when it comes to technology, we have to understand that things change, new technology comes out. We always have to conform because we always have to be at the forefront to make sure that we're always in people's radar. When mobile phones became popular, we had to come out with the phone system and streaming TV services, etc., whatever it is. So as time goes on, we have to make sure that we're at the forefront to make sure we're always in people's visions.
At this point, TorahAnytime is a world organization. It's based in New York, but it really has reaches all over the world.
People that would never have an exposure to Torah Judaism, to mitzvahs, all of a sudden, they can turn on their computer, they can turn on the app, and immediately they can zero in to a shir in Yiddish, in Spanish, in English, in Russian, in Hebrew. I don't even know the languages that TorahAnytime reaches out in.
The most astonishing thing I find, they don't rest on their laurels. They're going Machayil El Chayil more and more and more. They're harnessing technology for the proper purposes, and the Kadosh Baruch Hu is mezakeh them.
Any person, I really believe, who is seeking to learn Torah can find an area that really appeals to him, and there's a shir for him.
They provide a life.
Does it make sense that I can't hear anyone? That makes
Golos.
sense.
They invite people from all religious backgrounds to just increase their Torah learning.
It's like Har Sinai, today, it's like this is the beacon. I look at it, this is a radio wave where Torah is spreading throughout the world.
And the thing that I can't get over about Shimon and Ruvain and the whole team is that they don't stop. They always want to reach more.
And they're tireless. It's mamish. I take my hat off to them. I mean, they were zoiche.
And welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the the information desk. I don't know what we're calling this, but the information desk. I am Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan. This is the Rabbi Epstein, who, well, we're going to get to Rabbi Epstein in a second. He's not our guest. This is co-anchoring now. We are back to co-anchoring. Guys, raisethon.com/ I don't know why I keep like thinking to myself, Hatzalah. I don't even know. I didn't even do the Hatzalah thing. I don't know why it's in my head.
Hatzalah for the neshama.
Yeah, Hatzalah for the neshama. / Torah Anytime. Raisethon.com / raisethon.com / Torah Anytime. Get out there, find your pages, make yourself a page. Get ready, get yourselves out there. Now's the time that you could go out and start the momentum going again through the day. This is the exact time we need it. We have amazing prizes coming up. I apologize to everyone out there that wanted the elegant linen. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. All right? If you wanted the elegant linen, the odds are you say gone. It's gone, okay? We have coming up $5,000 jewelry by Royalty Jewelry. $5,000 cash, KMR Cruise, Koshereka Cruise. There's cruises all over the place. And amazing, amazing prizes. Remember, the sooner you donate, the better, because then you are entered into every single one of the raffles, which obviously we want. For our next guest, Rabbi Epstein.
Yeah.
For our next guest, we have one of a Torah Anytime, well, the Jewish world over, favorite, just everywhere. I do have a bone to pick with why Rav Gavriel Friedman went to Morocco for Pesach. No one even asked me. It's like, he's the whitest person I know. I don't understand how, like, he was invited to Morocco and no one's like, Ben Shushan, I don't think that fits with Morocco.
I think they were looking for diversity.
It could be.
Right.
The most diverse friend I have, Rabbi Gavriel Friedman. Rav Gav, how are you?
Baruch HaShem, thank you so much for having me on the Hatzalah-thon. You guys are doing great.
I know.
Rob, by the way, I have to say, it's awesome being paired with Yossi. He's like a Mayan Hamizgaber. It just goes. It doesn't matter what is coming out. It's just water. It's just flowing. So we'll raise money for Hatzalah too. I'm saying, doesn't make a difference.
Well, I just want to get it. It's very important to get it right. It's raisethon.com / TorahAnytime / Rav-Gav. Make sure you put it on my page because I'm having a contest apparently with Team Blue. So anyway.
Yeah. Team Blue's doing very well. Rabbi Friedman, are you Team Pink? Are you secretly Team Pink? Is that? Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Neither confirm nor deny nothing on TorahAnytime's campaign.
You should know, Rav Gav, I wanted to tell you something. Two things, very important. Number one, Rabbi Epstein is by far my favorite co-host ever. Why am I telling you that? We co-hosted together.
I know.
Anyway, that's number one. Number two, was I have a very, very big Akar Tatov to you, and I'm so happy that I get to do this here. Rav Gav keeps his number hidden. I'm not allowed to call him anymore ever since all those phone calls. Rav Gav does Daf Yomi. We're holding Gittin, Yud Gimel right now. I listen to Rav Gav, and I just want to say the dedication that it takes to do a Daf Yomi is unbelievable. But every now and then, like, you can tell where Rav Gav has just been because, like, he's whispering in the back of a plane somewhere. You hear announcements going on. Right. Yeah. You're like, would you like a Coke? He's like, pretzels. Anyway, he doesn't stop no matter what. He gets those daf out. And this is really a theme in everyone on Torah Anytime, but certainly somebody like Rav Gav. Constantly putting out content is so difficult, especially when the whole world has already heard what you said. One piece of advice, Rav Gav, I would love to get from you is, do you have a fear and how do you control it of, being called out? Like you come to Queens, you're like, I spoke about something in Shalim, but it got recorded. Now I'm coming to Queens and people are like, we heard that story already. Yeah. We know that joke.
It is,
how do you deal with it?
Is so, I'm sure you know this. And just for everybody out there listening, please, a little Rahmanis. It is so difficult. It is so difficult for content. Every time that I go to a place, I start by saying, has anyone heard me before? And they go, yeah. I say, where? And as soon as they say Torah Anytime, I'm like, okay, scratch off 174. Okay, next. Where else? It's very, very hard. It really is extremely hard. I remember actually Rabbi Wallerstein Zatzal saying that he gave a shiur. And then the next day in London, and half the people heard it already because it was on Torah Anytime.
Wow.
So it's like, just understand Torah Anytime.
You can't prepare fast enough.
They're everywhere, always. And it's like, so just today I went to go give a shiur, and the guy asked me, he's like, a Torah Anytime guy called me up. He's like, you mind if I come record the shiur? And I'm trying to think like, okay, is this on Torah Anytime already? Do I want this? How to say this? Blah, blah, blah. It's not easy. It's not easy. So yeah, coming up with content is very hard.
100%.
But yeah, Hashem, whatever. It's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Now,
in fact, so many people are hearing it. I mean, you listen. You think about it. I'm sure I'm repeating things, being that this has been going for a bunch of hours already. I haven't been watching the thingamajig, but I mean, of course,
pretty sure a whole bunch
watching
of people
everything. It's been
just
amazing.
tuned in to hear you, Rav Gav. So you could say anything, and it's going to be new to a lot of people.
The bottom line is, I wasn't. Listen, Rabbi Epstein. I just want to have my favorite co-host, Rabbi Majeski, and I. I can't remember last year. It was crazy what happened. But it was an amazing concept that you have Gedolei Olam, great people, the generations that can go and give a class. And how many people would they reach? You're reaching 20 people, 30 people in a room. And here it is. So I give a shiur, and then, and I mean, I think most shiur that I give, at least 24 people listen to, and sometimes more. So it's really it's amazing schus to be able to be part of this family. And anybody who knows the Kol Yaakovs, whether you want to be or not, your family. That's the bottom line.
It's a little bit like marrying into the mob. It is. That's how it is. Is they give you a look, and you have to. You have no choice but to do what the family needs. To be a part of the family. Let's go a little bit into you, Rav Gav. You teach where? If somebody wanted to see Rabbi Friedman live, where would they go?
No, live, yeah. I mean, primarily, I guess, Eish HaTorah is the answer to that question.
Right.
In the old city of Yerushalayim, I want to set the record straight. For a lot of people think I live in New York because I speak there every so often. So people actually think someone, said, "Oh, we'd love you to speak. Can you come give a talk tonight? Brooklyn." I'm like, "When?" They're like in an hour. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. They're like, why not? I'm like, I live in Israel. People do not know that. So, yes, I live in Eretz Yisrael, and I teach in the old city of Yerushalayim, Yer Kodesh. That would be the primary and most stable place to find.
Right. And I run into the same thing. I think a lot of people still think I live in Eretz Yisrael. They're always referring to it. Unless they're people from New York, then they think I live in Baltimore. Because just because I live in Cleveland doesn't matter. They're like, Baltimore's easier to say.
Cleveland's not what's on
but the people that are watching, people that watch this shiur on Torah Anytime, the two places that you're seeing the backgrounds the most often, if you're noticing the live classes, are in Eish and in Neve Yerushalayim, in Har Nof. That's a whiteboard behind me that I pull up very close to make sure that we get some good background, or I get yelled at that I have a bad background. The lighting was no good. The camera was off. Whatever. Anyway.
No. That's actually a very important point to bring, because I get these calls from Shimon also. It goes straight up to the CEO. The second you record wrong and you messed up the synergy of the website, it goes straight to Shimon or Ruven, or they're going to be the ones to give you the call and say, what happened in that room? And you're like, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Make sure it's horizontal. It's eye level. There's lighting. The doors are closed. The windows. The sound.
It's exactly. They're like, can you get rid of some of those people in the room? I'm like, that's the audience. What in the world am I supposed to do? They want it to be perfect, and that's part of the love and attention that's spent on Torah Anytime. Rav Gav, if you were going to give a push to people to donate to the Ben Shushan team, or any team, we'll just do any team, but if you're going to give a push on how important 12 million hours of Torah, having a hand in 12 million hours of Torah is, what would that push be?
Well, first of all, again, I want to just because listen, your last name is a common discussion amongst people trying to figure out how to spell it. So don't forget it's raised.com/TorahAnytime/RAVGAV. Right, so that's Ben Shush, RAVGAV. So what would be the push? I would say the following. There's a good chance, forgive me for this, and I know that people don't like when I pull it down and whatever. The 12 million hour thing, 12 billion hour, 12 trillion hour. This month alone, we had 45 badillion years of hours. I don't, the hours, the minutes, the seconds. Put that aside. It's not really relevant to an individual. As an individual, what it is about what would it look like? What would your day look like? Just try to imagine. You wake up in the morning, you make your coffee. If you do that, I happen to not do drugs, but you make your coffee, and you go ahead and you put on your what are you going to put on? Saying like you mentioned, your daf yomi. You're not up for that right now. Chumash shir. You're not up for that right now. Navi, halacha, hashkafa. You don't want that. You just want a story. It's unbelievable. It's like you literally. I just can't. It's too much. I want to listen to a story. So just listen to a story. It's the most incredible concept. You put it on. You type it in, and then you get one of those error. I don't know if they have these anymore, but I remember 404. Like error. I don't know what that means, but apparently something. Or you get that little dinosaur. You get to play. Anyway, again, I don't know what I'm talking about. But people have told me this. Just imagine what that would be like. You're doing daf yomi, you have a shir you listen to, and it's just not loading. You're like, what's going on here? Chumash shir is not loading. What's going on here? Just stop and think about that. What would that look like? There's no question that the people right now that are watching this, you're the ones who watch this. You're the ones who daily have a connection and relationship because of Torah Anytime. Now, what would happen if there's no Torah Anytime? The answer is, Be'ez Hashem, we'd find some way to learn something, but the reality is, it's right there. It's sitting right there for you. What would your life look like if you didn't have it? And listen, I'm sure Rabbi Ben Shushan, you've gotten, and Rabbi Epstein, I'm sure you've gotten a lot of people from, I know the series that you do, you get emails. We get emails, right? You get these emails, and people say, like, I don't know about you, but people put out, like, when are you putting up for next year? Like, we watched your share. I think I mentioned this in one of the last campaigns. I got a threat from a young lady. She said to me, if you don't put up a shir soon, I'm joining your daf yomi. I don't know how many women, maybe there's a lot of women listening to daf yomi too. I don't know, but the answer is, what would it be like without it? The answer is, answer the question for yourself. What would it be like? And now, just stop and think for a second. The power, it's like baffling. It really is. It's mind-blowing. I was speaking with Shimon about the concept, the campaign's coming up and whatever. I'm like, can you imagine? There's so many people who watch Torah Anytime. If every person would just give, I'm not saying a lot. If everyone would just give $12,000, then what would that? Okay, whatever. Even if like $100, if every person would just give 100, okay, you can give 200, 300, 400, 500, but you give, the campaign would be over in a second. Like it would be done. It would be finished. And really, you look at it. I was talking with the camera guy today, who came to the video, and he's like, I don't know what's going on. We're not done yet. I don't know. We have another day. What's going on? I'm asking everyone here that's right now watching, you tell me what your day would look like. Would it be any different? Would your week be any different without it? There is so much that goes. Look at the studio that they're sitting right now. My studio is just a wall. This is not even a green screen, folks. This is a real wall. But you look at that, you look at the studio, what's going on over there, and how many people are working for them to get things done. And I mentioned time and time again, I send the shir into Torah Anytime. If I'm not able to put it myself, it's up within a couple seconds, and it doesn't matter what time of day it is. Crazy concept. So right now, raisethon.com/Torah Anytime/Rav Gav. Make sure you do the Rav Gav thing. I need some bragging rights. That's the most important thing. And if that doesn't work, you can just send an email to me with an amount, and I'll put it in my account. We'll talk about it. But this is like, what would it look like? That's stop and think for a moment. If this is something you listen to weekly, every couple, maybe every day, take the opportunity to stop and think, what would it look like without it? And if you don't want that to happen, and nobody wants it to happen, moving, make sure we're part of giving. We're part of giving.
Yeah, we were saying last night that if everybody who's like just once a year, if they came on and they got a share, and if all of these people would just give a little bit, $100, $50, we'd be done. We'd be done already. Now, These are
listen, I want to take something. It's not only like the layman, Rabbi Ben Shushan, we all know that you're ripping off shiurim from the Yiddish guy.
Daily.
We all know.
Daily. I do. I was so upset when everybody found out about Rav Bitterman. Because I was ripping off Rabbi Bitterman's stuff for years already. I was like, it's in Yiddish. No one's going to know. This is perfect. And it doesn't happen. I ripped off from Rav Gav. I'll be honest with that. I've stolen back. I've stolen back things that were original.
I've stolen back. You're like, you're watching it. You're like, it's quoting me.
Like, wait a second, that's mine. Wayne Dyer, my foot. Now, the point that Rav Gav made that I think is uber important. First of all, raceon.com/TorahAnytime. Woo! Thank God. /TorahAnytime. / You don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. And make sure you get out there. Choose your Ravs, if it is Rav Gav, and donate. I'm sure we're going to see a very big uptick in our donations from here. But I think a point that Rav Gav made that was extremely important is not only people being able to hear Torah from people that they've never met before. Rabbi Epstein and I were discussing before how Rabbi Schechter, like, his numbers are
through the roof.
There's such a wild amount of people that are listening to that. But no matter who it is, Rabbi Schechter in Shir, I've been there, in Shir, is sitting there by Ar Yitzchak, and he has a bunch of people obviously there, but the numbers are wild. They're not in Ar Yitzchak at 10 p.m. being able to do this. It's the amount of people who are able to listen to a shir in Yerushalayim given in Neve by Rav Gav, with the most Israeli-looking wall behind him. The amount of people who are able to get marriage advice, the amount of people who are able to get things that they would never be able to have access to. Not only that, but then also, in many instances, start having access to those rabbis. Like Rav Gav mentioned, emails and the like. Rav Gav, give me a interesting, if you have, or I'm doing it to you. So, I'm going to give you a second. You can answer whatever you want in reality. Has anyone ever reached out to you to say directly how your classes, and if you don't, Rav Gav happens to be a very big Adam, and he doesn't like talking about his shiurim, but how your shiurim has affected them through Torah Anytime?
I listen. This is something which I have to give a shout out first. I have to give some shout outs. Whether I'm allowed to or not, I got to do it. And only because they made their name public am I able to do such a thing. A big shout. I can't, not to everyone, but I got to get a big one. Chaim Weber, you know what you did, and you know who you are. Big shout out to, I don't know who S is, but I'm going to go with the Ross over there. I have S. Klein that hooked it up over here. Mordechai Tzvi Kaufman in the house. I hope these aren't private. I don't know. But anyway, a lot of different people over here that keep talking about. I can't name everyone, but Blina, they'll try to email you personally to say thank you for what you've done, for what you've given. And just to make it clear that all this money is going straight back into making this work. This is what it's going to, right? I'm thinking like 90% of this money goes right back in. I take 10%, but 90% goes straight back. I'm kidding. 100% goes back in. Listen, I had this conversation with somebody today, and I very much believe this concept that don't blame me if you fail in life, and don't blame me if you succeed in life. What that means is I just look at myself as a person who loves to teach, and therefore I I facilitate those who are interested in it. But at the end of the day, when people write emails and they say like, "Wow, the class, you changed my life somehow," whatever. That's not true. You changed your life, and I just happen to, Baruch HaShem, have a schus to be part of that. So I just want to be it's an important thing, I think, that everyone has to realize at the end of the day, we're not the ones who are doing anything other than just giving the ability that anybody wants it. It's there. Come take it. Take it. It's over there.
So, Rav Gav, I just think we have to start wrapping up, but I really wanted to get your take on one of the new. Now, Rav Gav was here last year. That was the joke before, that he was one of the hosts last year. So we know.
Wait, kind of
inside jokes that nobody gets.
Yeah, it's fine. The two of you guys have like this little inside wink, wink joke. I have to say, the reason why Yossi loves me, I let him talk. Rob, just let him talk.
You out here.
That's
this is
marriage therapist right there. Unbelievable.
This is a perfect relationship right here. I'm the supportive spouse, just sitting here on the side. Wow, isn't my husband amazing? He's so special.
Rav Gav of my Shalom Bayis is even out of your expertise. It's never going to work.
Telepathically telling each other jokes. Okay, go on.
No, that it wasn't just
I just wanted to say that.
With that introduction, you got to say something.
Honey, it's all yours. Take notes, folks. Take notes. Yeah.
Rav Gav, so we know from last year exactly how much work went into all of that, but we're able to see the fruits of the labor of all of these Anytime brands now coming out. One of them in particular, I think you can very much speak to, which is the Jewish Anytime for people who are maybe unaffiliated, unrelated to anything in Judaism. You work in Aish. From what I've heard, the ability now to give a class, inspire an age, but now give them that homework and give them that address that they could go to of Jewish Anytime or anything within Torah Anytime has to be invaluable to someone in Kyiv right now.
I want to tell you, it was always a challenge because when people would come and they'd ask me, give me Yossi, tell them no, tell them 10 more minutes. I'm sorry. Listen, nice try. Who is that? Who's behind the scenes? Is that Summers? Who is that? Here's the deal. So when is that Yosef? Who's talking over there? Anyway, when I went to the class, and they would say, "Do you have any of the classes that I could watch?" I was always nervous to give them Torah Anytime because it's a little overwhelming for some people. They're coming straight off the boat. They don't even know what this Judaism stuff is. And then they go ahead and they tell them, "Oh yeah, guys, by the way, go to Torah Anytime." They got it and they hear like, "Your mama's got a ring, dereng, and tighter, and be pushing the It's called Gehenna. Is that an exotic location? You're like, say, you better pack some suntan lotion. But now that you can go ahead and you have another address, which is like being directed towards and cold straight up help them. It's amazing. It really is. And now you have everything. You don't know Gemara, go to Gemara anytime. You go to Mishnah anytime. Go to whatever anytime. Anytime. And you got it.
All right, Rob Friedman. It is always awesome to talk to you.
Susan, I'm sorry we do have to cut it here. I want to thank you for joining us and let's continue.
We love you. Someone cut his mic right now. He's about to go off the rails.
You got the beginning part, just Rav Gav at the end. Let's get me over. I'm almost at 1 million on my thing. It could be I'm off a couple zeros. I get confused with decimal points. But help us out and get us over the edge where we can hit 12 billion hours a year.
Rav Gav, thank you so much. All the way from Yerushalayim, HaKodesh, Rav Gav Friedman. Thank you. And now, Raisethon.com/Torah Anytime. Go ahead, give it away. We have prizes. 718, right?
718-682-8111. 718-682-8111. We have a call center that's open until 2 p.m. And I have a note here about how calm the Kol Yaakov brothers are. Right. They're just chill. Can I just say something? Am I allowed?
It's my notes. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But am I allowed to say something?
Please.
Okay, so I just want to say something that I noticed in the documentary, which I just think is mind blowing. They mentioned that they have 1 million users a year. 1 million people check into the website. Now, I just have to say, I don't know if we know how many Jews are there in the world. Like 7-8 million, right? Affiliated, we always say, like we're Talmidim of Rabbi Berkowitz, right? So unfortunately, most people are not that affiliated. If you think about the amount of affiliated Jews that there are in the world, like what are we talking, 1.5 million people or so, right? We literally have, I don't want to say every single affiliated Jew in the world tuning in at some point during the year to Torah Anytime. It's really unbelievable if you think about the reach that they have. And the difference, by the way, between Hatzalathon and Torah Anytime is that, if I may say, you're not going to live this down, is that Hatzalah does not want to service you. They don't want to service you, right? They would hope that you're fine on your own. Unfortunately, they're needed. Torah Anytime is looking to get that 100% market share. They would like to capture everybody. because that's what they do. They have something for everybody. If you're a lamdan, there's something there. If you're a simple person, somebody who even just wants to hear stories, and I have to just say that Rav Fishel Schachter, I know people who listen to Rav Fishel Schachter, his stories are so deep. There's real depth to what they are hearing and real messages, but at the same time, their kids could listen with them and be laughing in the background from the voices and the things that he gives over to them. It's really amazing how they capture something for everybody. And it's not just Torah Anytime, it's Torah Anyone. It's like anybody can tune in and really gain from what they have. So the idea that whoever is listening to this is impacted, but there's so many people that it's doing something for them on a daily basis, and for them to show a little akaras hatov, really, it's really a no-brainer. It's
yeah. 100%. 100%. Raisethon.com/Torah Anytime, 718-682-8111. And now, on to the third part of the documentary. Roll it, guys.
What the Kol Yaakov brothers did with Torah Anytime was harness the medium of technology in a way that had never been used ever before.
We discuss it many times, the different types of places where we want to promote our material or advertise or anything. Torah Anytime is like shoots to the top of the list because Torah Anytime is exactly the people that we're looking for.
Art Scroll's focus obviously is on the published word. That's what we do. We publish books and svarim. And that's why Torah Anytime is the perfect complement to what we do. What we're doing is via the written word, and what Torah Anytime is via technology.
We're trying to give people the wisdom and the tools that they should be able to improve in their Ben Oren L'Chaveri and how they treat people in their Avos Yisrael and certainly in their Shmiras HaLashon.
Torah Anytime has also given speakers, Magidei Shir, Rabbanim, Rebbitzins, people who have inspiration to shir, a platform to do so where they may have not had that opportunity before.
People that we never knew existed. There are great speakers, great Rabbanim. Some little shul somewhere out in a little town where he has 20 congregants. Today, some of those people have 10,000 listeners on Torah Anytime.
So many speakers have embraced Torah Anytime, and they, their whole career exploded because they were connected to Torah Anytime.
The Jewish people needs more teachers, needs more people out there who could spread what they have to say. Torah Anytime is that platform that enables people who may not even know they have the talent to go out there and produce their talent.
Torah Anytime became a platform that's creating speakers. It's creating leaders.
That's what Torah Anytime is. Torah Anytime is a place for artists of Torah, to be able to put out their Torah.
There are some extraordinary stories about Torah Anytime, and call those the shock and awe stories, and they're amazing. A life that was saved because someone saw the right message at the right time.
From somebody who is blind, living in an apartment in Eretz Yisrael, who listens to Torah Anytime every single day, to other people that have ALS or other types of ailments and illnesses.
And then there's what I'll refer to as the bread and butter stories. It's grasping and grabbing hours of Torah here, there, and elsewhere. And that's the bread and butter of Torah Anytime. People listening to shiurim here, shiurim there. And between the hours here and hours there, you have 10, 12 million hours of Torah learned.
I've had people that tell me that basically their entire day, they've never learned Torah before. They didn't do well in yeshiva. They're working now very hard. Today, these people are Talmidei Chachamim and Masmidim simply because of Torah Anytime. A friend of mine, a truck driver, he drives 2 hours to Pennsylvania every day and 2 hours back. He says, I learned for all those 4 hours. And I just know a ton right now simply because of Torah Anytime.
During Corona time, it was incredible what happened at the time. There was a complete lockdown of the world, as we all know, and all the shuls were closed, all the schools were closed, everything was closed, and where are people gonna go? You're gonna go to Torah Anytime, and we were bursting at the seams.
So we would have our cameraman and volunteers actually go to speakers' houses, like stay far away, social distancing while recording them.
I had to go from house to house, rabbi to rabbi, come with a very, very long internet cable to be able to social distance, to clean up everything, to be able to do things that were never in the existence before. It was those dark times that really the growth of Torah Anytime recognized by almost every single Jewish home in the world. To know that the recordings that they were recording years and years before all of a sudden come to suit and comfort when there's nothing else you could do.
My name is Yonatan Mordechai, and Torah Anytime has completely changed my life for the better.
I can't imagine not having Torah Anytime in my life. It occupies many hours of my day.
You know, I was going through something, I fell out of learning, and then I listened to a shir and I got back into learning, and you just keep the fire going. If not for Torah Anytime, I wouldn't really have anything to reignite that fire.
Not a day goes by where I feel like the rabbi I'm listening to is speaking directly to me, to my situation, or whatever it may be.
I started listening to shiur, and one day my mom comes in and she says, "What are you doing?" And she sees that I'm using Torah Anytime, and then she says, "Hey, I kind of like this," and then she starts exploring other topics on Torah Anytime, and then my father sees that, and he starts exploring things on Torah Anytime, and before you know it, the entire family is watching Torah Anytime and using its resources.
It's really, really hard in the world that we're living today when there's so much media being thrown at us from all different angles.
Our goal at TorahAnytime with social media is to drive traffic back to TorahAnytime.com as a safer and more fulfilling platform than using social media, which is full of distractions and it's growing.
There is so much on the outside today, so much in the secular world. It's very quick. They're learning each day how to reach more people in better ways. We have to keep up. Zel umazeh.
This generation, which is living in a time where there's so many things competing, for our attention. We need all the more of the positive influences and to thwart off all the temptations on the other side.
To be able to have something to battle that is a tremendous, tremendous asset.
Torah Anytime was created as the antidote to all that's going on in the entire world.
So I was on a flight to Eretz Yisrael, and I'm sitting next to someone, and he looks at me and he's staring at me. I already know what that means. So he says to me, I watched your shiur Thursday night. And I would say, thank you for joining. So he says, it kind of became part of my life. I said, I think that there's a sense we want to belong to people.
There's a famous saying that it provides the we solution to the I problem. That's what we're doing, that people think that it's only something that they're going through. But when you realize and recognize there's other people who are out there that are going through the same struggles and have the same peckle in life that Hashem gave them.
I got a call from a girl. So there was a certain shiur, and when I finished the shiur, I would always say, B'suras tovos, b'karov b'karov. There should be good news, quickly, quickly. I added in b'karov. One time, I didn't say b'karov b'karov. She mustered up the strength to call me. And she said, Rebbe, can I ask you a question? I know you don't know me and you may not want to answer the question, but you always say b'karov b'karov. What's the reason that you left it out? I said, no reason. I just didn't add it in every time. She said, could I ask you a personal favor for me? Say b'karov b'karov. Because when you do, I feel that there's going to be b'suras tovos for me, that one day I will get engaged. To know that Torah Anytime can give people chizuk in that way, can tie us all together, can make us one.
The drawing in of people that are alive with a shiur, that are alive, that they have to think, that their lives are changing. That there's a mechayim, there's a proudness. There's just something here. The medium of Torah Anytime is just drawing people together.
My father was diagnosed 18 years ago with Lou Gehrig's disease, which is called in short ALS. ALS is a disease that just locks up a person in his body. My father had to make a decision if he wants to live and survive or just the opposite. He decided that because his brain is functioning, his eyes can see, his ears can hear, even though he can't move and he can't live, but he can still learn the Heilige Torah. And we were zoichet to find Torah Anytime. TorahAnytime is something that he can take with him when he has a doctor's appointment. He can take with him when he is in the hospital. He made a schedule, a full day schedule, which started 7 in the morning, finishing 11 at night. He was able to Messiah Shas a few times.
It was that day that we had an appointment, and when we arrived to the doctor's office told us the doctor had an emergency. It's going to still take a couple of hours. So we take out his laptop and we want to put on some shear on it, and there's when the nurse realized, oh my gosh, I left the plug, the charger, and it's left with no battery. And when my mother got back, she sees something incredible, where my father's Filipino nurse stands with his iPhone hooked up on the buttons of his shirt, and there is playing Reb Shimon Spitzer on TorahAnytime. And he just said, I couldn't stand and see how Rabbi Weiss has those empty minutes not listening to any shear, so I just went ahead and I put on my phone Reb Shimon Spitzer playing for him, so he was able to listen and join the shear. It's amazing to see how even someone who's not Jewish gets to understand what it means for us to fill in every minute in the day with Torah, Torah, and Torah.
The day I was born, I had a major schia and a major schis that I was born in the sheep, that a whole day there was a Reich Torah and learning. I saw that kept my father alive, and that's the only thing what kept everything alive, the whole house alive.
For my father, it's mama's his second respirator. People are coming in and taking chizik, and it's a chizik for everyone who walks in and sees him learning.
We lived with that phrase that my father always taught us. ALS stands for always live smiling. And my father always used to tell us, I might have ALS, but ALS does not have me.
In the name of my father, I want to give a kursa toiv and a thank you for TorahAnytime what they did, that you can always have shirim 24/6 when you need and where you need, wherever you are. You can have shirim and live with the Torah where you are going.
I just literally can't tell you how many people, endless amount of people come up to us, many of them that have tears in their eyes, telling us that their whole life is TorahAnytime. They drive with TorahAnytime, they cook with TorahAnytime, they sleep with TorahAnytime, they live on TorahAnytime. Hi there, this is Shimon Kolyako from Torah Anytime, and I hope everyone is doing well. Many of you, as you use the website and the app, and you see many of our marketing in so many different places, you might notice that there are a few logos, a few organizations, a few businesses, a few foundations that have the tremendous chus to be some of the people who financially back up and help and give lifeblood to Torah Anytime. You see them on your screen right now. And these people are truly, truly extremely smart and intelligent investors that are donating to such a cause that's going to give them the absolute maximum return on their tzedakah money. If you would like to be our partner at a high level and be one of the pillars of Torah Anytime, please contact me at shimon@torahanytime.com just to have a discussion to see if this is a good fit for you. Let us explain to you what our vision is for the future. Let us show you what has been Baruch HaShem accomplished and how it's not enough for us. As a team, Baruch HaShem, we're very driven, we're very motivated, because our motto is, if Mashiach is not here, there's still so much more to do. 12 million hours a year, 1 million users on 10 different platforms is not enough. So we invite you to be our partner at a high level. For those of you, again, that Hashem has blessed financially, reach out to us. Let's have a discussion. Let's have a meeting. And let's see if together, B'ezrat Hashem, we could bring Mashiach here much, much faster, B'ezrat Hashem.
And welcome back. Welcome back to our Torah Anytime Raised-On campaign, charity campaign. I want to just share with you, Rabbi Yossi, somebody who, we go back a very, very long time. My journey when I started on Torah Anytime really started by mistake. Really, Moshe Sofer, he was in our yeshiva, our Yitzchak, saw me giving a shir, put down a camera, and the rest, as they say, is history. But Shimon and Ruven Kolyako, they reach out to me, as they do, I think, probably every other speaker, with their criticism. I don't know what we want to call this. Like
I was going to say their ideas.
Their ideas for how you can do better.
Oh, yeah.
And they were pushing different things. And it came right at the beginning of COVID. And they realized that the world was shutting down. But the fact that the world was shutting down meant that Torah Anytime was growing and blossoming, in their own way. So they reached out to me and they said, we have this idea. You don't have to do this like forever, but just for the beginning of COVID, we feel that people really need a small boost. They wanted me to do this, hosting a show where I'd be interviewing different people. And if you remember, reached out to you, and we did the show, basically hearing about speakers, their backgrounds, what inspired them, and the numbers were like off the charts. All of a sudden, people were tuning in. They had nowhere to go. They were stuck in their homes anyways. And all of a sudden, the numbers were like really climbing. We were doing this live on Zoom. And this went for a couple of months. And after one of the classes that I gave this class, I got an email. And it happened to be that like Australia and Canada, they were going a little crazy with COVID restrictions, if you remember. But I got an email from a girl. I don't know where she was from. And it was after one of these classes that we had. And I had on a speaker who was very energetic and happy. And this girl wrote me an email. And she wrote that she's sitting here in the beginning of COVID with all these lockdowns. She suffers from severe depression. She's laying in bed and she's looking at herself thinking like the world is ending. Basically, everything's locked down. She can't go to school, doesn't have weddings. None of her social life is happening for her. All the things that she normally does to cope and get through the day, it's just not working for her. So she was falling into this severe depression. And she lay down one night, and she was thinking to herself, like, okay, this is basically my last night. Like, this is it, and then I don't know if I'm going to be able to continue going on. And she said she turned on Torah Anytime. They went to the live page, and they had this live event, which you never heard of, where we're just interviewing different speakers. And she doesn't remember one thing that was said during that thing. And I think that if you think back to your class, like your teachers going back when you were in elementary school, you probably don't remember one thing that they taught you. You don't remember any formulas for math or science. Yes, you don't.
Absolutely nothing.
You don't remember much of what they taught you.
Last week is hard for me. I'm not going to lie. Last week was difficult, but going all the way back there, no, absolutely.
But what does stick out? It sticks out the people that you liked or that liked you, the ones that you like connected with emotionally. Those are the teachers like, oh, that was my favorite subject in science, earth science. You know anything about earth science today?
No, I don't even remember who taught it.
Exactly. Because it wasn't that impactful of a teacher, maybe. But the ones that you really connect with, those subjects, are usually the ones that you connect with the teacher and you have this rapport with them. So this girl said she doesn't remember much of what was discussed, but it was the fact that this person was smiling when the world was going through chaos. She said, it just infused me with a certain amount of life that, like, okay, I could go on. I could push through this. Like, the rest of COVID, I'll be okay.
Wow.
That, like, small little emotional, thing. And I think that besides the idea of TorahAnytime giving people access to speakers, and besides the idea that they're obviously giving them Torah, I think there's certain values, and not just Torah values, which obviously everything is Torah, but it's the way that people live their lives. You get to see it on camera, like a Rav Gav. The man is always happy. You know what I'm saying? Like Rav Fishel Schechter, you see people who, and Rav Pesach Krohn, others, they live their life with certain principles. You see it, and it's more than the words that they're saying, but it's the people who they are. And it gives you the ability to connect to people where you can't run to Yerushalayim, and then run to Queens, and then run to California. You can't do that all in one day. But on TorahAnytime, you're able to connect to all these people in their own ways.
That's
so.
amazing.
TorahAnytime, amazing platform. It's really a schus for us to be a part of that family. Go on.
No. That's incredible. I don't want to.
But before you push your page, or anyone goes to Rav Gav, you could stop donating on his page for a minute. I wanted to say that a few years ago, I got into my hobby became photography. I am living a very active life. I have a lot going on, Baruch HaShem. And I decided that part of my outlet is going to be that I get into this little zone and I'm able to take a photo. So I recently took a photo, which they're putting up on the screen right now. It's behind me. Here we go.
Let me see this.
Okay, check this out.
I've seen that.
You've seen that?
That's incredible.
Isn't that Niflei Sabayre?
That is incredible.
And if you go to raisthon.com/TorahAnytime /Ruvain Epstein.
Oh, here we go. Everyone's plugging their page.
I'm plugging my page,
Yeah.
okay? And you donate $500 or more, okay, which is 2,000 hours, which is a full-time job. Basically, you're supporting somebody for learning in Kailo for an entire year. That's the way I look at it, okay? You're supporting somebody for sitting for 2,000 hours, a 9-to-5 job, including Fridays, right, where you're basically, you're supporting somebody to do that. We will send you this photo, which I recently took, and we will send it to you inscribed and signed off by the TorahAnytime team, as well as myself, as well as Rabbi Yossi, who didn't know about this till now, but he will sign it.
I don't have a signature.
You will scribble something, in a big X in the middle, and we'll send this to you in a big metal print that you can hang in your house as a testament to your support to this amazing organization.
Wow. How much is that?
So $500 donation gets you this print, sent straight to your house, hand inscribed, by the TorahAnytime team.
Wow.
So I want to push that out there.
$500 also is going to get you 2 entries into the raffle. You're going to get the metal.
It's metal print.
Metal print. Straight from Ruvain Epstein Photography. This is really beautiful. I don't like people like Rabbi Epstein. I'm not going to lie. Rabbi Epstein is an accountant. A lot of people don't know that. He has an accounting firm. Like, say, accountant makes it sound like a guy in a basement.
Right.
Like, just he has an accounting firm that he's running with employees and everything, and he still has and no one even knows about that because that's who is he like, he saved my marriage. So it's unbelievable. And now you pull out talent. Just stop. All right, just stop. At a certain point, you're showing off. Now, we're going to move on to, this is beautiful, $500 over the next...
Over the course of the campaign, anytime.
Anyone who donates $500
to my page,
to his page,
to my page.
Anyone who donates $500
that's what I'm saying.
to Rabbi Epstein's page.
Stop donating on Rav Gav's page. He doesn't need your support.
The point here is to stop donating.
He already knows that he's good. All right, you could stop donating there. You want to give your $18, you could go to Rav Gav or go to Yossi.
Some of us need that recognition.
Fine,
you know?
But if you want to walk home with something tangible in your hand, go to my page. Only
$500 gets you the metal print. Gets you 2 entries into the raffle. Make sure to be entered into the raffle. We're about to do our raffle right now. $5,000 to Royalty Jewelry, donated by Royalty Jewelry. $5,000 to Royalty Jewelry. Make sure you get in. Anyone who donated last night is still in this raffle right now. However many entries you got, it goes into every single raffle. So if you donated $500, you have 2 entries into every single raffle. Wow. $250 for 1 entry, $2,500, and you get an extra 5. It's 15 entries into the raffle. We are ready. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm going to let you press Control and Enter. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
No?
You'll mess up that whole screen.
Okay.
I don't know. There it is. Spin that wheel. Okay. Oh, it's a small name. It's not. Lipa Markowitz. Mazel tov, Lipa Markowitz. You are the winner of $5,000 to Royalty Jewelry. I really hope you're married, Lipa. or you like your mom. But Royalty Jewelry, $5,000 to Royalty Jewelry, to Lipa Markowitz. Mazel tov, Lipa. Good job. $5,000. That's it. Royalty Jewelry is off the table.
I love how you saw the Lipa, the 4 letters. You're like, woo, it's a small one.
It's a small one. And then Markowitz.
And then Markowitz through that loop.
The beauty about having the last name Ben Susan, Ben Shushan, is that I'm not surprised by long last names. So, Lipa, Mazel Tov, $5,000 to Royalty Jewelry. Thank you, Royalty Jewelry, for donating the gift, the prize for today, for that hour. We have many more coming up. Guys, get online. Donate. 250 is going to get you an entry into a raffle. Every increment of 250 is going to get you an entry into a raffle. Up until 2,500. 2,500 is going to get you 15 entries into all the raffles that happen for the rest of the day. And remember, guys, you can split up the donations into 12-month payments. Into payments over the course of 12 months. And now,
none other than Rabbi Ben-Sion Schaefer. Thank you so much for joining us live here in studio via Zoom.
I love how for everyone else, Rabbi Schaefer, we had to give like an intro of what they've done.
I'm getting there.
I don't think Rabbi Schaefer is a stranger to anyone's home.
Exactly.
I've been gifted his book about 4 times. I don't know what that says about my shalom bayis, or if it just means that I'm a really smart person.
Was it your mother-in-law or your wife who gifted it to you?
Your wife's like, read it once and read it again. Right, author of the 10 Dumb Mistakes That Smart Couples Make, as well as a host of other books, I have to say as well. Rabbi Schaefer, thank you so much, first of all, not just for joining us, but for your dedication to the klal and what you've put out there to the world. Not often do you some people write you an email, or maybe in the olden days they would write you a letter, or they stop you on the street, but the impact that you have had within the global Klal Yisrael is really phenomenal. The advertisements in Lakewood on the billboards for your book, I think you'll agree with me, as somebody who I dabble in this field a little bit, you think even just the awareness that you might be making a dumb mistake, even if you don't know what those mistakes are, but you know that there are smart people making dumb mistakes. So even if you think you're a smart person, you're like, wait a minute, but I might be making dumb mistakes. I think even that awareness puts people on edge a little bit. Like, like I'm on notice. I know that I have to be on my A game for your marriage. So thank you very much for all that you do. And thank you for joining us over here. And before we get into like the campaign and all of that, Rabbi Schaefer, there's maybe 1 or 2 people like who live like in Alaska or Hawaii maybe, like who don't know exactly like how you got into this realm of helping people's marriages, providing the education. So if you don't mind, if you can enlighten us a little bit as to how you got into this field and how you became the Rabbi Schaefer authority on relationships.
Okay, first of all, gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. I greatly appreciate it. I wish I could be with you guys. I really wanted to be there, but I couldn't. Unfortunately, I was planning. I had my whole day scheduled, but it didn't work out that way. So anyway, thank you. Rabbi Epstein, Rabbi Sassan, a pleasure to be with you guys. So my foray into this space is very interesting. I once was a mild-mannered high school Rebbe. Now, there's no such thing as a mild-mannered high school Rebbe who lasts for more than a week. I was a high school Rebbe. I was rough, but anyway. So my Rebbe, the Rosh Zatzal, asked me to start an organization for the working guy. He felt there was nothing for the, a fellow who had learned in yeshiva might have learned a week, might have learned years, but he's right now in the workforce and there's nothing for him. So the Rosh Zatzal, Rabbi Leibowitz, asked me to start an organization for the working guy, and that became Tiferes Beit Torah. The shmooze really grew out of it. The shmooze was a mussar shmooze that I would say, and guys came and they began addressing with questions, issues, and really, it was an interesting little journey. Rabbi Epstein, you're certainly aware of this, that, this thing called marriage, especially, I claim no expertise at all in this area. The reason that I got involved in this was, first of all, like everyone, I was an expert in marriage, right? I knew everything there was to know about marriage, and then I got married. But you see, I had the distinct disadvantage of having a good marriage. And the problem was that guys would come to me as their Rebbe and they'd ask me questions about the marriage. And I didn't have a clue. I mean, I knew how to deal with certain things and certain basics, but I didn't have a clue. And people began coming with problems and issues, and especially if they look to you as their das Torah, they look to you as a person who's supposed to have wisdom and supposed to give them direction, and you don't have a clue. So, I don't know, I got into this in a sort of backhanded way. I just, out of desperation, I started reading, I started learning, I started focusing, and a lot of advice I gave in the beginning was pretty sketchy and not the best. But eventually you learn, eventually you understand, eventually you put things together. And this space I've been in now for about 15 years, and I think at this stage I have a decent understanding, I believe, at least I know the dumb mistakes that people make. That part I think I have down pat. And maybe even how to avoid them. So, yeah, right.
Amazing. Right, Rabbi, would you agree that a lot of the education, if you will, I find this with couples, is that when you're in something, whether it's marriage or with kids when it comes to chinuch, people do it and subconsciously they're doing something. They don't necessarily know how to identify what that is. So like I find, at least with me, I'm sure you see the same thing, that a lot of what you do is sort of providing the framework so that people can identify what they're doing wrong, but also what they're actually doing right as well.
Right. So Rabbi Epstein, you're gifted, and as Rabbi Ben Susan mentioned already, you're also talented and you do the arts. I learned it all the hard way, and I don't even know if I could identify it now. But I definitely agree with you on one point. On a regular basis, and we all do this, we try that. Some things work, some things don't work. And before you know it, I've found again and again, couples get into this sort of rut, and they don't have a clue to how they got there, what they're doing wrong. But one thing they do know, it's my wife that's the problem. It's my husband who's the problem. And believe me, as you yourself have seen them many times, they come into my office, and each one knows exactly what the problem. Listen, Rabbi, I'm not saying that tzaddik, maybe 40% of the problem is 40% means a little bit, but the real problem is, and the finger's pointed. But here's the point: they're really good people, and they're not nasty, and they're not selfish, and they really have good midos. So why is it? I think it's because, much as what you're saying, that the basic education isn't there. You see, marriage is a very complex relationship. And the reason why it's so complex is A, there are gender differences, and B, it's going through the heavy traffic of life. But more than anything, I have the biggest disability in my marriage that any human being could ever have. And that is, I'm me. I'm blinded. I'm absolutely deaf, dumb, and I hate to say the word stupid. I can't see my flaws. I can't see what I'm doing wrong. And on a regular basis, I've watched people do things again. And by the way, Rabbi Epstein, I don't know if this has happened to you, but let me share with you a personal experience. On a regular basis, I'll get somebody in there and I'll gently try to educate them, gently try to point out something, gently try to explain to them. And then maybe 2 hours later, I'll sort of like review in my mind what I discussed, and I'll say to myself, uh-oh. Thing? Wait, no, aren't I guilty of that very same issue? And it's kind of ironic to learn from others' mistakes. I guess that's part of this game. But yes, but the framework and education, that to me is the key. That's certainly my goal here in this space, and I think it's really very, very, it's vital.
So you were introduced to TorahAnytime, or TorahAnytime was introduced to you, I imagine. And what has that meant for you as in terms of a platform, being able to get your messaging out to the world?
Oh, I don't know what it meant, but let me tell you something. I am the biggest fan in the world of Shimon Kol Yaakov. Let me tell you something. So I don't want to date myself around here, folks, but it was, I think, it's a debate between Shimon and me, whether it was 203 or 2004 or somewhere in that range. I'm giving a schmooze in Queens, and Shimon Kol Yaakov comes over and says, "I'd like to film it. I'd like to videotape it." I said, "What do you want to do that for?" "Maybe some of my friends want to watch it." I said, "All right, go ahead, knock yourself out." So he videotapes it. And maybe 6 months later, he says to me, "You know what? I want to put up a website." "A what?" "A website." Now, no one had websites, no film organization. And who's going to watch it anyway? Okay, knock yourself out. Put up a website. Anyway, I was there in the beginnings, and there was no such thing as TorahAnytime. And to watch it flourish, to watch it grow, to watch what it's become is just like, to me personally, one of the greatest inspirational stories. One of my heroes is Shimon Kol Yaakov. Why? Because to see what he's done, what his organization has done, his brothers, Yosef, Davis, the whole team, what they've accomplished, what they've done, the tremendous contribution that they've made to the Jewish nation is beyond description. I mean, I don't know if anybody's watching this, you know that you can watch thousands and thousands, 200,000 lectures, I think is now what they're up to, of the most diverse type of speakers, the most rabbanim or speaker, whatever topic, whatever issue. It's right now probably the largest yeshiva in the world. 12 million hours a year. What? Find me Panovich, find me BMG, find me the Mirror. I don't know if they can brag about those kind of hours. So it's very impressive, and again, to me personally, inspiration. That's my spiel. That's my take on that topic.
That's so perfectly said. Really, so perfectly said. I think it's important to first of all, it's important to mention raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Get out there and donate, guys. But I think it's important to mention that of all of these speakers, of all these amazing things, of this groundbreaking book, which I do want to speak about for a moment, because if Rabbi Schaefer, if you didn't go in knowing, like, if this wasn't your pet passion for dozens of years, writing a book about this must have been a very daunting task.
Daunting is an interesting word, because I finished it 8 years before it was published. In fact, I did something. I picked up a little from Rabbi. I picked up a little Rabbi Wein. He signs his book, Yerushalayim, year such and such. So I clearly wrote at the end, when I finished writing the book, I wrote the date, the Muncie, New York, da-da-da-da. And 8 years later, when I was ready to consider putting the book out, I said, oh, wow, 8 years have passed. I said, that's interesting. So daunting, I don't know if is the right word, but yeah. But you understand the most daunting part about it. What is the most daunting part, gentlemen?
Once it goes to print.
That my wife is going to read it. And she's going to hold it and say, you
should
writing a book on Shalom Bias? You? Right?
Rabbi Epstein,
she really.
Rabbi Epstein and I go way back, and I remember saying to him before he was involved or when he first started getting involved in this, in this whole endeavor of working with couples, and it's something that is so. I avoid like the plague what the both of you get involved in, and it's not that I don't get involved in heavy things, but it's so scary to me. And one of the reasons, if I'm going to be honest and vulnerable for a moment, one of the reasons is that I can work with addictions, I can work with family crisis, I can work with all of these things, and it's still not as scary as that, because, Baruch HaShem, I'm not an addict. No one can point at me and be like, but you said that, but I am married, okay? And someone could turn to me and be like someone in my family or one of my kids might hear me say something and be like, oh, really? Oh, interesting. And I think that's why it was so talented of you to name it, dumb mistakes that smart people make, because we're still like, it's not saying that I'm stupid if I make these mistakes. It's still up there, which is really, really incredible. But I think it's a very important thing to put out, that if that meeting had never happened between you and Shimon Kol Yaakov, if Shimon Kol Yaakov had not put out those speeches, the ability for that book to have gotten written, put out there, and affected, and I personally know so many people who have been affected by the book, if that book had not been out there and affected all those people, if that meeting had never happened, I'm sure it's an incredible book, but do you feel it would have gotten that sort of traction to help that many people?
It's a great question. To answer it, the value of TorahAnytime is not its ability to push the 10 really dumb mistakes. The value of TorahAnytime is to change the generation, make accessible so many concepts, ideas. People can learn on so many different levels, in so many different areas. It's so beyond one little, listen, I love the plug and it's important to me personally, but we're talking about something that's so major and so transformative, and we're talking about changing a generation. It's just, it really is it's very impressive. That's all I can say. I'm a big fan, and I donated. I'm not a wealthy man. I made a donation. I can't push the Shmooze page, but raisethon.theshmooze. I'm competing over here also, guys. Forget Rav Gav, no, I'm kidding.
Are you giving a metal print? Are you giving a metal print? He's not giving a metal print. He's not giving a metal print.
A video book. $100 donation on the Shmooze page, and you get a copy of the video book. But watch, the video book plays. I didn't even know there was a video book. The videos, really. There's not. Can you see this?
Both confident, then goal-oriented. And both a bit
I'll put it to my chair.
Here's Shayna's version. Dating Bensi was exhilarating. He was full of energy, always moving. He gave me a sense of excitement and adventure.
I didn't even know about that.
But after 3 years of marriage, His 88.
That's cool. That's called the video book. You know why there's a video book?
When did the
Because I
video
got
book
tired
come
of
out?
the
We had no
ADD
idea.
generation. Guys would say, on a regular basis, guys would say to me, "Oh, Rabbi Schiff, I love the book. It's a great book." I say, "What page you up to?" Page 50. How long have you had it? 3 months. A guy said to me, "I'm up to page 12." That is a table of introductions. There are scummers. It starts on page 12. You're on page what? What page you up to? I got tired. I got sick and tired. I said, "That's it. I'm doing battle." So I took the essence of the book and I made 50 short animated videos, 3 minutes each with music and everything. And all you got to do, you want to copy the video book, make a $100 donation, and I will gladly send you a copy free. Just send me an email mentioning that you made a donation, Rebbe@theshmooze.com. Just let me know. Just not on Rav Gav's page, not on Rabbi Epstein's page, not on Rabbi Susan's page. This is a competitive environment over here. It's on the Shmooze page. Make a $100 donation on the Shmooze page. Let me know about it, and I'll gladly send you a copy of the video book. Yes, gentlemen, competition is good.
Yeah,
Good.
If you're gonna do $100, give it to the schmooze. If you're gonna do $500, then you know where to find yourself.
You get five of them and give it out.
$5.
It's a great deal. You know, if you're an in-law, right? You donate $500 to Rabbi Shem, to the Shmooze, and you'll
Send
get
it to your
5 of
children.
those. And that's it. You give it out to your kids. You guys are taken care of. That's it. That's perfect. Rabbi, I've been asking this to all of our guests if there's any because what we've been figuring out here is that we all are stealing from each other's speeches. So is there any specific speaker, any specific content creator on Torah Anytime that you find yourself going to in a pinch, going to on a regular basis, going to for info, for sources?
No, absolutely not. But I will say this: Rabbi Krohn had a tremendous influence on me as a young speaker. No, I'm not kidding. I don't listen to other people. I'm incredibly. I can't. I get so. I hate to admit this publicly. I'm incredibly. I learn the Musar Sorim. I get into things. Rabbi Krohn had a tremendous influence on me, and I'll explain to you how. Back in the day when I was a high school Rebbe, no one was speaking in public. There was no one out there. And to watch someone who was so articulate, so well spoken, so well thought out, he really was, to me, I call him like my Rebbe in public speaking, because I used him sort of as a model, as an icon. And I'm deeply indebted to him. I don't think I ever mentioned this to him, and I don't think he knows it, but I am deeply indebted because I sort of patterned, now, I would tell Rabbi Orlovsky that I studied his humor, but you know that Schaefer's not funny, so it would be an instant. I really didn't. He once told me, "Schaefer, don't you dare! You are not funny. Don't do you."
And Orlovsky's like, "Don't blame me for that."
Right, like I said the same joke.
Your humor is not my fault. But so further on, and now we are talking about Shidduchim. I asked Rabbi Ozeri this earlier. We spoke to Rav Shachter about it. We spoke to quite a few people about this one concept, about this one concept of no matter what it is that a person is going through, no matter what it is that a person is experiencing, no matter what stage of life they're in, to donate now and give b'zchut that, when you're buying hours of Torah as the zchut that you're going, that you should have atzlacha in whatever the case it is, whether it be shidduchim, whether it be children, whether it be parnasa, no matter what it is, to be able to buy in now in order for that, there's no bigger zchut than this to do it. So, Rabbi Schaefer, if you were gonna give a big push to people, not only to go onto your page, but in general, for the concept of Torah Anytime, for reaching out to so many people, and like you said, I'm such a major fan of the Kol Yaakov brothers because I said before, they're walking around here cool as cucumbers.
As if they're regular guys.
Yeah, as if they're just regular guys walking around. And I said to him, I was like, Shimon, now's the time you're supposed to be freaking out. Like, this is when you're supposed to be worried. And he said, it's not my website, it's Hashem's. He'll take care of his website. It's not gonna, right? To be a part of that, is such an honor, but more than that, can we give a push to people who maybe are on the fence right now, haven't donated yet, who aren't in yet, to be able to explain to them the concept of how deep this is, how deep it runs, how many people get affected by this?
Right. So, that's a very good point, because you'll see somebody who makes a tremendous roshem on the class. Well, maybe it's a Rosh Hashiva, maybe it's a cloud worker, and you say to yourself, how could I ever do that? I'm not a great public speaker, I'm not a big Talmid Chacham, I'm not a big organizer. How could I ever do that? And I think this is the answer, meaning if I make a donation, and because of my donation, there's more Torah spread, that means there's more Torah spread. I am a part of this. I can join in this. I can be a part of it. And if my donation makes a difference that a Jew somewhere in Utah or a Jew somewhere in Brooklyn or whatever the level is going to be influenced, that's my schut for eternity. I'm a part of it. It's a part of me. I mean, to me, again, this is one of the greatest... I want to talk about like a multi-level marketing. It's so incredible because I get to be a part of spreading Torah by just making a donation, and I'm a part of it, and it's part of me, and I think it's a great, it's one of the greatest opportunities because it really is. It's so far-reaching, and more than that, it lasts for so long. You know, you give this donation, it's going to be a part of a person's life for eternity, part of your life for eternity. I can't make a bigger push. I think it's a great opportunity.
I just want to say before we let you go, Rabbi Schaefer, that I want to just clarify this. It's not just the Torah learning. Meaning, imagine if you saw a couple that was having a really intense argument / fight, right, in their house.
I run. Right? You guys are the ones who run towards
that
fire.
And imagine
I get out of that room as quickly as possible.
Imagine if you could like insert yourself or insert somebody there and say to them, guys, 1 second, hold on. You know, let's work this through a little bit. You know, like listen to what your wife is saying. Let's understand where she's really coming from. Right? Start utilizing a lot of the tools.
She didn't mean to stab you.
She didn't mean to say it that way.
You were just at the wrong end of that night.
She didn't mean to say it that way. We Google translate what she was really saying. Like I always say, Rabbi Schaefer, like so we always say that marriages don't speak English, right? They convey emotions in words. Right. So you like explain it to a couple, like no, that's not really what she's saying. She doesn't mean always. She doesn't mean you never help. She's just saying that she's having a hard day. This is a call for help. And like you're able to like facilitate a conversation there. And the couple's like, oh, thank you very much, and they walk on their way. I've heard from so many couples who told me that when they're in not good places, they turn to Torah Anytime, they go to the marriage section, and they just start watching. And it's not just fluffy ideas of like, Shalom is the most important thing in the world, which is, of course, yeah, Shalom, like Hashem didn't find the Keli, Matzah, Bracha, Shalom. These are very nice things, but there's real skills and real tools that are really impacting people's happiness, their well-being. And I get emails, I'm sure, Rabbi Schaefer, you do as well, from people whose children are impacted from the parents being impacted from Torah Anytime. It's amazing. And you said you came on at 2003, 2004. There are people whose entire lives have been under the umbrella, the influence of Torah Anytime. It's amazing to think about that. There are people whose entire lives have been built on either themselves or their parents or family members being directly impacted. So, Rabbi Schaefer, I know that you feel this and you see this, and I'm sure you get dozens and dozens of emails or hundreds of emails from people whose literally their lives are impacted, are changed over because of the work that you're doing. So, Ashracha, and thank you very, very much for partnering with the greater Torah Anytime, family. We're all mishpacha over here.
But again, it's not only marriage. This is the beauty of it. Torah Anytime is so many issues, so many. Being a frum Jew, being a Torah Jew, being a Torah. How many people are jaded or dissuaded, or they're like just tired? They're not into learning. They're not into Muslim, not into davening, and they put on a speaker and they get inspired and they get motivated, and suddenly their life changes, and at that point they become a different person, a different father, a different husband, a different human being, but they become electrified. And being a part of this, it's on, again, marriage is very important, I've seen, and I know you're very into this, and I am also spending time, but again, Torah Anytime deals with so many issues and so many topics in so many ways. A Jew can find so much inspiration, so much Torah, so much, it's just beyond any one topic. And it's important to remember what they're doing is just astonishing. But again, you still have to make the donation on the Shmooze page. If you go to Rabbi Epstein's page, you will not get the book. The video book you only get if you go to the Shmooze page. $100 on the Shmooze page, and I'll gladly send you. But also send me an email with your address so I can know who you are. I know to send it. Please send it. I'll gladly do it. If you want a picture, $500 to Rabbi Epstein. Want a video book? Just $100 for the Shmooze.
Rabbi Schaefer, thank you so much. Rabbi Schaefer of the Shmooze page of the 10 very dumb mistakes very smart people make, or something along those lines. It's too long of a
Smart, yeah.
But an unbelievable effect of Klal Yisrael through Torah Anytime. And again, just to mention that same point, Rabbi Schaefer just made it so eloquently, so beautifully. What more do you want? We just fixed marriage. Everything is on this site. Everything is on there for you to tap into through Torah. Marriage, raising children. We had psychology with Dr. Lieberman. We had Torah with Rabbi Schachter. Anything you want is on there. Guys, get on there, raisethon.com / Torah Anytime. Get out there, find your pages, whether it be Rabbi Epstein, you'll get $500, not for that, you'll get $500 for the painting. You could get the 10 mistakes video book, which is amazing. If you give 100 to Rabbi Schaefer, and if you have something left over, you give to Rav Gav.
$18.
On to the video. Welcome back. If you wanted the jewelry, you missed your chance. That's it. That's how it works, guys. It's gonna creep up on you. All of these raffles are just gonna creep up on you, and you're gonna miss everything that you were supposed to put into. We're just talking about Shalom Bayis. If your wife asked you to donate so that you can be part of a certain thing, I'm not taking it back. I'm not lying for you and saying that you really did when you didn't. Now get in there. $250 is gonna get you a raffle
Ticket.
It's not a ticket.
A drawing.
Yeah. You put it in. It's gonna put you into the raffle. $250 puts you in. $500 gets you 2. $2,500 is gonna get you 15. It's not just bad math. It's also free. 5 tickets. So 15 entries is the word I was looking for. Thank you. 15 entries into these raffles. Ladies and gentlemen, with us right now is one of my mother-in-law's favorite speakers. That's the only introduction he needs in my house. I get forwarded his clips all the time, and I'm happy that I do. Not only because of the inspiring, amazing things, but it's really weird when someone forwards you your own clip. So it's a lot better when it's someone else. The one and only Rabbi Yaakov Rahimi. Rabbi, welcome.
How are you, Rabbi
Shalom.
Shushan?
Thank you so much for joining us.
Finally we meet.
That
was ever your names. And that's part of Torah Anytime. We're all real classmates. We all work in the same industry, but we never get to meet each other.
100%. 100%. So, Rabbi, just a little bit of background. Where are you from? Where'd you grow up?
That's a long story.
Let's go.
Is this what I signed up for?
Let's go. This is it. This is it. We're dissecting everyone.
Okay, so I was born in Eretz Yisrael. I'm a proud Israeli.
Oh, wow.
I was not born in America like you guys. You guys were born in America.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have to judge me.
See, that's what happens. I was born in Eretz Yisrael. Then we grew up in Los Angeles. I grew up Chabad, Baruch HaShem. My family became religious from Chabad. And then eventually moved to Lakewood in 2001. And since then, we're in Lakewood.
Wow. We're like neighbors. I mean, I'm in Tom's River, so it's not really, but it's
Tom's
sort of
River is new, very new.
Yeah, it sort of is. But wow.
You guys all live in Lakewood.
I know.
It's enough of that. You live in Lakewood. That's it.
We live in Tom's River, and so you live in Lakewood. Go on.
And in Lakewood, we went to a lot of schools with Baruch HaShem, but slowly and slowly we got more and more from. And, Baruch HaShem, how did I get to Torah Anytime? Should I tell you the story?
This is exactly what we're here for.
Okay. What happened was, one time I started working for the Chazak organization, the great organization called Chazak. In Queens. In fact, Torah Anytime Chazak.
The Meirovs.
The Meirovs started from the same shul, Bet Gav, the famous shul Bet Gavriel. And Rav Ilan Meirov, Shlita, told me, would you give a speech? I was like, I don't know, I'll give it a try. He's like, you can do it, give a speech. And I gave a speech, and then I met Shimon Yaakov, he was there. and he got the camera, obviously without asking, which is why he's very good at this.
he's good
He
at.
got the camera, and then right afterwards, he's like, "That's it. You're on Torah Anytime." I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You're on. We're putting you on. You have to start recording lectures." And I said yes, but as usual, I did not know what I was signing myself into. Right after the lectures were up, you can't even walk down a supermarket in Brooklyn without, I'm getting my tuna, and someone goes out to me, "Oh, you're Yaakov Rahimi." The other day in Lakewood, I was like, "Okay, I'm going to have a vacation." I went out for a bagel store, this Bagel King in Jackson, the new store over there. So we decided to go for breakfast. I ordered my favorite sandwich. I'm sitting there taking a bite, literally taking a bite. Someone taps my shoulders. I turn around, it's some guy from Mexico. And he tells me, "You Rabbi Yaakov Rahimi?" I was like, "Yes." So in between the bites, someone has to come over to me. But wherever you go in the world, even Israel, when I went to Har Nof, I went to Eretz Yisrael, people came over to me, the Americans that came over to me. They said, "We recognize you from Torah Anytime."
Wow.
So the power Torah Anytime has is tremendous. It's an unbelievable thing how much Torah they spread everywhere in the world. Just the other day, I got an email from a lady from Frankfurt, Germany. Right? Did I pronounce that right? Frankfurt, Germany.
Yeah.
She's a Persian lady from Great Neck. Don't ask me how she ended up in Germany, but she wants her son to start learning Torah. He's becoming bar mitzvah, and she wants to start learning Torah. So she emailed me, "Would you be able to set like a Zoom phone call with my son, who is about to be bar mitzvah, start learning with him?"
Wow.
The answer was, unfortunately, no. I set it up at Torah Meets in Uro. But I asked her, "How did you even get in touch with me?" The answer was, Torah Anytime.
Wow.
So the power they have goes everywhere. Israel, Lakewood, Brooklyn, Germany, wherever you go in the world, the power of Torah Anytime is unbelievable.
It's amazing. I have, and I'm sure both of you also, I have countless stories of these things happening, of the most random places, someone coming up to talk. Lakewood's an impossible situation for me. Last time we were there, we pulled up to a pizza shop, we were driving back to Cleveland. My wife was like, "You mind going in and getting it?" I was like, "Do you want your pizza hot or cold?" If you want it hot, I'm not the guy to go in there. It takes a while to get back out. So, and she didn't even, the truth is I didn't even get to respond that clip response because she said, "Can you go in to get it?" I just looked over at her and she was like, "Oh, forget it, no way." And she went in herself. But it's amazing how many people and how far-reaching this is. And again, my mother-in-law, this is back when she was, I believe, even living in Israel, she was watching you. So many people getting affected, so many people deeply connecting to a person that is putting out Torah over there. And again, the reason why I love this story so much is Rabbi Rahimi's story is not unique. Everything in the background was. Rabbi Rahimi as a person was kind of not unique. It's a little underwhelming. No, Rabbi Rahimi is the story of him coming out to Torah Anytime and doing this and going, having so many people become affected by it is not unique. They're not just there. They have searched out the talent. They have put all these people out there. It's this incredible thing that without Shimon sticking that camera into that shiur, it would never have happened.
It almost feels like a movie, like the way they just pop out of the bushes with a camera, right? And you're like, "Wait, where did you come from?" "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." Before you know, you're on Torah Anytime.
Don't fight it. Just allow it to record.
And then they're like, "Okay, here's what you need to do better." You're like, "Oh,
Right,
wait,
yeah.
what?" And then they help you take things to the next level. It's really
Every time
amazing.
I hang up the phone with Shimon or Reuven, their sign off, and I think they do this if they're speaking to Verizon about their connection, their sign off is, "All right, just keep the camera rolling." No matter what we spoke about, it's like, "All right, just keep the camera rolling." I thought I just got fired. It's like, keep the camera rolling, But so right now, Rabbi Rahimi, where do you teach anywhere specific? Do you have a specific series going on Torah Anytime? Is there any specific series that you suggest people listen to?
Okay, so right now I'm learning. I'm in Carlo and Lakewood, and then afterwards I travel. In fact, after this, I'm going on Long Island to learn with a group of public school boys. And everything started from Torah Anytime. All these different positions to come speak there, everything was b'schut Torah Anytime.
Wait, can you tell us more about that, speaking to the public school kids?
So Roslyn, New York, is a city called Roslyn, right next to Great Neck over there, Persian community. But, there's thousands of boys in public school as we speak, boys and girls, in Roslyn, New York. So they invited me to come once a week to speak, sometimes 20, sometimes 30, public school, high school, boys and girls.
Wow.
It's a big zechut, it's a big honor for me. I don't even know why Hashem gave me such a matana, such a gift to be part of Torah Anytime. It's a tremendous zechut. All you got to do is speak, but at the same time, it's like pressing a button. It's almost like one of those, what's it called? Those airplanes, what's the thing called, where you control everything, the cockpit. Right. You have all these different types of buttons, but you're controlling a massive plane that's going everywhere. Torah Anytime, it's a bunch of buttons. That's what it seems like. But at the same time, they're controlling Judaism as we speak. One of the pillars of Judaism, I say this all the time, one of the pillars of Judaism as we speak, the Amudim, Torah ve'Yahadut, is Torah Anytime. Wherever you go in the world, people are listening. There's yeshivot, there's kodelim, there's shuls, Baruch HaShem. There should be many more, B'ezrat Hashem, and everyone should donate to all these causes. But at the same time, we need to be aware, and tell me if you agree, Rabbi Shushan and Rabbi Epstein, that the generations also change. People are turning to the internet. People are turning for Torah to other places. This is where it's going. So we have to buckle up and move fast to support such websites as much as possible. Because it's not only about us that are learning Torah, it's about thinking about all the Yehudim wherever you go in the world. Sometimes I meet people and they tell me all these different facts that are totally not true from the Torah. They said they heard this guy online say this. I don't know where these guys are logging in, but definitely people that should not be on the internet teaching Torah.
Oh, yeah.
We have to compete with such people. We have a chayut, a responsibility to make sure Torah Anytime is supported to compete against the choshech, against the darkness that's going on online. People have to start realizing Torah Anytime is not like an extra credit thing. I have my shul, I have my yeshiva, I have my children's schools. It's cute if I also donate to Torah Anytime, if it's around, not around. That's a ta'ut. Torah Anytime is basics. It's a pillar. The Torah and Judaism in this generation, definitely in the next, depends on how much Torah is spread through Torah Anytime.
You know, there's a mention that we made last night that, Al Shlosh Devarim Ha'olam Ha'omed, Torah, Avodah, Gemilut Chasadim. I said, Torah Anytime was the Torah pillar for already up until last year, was the Torah pillar. Now they're like, you know what? Well, let's just take over the world. It's
like China.
We already got one. There's only 2 more to go. So they did chesed anytime. Gemilut chasadim. It doesn't end. When you give to this, you're not just giving to Torah learning, which we all know is more than enough reason to give. I mean, just that should be the sales pitch. But you're not just giving to that. You're giving to every single one of these unbelievable resources that they put out there. And as Rabbi Rachimi said, they have now, it's something we keep bringing up. We brought up a Rav Gav. If you're teaching public school kids, I'm telling you right now, if someone asks me right after this, please go give a thing to this group of public school kids, I would jump on to Jewish Anytime and see what the best in the field of opening to religion, of opening Torah to people who've never learned it before, what they look like and how they talk. There's so much out there for us to be able to learn. We were saying yesterday, the idea of the truck drivers who are driving, listening to, it became like that's their kollel now. Yeah. Like they're in yeshiva, they just also happen to be driving. Their yeshiva is taking place in the cabin of a truck. Okay, but no matter what it is, everybody can get to that level. And again, I think the one of the most important points to make here is that someone like Rabbi Rahimi, his story again of how everyone got to know who he is, about how so many people got affected through his Torah, is not unique. It's not original. I remember the parking lot I was standing in when I first moved to America, and I was already recording a little bit before that, but it was sporadic. I didn't have my own page. I didn't have my own. And I remember the phone call first from Shimon, who was too sweet back then. This goes back a few years. He was still very sweet about it. He didn't learn that, speakers and some of us are a little bit of prima donnas, and we have to be handled a certain way. He called up and he was very, very sweet. It didn't work. I was like, I don't know. About 10 minutes later, I got a call from Moshe Sofer. He's like, all right, what's your address? We're sending the camera. I'm like, no, I told him no. He's like, I know what you told him. So we're sending you the camera, and you can start recording once a week. And So I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'm doing it now. So that story is not unique. It happened. It has happened to so many of us, and all of that Torah, and all those hours, and all that help. And again, we're talking about Rabbi Schaefer, talking about Rabbi Epstein, all that help in marriages, chinuch, so much is out there. Let me just shift for 1 second, because I want to find this out from so many people. More of a curiosity, I guess. But just number one first, 12 million hours of Torah a year. 12 million.
Whatever that means.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I said last night. I was like, which I don't even understand that number. I wish it wasn't that high. I know it sounds horrible, but I could wrap my head around maybe 1 million. I don't know. I could try to wrap my head around that. I have no idea what 12 million hours of Torah means. What is the value of that buy-in? that for $250 you get countless hours of Torah. How does that work?
Wow, that's an easy one. That's an easy one to answer, Rabbi Shushan. I think I would answer what I heard from the Gdol Adol, Chacham Ovad Yosef, Zechat Tziv Kadosh Revacha. He said over one of his big events, when Israel has their elections, he used to run the Shas party. And when the Shas party was in the government, they will take the money and they will use it to pay for yeshivot and kolelim, and he was metzliach. You're talking about millions of Yudim right now learning in Israel because of the money that was taken and spent on yeshivot from the Shas party. He got up in one of the events, I remember I was a little kid listening, and he said that you're going to go to Olam Haba after 120 years. You're going to go to the next world. And Hashem is going to show you, you see this guy, Reuven from Ashdod, he's Shomer Torah Mitzvot, he's not religious because of you. You see this lady, Efrat from Tel Aviv, right now she lights candles for Shabbat because of you. And you're going to tell the Bet Din Shemal, you can tell Hashem, I never met these people in my life. I know who Reuven is from Ashdod, I know who Efrat is from Tel Aviv, I don't even know who they are, let alone make them religious. He says, no, because you did your part by putting in the vote for Shas, and Shas took your vote and was able to spread Torah. You have a chelik, you have a share in spreading all the Torah wherever it went.
Wow.
So whoever donates for Torah anytime, and I'm not saying this because I'm on it, I mean it with a full heart. If you want to donate to a cause that really, really makes a difference to the world, and not only this generation, I'm talking about we have to start worrying about the next generation, the youth, this is where they're at, they're on Torah, they're online. If you really, really want to make a difference for emet, for the truth, you got to donate to Torah anytime. And on the side note, you're going to get an extra cookie in Olam Haba. Hashem is going to show you, oh, you donate to Torah anytime. B'schut you, this guy learned Torah. B'schut you, this guy was sad and he got some happiness, some simchat ha'chaim, some joy from Torah anytime. This guy learned halachot from Torah anytime. There's a group in Queens that I know had a chabura, and I was doing COVID, they had like a group of people, and they were listening to Rabbi Shai Tahan, one of the rabbis on Torah time, and Rabbi Shai Tahan, who always talks about halacha. So they put him on, and they will listen to halachot doing COVID. They learn all the laws of Shabbat, the laws of blessing, all from Torah anytime. There's another person, if you don't mind me sharing another story, there's another person from Bergentown, New Jersey, if I'm saying it right. Bergentown, is that right?
Bergenfield.
Bergenfield, oh, thank you. By the way, New Jersey is massive. I used to think Lakewood is New Jersey, but New Jersey, it's bigger than Israel. New Jersey is
still
a
think
massive
Lakewood
place.
is New Jersey.
This guy, I started learning with him from Partners in Torah, another beautiful organization. And I asked him, how did you get in touch with me? So he said, I saw your name on Partners in Torah as a volunteer to learn, but I recognize you from Torah anytime. And I want to tell you something. This guy is a Gil. He's a convert. He's like, I want to tell you something. The only Torah that I had for many years was Torah anytime. And he even told me who his favorite speaker was, by the way. It's not me. I'm just saying. His favorite speaker was Rabbi Zitron.
Please don't announce me.
Rabbi Shua Zitron. He said that was his favorite speaker. But he said it gave him so much life. And he gave us so much simcha, so much happiness. This is a random guy. He's not random. He's a yid. He's a human being. But he gave him so much chiyut. And by the way, what it ends up being is he had to get his brit milah again. That's a whole different story. But all of that led up because of Torah anytime. I'm just saying.
Wow. Yeah. You mean random? It's not random, but it's literally sprinklings. It's almost, you think about like a mayan, like a spring that just has its tentacles all over the world. I was once at a Shabbaton where this girl came in. She came over to me and she came over to a whole bunch of different speakers. Almost every person at the Shabbaton she recognized. She said, I want to thank you for being my Rebbe. And she had their own area in halacha, in hashkafa, in relationships. And everyone was like, oh, thank you. And she told each one of them, she said, I grew up completely not religious in a town that has absolutely no from people anywhere near the town. And that Torah Anytime became my beacon. And I started with one, and I just started learning. And it was interesting because we hosted this girl for a Shabbos. And when she came into the kitchen, there was like, we were talking, and she goes, oh, that's a kli rishon, a kli sheni, kli shlishi. She was like handling halacha that she was getting from these rabbanim, and we were like, whoa, there's a girl that grew up with zero Torah education whatsoever, and it impacted her life. So this guy is not random. This guy is obviously selected by Hashem, but the inroads that Torah Anytime has in people's lives that are just on the most far-flung places in the universe is really unbelievable.
The whole thing is incredible. Really, from beginning to end, when we put in the fact that I'm sitting here with Rabbi Epstein, a professional in so many fields, but specifically speaking wise in shidduchim, in couples, in marriage, and the like. And then on the other side, I have Rabbi Rahimi, who has affected so many people, speaks exactly on their level to them, and explains very complex ideas in a very beautifully clear, eloquent format. When you sit here and you realize that the only reason that anyone knows these names, or one of the main reasons, I'm not taking away from the talent,
no, it's the only reason.
Reasons
that
true. Everyone knows these names is because of the same people working behind the scenes. And again, the same people working behind the scenes. I remember about 2 years ago, there was a clip going around, and it wasn't kosher. Let's just say. Now it was of a rabbi-looking person. Rabbi Achim was speaking about this a little bit, of a rabbi-looking person giving over what he said was Torah, and it was a very what we call chroma idea. It was not. And I remember messaging Shimon and being like, I hope this isn't part of us. And I remember Shimon immediately responding. He was like, you're the fifth one today, and I'm telling you, he's nowhere near our site. He's like, I know who he is. He tried getting on our site. He's nowhere near our site. Everyone who's on the site, everyone who's speaking on there is vetted. They're put through the ringer. They're made sure that everyone is putting out a quality, real Torah that is coming from a real Masorah of Klal Yisrael. They're doing all the work for you.
Yeah.
Whether it's your kids that are watching, Rabbi Kalati, Rabbi Schiller, right? It was here before. Whether it's your kids that are watching, I'm not going to lie, I kind of watch those things also because it helps me out a lot.
Well, he's
right?
interesting, so Rabbi Schiller.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Another Rabbi Berkowitz guy.
Another Rabbi Berkowitz guy. I said to him, he even looks a little bit like Rabbi, by the way.
Yeah.
You see him in person. No matter who it is that you're going for, no matter who it is that you're trying to get to, Dr. Lieberman, for instance, right? You have access to one of the top psychologists in the world right now.
Yeah.
You have all of these things, no matter what you're in the mood of, no matter where you are, no matter what you need to listen to at that moment. The scariest, I'm going to tell you right now, and maybe you guys would be completely impervious to it, but to me, it was the scariest speech or share I ever gave in my life. The one I was the most nervous about was to my daughter's backyard camp. She was like, it was like 12 8-year-old girls. I have no idea what I'm going to say to 12 8-year-old girls. I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Give me anything. Give me a prison. I'm smoking a prison. That's great. I have no idea what to say to 12 8-year-old girls. It makes no. And I on the way there, I remember calling my brother Ari actually and being like, he's like, okay, what's the crowd? I told him, he's like, you're on your own. I have no idea. I have nothing to do. I can help you. That's the scariest thing I've ever heard of. But I went on TorahAnytime. I did the kids thing. It gave me 2 great stories to use, a great word that was relatable to children. It was perfect. It was amazing. Rabbi Rahimi, you could give one last push for the donations. Again, the donations are going to
Racethon.com.
Racethon.com.
TorahAnytime. /Ruvain Epstein.
Oh.
Or Team Rahimi.
Or Team Rahimi. How's Team Rahimi doing?
It should do better.
It should be doing better?
Yes.
So there we go. Rabbi, you have 30 seconds. Okay. Give your last pitch for Team Rahimi.
Tell everybody what you're giving away.
What are we giving away?
Entries to our amazing raffles.
Right.
And if you go to Ruvain Epstein, you will get...
Oh my gosh.
For $500, a metal print.
This is a
beautiful picture. If we could get that back on the screen, it would be helpful because it's literally going to change your whole house. Your wife is going to be like,
it's going to really tie the room together.
Let's call him and see what other photos he might have for us to hang in their house. But I'm sorry, but Rabbi Himi, go ahead. I digress. $500. If you want to give $100, go to Rabbi Schaefer's page, and he'll give you a book on how to save your marriage. And if you have $18, then give it to me. Then give it to Rav Gav. Go ahead, Rabbi Rahimi.
It's funny you mentioned before how Rabbi Epstein is so good at Shalom Bayit. It's very funny because it's true. Because the other day someone asked him to give a lecture about Shalom Bayit. I was like, no. There's professionals for that. It's not my field. I know what I can speak at, but Shalom Bayit and Chinuch is not out. The TorahAnytime really is amazing. How it has really so many different types of speakers at Rabbanim. It's a tremendous power. It's a tremendous Torah power in the world. But I want to share with you one thing about $250 might sound like a lot. But first of all, these days, couples, I'm sure the Shalom Bayit rabbis here know, couples that go to restaurants these days are spending $400 just like this. I mean, a steak is $80-90. The drink is $30. If you get a second, it's another $20. All they give you is water. So $250 is really nothing, but it really is a lot at the same time. But I want to share with you about an article that I once read about a veteran that survived the Afghanistan war. He survived, but unfortunately he lost a foot. And they said, you know, how you're walking around these days, and he said he has those, unfortunately, the metal fake foots, those guys that they install them. And they asked him, okay, how much did it cost? And he said it cost $500,000. Wow. And then the soldier was saying $500,000 is cheap. That's what the article said, that he was saying $500,000 is nothing. What's $500,000? I was thinking to myself, how can a guy say $500,000 is cheap? That's a lot of money. But when you're getting a foot, $500,000 is pretty cheap. For the value that you're getting, a foot, what's $500,000? So $250 of Ibn Shushan and Esin is a lot of money. Yeah. But for what you're getting, Ribono Shel Olam, you're getting so much Torah v'yirat shamayim, so much value, to tremendous power in the world. $250 is cheap.
Guys, check this out right now. This is Team Rahimi we're looking at. Team Red.
Team Red.
Team Rahimi. Team Red. There we go. Team Red. Team Rahimi. We are, those numbers just keep on going up, guys. Jump on this bandwagon. Get it going. Be a part of it. We're going to switch over right now. Rabbi Rahimi, thank you so much for taking out from your incredibly busy schedule to be here with us today. We're going to jump over to the video of part 4 of the documentary right here, right now.
All right.
So here we are at the Torah Anytime office. Welcome to the headquarters.
Let's check out behind the scenes. What's going on?
Hi, I'm Khani Wakstak. I'm a software developer and project manager at TorahAnytime, and I work on coordinating all the different projects we have. We have usually about 5 things running at one time, so I coordinate who's working on what, when they're doing it, making sure everything gets done on time. Day to day, I'm going through all the different things we have to do. I'm meeting with different members of the team, meeting with Reuben and Shimon, figuring out what needs to get done, what will get done tomorrow, what's getting done today. I meet with the designers, I meet with the developers.
My name is Racham Sagev. I'm the assistant office manager. What I do is that I assist them with whatever they need to do, whether it's by putting up lectures as well as sending out the daily dose, which you see with this phone. This is the actual dose phone we send out the daily dose with on WhatsApp. It's a job that I love and I cherish very much, and I was told that if you love your job, you haven't worked a day in your life.
One of the things I do here is I manage all the editing, recording, and uploading here at that goes on at TorahAnytime.
When a lecture gets recorded on Torah Anytime and it gets sent to us, it has to go through many different steps to get finally posted on Torah Anytime. And to build a system like that was a very complicated situation for the software development team.
A lot of people don't know what really goes on behind the scenes. They don't really understand that it's not just about downloading the app, turning it on, and all of a sudden you have hundreds of thousands of shiurim. There's people that have to record the shiurim, they have to get uploaded, transcoded.
There's the intro, the outro, there's the watermark. There's a different conversions to the correct quality depending on the speed of the internet of the user. There's the audio-only version as well. Many times we have to enhance the audio to make sure it sounds good. Many times we have to crop the video as well to make sure the framing is right.
And it all ends up nicely in your app. All feels like there's nothing going on, but really there's a lot going on behind the scenes in order to get it there. Not to mention the TorahAnytime team that's really on top of their game in terms of the quality.
TorahAnytime has about 300 cameras worldwide at this point, where maintenance, all this equipment needs upgrading from time to time. They get older and the technology changes and we replace them with newer technology. And anytime we do these changes, we have to train all the volunteers as well how to use it.
You have companies like YouTube or WhatsApp. You might wonder, they have a working product. Why are there hundreds and hundreds of software developers working round the clock for YouTube or for WhatsApp? Because technology never ends and we have to keep up with this technology. And Baruch HaShem, now we have our own in-house developers. As we're making this video, we have about 6 software developers. We have 2 UX designers and many more graphic designers, assistants, office managers.
Currently, we have about, I'd say, 800, 900 regular speakers on the site. And we basically work with them on getting the proper set of equipment, how to get their training, how to set that equipment up, and how to start recording properly.
All these things are kind of in the flow of just recording one class. And they have to either send it to us or they upload it themselves.
Many people don't realize that there's many fees associated with running Torah Anytime. For example, the 200,000 plus lectures that we have in our storage, we pay storage fees for that to host those lectures.
And we have to make sure that the servers are working properly, make sure we don't crash because of the influx of people that overloads the website. That's why we also want to make sure that it's scalable so we could handle 1,000, 100,000, even 1 million people on the website at any given moment.
You're talking about literally hundreds of thousands of people sometimes at the same time watching long classes and videos.
One of the departments we have here in the organization is convention recordings. We have basically become the go-to place for people for recorded conventions.
I sometimes am overwhelmed by how active and proactive Torah Anytime is in getting our message across.
So when I start planning that I go to the convention, one of the first calls I have to make in the effort to reach the greatest numbers in Klal Yisrael is Torah Anytime. We reached an audience this year of probably over 100,000 households tuning in live to the Agudah convention.
It first hit me how valuable Torah Anytime is for our conventions and large programs when a friend of mine reached out to me on a Sunday morning of a convention and said, "Wow, what great classes last night." And I said to him, "You were here? How come I didn't see you?" He said, "No, I watched it on Torah Anytime."
I must say, there are many times at the convention where I go to sleep and Meir is still up late at night working on editing the videos, making sure the internet connection is working, making sure all the audios, videos are up online and are attached also to the phone line. Torah Anytime helps us take the message of the Gedolim from the four walls of the convention center to the greater Klal Yisrael across the world.
It's like turning your convention from a 1,000-person convention to a 1,000,000-person convention in one click of a button.
Back in 2015, we went to the Project Inspire convention, and it was a very snowy day. And I remember that I had all 8 cameras in my car, and it was Motzei Shabbos, and I'm driving up there right after Shabbos finishes, and it's snowing, and I could barely see anything, and I'm driving on the road with somebody else, and everyone's waiting for me because everyone's already at Project Inspire convention.
They need the cameras.
And they need the cameras, exactly. So I had to get off a ramp, and I didn't see the sidewalk on the ramp, and it was snowing, it was covered with snow, and I went probably 50 miles an hour into that sidewalk, and it busted my tire. So now I have 5 minutes until I actually have to get to the convention. And I'm like, what do I do? And I can't stop. I want to go with the speed and momentum. So I just keep going with a flat tire in the snow while it's blizzarding. Wow. And then I'm getting off and I'm driving. All of a sudden I see a bunch of lights coming at me. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I think I'm going the wrong way. So then I quickly do a U-turn on the road and I go, and Baruch HaShem, I made it.
With the U-turn?
So you see, it's not easy to make sure we get everything where they're supposed to be.
We take this job very seriously, as you see, Baruch HaShem.
Torah Anytime team, besides Shimon and Reuven, developed around a group of literally dedicated people with Mesiras Nefesh that will go rain or shine to make sure to get into the shuls, to get this equipment up, to record, to edit, and then to manage the back end of a very complicated back end.
They don't stop. Mayor Summers, I had a problem one time, 11:30. I just called him up, a technical problem. I said, Mayor, could you tell me how to fix it? He says, just wait for a moment. I felt he was probably too busy, couldn't answer it. About 20 minutes later, the bell rings. Mayor Summers walks into this room and says, could I be of help?
Yosef is a team builder. He's someone who I think he's an organizer, and he was able to work with us to actually land this idea and execute and help us build.
I spoke to the heads of Torah Anytime, and they said, you just tell us where your shir is. Often, I don't need to tell them. They know before I do. But you just tell us where your shir is, we're going to have a camera there.
I come to Yitzchak to record a shir by Rabbi Rosenfeld, and the doors are locked. We tried every window available to try to see if we could get into the Beis Medrash. We found one window that was a little bit quite high to be able to get and not much where to grasp. A few people helped me to be able to get onto a supported place, Was able to go in, open the door, recorded the shir. There was very few attendants because it was a cold Thursday night. And that shir showed Rabbi Rosenfeld and myself how the consistency is key to be able to grow.
Their heart is so full of a will to get Torah out there, it just pours over from there. I think that's what's so beautiful about Torah Anytime. It's not an organization, it's not a company, it's not a corporation. It's just people that want to get Torah out there.
At this point, if you're a religious Torah Jew that speaks English across the globe, you know about Torah Anytime. Torah Anytime is spending so many Torah shiurim all over the world. It's incredible. It's literally unbelievable. And everybody knows a lot of what makes it great. What makes it great is the fact that it has so many different speakers, that is so diverse. The fact that you have in different topics, whether it's Torah, whether it's Hashkafa, or Parasha, or Musar, or Emunah, or so many more. Whether you like speakers that go fast, speakers that talk slow, speakers that tell stories, speakers that are more inside, more outside, speakers that are very deep, speakers that are a little easier to listen to. All of them are out there, and all of them are on Torah Anytime. But I think there's a point that I'm not sure we're focusing on enough, that the timing of Torah Anytime is incredible. You know, when I was a little boy, sometimes I listened to the radio. And listening to the radio back then made a little bit of sense. You could listen to the news or listen to the weather, and even people listen to sports. But in the last decade or so, it's all changed. Radio commercials have become crazy, and many times something that a Jewish ear shouldn't hear. The talks about politics have become so much more intense and so polarized and so impossible to hear, because either way you go, the agenda is so strong and they're pushing so much their way. And even sports talk became as boring as could be. How many times are you going to talk about the guy missing the shot, or whether he belongs in the Hall of Fame or doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame? It's endless. And so all of a sudden, radio became, and then you have a lot of stations that are really inappropriate. So all of a sudden, radio became something totally, or a lot of radio became something not for a Torah Jew. There may be some pieces that are, but a vast majority of it became really not for a Jew to listen to. Enter Torah Anytime. And boom, you have every kind of class that's easy to listen to. It's so much more enjoyable than some radio program with commercials and, like I said, yelling and screaming about nothing. We were told at Har Sinai, the Jewish people used two words that made our nation what we became. Naaseh v'nishma. Naaseh means we have an energy and a willingness and a desire to do. V'nishma means, as Jews, we like to listen. We like to hear. We like to be uplifted. We like to be inspired. You get into a car, you turn on the radio for an hour, you don't even know what you just heard. You turn on a Torah shiur for an hour, and you literally get out of the car with winks. Sometimes people are driving in a car that could be on the Garden State Parkway or on any road in America or across the world. And then they press Torah Anytime. And all of a sudden they get locked into the shiur and get locked into the message. And they just totally focus on Nishma. What the Kol Yaakovs have done and the amount of energy they've put into spreading millions and millions of hours of Torah across Am Yisrael needs our support. They need us behind them, because in order for one of the biggest, or maybe the biggest Bet Midrash on the planet Earth to continue to flourish, in your car, and his car, and her car, and their car, is for Torah Anytime to be strong, to allow all of the shiurim to be put up and uploaded, and the website to be proper and modern and easy to use, in order for it to be a place where the entire Am Yisrael can go. Instead of listening to the rest of the nonsense that the world, that the media wants them to hear, they could sit down in a car or in a home and say, I need my brain to be uplifted. Let me press the button, turn on Torah Anytime, and literally put wings on my car. And instead of hearing what the rest of the world listens to, we just said at Matan Torah, we love to act as Torah Jews, and we like to listen. V'nishma, we like to listen to Torah Jews as Torah Jews. It's in your hands to make sure Torah Anytime is able to continue its incredible work and put focus and energy into all of our lives. Thank you.
There is a young man. He didn't do well in yeshiva. In fact, at the end, they put him out. And he told me there was a good reason why they didn't keep him. He also, unfortunately, met somebody who was not from our community. Individual that is from the Amim. And he wants to marry her. So he called me because someone told him to listen in on a particular shiur that I gave, and that shiur is on Torah Anytime, about don't ever be miyayish, don't ever give up, don't give up. So he told me that the friend knew he was down, thrown out of school, turned off to religion, and finally his parents gave him the boot. You think you're going to bring someone here? You think that's what you're going to do to us? Haven't you given us enough heartache? Didn't you go against all our teachings? Haven't you done enough on Shabbos and Yom Tov? And now you're going to tell us that you're going to bring somebody in this family, chas v'shalom. That's what you're going to do. They threw him out. He's without a house, certainly without a yeshiva. He's without Torah. So he listened in. And on it, I said, Arboim Yom Kodim Yetziras Havlad, 40 days before a baby is born, before the forming of the embryo, Basko Yoitzeis V'Omeres, a heavenly voice calls out, Bas Ploini Le Ploini, the daughter of so-and-so will marry so-and-so. So he asked me, Rav, can I ask you a question? Is it possible that when that Basko rang out, when that heavenly voice rang out, that it said her name? I said, impossible. But Rav, how do you know? Did you hear the Basko? I said, yes. I hear the Basko. In fact, I hear it every day. Rabbi, could you help me hear the Basko? And I told him, yes. Every single day, we learn in Pirkei Avos that the Basko goes out and says, Oilem labriyos, whoa, mi'albana shel Torah, look what is happening to the Torah. That I hear every day. And that Basko tells me that you are not going to marry your Basher in this particular instance. There is somebody great for you, but she's not it. I gotta be straight with you. I beg you, don't end your Jewish lineage right now. Your children, your grandchildren. What's going to happen? What are they going to be? So it didn't work out for yeshiva with you. I feel bad. I wish I would have been your Rebbe. I would have taken you home. I would have tried to do everything I possibly could. But I missed the opportunity. But at least I know you now. Don't turn your back on everybody. Your parents didn't mean it, believe me. They had it up till here and maybe higher. Don't be upset with them. Someone told you about the Torah Anytime, so at least look at that as some divine providence. Hashem is trying to get you back. He's calling out to you and he's saying, Rafi, listen, I know you've been away from me for a long time, but it's okay. Let bygones be bygones. You forgive me and I'll forgive you, says Borei Olam. Hashem says that. Rafi, listen to me, please, if you could. I'm asking you, you got to think about this. Don't go forward with the marriage. He said to me, Rav, I wish I didn't talk to you. I wish I didn't talk to you. I said, Rabbi, you did. And I'll always be grateful. I'll always thank Hashem that you called me because of Torah Anytime. I'll always thank Hashem. But I really want to come to your chuppah. And I really wanted to be with the right girl. I promise you I'll do anything that you ask me. He said, I'll call you back. Sometimes you wait for a call and it don't come in. That's the worst kind of call, because you're left wondering. Ain't simcha katoras hasafik? There's no greater simcha in the world than when something works out and you can understand it. You don't win every time. You don't win every baseball game. You don't win every tennis match. You don't win every time when you try with certain Talmidim or Talmidas, although you put yourself into it. And sure enough, about 2 weeks later, my phone rings, and he says, Rob. I said, yes. He says, I'm done. I'm finished. I separated it. I'm not marrying her. We've gone our separate ways. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I ask you, Rabbi Isai, is the thanks coming to me? The thanks coming to Torah Anytime? If that guy wouldn't have had something that he could click on, who knows? Who knows what would have happened? This is what we have in our life today to be able to counteract the influences of evil. And believe me, there are many.
So here we are, it's Motzei Shabbos. We'll make up the name of the woman. I'm just picking randomly a name as Mrs. Cohn. We'll pick her daughter's name is Chaya. Chaya says on Motzei Shabbos goodbye to her mother. She and two friends are driving through the night, and they are going to a friend's chasana on Sunday. About 2 hours into the drive, unfortunately, Chai and two friends are driving. There was black ice and treacherous weather conditions. They slide. By the most amazing miracle, these three girls, Chazdei Hashem, are still alive. To quote, when the officer called the mother, and I'm getting ahead of myself, he used the line and told the mother, car, this is the way he spoke a broken English, car dead. Miracle from God, daughter not dead. Part of the miracle was that on the strip of highway, there was no barrier to stop them from going over the embankment, except for about 10 feet, there was concrete. And they just happened to go into those 10 feet. I don't like the word coincidence. It's a bad word. Unless you mean coincidence as an 11-letter name for God, that's the only way you could use it. The police officer ended up telling the mother multiple reasons the children should have been dead, but they happened and happened and happened. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This happened a couple hours in. Let's go back to Shabbos afternoon. Mrs. Cohn is taking a Shabbos afternoon nap before Mincha. Her mother, meaning Chaya's grandmother, Mrs. Cohn's mother, had died a bit before. In the dream, Mrs. Cohn is sleeping in her dream. Her mother comes to her. Rarely saw her mother in a dream since she passed away, dressed beautifully in white. starts talking to her mother, and then her mother starts sobbing. Ma, what's the matter? Sobbing. Mrs. Cohen tells me that I was in the dream, I couldn't take it. My mother was sobbing, Ma, what's the matter? And all my mother got out was, she turned to me, the daughter, and said, you've got to call, again, I'll make up a name, Mrs. Stein. You've got to call Mrs. Stein. Now, Mrs. Cohen explained to me, it's not that the two women were having an argument, but the families were, and there was a lack of shalom. Ma, okay, no, promise me. You got to call Mrs. Stein. Ma, you have my word, I'll do it. Only then did she stop crying and smile. Dream ends. Mrs. Cohen wakes up, davens mincha, eats shalosh shudas, Ma'ariv, Havdalah, Shabbos is over. Chaya and her two friends leave on the trip. Mrs. Cohen starts saying to Hillel that she should have the chizuk to make the call. She's saying to Hillel, and to Hillel she picks up the phone and says, not like Bar Kamptz, I'll sit and wait. Get up and do it. She picks up the phone and she starts talking to Mrs. Stein. Let bygones be bygones. Let's put it behind us. And right away, she's Marbe Shalom. She says the two magical words. They start talking and laughing. Years of what happened melted away. A very pleasurable conversation. She listened to what her mother said in the dream, and Mrs. Cohen called Mrs. Stein and did what she thought was impossible, but it became possible, and they're speaking. She happened to look down at her watch. She wanted to know, when did I make shalom? It was 8:28 p.m. She hangs up the phone, did what her mother wanted, the antithesis of Bar Kamptz. Not a minute later, a few minutes later, her phone rings. It's the police officer calling from the emergency room to say that the daughter was in an accident, car dead, miracle of God, daughter not dead. Goes on to describe everything I just described. The emergency room personnel go on to say, lady, it's a miracle. They went without a scratch. It defies belief. She happens to say to the police officer, you took the report, you got to tell me, what time did the accident happen? 8:28 p.m. Maisa Shahaya Kach Haya. I heard it from the girl who's very close to my daughter. 2 days later, that week, I was in this city and I heard it from the mother. She asked me to be mefarsim the story. The Rebbeinu Shalom runs the world. But this lady wanted me to tell people, she begged me, tell them that I made the call and I helped save my daughter's life.
Shimon Kol Yaakov here from Torah Anytime, and a question we occasionally get is, what are the expenses of Torah Anytime? Well, the expenses of operating an organization that spreads over 12 million hours of Torah a year to over 1 million users on 10 different platforms is not a small matter. Baruch HaShem, we have a devoted and dedicated team of software developers, UX, UI designers, sound and video editors, marketing managers, heads of department, for example, the Daily Dose, the publishing division, Chesed Anytime, Rebbe Anytime, Jewish Anytime, convention recording division, and much, much more. The tasks and growth of Torah Anytime, Baruch HaShem, do not end. In addition, we have such a great product, Baruch HaShem, that many people don't realize what goes on behind the scenes. And all the expenses of recording, editing, posting, and storing over 220,000 video lectures, and doing the same for over 700 new lectures a week. Most don't know about the enormous monthly server fees, live streaming fees, web hosting fees, data storage fees, bandwidth fees, and much, much more. In addition, Torah Anytime does a tremendous amount of year-round marketing in newspapers, magazines, flyers, brochures, digital and social media marketing as well. But it doesn't end there. Baruch HaShem, TorahAnytime has hundreds of cameras all over the world. Many times they need repair and they need upgrades just to keep up with the evolution of technology. We currently have, Baruch HaShem, over 20 people on payroll working out of the TorahAnytime headquarters. Most of them are software developers. And by the way, I encourage anyone who can to come and visit us at the headquarters to see everything in action and what goes on behind the scenes. We're also embarking on the process of building a worldwide high-tech studio to create incredible, high-level, high-quality Torah content, podcasts, interviews, shows, and more. I encourage everyone watching, if you need additional information, we are more than happy to meet you in person or over a Zoom call. Or like I said, come and visit us at the headquarters and let's have a conversation there if you need any more additional details. Even though so much has been accomplished, we truly feel that this is just the tip of the iceberg and there's still so much more to do. So now that you have a better understanding on the expenses, on just some of the expenses of TorahAnytime, we invite you to join us in our mission of spreading the most Torah in world history. Thank you.
And welcome back. We're back in the bank, people. We're back in the bank. That was the sound. I feel like no one understood that sound. That was the 1010 Wins News. All right, we're back at the bank. We're back in the studio at the bank. If you can't tell, it's the hat. It's the banking hat. So we're back in the bank. Total donors. We are approaching 7,000 total donors. Guys, we got to up this. Spread it out. If you cannot give, or if you have already given all that you can, everyone can give. The smallest amount matters. Everyone can give. And again, please, guys, don't forget, you could spread out your donation over the course of a year. So that's every month you'll be charged that amount. So if you want to do $250 and you want to do $25 a month, I know, but the year is 12 months. I get it. That's the number I'm going to keep on using, though, okay? So if you want to do that, that's fantastic. Right now, though, the most important part is that even if you have given already, even if you can't give, copy the TorahAnytime link, copy the page that you want it to go to, put it on your status, text it to people, blast it out there to everybody you know. If you have any following on social media, there is no more worthy cause that you can be pushing today on any social media platform than that. The more eyeballs that see the link, that click on that link, the more money that is going to be donated. And again, that's all going to be in your zechut. So specifically, if you have a page, make sure continuously blast it out. Just keep on going. Every time people are going to want to get rid of that little icon on their WhatsApp that has a thing on it that they can't stand because they're a perfectionist and they need to work that through. So they click on it and look through. They're going to see that link. Send out that link as many times as you can. We are approaching 7,000 donors. Unbelievable. 7,000 donors. We have coming up now our next raffle. We're already there. No matter when you give, you are going to be included in every raffle. All of those entries are going to be included in every raffle from the time you gave all the way until we're done tonight. So if you give now, we still have time. If you give now, you're going to be entered into the Breitling Chronomat B13050. So I know everyone was after the B13051, but you didn't even know that the B130500 is even available. $3,000 value, sponsored by KZ Luxury. Thank you so much, our friends over at KZ Luxury, for sponsoring TorahAnytime, but in general, sponsoring the Breitling watch. You could see all of their watches and all of their stock over at kzluxury.com. Right now, we are ready to enter into that raffle. But right beforehand, again, guys, don't forget, number one, send it out to those statuses. Keep pushing those WhatsApp statuses, social media statuses, everything that you have access to. Now is the time to send it out to get things rolling again. Every single entry into a raffle. If you did $250, you have 10 entries into a raffle. If you did $2,500, $250, you have an entry into the raffle. If you did $2,500, you have 15 entries into a raffle, which means every raffle that we do for these major luxury prizes, cruises, vacations, gift cards, $3,000, $5,000 gift cards, all of these raffles, you're going to be entered into, if you did 2,500, you're going to be entered into 15 entries into each raffle as the time goes. And don't forget, if you do 2,500, if you do 100, it doesn't matter. You can spread that out to the course of an entire year. Spread it out month by month. You'll get charged for that. And on to our favorite Wheel of Names. Names. I don't know if they had an echo. And they spun it already. How did you spin it without me doing the... And... Aviva Parnes! Mazel tov. She won the men's watch. You can't make this up. All right, whoever it was that won the linen, if he wants to switch with Aviva, you guys are gonna contact each other. We'll call in Torah anytime. We'll put you in touch. But Aviva Parnes, Mazel Tov, a luxury Breitling. That is like the watch of watches. A Breitling watch from our friends over at Luxury. Did we have it on the, we didn't have it on the thing. We'll push that in a second. But guys, remember, we are on right now TorahAnytime.com's fundraiser. This is once a year. Once a year, Torah Anytime pulls out all the stops and it asks everybody to get behind them. We're a part of them all year. All year, we reach out, whether you have to speak at a bar mitzvah, whether you got to speak at a shalom zachar, no matter what it is that you're going to speak at, you have Torah Anytime taking your back. If you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're driving in a car, I feel like that was going to rhyme, but it didn't. If you're cooking, cleaning, you're driving a car, you're doing anything, you always have Torah Anytime there, taking your back, helping you, leading you, guiding you. The top speakers, the top rabbanim in the world, you have access to them from the comfort of your own home. That is all brought to you by Torah Anytime. Not only is it brought to you, like we said last night, Dayenu, if they would have brought us so much Torah, that wasn't enough for them. They do it in a extremely aesthetic, streamlined way, that no matter what, you're always getting quality content that's easy to watch, that's edited perfectly. This is not easy to do. To keep all of those shiurim online, this is not easy to do. You got to push. Get your WhatsApp statuses going. Get your social media statuses going. Next prize we have. We're getting bigger, people. The next prize we have is $5,000. Can somebody get me an echo? $5,000 cash prize. $5,000 cash to the next winners. If you are in right now, you're going to be entered into the $5,000 cash prize, another cash prize later on, the Costa Rica cruise, Costa Rica vacation, the KMR cruise. Everything you're going to be entered into everything. Our next prize is a $5,000 cash prize. Go on to Raisethon.com right now /Torah Anytime, or go onto the Torah Anytime site and you'll be directed right there. Make sure you choose out your best speakers, show love to all the pages, all the speakers, and a very, very, very special thank you to all of the people who took upon themselves the responsibility of creating a page. If you haven't created a page yet, create one. It doesn't matter if it's for $200, it doesn't matter if it's for $500. Open up the ability, your hishtadlut, the ability for the Borei Olam to send through you the money to Torah Anytime. Thank you guys so much. We're moving on now to part 5 of the Torah Anytime documentary. Check this out.
So besides for the TorahAnytime.com website and the mobile app, we wanted to kind of get more with the times and go with people's attention spans.
Which has been pretty low these days.
Very low, actually.
Yeah.
What did you just say?
What?
Just kidding. So we actually had to come out with a new program, a new project called the Daily Dose Project, where everyone can get their daily dose of Torah learning.
The Daily Dose is one of my favorite things. It's incredible. It's short. It's positive. And they have a sentence at the end. They have beautiful music. Whoever does that is a master.
Creating these daily doses is not an easy task. We have to go through hours and hours and hours of lectures looking for the perfect part of the lecture that we think is going to be a daily dose. Then the next step is, of course, to add all the overlays to it. And then it goes to the next step, which is Yisrael Ament, our very talented musical director, who, again, many times plays the custom music for these daily doses. And then it goes into the next department, which is ready for takeoff. Rachmim Segev, who's a big part of the Daily Dose team. So it's a team effort of about 4 people to get these daily doses out. And if someone who gets it and watches it, they wouldn't even know that. They wouldn't understand all the details behind the scenes.
Hi, my name is Yisrael Ment. I do the Daily Dose for TorahAnytime. I put the music together. I have the clips and I create the soundtrack. Sometimes I'll add the music. Sometimes I'll find pre-existing soundtracks to match the vibe of the dose. So depending on like if it's an emotional dose, if it's like dynamic, if it's passionate, I have to cater, find the right music that would be congruent with the theme and emotion of the dose.
Currently, over 40,000 people are getting the daily doses every single day, and on many platforms as well.
That's right. We actually started about 4 years ago on WhatsApp. We sent out WhatsApp broadcast messages to almost 40,000 people. And then Baruch HaShem, about a year later, we came out with an email broadcast. And then we added it to podcasts, and we added it to Naki Radio. And we added it to Instagram and Facebook and all these different ways. And finally, after so many times, people asking us, how can we get all the daily doses from the beginning?
So Baruch HaShem, we started the Daily Dose app, which is of course available on the App Store and on the Android Play Store as well.
That's right. You download it. It's the TorahAnytime Daily Dose app. You have access to all of the doses from number 1, each one with its own very powerful message.
It takes work, and Baruch HaShem, we are more than happy to do this work.
Yes, and we see the feedback that comes in is really tremendous. It's phenomenal.
Many people send us feedback, especially from the Daily Doses, of how it was so important that they heard the dose that day because they were going through a very difficult time in their life. They might be going through some depression situation. There might be some type of a situation at home with family or many other personal things that people are going through, especially in today's day and age. And many people tell us that the daily dose came at the perfect time. It's exactly what I needed to hear today.
It's really incredible because there are some people that tell us that they haven't spoken to their friend for over 10 years. And after they got touched, they got inspired by a 2-minute clip, was able to take those 10 years and do teshuvah on it pretty much. So the person actually called up their friend and they made up. And Baruch Hashem, that's the power of the Daily Dose and TorahAnytime.
We realized that there was an issue with having only internet-based shiurim. So we had to come up with an idea to be able to have a hotline connected to it. It's like this, a lot of people would not have the excuse that they need the internet to listen to the shiurim.
That was great. The phone system was amazing. It just shows how everyone is doing things De'el Hashem Shemayim. That this is not a way of capturing the internet or getting people to say, well, I got to go online because how am I going to? You're going to listen to any shiur you want. It's there. It's clear.
Over 2 million calls. Over 2 million calls a year are happening to TorahAnytime. You can call in. You know what? I don't even want to make a phone call. All right. So they come out with newsletters. Newsletters which giving beautiful stories, beautiful ideas that a person goes ahead and can get so much out of it.
Baruch Hashem, we have so much content, and we have such a talented writer, Elon Perchik, who works with TorahAnytime for many years now.
Back in 2016, I remember the day, it was a Tuesday, and I had sent TorahAnytime an email asking if they would like to feature stories or create some type of newsletter. And I got an email back from Yosef Davis, the director of TorahAnytime, and he said, Rabbi Ilan, let's get on a call. And here we are years later, and the newsletter has found a home to many families around the Shabbos table.
And these newsletters are going out to over 120,000 subscribers a week.
And we actually get a lot of feedback from people reading those newsletters on Shabbat.
That's
and really
right.
Enjoying it with the family, taking turns. We have about 3-4 articles per newsletter.
They take great speeches and great content and put it in writing for me to use at the Shabbos table, both at the Shabbos table, but also for my own inspiration.
It takes finding the right blend and mix of stories to present in the TorahAnytime newsletter. It's something that takes thought as far as to what can really reach the wide variety and range of of readers, because thinking about putting something at the Shabbos table, it's meant to be something that is palatable, and those who would read it says this resonates with me, that it's not just 24/6, 24/7, where TorahAnytime is providing you with the content to uplift your Shabbos.
Baruch HaShem, we decided to actually create a book, the Daily Dose book, where we take select daily doses, and our talented writer Elon Perchik writes it up, and it's a combination of 25 to 30 different speakers. And we were writing this book, ready to get it released, and we were 80% done with it. And our dear friend, Rabbi Zachari Wallerstein Zatzal, unfortunately passed away. So we had to put that project on hold, and we quickly scrambled to write a book on the incredible Divrei Torah, the Musar, and the stories of our dear friend, Rabbi Wallerstein Zatzal.
It's all about change, from Rabbi Zachariah Wallerstein. And just looking at this book, looking into his eyes, I still miss him. I still miss Rabbi Wallerstein. He was a trailblazer in the Jewish world, and just had a heart of gold.
There's over 100 chapters in it, and after every chapter, there is a QR code where you could scan with your smartphone, and it will take you to the video of Rabbi Wallerstein giving over what you just read. And in a very short time, we have almost 20,000 copies of this book sold already. And of course, it's available on feldheim.com or your local bookstores as well.
This is just one of the ways in which at TorahAnytime we can broaden our reach and touch others' lives with the written word, in addition to the video clips.
This is going to be the first of many, many books over the years that we want to put out, because Baruch HaShem, we have the content, we have the talented writers, we have the marketing, we have the teams in place to make this happen.
So TorahAnytime today is not just a website, not just a mobile app, not just the daily dose, not just all that you've heard, and not just the written word. It's for you.
And it just makes sense. Like you said, we have practically unlimited content from so many amazing speakers. And it's very important for everyone to really be touched, to really be affected, be inspired by all that content, whether they watch it, whether they listen to it, or whether they read it. So B'ezrat Hashem, you're going to be seeing a lot more TorahAnytime books coming out in the very near future.
Another incredible project of the TorahAnytime universe is a platform called TorahAnytime.
TorahAnytime really is a very simple concept. We basically post anytime somebody needs a chesed, they need help with anything that they might need advice, may need a ride, may need help getting a package, or the assistance with anything really. And it could be a yid from the other side of the world will see that status and be able to help.
Throughout the week, there are dozens and dozens of chasadim opportunities that are matched together.
I always wanted to find some way to just be involved in chesed. It was something that was always on my mind. And then TorahAnytime came along, and I see how amazing TorahAnytime is, and it's also something that I always wanted to be a part of on some level. It's just mind-blowing. It's just amazing.
It's amazing how TorahAnytime is being used for people who are losing things, and other people around the world actually find them and call up the owners and let them know, along with many other chasadim that are done all around the world.
There was one time there wasn't enough people to dance at a wedding. They put an announcement, we need some people to dance at a certain wedding for whatever reason. If someone needs a minyan at a kaver of a loved one, they want to say Kaddish. Another department that TorahAnytime has started is called Rebbe Anytime. It is a special platform designed to help yeshiva boys with their Gemara and Mishnayos.
The idea of the Rebbe Anytime program is not to replace the Rebbe, but everyone has a different situation. Some kids, they can't review it at night, they can't go it over with their father, or they can't have a tutor, and almost no one can get it perfect the first time around. Even an adult, you have to review it. So here's a way that the kids could review it in a way that they could really understand it, and sometimes they could hear something a little different, that now they'll get it.
There's so many children in so many schools that the parents, for whatever reason, can't teach them the Gemara or study the Gemara with them. And TorahAnytime is getting the best Rebbes in the country to teach those Gemaras, whether it's Shnai Mosin, Elam Matzias, Hamafkid, those kind. And I'm sure that they're going to do it with animations or something like that. They'll leave it to TorahAnytime. They'll figure out how to do it. And Chumash, the same thing. So look at that. You're able to have a Rebbe in your own home.
Kids could understand anything if you could break it down for them in enough steps. And what I try to do is break it down for the kids in bite-sized pieces that they could understand it, put it on their level, make it like a story that's enjoyable to hear, and they'll actually enjoy Gemara.
And of course, Rebbe Anytime won't just be on the computer, on the internet. It won't just be on the app, but also it's going to be on a hotline. There's going to be a special dedicated number for Rebbe Anytime, and even USB drives to send over to families who have computers but don't have internet.
The fact that Torah Anytime started this project, Rebbe Anytime, is a testament to their mission to make Torah accessible to all Jews.
Another platform that Torah Anytime has is called Yeshiva Anytime. And what Yeshiva Anytime is basically much higher level learning from Rosh Yeshivas, from Gedolim, more Lumdish type Shiurim, of someone who wants to go Be'in on the Sugya, on the Gemara.
Into the depths of Halacha and Gemara.
That's right, that's Yeshiva Anytime.
They didn't have to do it. They're already doing so much. There's already so many millions of hours being learned on Torah Anytime. That's enough. But the Kol Yaakov brothers, they don't want to stop, and they really want to make Torah accessible to every single Jew.
You know, Torah Anytime and the Torah Anytime platforms are great for people who know about Judaism, who are from. But what about the 80% of the Jews in the world who are not observant? Baruch HaShem, Torah Anytime has a platform called Jewish Anytime.
The idea was, how can we bring the amazing product of Torah Anytime to the entirety of the Jewish world? We sought out to make a product that every single Jew, no matter what their background is, no matter if they have a limited background, no matter if they're disenchanted with the Jewish people, no matter if they're disenchanted with Judaism, we sought out to make a platform, to make a product that every Jew could go to anytime and feel comfortable with, and feel that it was a platform that was speaking to them.
And it's very important, actually, for someone who's being introduced to Judaism to really know the foundation of Judaism. There's so many questions I'm sure people have. How do I know this and how do I know that? Really the basics and the foundations. And that's what Jewish Anytime is going to be all about, really to answer those questions that people are asking.
Something that's alive doesn't stay in one place. Just the way it is. Mitzvah, Gereris, Mitzvah.
All of a sudden, we see Torah Anytime involved with Chesed, involved with all types of mentor programs for people who are in stress.
They're always finding new and creative and innovative ways to take what they have, find opportunities or holes, and they fill that with Torah.
And when you're doing something l'shema, it just doesn't stay put. It just keeps growing. Who was it that said if you don't grow, you're going backwards? I think that's what's happening over here. It's like mitzvah, gereris, mitzvah.
Every time I see those videos, I have no idea why I was invited here. We could have just played those videos on a loop. I cannot say it any better than everybody that has contributed to those videos has said. At the end of the day, the amount of lives that are being affected, it's innumerable. It's wild. Just the 12 million hours that I keep saying, because I'm sorry, I still have difficulty wrapping my head around that number. 12 million hours of Torah. All of these different, 1 million users. I think when Rabbi Epstein was the one that was pointing out, if there are 1 million Torah Anytime profiles and they're all unique, that is most of religious Jewry that is a part of one website. That's unheard of. That's incredible. 2.3 million phone calls a year. We're going to be hearing about phone calls in a minute. 2.3 million phone calls a year. Most people don't even know that Torah Anytime had a call-in option. They do. And that not only do they have a call-in option for their shiurim, we also have a call-in option for donating. 718-682-8111. 718-682-8111. RaiseAthon.com/Torah Anytime. Find your rabbis, find your pages, create pages, get out there donating. Post the links on your WhatsApp. Send it out by text. And as our next guests will tell you, there is nothing more effective than calling people. Using your words. Make that phone call. Spend that time making that phone call. You're almost guaranteed a donation then. Then you are almost guaranteed your hours of Torah. Our next guests need no introduction in my world, need no introduction. We, as a nation, have so many wonderful organizations out there. TorahAnytime being one of them. So many wonderful organizations out there. However, the organization that is ran by our next guest is something unbelievable. The effect that it has had, the reach that it has had, it has become the thing of legends. I would like to introduce the founders and creators of Kerav Tuni. Shalom Rav, how are you?
Shalom, Baruch HaShem, fine. Thank you very much for taking us.
Thank you so much for joining us over here. I want to jump right in. Because I'm saying there's so much to discuss when it comes to Kerav Tuni. There's so much to discuss in general. To people out there who don't know what it is, because there was a time where I didn't know what it is, but I knew it existed because the advertising, the marketing of it is incredible. And Kerav Tuni. Then you see Dr. David Lieberman speaking Kerav Tuni. You see all this one speaking Kerav Tuni. Can you describe to us, explain to us what the inspiration behind it was, and what is Kerav Tuni coming to help with?
You want to start? Basically, we have behind the curtain, we say our goal is to eliminate unnecessary pain. Meaning to say, when it comes to Kerav Tuni, we look at the success, and people say, wow, Kerav Tuni. I'll tell you, it's Yata Deshmaya, but it's the clientele who is coming. This clientele is born and raised to do the right thing no matter what, with Mesiras Nefesh. They'll do the right thing no matter what, and they're ready for that. Just sometimes they're missing information what the right thing is. So we don't have to create a new rotzen, a new will in them. They have it. It's just a paradigm shift in information. What's the right thing? What's the right approach when it comes to Shalom Bayis? What's the right approach when it comes to chinuch? What's the right approach when it comes to self-help? When it comes to a minute? When it comes to the relationship with the Rabban Shalom? What's the right?
Wow.
And that's why we're here. And it's credit to Rabbi Mechi Shapira, and tell him how it all developed.
First of all, I would like to thank Rabbi Yossi for being here and for partner Lezen. And besides the point, I want to also say that our other partner, Avrumi Ringel, you couldn't make it today. He was supposed to be here.
Right. That's true. There's a three. It really is three. That's true. I didn't know that there are three, but we're joined by two.
Yeah. So what the best get. So it's a pleasure and honor to be here. I think I would jump straight to TorahAnytime because this is. I don't want to waste anyone's time. It's not a Kerav Tuni show. It's a TorahAnytime show. So let's not grab the show. Let's focus on TorahAnytime. The reason we're doing, we started Kerav Tuni, we just had 3 weeks ago Kerav Tuni number 20. Okay, Baruch HaShem. People said by Kerav Tuni, we're now up to the 20th year of Kerav Tuni. It's not the 20th year, it's the 7th year. Or the 8th year, I'm not sure. 7? Yeah, it's the 7th year, but number 20. How does it work? And besides the point, even during COVID, we didn't miss a Kerav Tuni because we did 2 in the winter, and then we had Kerav Tuni at home. We live streamed also on TorahAnytime. We had, I think, over 1 million views during COVID.
Wow.
Okay. 1 million views is like 10 Sima Shas in stadiums or so in 3 months. Wow. So what I want to say is as follows. So the reason we're doing, before every Kerav Tuni, we make a cheshbon. Before every speaker comes, we make a cheshbon. Not how many people will listen to a speech, we make a cheshbon besides how many people listen to a speech live at the Kerav Tuni event, besides the point, if it's being recorded in TorahAnytime, how many views this person will have. For instance, I just checked last night, one of the speakers with Kerav Tuni, during COVID, when we were canceled from Connecticut, we did it in Pennsylvania, last minute. This is a story for itself. The way, Mamash Nissim, the way it happened, we didn't cancel it, we switched hotels, and we got everything working in 2 days.
Wow.
And it was a beautiful Shabbos. And that one, the Sunday closing keynote by Rabbi Malach, had on TorahAnytime, over 52,900 views.
That's besides.
How long after was that?
How long?
In how long did it take to have those amount of views?
I didn't check exactly. I just checked from then till now, last night. 52,000. This was like a short 20-minute session. That the event was almost canceled.
Right.
Because Torah Anytime recorded it, we had on this particular Sunday semi-closing keynote 52,000.
That's amazing.
And besides, but from that's basically so. Before we call any speaker to speak, part of the thing is what's going to happen afterwards. It's the event itself, and then we look at by the event is now million people watching. And we had over the years, I think, over 4 million views on all the Karaftuni sessions.
Wow! Now
on Torah Time itself, I'm not talking about audio. I'm talking about part of the Shlomo hotline.
Right.
I'm talking about people posting on WhatsApp. I'm not talking about emails. Just on Torah Time itself, and the count is accurate because Reb Shimon doesn't allow any fraud, any change. He's very tough. Shimon Ruvain.
As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure they lower the number. Like they see a number getting higher, they're like, take off 100,000. They're like, just in case, just take off 100,000. That is unbelievable. I think one of the best parts about that is something that has become a theme over what I keep hearing other people talk about, which is the drop of the hat on a dime, them showing up somewhere, last minute, it doesn't matter, they're there and they're setting it out. And I know that before I really understood what Karaftuni was, the way I knew about it was the amount of times I saw the background on a speaker's thing. Now, these speakers are holding out their best material for the Karaftuni because they know it's going to get blasted out like that. So you have all these unbelievable clips going on with that Karaftuni background. You have to know that for the speakers, it must feel like a very important Shabbos. Now, it seemed to me, and from what I saw, I was talking to Dr. Lieberman and a few others that have done it, what it seemed to me is that it's not just the crowd that's gaining from this. It really seems like the speaker themselves are listening to other speakers, are listening to everyone there. When you connect in that way with the crowd, which I think is also another incredible power of not only Karaftuni, but of Torah Anytime as partners in this. When you do something as a crowd, when you acknowledge something like that together. So, like you said, all these knowing how to do things right. I had just spoken somewhere and I said, I've never met a parent that doesn't want to do the right thing for their kid. What the right thing is where we disagree sometimes. But I've never met one that doesn't feel like they're already doing the right thing. And even if they're doing the wrong thing, it's in the name of doing the right thing for their child. I can imagine the same thing in Shalom Bayis. The same thing is going to apply to Benan L'Chaver, Benan L'Makka, and Benan L'Atzmai, is always going to be that people are trying to do the right thing. And I love that idea that it's going to be teaching them how to do that, how to use that motivation properly. But the fact that Torah Anytime is, without a question, responsible for so much of the knowledge of Karaftuni, I think is just another example of where they come in so important.
I want to emphasize what Torah Anytime did to Karaftuni is that without Karaftuni, we would be self-centered and think, okay, how can we make a Shabbos? Now, with Torah Anytime, we're thinking, what can we do for Klal Yisrael?
Wow.
What are the voids there that we still have to fill in? And through that, a Shabbos is being created, but the end goal is not the Shabbos. The end goal is Torah Anytime. If not Torah Anytime, we wouldn't have that. They are the shofar.
That is such a great point.
They are the shofar to Klal Yisrael. And so through them, we're really reshaping, and making so much good amendments, I think is the word. And so many good things. We just discussed here on the way, we discussed so many things that were brought in the subconscious by our community through Karaftuni. It's not Karaftuni, it's Torah Anytime.
Right.
They are the people. And I want to finish off with something else. The staff in Torah Anytime is unbelievable. Their devotion. Never, ever, ever did we hear a no from them. All of them. And they are there, standing, quiet, just doing like Maluchim, doing their work. Mayor Summers, did we ever call Mayor Summers and he didn't pick up? I have this challenge. I'm looking. I want to happen. He should not pick up once.
Tell me no. Tell me
Tell
no.
me no.
Like, enough is enough. Okay, stop bothering me. Yes,
It's
yes,
like
yes,
inhuman. Like it's not normal.
It is unbelievable, and it really is. It really is the. I know this from my videos also. It really is the key to. I remember one time we were having a technical difficulty on something, and I had said to Shimon, I was like, "I'm having this problem." He's like, "Email Mayor." So I was like, "Okay, fine." So later that night, I finally got home to get to my email. It was like, I don't know, it was like 2 a.m. or so. I sent him an email, and I went to sleep, figuring he'll get back to me tomorrow at some point. And I wake up to like 4 emails from Mayor a minute after I sent my email. Okay, try this and this and this. Let me know when you're done. Hello? Hello? I'm like, no, hello. I went to sleep right after that. I was figuring when you'd wake up, you'd see it, and immediately it was like 3 messages, 3 minutes after each other, right away after I sent mine. And that really is part of their dedication. But I think such an important point to mention over here is what you just said. You can have a Shabbos, you can have an event, you can have a Kerev Tuni, something as big as a Kerev Tuni. How many people, on average, are on a Kerev Tuni Shabbos?
Usually about 300 couples.
300 couples. So you start with at least 300 couples on these Shabbosim. They're very big Shabbosim. You start with 300 couples on a Shabbos, and you have Motzei Shabbos, Friday. You have these speakers giving out, and professionals. It's not just Kilu. I always hated calling Jewish speakers. Kilu, like they're there just saying words and then sitting down and entertaining people. You have professionals. You have people who are the best in their field giving
Presenters.
over. Yeah, presenters. That's much better. Presenters giving over incredible things. It could and would just stay among the arrangers and those 300 couples, and then would die after that. They would keep living it, but it would be over after that. Here comes in TorahAnytime. Millions, from 300 people in a room to millions and millions of people being able to see all of the content from a Kerev Tuni and being able to enjoy it, experiencing and understand that. And to be honest with you, there's a lot to be said about organizations like Kerev Tuni, about organizations like even the idea, Keshanavji, the idea that they allow TorahAnytime to come and take all their stuff and send it out there, and you know that like certain people might not even come on the Shabbos because they know that they could do the video. I mean, the Shabbos is still an impactful thing that you can never replace. But to know that, you know that these partnerships, anyone who Shimon Kol Yaakov tells me, I work with them, I know are good people. Because he's allergic to someone who's not genuine, you're just not going to understand them. You're not going to even speak the same language. It's not going to... Shimon, for years now, I remember 5 years ago, I think it was, 6 years ago, he said to me, Kerev Tuni. I got to get you to Kerev Tuni. And Shimon does everything. I'm saying he's by everything. He's by every convention, every Shabbos, everything. Kerev Tuni, he said. Kerev Tuni you got to get to. He's like, it's transformative. And to partner with TorahAnytime to send out those transformations, Klal Yisrael owes TorahAnytime, Kerev Tuni, organizations like this that partner up. It's one of the most beautiful parts about Klal Yisrael to me. Mika Amcha Yisrael, the amount of organizations that could technically be in a competition with each other, right? Kerev Tuni can get their own film crews, with their own website, with their own and they can start doing it. We can fundraise more. Who has time for that? We're working for the Baruch HaShem. We're working here to try to help Klal Yisrael, to try to inspire Klal Yisrael. They do that well. Bring them on board. It's so beautiful. Mika Amcha Yisrael. If there's a closing push, closing understanding that you want people to understand about TorahAnytime, about Kerev Tuni, and about the partnership, what would that be?
First of all, I forgot to mention, and then forget that. Just didn't talk. You did all talking. Sorry about that. We have a Chesed cocktail. Okay, I can't hold back myself. Before the Kerev Tuni was still a posik in Tefillah. The Kerev Tuni was still a Tefillah. It wasn't an organization yet. And by the way, it's not an organization. By the way, I just want to let you know. I do something else for a living. Blaze does something else, and Avrami does something else. Avrami does bookkeeping. Blaze is a principal in Manal in Lakewood. I do exterminating for a living. I have a steering company. There's no office of Kartoni, we do it all remotely, okay? But before I had a dream of creating such a convention. I went over to Reb Chesky Kaftal's office. It was Friday afternoon, and Chesky was busy with one appointment after the other. And I told Chesky, I need to see you immediately. Give me 2 minutes. Chesky, I have an idea. I want to do a convention for like something, instead of just doing like for an organization. I want to do chinuch. I'm in Shalom Bayis. someone. Okay, so what do you want from me? I need some money for the hotel. Okay, how much do you need? I told him like $35,000. I said yes. I told him, Chesky, I need $35,000. So I said yes, and that's it. He wrote me a check. He jumped in when everything was a dream. I was like saying, it wasn't like, who are you? Who do I do?
That's the worst and best $35,000 you ever get, because you're like, oh no, we're doing it.
No, okay.
I was hoping he'd say no when I go home. You're like, I tried.
You have to get us done.
What was? I remember that story, but we were sitting together and we're discussing as if we're now by the Gevir, and Chesky is there and tells us, it's not me and you and me. It's us.
Yeah. We're going to do it together.
We're together. We're
doing it together.
And we are together since then. We're together.
This is another thing that I see in the connection between the two. This is all heart. People get shocked. They say to me, how much does TorahAnytime pay? I'm like, oh, no, that's not how that... No, we don't get paid. Like, that's not how that works. And they're like, wow, whoever owns it and runs it must be making a fortune. I'm like, no, they have other jobs. Like, this isn't what they do. No one's helping them. Like, this is not... It's an amazing, amazing thing. Shimon Kol Yaakov has a job. He doesn't even let me talk about it. Yeah. I tried to plug he doesn't let me do it. Shimon Kol Yaakov has a job. Reuben, everyone, you have your thing, and then this is your legacy. That's your job, that's your parnasa, this is your legacy. That is so incredible.
I want to finish with an appeal to the people, to the listeners. I want to...
speaking early.
Yeah.
I'm
going on Yiddish. Whoever doesn't understand Yiddish, listen more to TorahAnytime's droshes and you'll get to know the Yiddish. Ich habe mal gehört von Avi Schulman, hat gesagt, wenn du willst reden von Millionen, reden nicht Millionen, weil Millionen kommt in Geit. Millionen bleibt nicht Stein bei Mensch. Ich darf mir reden von ein Schuh teure. Ein Schuh teure. Aber der Schuh teure kann werden tausende Schuhes. A dank TorahAnytime ist der teure Purim verruben. Von der ein Schuh wird 10 tausende Schuhes. A dank wem? Nur dank Henk. Nur dank uns in Henk und uns alle zusammen. TorahAnytime bin ich meiet, und Mechi ist Maskim zu mir. Das ist eine Organisation, was es du in ganzen Shem Shemayim, in ganzen Verdei Matura. Mashiach hat kommen, und sie haben die Sachen da über nun. Ich sage das auch mal für die Menschen, gedenk man nummen, wenn Mashiach kommt, gedenk. Weil sie sind die, wir verbringen mit Tausende, sie geht zu Millionen, aber ich will nicht reden für Millionen. Kauft Schuhe, Limit der Teure, für so billig. 10 tausende Schuhe ist available. Kauft es, nehmt es. Man redet, Tal mit Teure, Kenegit, Killam, die ganze Welt steht auf dem. Das ist in unser Circle. Man redet von der heimischen Circle. Später ist du Millionen Jiden unaffiliated. Jeden, was haben nicht geschimmt, Keishe zum Rabbinischen Leulam. Noch nicht. Wem in Zacharias ist es? Ins Kemetake nicht gehen besei. Ins Kemet nicht hereingehen in sei. Aber ins Kemet bringen dem TorahAnytime zu seiner Stieb. Lass mir es tun. Lass mir sich zusammennehmen. Lass mir kommen. Chavairem, Jedidem, Freund, Brides, Schwesters. Lass mir zusammennehmen. Lass mir zusammennehmen ganze Mischbuches. Ich habe gekauft tausende Schuhe. Ich habe gekauft noch 10.000 Schuhe. Ich habe gekauft und ich habe gekauft. Nehmt sich zusammen. Es ist eine Opportunity, es ist eine Gelegenheit. Noch ein bisschen sagen Sie spät. Mit Mashiach in einem. So ich wünsche Ihnen ein Zluch in Theater des Schmeier. Kommt heran, Klu. Soll wissen, es ist sehr leicht zu bauen ein Animal Hospital. Sehr leicht. Sie hast auch Geld für dem. Es ist Foundations. Sehr schwer zu bauen eine Keule. Noch schwerer zu bauen TorahAnytime. Wie es ist Kilo teure. Mayim Chaim. Finbarg Sinai, sie da alle jüdische Kinder, was sind mit uns oder sind noch nicht mit uns. So sagen wir das durch, Mechi.
I mean, that's speech.
No, I don't even have an ending for that. That just moved me so much. That was it. I think I just got fired from being a host for next year.
No,
I think we're just going to do this as a character. No, okay, thank you.
Let me just give the final thing. When the boys at Tadi in Torah Anytime, as the blazer again, my ganze Schmiss von Toy Mama da sehen alles fein wohl. Torah Anytime darf Geld. Man hat Geld, kauft man noch Kameras, man schickt das noch Menschen, die hören noch Drusches, in Ziedel kann man oben, in Heimschieden, man kann machen noch Conventions, noch hochhaben Drusches, noch rausgehen von Klabistro. Man darf noch Geld. Jeder eine schon jetzt gehen auf, Yossi, what's the number there?
718-682-8111
in donating for Torah Anytime. We can name the page for Kayef Tuni. We can name any page. The guy in so much Kashim Kuvet as guy to the page. You can my page of Shimon Kayakov's page. Yossi, you have a page also?
Of course.
If Yossi Ben Sasson,
you can put on Ari.
Can like Ari Ben Sasson. Can come for website. In Torah Anytime darf noch Geld. Wir sollen machen Phone Calls. Status, Texas, Irish, eine Sache. Phone Calls, Arbeit. Wir müssen jetzt nehmen das Telefon, call zu at least 5 Menschen, beit sei, ich muss connecten hier, ganzen Tag Torah Anytime, auf dem Weg in Arbeit. Please help me, ich darf sei helfen, ich will zwar weiter umgehen. Ich will nicht schon hintergehen. Die Jeden, was arbeiten behind this team, haben andere Jobs, da geben sie weg, was ist nefisch. Jetzt ist die Zeit, einmal ein Jahr, zu machen Phone Calls, heranbringen, schillig wie viel, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $10,000, ein Mensch kann ja mehr, so geben mehr, man darf umkommen zu the goal. Yossi, what's the goal? $3 million.
$3 million.
The 12, the Biden Masari found convinced to mention 12, this was probably done by ADHD people, they did 12 million hours.
12 million hours.
It's very confusing. $3 million, I think it's doable. It's very, by the way, it's very low amount, by the way, this time. I think it should have been at least $12 million.
I think at least.
Not 3.
At least.
Not, but as of now, Baruch HaShem, they lowered the number. We can give 1,000 to you, and we came to the goal, Messiah to
Okay, thank you so much, Shakar of Tuni. Thank you so much for coming on. It was so moving, so beautiful, so impactful, and so in line with what Torah Anytime is. Guys, get out there, raisathon.com/Torah Anytime, 718-682-8111. You heard it here. I cannot say it any better. We're going to be returning with the raffle, so get on there right now to donate if you want to get into the raffle. $250 gets you an entry into the raffle. $2,500 gets you 15 entries into the raffle. You can spread out your donations over the course of an entire year. Get people donating, get on your pages, create pages, and now over to our video, and right after that, we're announcing our next raffle winner.
Torah Anytime just all over the place. You see it. People see the end product. People do not have an idea of how many things are going on in terms of Harbotas Torah other than simply the shurim that you see, that you're listening to. But there's a lot of koyach going in, and therefore certainly those who support it is tremendous, tremendous chus to be able to do that. And I hope that people really take that into consideration and recognize and have the proper Harbotas Torah where it belongs.
I gave a talk pre-COVID to an organization, an amazing organization, and it was from people who were divorced, 300-400 people. And I asked them the following question. I said, if your spouse would have done this one thing, just this one thing, I'm going to tell you what that one thing is, just this one thing, how many of you would still be married today? And again, he was still crazy, she was still this. You all had the same problems, except your spouse just did this one thing. How many of you would still be married today? I want to tell you about 75% of the hands shot up. What was this one thing? When you came to your spouse about something that was important to you, and rather than dismiss it, minimize it, get into an argument, get defensive, they were able to empathize. You genuinely felt that they connected and saw your pain. They validated, they understood where you were coming from. They didn't say you were crazy. They didn't say that you were ungrateful. They didn't say anything other than, I can see why you're in pain. And you were able to emote and talk as much as you want about it, and you felt that they genuinely, honestly heard you. And ready for this? And they still didn't do what you wanted. See? We think that we argue over things, where people sit at the Shabbos table, whether to rent or to lease, what color to paint that, where this goes. We argue over our right to be heard, to be acknowledged, to be respected, to be significant. We argue over our right for someone to validate who we are, where we are, how we are. Don't take that away from anyone.
And welcome back to the bank room. This is the goodie room. This is where we get to talk about it. We have destroyed 7,000 donors. So we're well over 7,000 donors. We are close. We are within striking range of $1 million. We're in striking range of our first $1 million. We have over 900,000 donated. If you are the first ones to bring us to break that $1 million mark, you are going to be zochet to all the millions that comes after that. You are now our anonymous. Okay, it's fine. Anonymous is our most recent donor at $50. We are on to our next big raffle. This is the one that, okay, till now we might have been lying a little bit, all right? I mean, putting in for the $5,000 there, $5,000 there is awesome, but getting that cash is something different. $5,000 cash is our next raffle. Before we do it, get on raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Find your rabbi, find your page, create a page, get out there. Allow yourself to be involved in this. We're extending for 60 seconds. If you get on right now and you give $250 or more, you're going to be entered into the $5,000 in cash and every other raffle that we have going today. You are going to be entered into every single one. So if you put in $2,500 right now, if you put in $2,500, you are going to have 15 entries into the $5,000 cash, and all of the raffles thereon in, you will have 15 entries in cash. Every donation of 1,000 hours, $250, we're on one entry. Past that, $2,500, it's going to get 15 entries. We have information coming in now. We have things pouring in. There has been a major uptick, especially since our good friends and the love flowing through the Care of Tuning organization, coming through Torah Anytime, raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Remember, if you've donated already, even if you've met your goal, keep on going. Whether you met your goal or not, keep on going. You guys can do this. You can do this. Send out on your WhatsApp status, on any social media, on text message, make phone calls. Do what you need to do to get out there to make sure that we do this. raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. $5,000 cash. Here we go. Bring out the wheel of names. Here we are. Okay. Are we ready, people? The wheel of names. This is the first $5,000 raffle. Here we go. Go. And go. It's not working, the wheel. The wheel's not working. All right, it doesn't matter. It was me. I won. I'll have Maurice Mandel. That's not my name. Maurice Mandel. Mazel tov. You won $5,000 cold hard cash. What's that, Maurice? You would like to buy 30 entries into the raffle for $5,000? That was wonderful of you. Okay, Maurice is not on the phone with me, but if he was, I'm sure that's what he would say. $5,000 cash to Maurice Mandel. Mazel tov. We have more raffles coming up. We have amazing speakers, amazing interviews coming up. Speaking of amazing interviews, let me send it back to our new hosts, relieving us, thank God. New hosts in the studio. Back to you guys.
Welcome back, everyone. We're so excited here. Before we continue, we have to address this amazing event today. We have with us two great individuals we're about to introduce. I would like to introduce him, Rabbi Yoshua Zitron. His energy that he gives for Torah Anytime is phenomenal, fantastic, and he's amazing. Anybody did not listen to him, make sure you listen to him. And of course, we're here for one major cause. All of us, we're here for one major cause. And that is to raise money for Torah Anytime. That's what we're here for right now. Everybody stop what they're doing, and we understand how vital and important what this organization is doing to the whole Klal Yisrael. It's not just an organization. It's global. It's global. It's viral. Every person in the world, it's worldwide, uses it. And this is what we're here. Rabbi Zitron.
Right, Palachi, I don't know how to even follow up with that. First of all, like before I even begin saying anything, I don't know if anybody, I got to give a shout out to Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
I don't know where he gets his energy from, but I want some of those energy.
Sorry, I didn't get to say hello to everybody.
Now's the time. It's okay.
No, we said hello, and I'm not passing up my opportunity to say hello to everyone.
I'm going to use your notes, by the way. It's unbelievable. First of all, to have the Torah Anytime, team, to have the ability to have like someone like Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan, which I don't know how many hours he's been on here, but every time I tuned in, he was on there and he had so much energy, and I just love it. But the truth is, that's the whole Torah Anytime team. It's full of energy. It's full of just doing just a bunch of Eved Hashems that just want to like spread so much Torah. And, it's such a schus for me to be over here. It's such a schus to me to be a part of Torah Anytime, let alone to be a part of this amazing event. And I just want to give, before we get to our guests, I just want to give like one thought to everybody that's listening. You realize how many people visit Torah Anytime, how many people come and they listen and they learn and they grow from Torah Anytime, and yet you look at the amount. We only survive because of you guys. And you start thinking about, wait a minute, why isn't it, just like the previous speaker said, it should be $12 million that we should be raising?
I think 26 million.
26, you'll give up here, we gotta go there. Right? Why not? Let's go to the Friday way, $101,000. So when you think about it, why is it, and I was thinking on the way over, why is it, where is the disconnection? And I think the point is that in order for you to donate, you have to realize there are thousands of people that are listening right now. Not everybody donated. So why is it that some people donate, some people not? You have to have a schus. You have to have a schus to be able to donate. So what I'm telling you right now is giving you that jump start on the Yetzer Hara. Try to grab that schus. Try to grab that. Go to raisathon.com/TorahAnytime.com. What I was listening to, I think it's Rav Gav is where everyone's sending it to.
Why not you, Rabbi Zitron?
I don't know. Yeah, okay. Or go to my page. You know what? Just go to any page and just donate whatever it is.
That's the bottom line.
With that, I would like to introduce our very special guest, Rabbi Kaftil. So, Rabbi Kaftil, please give us a little bit of background of like your connection with Torah Anytime.
Okay. Well, I think it was about 2012, when Rabbi Shimon and Reuven ended up in my office, showing me a nascent, previous, the initial Torah Anytime idea where they were going around and capturing shiurim and classes that were being given in little shuls around the area. And we thought, hey, it's a nice idea. People are giving great classes and they're talking to 20 people or to 15 people, and then it's just gone. It's lost forever. And the idea of then capturing that and, then being able to see it again, and you capture a piece of Torah and then being able to disseminate it was a nice idea. But it was pretty early. And as we got into it, they came to me as a donor. I ended up joining the company. We ended up taking over and building the actual website that we ended up creating. Then the second level of the website, the app, and all these other things. Baruch HaShem was able to become to co-chair with them and to really envision this as a worldwide model that would be able to reach, because of course the internet is worldwide. It wasn't only anymore about capturing some speeches that may have gotten lost along the way. It was actually about basically disseminating Torah in a very major way. So, as opposed to just keeping, memorializing some of the things that were said in small shuls, the idea was, hey, we could put it out there and actually broadcast it out to lots of people. I have a background in technology and internet world from the business side. Baruch HaShem, we are involved with many organizations ourselves. We have Mishkin Yecheskel as our parent organization, which has over 20 organizations below it that are involved in various levels of chinuch. And with a technology background, we really looked at this as an opportunity to leverage this tool that was just becoming known at that point and was creating a lot of problems in Klal Yisrael and all over the world, because of the open access, because of the accessibility of Tumah and Shmutz and garbage, to really build the counterbalance for that by making Torah and Kedusha available through that same medium. And that's really what drove us in the beginning. It drove me in the beginning to invest heavily in this. I'm Baruch HaShem, an investor in business. I'm also an investor in Moistus. I'm very much a for-profit investor. I don't do anything that's not for profit. I just look at profit with different currencies. So the currency of TorahAnytime profit is probably the greatest investment I've ever made in my entire career.
Wow.
The concept that today over 1 million people have spent 12 million hours in learning Torah is just, the numbers are so staggering that it's not shaykh. And the fact of so many people that had no access to learning before, they just never got to it. They missed it in yeshiva. I'm talking about from the frum world. People that just missed it in yeshiva. They just didn't get there. They just never had the patience to sit in the class and learn, and now that they're adults and they don't really have time to go to a shir or mind space to go to shir, to be able to log into something, pick from a plethora of different subjects, different speakers, different styles, different languages. It's just something that is probably the most exciting thing I've ever done. And just the guys that were here before, Kerev Toni, which is also one of our programs, Baruch HaShem, the Kerev Toni Shabbos, Mechi and Laser Grossman were here before. That actually opened up Kerev Toni to a whole Yiddish-speaking community, which wasn't so open before. In other words, because there weren't a lot of Yiddish speakers on there. That's exploded in itself, literally in the last little while, in the last couple of years now. That's exploded in an unprecedented way, so that people are literally, drivers that tell me I'm a driver. I drive 5 hours a day, 2.5 hours to Pennsylvania, 2.5 hours back. I used to listen to every talk show and sports. He says, now I'm learning the entire time. It's literally learning, 2.5 hours going, 2.5 hours back, becoming a Talmid Chacham, becoming someone that has ideas, understands Torah. It's a whole different ballgame. And to think that you can buy that for a couple of dollars, it's like, what else could you invest in? Like, what other investment and financial tool or asset could you invest in that you can have this kind of return? Just one guy, one person driving 12 hours, a few hours a day, learning 5 hours a day for a year is oilamus. It's netzach netzachim. It's forever and ever. There isn't anything that I could think of that would be a better investment than something like this.
So, Rabbi Kaftel, I have to first of all,
Mr.
Kaftel, I have to
don't bring down the rabbinate.
You could bring yourself down. That's your job. My job is to bring yourself up. Besides the fact that you kind of breeze that over, but the co-chairman of TorahAnytime is not a small. You put you put a lot of investments into TorahAnytime, and I want to ask you, bring yourself back to that initial encounter, right? Like, being as a businessman, I'm sure you come with a lot of opportunities that people come to you. Did something stick out from TorahAnytime besides getting in the small, shiurim that people tap into? Did something stick out to you? Say, what, the ROI over here, that's what I want to tap into. The return on investment over here, out of all the organizations, let me focus over here.
So two things really stuck out a lot. First of all, I look at business plans all day. So when I looked at the plan here, which was not yet even fully baked out at that point, because it was really just about capturing some Torah, and then we turned it into more of producing Torah, cleaning things up, and really disseminating. That was the other side of it. But the first thing you look is at the jockeys. People say, who's investment? Who's running? You look at two guys walking in there that literally are there with Mesiras Nefesh and with such an energy, with such a positive, can-do, posture. That the more you talk to them, you see that what they're really getting out of this is mamish. They're really not, getting recompense in capital. What they're doing is they're really looking at the future of Klal Yisrael, and when you see where they came from to make this kind of change and impact, is something that's really incredible. So I was very excited to invest in them, and of course, in the idea was the idea gave me a whole host of ideas of my own. As I said, I'm quite familiar with the internet before that, and besides, what I was able to see is that besides getting Torah out there and capturing a lot of things that may otherwise have just been lost in the ether, we also realized that we're going to be creating speakers. There are tremendous speakers that no one ever heard of. There's a little guy in the shul.
Great point.
His Kahila loves him. He's in South Africa, and he speaks to 20 guys, and he's a great share. Well, this person can now become a world-class speaker, speaking on a world stage like TorahAnytime, and have millions of people watch him.
Did you envision that it'll be so great at the initial time when you first invested? Do you see that this investment is going to go very, very far, like it is today?
Actually, yes.
Wow.
Actually, yes.
Wow.
What I didn't see is all these new products because they're unstoppable. They're like, Shimon is like a locomotive. You put a wall in front of him, he just goes straight through it. And it's very, very hard-nosed, pushing, which is great, which is what's necessary, because the Sultan doesn't like this that we're doing over here. I mean, the internet, the klipa of the internet, the not good side of the internet is very strong, very prevalent, and there's a lot of negatives and people being against this internet Torah, when really it's the most incredible, literally the most incredible tool. Where could you have 12 million hours of Torah? There's no such thing. One of the interesting stories that happened at Kerev Tony just a little while ago, because I like to mix the two together, because we bought TorahAnytime to Kerev Tony. And there was a speaker over there that had asked me if they can come speak. He was a not professional guy. He was actually my nephew. He asked me if he could speak, and I said, you're going up against Kerev Tony has 26 speakers on the Shabbos, all top speakers from around the world. And he asked if he could have a room, if he could also speak, because he felt he had something to say. I said, I don't know how you're going to get up again. I said, okay, I'll arrange you something for Sunday by day. So it was Sunday, we got him into a room, and at the allotted time, we go into the room. It's basically him, me, and my mother, Baruch HaShem, and my sister. That's it. Because he was right next to me, Yontif Glazer, and there's literally speakers happening. So he was like, it was kind of like really odd. He's standing up there, and I said, you know what? There's a camera right there. That's TorahAnytime. You speak to that camera as if you have 250 people in the room.
Wow.
So the guy gets up there, and he starts looking around. Rabbi Isai. And he gives his word, his Torah. Over 10,000 people saw that video.
Wow.
You talk about any Rebbe, Rav, that has a big kahil. Who has
10,000?
And then and are following him now. Thousands are following him every week, because he speaks every week now on TorahAnytime.
Oh, wow.
From that one encounter, his name is Shimi Bleier. He speaks in Yiddish, though. So
oh, wow.
Thousands of people are following him from that one encounter with the TorahAnytime camera. So we realized that I actually initially called it a speakers bureau, because we're creating speakers. People that are talented that never have opportunity to get up in front of a kahila. Who gives them a chance to do that? They get up in front of a camera, and suddenly they're open. And someone from Denmark could be calling and making chavrusa with them now in South Africa because of the technology. So it's really, really fascinating.
I'd like to ask you one question, and hopefully you can answer. If I see you're a very big visionary. If I were to ask you right now, where do you see the future in 10 years of TorahAnytime? Where would you envision it to be? Can we ask you that?
Can't really think that far without Mashiach being here, but with Mashiach being here.
They're going to be recording Mashiach when they come, right? They're going to be out there with the camera.
I definitely, anybody that contributes to TorahAnytime will be right there in the front of Mashiach. Because the crazy thing is, by the way, you literally can give $10,000 now. You could buy some real estate, or you can invest in some. You put $10,000 into here, and then for the next umpteen years, this Torah is going to be learned again and again and again by the number thousands. It doesn't work. In Kehillah has 100, 200 people. How many people are in a big Hasidus has 3,000 people? We're talking about a little Shmegegi. He had 10,000 listeners.
Wow.
So the amount of Torah that gets out there, the amount of power that's inside, I want to tell you, I'm actually astounded that people aren't writing like, $50,000 checks. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
I look at it and say, so what are you investing in? Some real estate deal that might go up or down, or crypto?
And this is a vada.
There might be, this is netzach netzachim.
Vada.
Everyone that learns 1 hour Torah, it's in the bank.
I want to just double focus on that point. Being coming from an investor standpoint, right? So you're looking at the ROI, you're looking at the risk factor. So for all our listeners out there, right? So there's a lot of different places where they could invest their tzedakah money, their maisa money, which we all know you could put your maisa money to here. So from an investor standpoint, from a physical standpoint, what would be your top, 2, 3 reasons why Torah Anytime right now they should double down and put money right here?
Well, first of all, there's exponential value in the investment there. You're not buying a static stock asset that sits there. This asset is producing all the time. It's just producing. Let's say they say by a certain amount of hours, or you're giving a certain amount of money to an organization. It's producing. It's producing in here and in Denmark and in Belgium and South Africa. Your money is doing that. Where do you do that? You put in the stock market, which is relying on the winds of time, the winds of change, and again is up and down, no shaykhs to reality, or no shaykhs to actual value. But here that if somebody else is sitting and learning Torah, or yourself is sitting and learning Torah, obviously, but now that you could buy into it, there is a concept in Torah, V'yisachar Zvon. It's an outright, straight concept in the Gemara. And you're saying to give from your master money. I don't do this for my master money.
It's over?
I do this for, let's forget that. But I do this for my investment money. This is an investment. This to me is as important and more important than any investment that could make possibly some additional funds or some additional profits. First of all, that's only possibly, and this is for sure. That's for a short time, and this is netzach netzachim. And the impact that you could just have of so many different people that are touched by this. I came here now by Uber. They said there won't be parking. I saw the guy had like a little Hebrew thing. He says, where are you going? You're in a rush. I said, I'm going to speak somewhere. We're TorahAnytime. Oh, TorahAnytime. The Uber driver.
Uber, wow.
It's TorahAnytime. He says,
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised.
In fact, he just called me for a donation. He said, I said, yeah, that's where I'm going right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't even a Jewish guy that was listening to TorahAnytime. That I wouldn't be surprised either.
Thank you so much. Any last departing words you'd like to give to the tzibur? A bracha, divrei bracha.
I would just say that there's not a lot of time left in the campaign. And people have been sitting on the sidelines and thinking, yes, no, busy. I really, really encourage you to dig deep right now and just write a check. Put them on. You have no idea. There's nothing. Listen, this organization has cost me a lot of money over the years, and I don't regret. I celebrate every dollar of that.
Wow!
Because since we started to now, the market's been up and down 10 times. We've lost. We've made this. This is solid, solid. Gold. Yeah. And really, if people think about what I give, what's my dollar's going to do? Is it going to make a big difference? Every dollar is spent on good. Work here. There's nobody making big money. There's nobody pocketing money. There's no organization that's like building edifices of organization. There's Torah, and more Torah. More money is more cameras. More money is more locations. So.
We got to thank you very much. We got to raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Go there right now. Place your donation, place your investment. At the end of the day, you have to understand something. Like we were speaking about, it's an investment for you. This is your investment you take forever and ever and ever. That's what it is. That's what's going on. So go to raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. You can look Palachi over there. Put it on the My page. Love to see that. 718 or hotline. Call them up. 718-682-8111. 718-682-8111 or raisethon RAISETHON.com/TorahAnytime. Put your pledges in. This is, guys, we are almost finished the campaign. It's almost over. We got to make it happen. We're about to have our next guest over here. We're very, very excited.
Before we give our next guest, before we introduce that, I just got to give a tremendous Yashikaya to Mr., what I want to call a rabbi, because of all the schussim that he donated, Rabbi Kaftal. Thank you so much for, besides the fact for coming on and giving us the words of wisdom, but also for the unbelievable support that you have given Torah Anytime until this time. And just like you are zeichet to so much schussim and investing in the right places in the spiritual, you should continue investing in the right places in the spiritual and continue to invest in the right places in the physical as well.
Thank you. We're about to introduce our next Choshev Arov, and we're very, very excited to hear the one and only Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan. Rabbi? How are you? You hear us?
Hey, how are we doing? Am I on?
You're on. You're on loud and clear.
Second.
Give us that Ben Shushan power. No, we lost you.
No, I just want to make sure, because I had a little thing here with my earpods.
Okay.
Put those away. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's loud and clear. How are you feeling?
Baruch HaShem.
All right, good.
How are we doing, Rabbi? Baruch HaShem. Baruch HaShem. So, what's going down there?
We got to pump it up. We got to collect a lot more money, and it's coming close to the campaign. Give us some chizik. What do you got?
We need that special Moroccan
Let's go.
power.
Push it in. I want to see the numbers jump right after you speak. Let's go. Give it to us.
All right. So, everybody here is talking about investment. Everybody here is talking about money, hours that they can make, and everybody is coming from their angle. Number one, it's hilarious. It's so funny to watch this on the sidelines and to see that incredibly, we're talking about life itself. We're talking about everybody's own investment in life itself. Forget about the hours. Shaloy al lakabel pras. This is not about only going for hours. Of course, the way Rabbeinu Yaina says in Pirkei Avot is, of course, we think about what it is you're going to get for your Olam Haba. But we're talking about life itself right now. We're talking about what it is that a person himself is supposed to be really paying attention to and going for. So first off, it's life itself. But I wanted to take maybe a different take on this. How do we say this nicely?
Let's go.
We don't. Just say it as it is.
We don't. So we just say it. Everybody's sitting and watching this, and for years to come, who see this on a recording, I hope that this rings true in your mind. I hope that this echoes forevermore into the neshamot of people who are about to hear this. You got to do this for the Rebbeim who sacrificed so much. Don't do this because of your future or because of your hours. The hours that Rebbeim spend, all the rabbis and rebbitzins on Torah Anytime, the hours that they spend making a share. Rabbi Palachi, how many times in the middle of the night do you jump up, a chidush hits you, you go running in your boxer shorts, and you start to write down all these different things? Because tomorrow, when I go up there, and then that's it. I say it this way, that way, and that's it. Your wife knows that you're out. You're sitting now, you're taking out the Sfarim, and you're writing down, because what's the exact way to do it? It's 3:30 in the morning. Go to sleep. I can't. I have Torah Anytime tomorrow. I'm giving a shiur, and I have to get the words just right. I have to give everything that I have for this. We're talking about hundreds of rabbis. Why do they do that? Because 2 weeks ago, they got an email from a 14-year-old girl in England who said I was having a difficult time because there was a friend of mine who's unfortunately off the derech, and you said something, and I never thought of it that way, but it's because you put in my mind and you gave me the ability to have the heart to go up and talk to her that now she's ready to go and invest herself into a future. And it was your words, Rabbi Citron. It was your words that gave you that. And so therefore, at 3 o'clock in the morning, I say, how can I let that girl down? So I have to. And we have this drive and we have this energy as the rabbis. I get emails from other rabbis on Torah Anytime and other places. How do I get started? What's the secret? What's the secret to get your name out there? What's the secret? What's the secret? For 4 years, every Thursday night in Israel, I didn't sleep. I stayed up the entire night writing up my drasha for Friday for Torah Anytime. Wow. Half of it I was learning, half of it I was davening for Siyata Deshmaya. 4 years. You spit blood to get there. That's the secret. There's no other way. And we give it all. We give everything. But you know what? I can't give anymore. Shimon asked me, get on the plane, Ari. You need to fly into this. And I said to him, Shimon, I don't have another ounce to give you.
Wow.
I've given you my heart. I've given you my soul, my time, my family. I've given you the sweat of my brow. B'zeya tavi torato. I've given you everything. And those people are presenting tonight. Those rabbis who are presenting out there tonight, they're giving everything. Ashreichem. And then Shimon turns and he says to all the rabbis, to all the speakers, you know, guys, we need you to be the ones to make teams. Give a good look at those teams. Give a good look. A lot of them aren't doing much. Can I tell you why? It's not because the rabbis aren't trying. It's because they've given you the last breath. Given you their last breath in the Torah that they've taught. Now they have to raise the money too. They've given you every last moment of their life. And now all they're asking for you to do is to go and provide a platform for them to give it for free. I don't get paid from Torah Anytime. Rabbi Balachi doesn't get paid. No, Shimon and Reuben don't get paid. Nobody's doing this for money. Nobody's walking away with any kind of big account that we're just trying to go and shove underneath a mattress. Everybody is doing this because Torah Lishma, we're giving our lives. And now you want the rabbis to be the ones to go and to fund it as well? I mean, come on. So I'm asking everybody out there, can you carry a tired soldier home? You just carry a tired rabbi home? You know, there are wives right now looking at their husband's pages, and they're seeing that my husband is giving everything to this. Hours, vacations, everything. And all those people who email him and ask him for advice and ask him for time on the phone and communities to ask him to come and speak. He's given everything. And now look, he's just trying to raise funds, not for himself, but to be continuing it for you. Why aren't they there? Where are they? This is a moment now where I'm asking you to go on to those pages. And don't give to my page. I don't know what happened that all of a sudden people are giving to my page. I didn't send it out. TorahAnytime went. They sent out an email with my name on it. Boom. People are responding now. Baruch HaShem. And I have to say thank you to everybody. But literally, it was not me. It's not like I'm saying, it was Hashem. I mean, literally, it was Hashem. Because it literally came through. But forget about Ari Ben Shushan. Go zip through every single one of those rabbis on their pages right now. You see somebody who's not doing well, pumping $18, pumping $180, and just say, just because you've given your life, blood, and soul. Thank you for your life, for your blood, for your soul. This is for the hours you've given me instead of your children. It's for the hours that you went and you pushed yourself on planes and you flew in less than economy class. You flew with the livestock to go and speak in front of a camera. That you showed up there and it was delayed, but you came running into Queens at 11 o'clock at night and you stood there and they called the crowd back and you still barfed fire because the world had to hear it. It's for that moment. It's for that moment. What's the secret of the success over here? Of course, it's the Kol Yaakovs, but it's the ritzifut of the rabbis. It's the ritzifut of everything that they just don't stop. They don't know what it means to fail. You know, everything is unprecedented today. Unprecedented poor, unprecedented rich, unprecedented times, unprecedented values. And they say that in the Jewish world, we have an unprecedented amount of wealth from Jews. Unprecedented amount. Let me tell you something else that's unprecedented. The amount of talent. The amount of talent that we see in our generation, I don't think we've ever seen. I grew up with the two speakers. It was Rabbi Waxman and Rabbi Pesach Krohn. I mean, that was it. Everybody else was in a Yiddish to put you to sleep. And that's all there was to it. That's all there was. And then all of a sudden, boom, there's an onslaught of an unprecedented amount of Torah talent. You give a look at any of those flyers flying around from TorahAnytime and Tisha B'Av, 50 speakers. Where'd they all come from? Young blood that's hungry to give their life, blood, and soul to this. There's an unprecedented amount of talent, and that unprecedented amount of Torah talent has done their share. We have. We've killed ourselves. We have. I'm ready to stand up in that day and to say that I believe that we and those who have stood staunch, we will not be found wanting. We will be found worthy of having given. What about you? Unprecedented amount of Jewish wealth. What about you? Where are you? Where are you going to stand on that day? When Hashem reads to you the Chovat HaLevavot. When Hashem reads to you the Rabbeinu Bachaya that says, if you have money, I gave it to you as a shomer. I gave it to you to watch it and then give it over, like that beautiful, beautiful thought we heard from the rabbi right before me who said he doesn't use his ma'aser, he uses his investment money. Where are you? Because this is my chiddush now. Yeah, he says, Chovel Bava tells us you're a shomer for that money, but there's a shomer sacher and there's a shomer chinam. A shomer chinam is somebody who does not get paid for watching it, and he can be lax. He can be lazy in his shmirah. You want to be lazy in the shmirah of the money that God gave you, Lakewood? You want to be lazy in the money God gave you, Queens? You want to be lazy in the money God gave you, South Africa? You want to be lazy in the money gave you, Australia? You want to be lazy in the money that God gave you, Los Angeles? You may give some tzedakah, but you're not going to be a shomer sacher. You want to be somebody who gets paid for his shmirah. You want to be somebody who gets paid for the fact that it was difficult being a shomer. I had to take on responsibility as a shomer. I had to watch and then take care of this money in the most utmost way. I had to make sure that I found the most sound investment of Torah being given to the world and that I pumped it full of my responsibility, not my money, because God knows it's not yours. I know my talent is not mine. I stutter for a living. I don't talk. I have a big stutter. Ask my brother Yossi. It's hilarious when we get together. I can hardly pass me the kibbeh without stuttering 12 times. But I know that I get a God-given talent. The moment you turn that camera on me, for some odd reason, I can talk straight. It's not mine. It's my responsibility, not my talent. Your money is your responsibility, not your talent. Do what you're meant to do with it. Pump this full of life. Pump this full of energy so that those who have been found giving themselves full of sacrifice in every last moment in what it is that they consider their absolute and incredible zechut to teach Klal Yisrael can simply continue to do what they do best, which is to be Mekadesh, Shem Shamayim, and bring so many Yidden back. Do it now. While we have you and while you have this, do it now.
Rabbi Ari, I don't know, can I give a standing ovation? Is that allowed over
go,
here?
Let's vote. Let's go.
That put tears in my eyes. Everybody at home. But I have to tell you like this, so that we have so many people listening, and people donated already. If Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan did not put you to tears, I don't know if you have a soul. You probably sold it to the devil, because that has got to touch your heart. And if you have donated already, do something right now. The emes that comes out, we have to show that appreciation to all the Rabbanim, to every single one of the Rabbanim. Give and this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it to show, if it touched you, if Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan does just touch you right now emotionally, you have to go to Torah, even if you donated already, go and give some sort of denomination of a 5, whether it's $5, $10, $15, keep it kashem, Torah Lamim, get that Yud K, get that 5, get that 1,500, get that 5,000, whatever you can. Let's see how many people right now heard that message. How many times do we hear a shir and it doesn't go, it goes from one ear to the other and it just slips right out. Let's see that we actualize what Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan just said. Let us look at this screen. Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan, I'm sure is ready to roll. But let's see how many people are donating now what they just heard. I don't. If that doesn't move you, I don't know what can move you.
That was truly.
It'll be a big schos. We're picking the number 5. So number 1. This is not a copyright of Ura. We don't mean to.
5-ish.
We don't mean to.
I don't know why I said 5. I should have said 72.
Step on any toes. But honestly, I mean, this has become our baby. This has become like last night. This was again at 2:00 in the morning. I don't know why Hashem decides to send inspiration. You could have given it to me at 10:00 at night. I would have been very happy. But really, it was late. I couldn't sleep, and I was thinking, how do I explain to everybody the feeling that we, the speakers, the feeling, the energy, when Shimon called us all together on that Zoom of just the speakers, there was over 100 different rebbeim, Ravs, just some Rebbitzins as well, and nobody wanted to leave. It was just, we were sharing this sense that my Rebbe Rav Berkowitz has really driven into all of us, the sense of the joy of responsibility, the joy of taking that responsibility. And it's never meant to be easy. Of course it's hard, but it's so joyous. It's so joyous. So I want to say thank you, number one, to everybody who has put on my page. A lot of people, Baruch HaShem, did come through by my page, and I thank you. I'm awed by you. I am humbled by you. I thank you so, so much. And I do ask that the same way that maybe you've enjoyed my shiurim, Rabbi Majeski, Rabbi Majeski, go hit his page right now. Could we please fill nothing against Rabbi Sitra, nothing against Rabbi Vlad, but Rabbi Majeski is just he's one of my favorite getting out here in Los Angeles. And I was schmoozing him the other day, and I said to him, "I'm going on. I'm just giving you a shout out. Hit him up. His Torah is incredible. Give him that feeling. Give him that sense of we really, really appreciate this amount." The other thing is people ask, money-wise, where's that money going? Who are you?
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I mean, Niata Bichlal. Who are you? It's so funny because listen to this, Rabbi Plach. I was thinking about it. When it's the other way around, when somebody wants to get a tuition break, right? And so the school says, send us in your tax returns, and we want to see, where does your money go? And every person gets all offended. Where does my money go? Who are you to tell me? I'm sorry. I couldn't quite catch that. Does TorahAnytime owe you anything? Does TorahAnytime owe you anything? If Shimon, Kol Yaakov, and Reuben pocket all of the money that comes in, I'd be thrilled. Yes. If you heard that Shimon paid off his mortgage on his house, yes, he gives anybody the right. What if, Chas v'shalom, they put money away in the bank for TorahAnytime to invest in future things? No, they can't have. Are you insane? Who are you?
Rabbi.
I mean, come on.
Rabbi.
They have millions of people listening. This should be an easy raise. I get very worked up. I
love it. It's great.
Rabbi Ben Shushan, we have a very chashuv guest that would like to speak with you. You accept? Yes?
I accept the long distance charges.
Long distance charges. All right. We're ready.
All right, Yossi.
Hello.
All right.
I didn't see you there.
Look at this.
I'm in the war room. So I'm in the war room. And I figured if we're under attack, I should really get to the war room. We've called in all the generals. Yeah, you got me. No, please don't. You're happy right now? No one even understands what you...
No, we see it.
You can see it? Oh, fantastic. I'm not moving.
I'm
not
tickling
feeding
your neck.
into this. He lost
I'm
his mind.
tickling
I'm
your
not feeding
neck.
into this. Now, let me explain. Here, okay? Now, really, Rabbi, first of all, big teaser. We got 2 Cent Season 3 coming out. Very, very, very excited for that. We also have a bunch of stuff coming out over the summer. However, Ari, I think the point you made is extremely well made. I would like to start a page that is going to just go to pay off TorahAnytime's. You want to know the funny part? We're talking about like paying off Shimon Kol Yaakov's mortgage or someone else's. How about just TorahAnytime's? How about just their building? It's not even going to that. It's going to the production of everything and the keeping going of everything. It's going to everything that you enjoy from TorahAnytime. How does someone just sit back, Just take from Torah Anytime. Constantly forwarding clips, sending different things. If you have ever emailed me and asked me which one of the shiurim on Torah Anytime do I discuss X, then you went and found it and sent it to the person that you wanted to send it to, and you have not donated $250 for the year yet, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to go about that.
Yes, it's something that Baruch HaShem, TorahAnytime has done too good of a job. Sometimes when a place does too good of a job, that's where the problem is. They've done such an amazing job and they've made it so easy, and we've taken such things for granted that now that they turn around with the ask, maybe it's something that people feel as if, no, it's going to happen either way. No, it's going to keep on going either way. And by the way, it will. It will. Shimon will be homeless, and because he'll sell off his house, that's for sure. Reuben, Kol, Yaakov, at least they'll live in a van together, and still with a smile. Yeah, that's all about it. They've made themselves to become the people that the Rambam talks about very famously at the end of Hilchos Shemitah, V'lo shevet Levi bilvad. V'lo shevet Levi bilvad. Over there, they ask the very famous question. The Rambam seems to almost be a contradiction. That in one place, the Rambam says that you shouldn't rely on the community to pay your bills if you're somebody teaching Torah. But then, in the end of Shemitah, he tells us, V'lo shevet Levi bilvad, not just shevet Levi, but anybody who wants to mamish give their life towards Hashem, so then don't worry, they'll be taken care of. Hashem will see it through. And this is what, Yas, your conversation with Shimon was today when you bumped him into the hallway. He said, Shimon, are you nervous? And he just said to you, it's Hashem's website. He literally said, V'lo shevet Levi bilvad. He said, Hashem is going to go and take care of it. But certainly this is something that falls underneath that Rambam's category of Klal Yisrael needing to rally around it and to keep it going, to prop it up forevermore. Just to show the Eibishter, this is our Ratzon. This is what we want to give it to. This is the value that we want to have. Anybody who has Amazon Prime and is paying $18 a month now for Amazon Prime, that's over $200 a year for Amazon Prime, and says, I can't live without it. Come on. If in Shemayim they're going to say, look, you were able to pay for Amazon Prime, you're able to pay for Apple Music, you were able to pay for all those different things that I'm not going to point out the other things that probably you're paying for as well to stream each month. I think you can go and do those 12 payments to Torah Anytime to make sure that they're streaming Torah the entire time.
Ari, I do have one question. Can you guess why I'm wearing a hat? And I want to say that this is the reason why Ari's not doing it this year. This is why he's not doing it this year. Why don't you say? He found out we were doing it in a studio. He didn't want to have to wear a hat. Also, from the shining light off of our bald heads. That's why. I can't be in this part of the studio and not wear a hat without blinding the cameras. True story. I can't make this up.
It's part of the awesomeness. But can I tell you the real reason why, to the Torah Anytime world, why Yossi's wearing a hat? It's because Yossi's planning on selling that hat to the highest bidder in the last hour of this thing. Please stay tuned. It's going to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. The last hat went for like $5K. What was it?
Excuse you. I lost the hat. It was $10,000. It was $10,000. Someone bought my hat for $10,000 as a donation to Torah Anytime. I lost my favorite hat. So now I told Torah Anytime that they're giving me a hat to wear. I'm not going to wear one of my own because I'm not losing another hat. Hold on a second.
So,
Ari, I've been wanting to do this to you my entire life.
Why don't we
I have breaking news that you don't know about yet. Any donation, this just in, and Ari, I'm gonna leave it to you to run with this. Any donation right now, we just had someone call in. Okay, fine, I'll say it. I said, I'll say it, but I don't want to say it. That's all. I just want to get out of my... I'll say it. Any donation because of the plea from Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan, Yay, he's not even in the studio and he did so much good. Oh, sorry, Ari, we're losing you. I can't. Wow, he's so amazing. All the way from LA. He did more than the guy who showed up to the studio. No one cares. I came out here. Any donation coming in, $250 or more, is going to be matched. Because of Rabbi Ari's plea, everything's being matched. I'm sorry? Every single dollar coming in from this point, everything from the beginning, give me information I can use. Everything coming in from everything that came in from the beginning, that is matching everything from the beginning of the campaign all the way through till the end, is going to be matched. This just came in now because Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan lost control, if I'm going to be honest with you, on the unbelievable everything from the beginning of the campaign all the way to the end. Whoever donates now, get on now. If you donate right now, everything that you are giving is going to be matched. We're going to be out of here before lunch, people. Everything that you are donating now is going to be matched. Everything that has been donated is going to be matched. Therefore, get on now, even if you donated already. And even if what you were able to do was $250, get on and give $50. Get on and give $20. Get on and give another $250. Everything is going to be matched by an anonymous, I'm assuming. I'm not assuming, someone just said, donor who is going to be matching everything from when we started all the way through right now till the end. Every single dollar that gets donated from the beginning of the campaign all the way through till the end tonight is going to be matched. Please, now is the time to get out there. This was the exact break, the exact opportunity we were waiting for to be able to push through. Raisethon.com. Raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. The guys will say over the number. Ari, you knocked it out of the park. You just saved us. Thank you so, so much. Any closing words? Ari is... yeah. No, that's more than speechless.
Thank you.
All right, no, you can't make me cry.
And Yossi, can I tell you something stupid?
Shoot. Yeah.
I was, right when you said that, I was going to offer that I would sign the hat with you to sell it.
We don't need the hat anymore. Back to you guys in the studio. Rabbi Ari, thank you so much.
Thank you to Klal Yisrael. Thank you to Torah Anytime. Thank you to Mr. Anonymous, who just bought an Olam Haba next to Moshe Rabbeinu. Thank you. Thank you.
That was really awesome. Thank you, Ben Shushan brothers. That was really, really fantastic. It was awesome. Really, really awesome. Today, right now, we have with us a very special rabbi that I know for many, many years. Rabbi Yaakov Mizrahi. How many years do we know each other, Rabbi? Tell us. How many years?
A good 30 years?
30 years? Wow. Yeah, we're going way
Elementary
back.
school?
Elementary school.
Second grade?
I would say first grade, but yeah.
Unbelievable.
But,
Time flies.
I remember coming to your house even, actually.
Playing with Ramo.
Yeah, Ramo.
Guitars, Baruch HaShem.
Tell us. We know you're an amazing speaker on Torah Anytime, rabbi on Torah Anytime. I know for sure you have a very special topic. And I'd like to share with us, what's that special topic that you love and dear, maybe with a story, something like that? What do you got?
First of all, Rav Yosef, Rabbi Yeshua, it's great to see you. Hazakim u'bruchim for everything that you're doing, being Magdil Torah, Yeshurim are phenomenal. I remember Yeshurim already, you're already on Torah Anytime 10 years? 12 years? 15 years? 2007 when they started, I think. Unbelievable. And Cham Yeshua, remember that event we did a few years ago? Around 2 years ago?
It was yeah. More.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
With David Baturo. You know he's engaged now.
I did not even know that.
Baruch HaShem.
Mazal tov. Wow.
Ben Porat Yosef. I would say the best they're all unbelievable. I love all the topics to speak about in our holy Torah. But if there's one, it would probably be Shabbat.
Yeah,
if I had to pick
by the way-
one that I think is, they're all unbelievable, but if you had to pick one topic that I feel connects to the guys and they want to hear more about it, and the part between what I know about Shabbat and what Shabbat is so great that I feel maybe that's the topic to go to.
I knew that, by the way. You know
I
who told me
listened
that? You know who told me that?
I was going to do this.
You know who told me that? Take one guess from Israel. Ronnie Levy. Ronnie Levy. He told me, he said, if Rabbi Yaakov Miz gets on, make sure he says something about Shabbat. You have the floor.
Unbelievable. Ronnie Levy, Hazak u Baruch. Ronnie Levy really knows about Shabbat because Motzei Shabbat and Lev Aharon, we would have the class every Motzei Shabbat.
By his house.
Yeah, sometimes maybe by his house, in the yeshiva, every Motzei Shabbat where the guys are going out, from Malav and Malka, they'd start Motzei Shabbat with a class on Shabbat. Rabbi, Shabbat just finished. We're learning about Shabbat. They couldn't get enough learning about Shabbat when they start realizing what Shabbat is. Like Michael Halawani said, one of the boys, he said, Rabbi, after you learned enough about Shabbat, he said, Rabbi, I can't wait 144 hours for Shabbat. Wow. That was the idea of the class, to teach the guys about Shabbat, that we're anticipating Shabbat. And every Motzei Shabbat was a different topic, Kiddush, Havdalah, the beauty of Shabbat, and there's so many unbelievable Sefarim. And that's how he probably knows about the Shabbat classes. That's really what it's all about. Shabbat is Mevkor Beracha. And when we first started on TorahAnytime, until I got used to the camera being there and I got a little nervous, I would even break into the class with the Shabbat song, singing with the guys, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. I think the first class is probably recorded in the very beginning of it. And we're just dancing. I thought they were going to clip it out. And we're just dancing into it. And that's the only way, that's how we got into the class. And the guys, when they start learning about Shabbat, you just see they're connected to Kol Torah Kula.
When you think of organizations, you don't think of TorahAnytime as like a cure. Well, maybe some people do, but now Jewish Anytime people are going to start to think of it that way. But you don't realize, because you really push out Shabbat like no one's business, and it's amazing. But you don't realize also how many people started keeping Shabbat because of your classes, because of all the information that you have given. So when we think about it, people that are donating to this organization, what does it call if the store owner is owned by a from person? What does it say? Shomer Shabbat, right? It doesn't say anything else. It doesn't say donate to TorahAnytime. It doesn't say that they learn Daf Yomi. It says Shomer Shabbat. If you were going to give somebody and say, hey, listen, how much money would it take that I give you that you're going to start keeping Shabbat? Thousands at, you get 5, 6, 20, 15, $72, $101 you could start giving right now, and it could help people start keeping Shabbat.
Call 718-682-8111. 718-682-8111. Remember, every donation right now is doubled. It's doubled. Take advantage of this opportunity. Do it. Make it happen. RaySton.com/TorahAnytime. You have to understand. Last night we were here. Rabbi Olbaum was here, and he's a posek, and he gave a psak. What was his psak? He says this is one of the highest organizations that you can donate to. This is what he said. And if you think about it, where is your dollar going? Your dollar is going to produce more Torah. We need your help to continue and continue. Without your help, it doesn't go. So really, to be honest, this is a hishtatfut. This is a partnership. Yes, they're the face. The Kol Yaakov brothers are the face of TorahAnytime. Yes, there's a whole team of TorahAnytime. Rabbi Yosef Davis and Meir Somers and everybody else. But at the end of the day, we're a team. We're a team. And the only thing that we want to do right now is we all want to just pump up money. For what reason? Think about what we're doing for a second. All the rabbis came out. So many rabbis throughout the whole night last night, throughout the whole day today, that we have more rabbis coming in. One reason. What's the reason? One reason is to spread more Torah. That's all we're doing. And we can't do it without your help. Get on right now, even if you give again, double down. RaySton.com/TorahAnytime. 718-682-8111. There's people waiting for your phone call. Give them the chizuk. Give us the chizuk. And right now, this is what we're donating. This is what we're doing. And when you do that, you give us the energy. You give us the power to continue and make it happen. Make it happen. Rabbi, could you give us a big chizuk about donating tzedakah?
This is unbelievable because just to segue into your question from Rabbi Zitron, what he said, people don't realize how emet it is what you just said. if you donate to Torah Anytime, you have a chelik in someone else keeping Shabbat? Rabbi, how does that make sense? You gave a class, someone heard it, and I donated to Torah Anytime. I'm giving them tzedakah, and I have a chelik in some Jew keeping Shabbat. How do you connect that? Well, think about it. Imagine I gave a class in front of a class of boys. Yeshiva, Mikdash Melech, Lev Aharon, back in Eretz Yisrael. If Shimon Kol Yaakov, if Rav Shimon didn't say, please put a camera in front of you and just record it so we could send it to the world, I would have been like, what are you talking about? Forget it, I'm giving class to the boys, and the class would stay with the boys, and it would end over there. Whatever the boys got, they got, and to have it recorded so that more people can listen to it, what are you talking about? Unheard of. And now, because of him pushing to have the shurim recorded, not only in the venue that I am, 500 different venues, rabbis giving over Torah, forget it, the list is almost endless. So the entire nation has a chelik and a zechut to tap into every shiur on any topic and get chizuk out of it. Who's that bizchut? Torah Anytime.
Wow.
And if it's not because of Torah Anytime's sponsors and people behind them, how are they going to continue doing what they're doing? This is not a pitch. This is not a cute way to say, well, you have a chelik in what they're doing. Without money, without zevulun, how are they going to do what they need to do?
Man, kemach and Torah. We need a kemach. We need a kemach. Rabbi, I remember we were together in Mikdash Melech. Remember those days? The Mikdash days. Huh? Remember those days? Oh, Gan Eden. I remember those Mikdash days. I'll never forget. Rabbi Rand told us something.
He's unbelievable.
It was literally my first year in Mikdash. I'm sitting there, and this stuck with me literally forever. And this is what he said. He said, how come yeshivas, listen to this, good, let this sink in for a second. How come yeshivot go outside the yeshiva, and in front they have like a garden, on the back they have a garden, plant a tree. Think about this for a second. Plant a tree, and just like fruits come out, how come money can't come out? Right? It's a miracle. Apples come out, plums come out, peaches come out. How come it doesn't happen? Take $1, take $100. Man, imagine you plant $100 and you have a tree coming out, a huge tree, few trees, just growing money. That was his question to us. And I thought it was like out of the box a little bit, but it was very interesting to hear such a question. I was like, that's a good question. They're holding up the world. Torah learning that we do everywhere in the world is holding up the entire world. How come that can't happen? By the way, it makes sense that it should happen. Walk outside, Torah Anytime should have like a tree, be Torah Anytime tree, put it down, right, whatever it is, plant it, and Torah Anytime tree comes out, all money coming out, whatever time they need money, boom, 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 money comes out. How come that doesn't happen? It's a good question. I said, Rabbi, that's a great question. I really wonder, why not? I'll never forget what he said. He said, because there's one reason. Other people need zchuyot to be part of it. And if we had a money tree growing, then we wouldn't have zchuyot to give. And that being said, he said that so confidently. And this is what we're doing right here. We're here sitting down, Torah Anytime, we're raising money. So therefore, we're giving everybody the opportunity. We're giving everybody the zchut. Imagine they didn't do this. Imagine, imagine they didn't do it. Where would be all those zchuyot? Every single dollar coming in is a zchuyot for us to continue pumping more Torah. And that's the reason why there's no money tree for Torah Anytime walking out. Because we need to be the money tree.
And you said it best. Today. You said chas v'shalom. Because imagine Torah Anytime and the Kol Yaakov brothers had all the zechut of the Torah and thousands and countless of hours in zechuyot. They're giving us an opportunity. Tap in. We're ready to make partners. We're not greedy. You want to be our partners? Bechavod. They come up with the idea. They come up with the phenomenal technique. And now they're also offering us a chelik of this. This is a priceless stock.
A buy-in. We have a buy-in. Imagine you have a stock.
Pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
Pennies on the dollar.
Yeah,
but I got to say one extra thing. Like, we just had Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan. We put a plug in there for $5. I can't go on and not say a plug in for $7 or $7 increments. Anybody who's been following Rabbi Yaakov Mizrahi, and there's a lot of people that are following it. It's unbelievable, Shirim. Donate, right? You donated before with Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan with the $5 or $50 or $500, or you donated before again. Donate again. Lischut Shabbat, $7 in 7 increments. 49 with we just counted 49. You could keep on going. 7, whatever it is, just do it in increments in Shabbat. L'chavod Shabbat. You donate again, just $7. That third donate $7. L'chavod Shabbat. How could you not? How could you not? All the brachot that come in, it's unbelievable. So let's go. Let's not double down. Let's triple down, and let's show not only the Rabbanim over here. At the end of the day, we're showing our Kadosh Baruch Hu. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is coming to us and is saying, okay, you know how many people are spreading Torah? How much do we feel connected? How much do we feel that we can tap into it? Now is the time to show your support, not only to yourself, not only to your spouse, not only to the Rabbanim, but to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Go and show right now. Donate again. You donate again. $7. What's $7? It's not even a coffee nowadays.
What's the gematria of Shabbat?
702.
I think that should be the number.
Oh, there we go. 7 and 2. You know what? In
Shkalim,
Shkalim, it's fine also, if you want to go.
702. I love that number. 702, huh? What do you think, Rabbi?
Unbelievable. Rabbi Ben Susan was just saying before, really, this is people's go-to app. This is their website that they go to. They have to feel connected to TorahAnytime. Just today, this morning, someone was telling me, religious, they were saying that, Rabbi, you have no idea how much chizuk we get from TorahAnytime. Not because it was my classes. They were saying Rabbi Brag's classes. How Rabbi Brag, where's he, in Cleveland? In Ohio?
I don't even know.
Baltimore? Where's the Rav? Cleveland? Unbelievable. Imagine the rabbi didn't have any camera in front of him. No one would be exposed to all those emunah classes, all those beautiful bitachon classes. They're like, it's a game changer. Who are we talking about? We're not talking even about kiruv, people that aren't affiliated to religion, people that are affiliated to religion. But you can't just be on standby. I got this much in my avodat Hashem, and that's it. With the world that we're living in today, you go outside, you come back home, you need more chizuk. And they constantly need it. They're religious, they're not religious. It doesn't make a difference. Everyone in Am Yisrael wants to grow more. No one can just say, I'm good and I'm happy where I am. They want more and they're looking for more. TorahAnytime is the site that they go to. That's where they have the hundreds of speakers that have a platform to give their daily chizuk in any area of their avodat Hashem. Someone needs it on life, marriage, coach, kids, chizuk, emunah, bitachon, Shabbat, berachot, halacha. It's endless. And you just navigate, and they made it so easy, and they just keep on making it easier. How beautiful this site is. Where would we be without TorahAnytime today?
It's true. By the way, I want to just add that somebody came over to me and says to me, I think TorahAnytime was created for the rabbis. I said, what do you mean? He's like, because you have all the rabbis on, so therefore their shiurim are amplified so much better because they see a camera in front of them. They're like, oh my goodness, this is being broadcasted around the world. I better up my game. And no joke. Is it true or not
100%.
true? Is it true?
100%.
It's true, no?
100%.
You're like, tomorrow morning
You think
I'm on
twice
camera.
before you say anything.
Exactly. I'm like, a guy in the shul, Shlomi Kadesh, I got to send him a shout out. What Shlomi did, listen to this. So he made a video of my bloopers, blooper like a joke. I was like, what is this? It's a 2-minute thing. I was like, what? Since I'm on camera, sometimes you get on and like, oh my God, I forgot I'm on camera. Stop that. Let's do it again. We do it again. He said, oh, Rabbi, he sent me a video. Maybe I'll show it after. But saying all these bloopers that we did. So I just want to just give this big shout out. I can't believe I have the school to say this. I just got a call in the back, and they just told me that in honor of all the rabbis of TorahAnytime, he's just pledging right now. Take a guess.
10K.
$50,000.
Wow.
In honor of all the rabbis of TorahAnytime, we just got a pledge of 50,000 donation that came in. Now, thank you very much for that. But it's not over because that is matched with an organization, Mishkan Yechezkel, that's matching that. So totaling $100,000. Standing ovation for that.
100%.
We're standing because this $100,000 is going ahead and it's going to make it more. It's going to make it more able to grow more Torah in the world. Let's see what we got over here.
You know how accomplished I feel? Look at that number. When I came on, obviously it's not me. All right, I all know it's nothing to do with me. But that makes me feel good. That number makes me feel good. From when I came on to that, I gotta say, that's unbelievable.
Can I tell you why this makes me feel very, very good? Because if you look at the number, it's chai. You chai. Life. We're getting life. We're getting energized. The last few hours that we can make this, to make it to $3 million, we just hit chai life. And we need everyone out there to push in us more life by putting more donations in. This is it. This is chai. We got to hit the 26 youth care. We got to get that. That number is unbelievable.
And you got to realize that every donation you give now is doubled. So that's going to be growing exponentially.
Every donation is doubled right now. We want to thank Mishkan Yecheskel. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Unbelievable.
They were the matcher for this $50,000. It was in honor of them. Wow, that's awesome. In honor of Mishkan Yecheskel. That means we got $100,000 for the TorahAnytime. This is a simcha that we should really have a toast. I don't know. This was Rabbi, but l'chaim. I don't know what I'm doing. But at the end of the day, that's the truth. That's the truth. You have to have besimcha. No joke. You have to be besimcha.
Unbelievable.
How happy do you have? What do you say about simcha? Let me see it. What does Ochot Tzadikim say about the simcha? When you do a mitzvah, how much reward do you get when you do a mitzvah besimcha? Ochot Tzadikim. Look it up. Simcha. Look it up. Simcha in Ochot Tzadikim. Simcha. If you do, he writes. Look it up. You have to look it up.
You have a whole series on Baruch Tzadikim, no?
Yeah, Baruch HaShem. We have
Rabbi Yosef has an unbelievable series. They know about that. The Tzibur has to know. Day by day, class after class.
After this, they're going to be flocking to his class. Like, there's no,
Both of yours.
So Ochot Tzadikim says in Simcha, he writes that if you do any mitzvah besimcha, like a real simcha, look what he says. He says you get 1,000 times the schar. You hear what's going on over here?
Unbelievable.
Now I want to ask you a question. Let's say retro. Like, let's give, for example, a person already donated. Now he heard this. Now he feels so much simcha. Does he get $1,000 even though he donated already?
For sure.
Or does he have to make another donation doing with simcha right now?
Let's make another donation and we'll tell you. 5 minutes, come back for that answer.
No joke. You hear what I'm saying? Could you go retro back and say, you know what, wait, I already gave, so therefore, now I'm so happy. Does that work? I think it works.
It has to work. How does Tshuva work?
Yes.
Tshuva works retroactively. That means mitzvot also has to work retroactively.
It works. It definitely works. Now, what if they do another one with simcha? Does it amplify to 2,000? You know, 2,000 times? No, it's 1,000. Ochot Tzadikim says openly, by the way. Ochot Tzadikim says openly. If you do any mitzvah besimcha, and by the way, I say to the boys, everybody, any mitzvah, tomorrow morning we're putting on tefillin. If you just go take a tefillin and say, I have an arm. You know what it is to have an arm? Now I can put my tefillin on my arm. Oh, I'm so happy. You get that means everybody in the shul is putting tefillin on, and you're putting it, and you go to Shemaim, you have 120. What happens? Everybody's getting schar. You put on tefillin, he put on tefillin, great. And you have one guy, you put on tefillin this morning, and you're getting, wow, so much, 1,000 times. Hey, why does he get? I put the same time tefillin. No, you're not understanding. He's a different league. Because when you do a mitzvah with simcha, you get $1,000. Imagine right now, this motivates you. Right now, whoever's listening right now, you go on that site, Raise Thon, R-A-I-S-E, Thon, THON.com/TorahAnytime, or you call in a hotline, 718-682-8111, 718-682-8111, and you just donate right now. With all your might for simcha, I'm doing this. You can even say L'Shem Yichud, no? L'Shem Yichud, yeah. Then what? I'm going ahead. I'm doing this mitzvah. L'Shem Shamayim. I'm doing it b'simcha. That not only donations in there, but that donation that you just gave right now, it's amplified by 1,000 times more by the tzedakah that you're giving, and that's helping us continue motivating more people around the world to learn the Holy Torah. What do you think?
What makes someone the happiest? Learning Torah by far. We're not allowed to learn Torah on Echa, on Tisha B'Av, because it gives us simcha. The only day that we can't learn Torah, of course we learn Torah, but we can't learn our regular Seder, is Tisha B'Av, because it makes us full of simcha. Tisha B'Av, you can't be full of joy. If you look at the word simcha, Shin Mem Chet Hey, it's gematria 353.
Shin Mem Chet Hey, okay.
Shin is 300.
Yeah.
Mem is 40. That's 340. Chet and Hey is 13, that's 353. How many days are in the Jewish year, the lunar year?
Yeah.
354. Oh. Every day, you have to be b'simcha. Simcha is 353. Wow. Out of 354, you got to be b'simcha every single day, except one day, Tisha B'Av. And inshallah, Be'ezat Hashem Bekarov, we'll have the Beit HaMikdash. Now, what brings us the greatest simcha? Learning Torah. Imagine people are learning Torah every day. And b'schut TorahAnytime, people that are learning Torah, they're full of simcha. Can you imagine how much people are getting elated and enjoyment from the Torah, b'schut what TorahAnytime is doing? Shiurim around the clock, 24/7, 365, which this is I think the only business that could really be open 24/7.
What do you say?
Because
Shabbat, we gotta take a break, no?
But people that are in China, when it's Shabbat over there, we're able to learn Torah. So you got the international dateline. It's a site that's probably operating 24/7, 7 days a week. It has to be people all over the world that are enjoying from this site. And now people that are donating are giving them the ability to make more people happy. It's unbelievable. Now imagine if you do that, Besimcha, times that by 1,000, forget about it.
You know what's interesting? Because you think you're donating to Torah Anytime. It's a spiritual learning organization. But you know how many people come to Torah Anytime? They're depressed. They're tzabruchen, they're this or that, and they come over here. It fixes them emotionally also. How many people, like Besimcha, what's the
and then they become Besimcha.
And then become Besimcha. What's Besimcha? The words Besimcha, you jumble it up, it's machshava.
I want to tell you something. By COVID, I'm sure every single rabbi on Torah Anytime got so much feedback on COVID. Why? Because nobody had anywhere to go. So therefore, you know, emails were coming into Rabbanim. I know Rabbanim that got emails, and they're telling me, you don't understand, they're sending me the emails that they got. I was like, whoa, this is amazing. Every Rav got an email saying, if it wasn't for Torah Anytime during COVID, I don't know where we would be. We're about to show a video. Right after this video, please listen to this. Guess who's coming?
Rabbi Moshe Rudish. I'm excited.
And you know who Rabbi Moshe Rudish is? You know who that is?
Super.
He's a Talmud Muvak. He's the closest Talmud of the one and only legendary Rav Zechariah Walsin Zegedish Baruch. I knew Rabbi Zechariah Baruch HaShem. He was a fantastic visionary. How he did things where it didn't make a difference if it was able to be done or not able to be done. If it had to be done, he figured it out.
I have to say, before we get to that video, I think, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting everybody. The way that the Kol Yaakov brothers go, I feel it's the same. Rabbi Zechariah Wallerstein, he saw a wall over there, he just kept on going. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, the Kol Yaakov brothers, no matter what wall you put in front of them, they're going to keep on plowing through that. They're going to present, they're going to bring to fruition. The question is, are you going to be a part of that? Or are you going to let somebody else be a part of that? The question is all up to you. Do you want to tap into this unbelievable potential? Your opportunity time is right now.
Let's hear this video right now. Let's go check it out.
Hi there, this is Shimon Koliako from Torah Anytime, and I hope everyone is doing well. Many of you, as you use the website and the app, and you see many of our marketing in so many different places, you might notice that there are a few logos, a few organizations, a few businesses, a few foundations that have the tremendous chus to be some of the people who financially back up and help and give lifeblood to Torah Anytime. You see them on your screen right now. And these people are truly, truly extremely smart and intelligent investors that are donating to such a cause that's going to give them the absolute maximum return on their tzedakah money. If you would like to be our partner at a high level and be one of the pillars of Torah Anytime, please contact me at shimon@torahanytime.com just to have a discussion to see if this is a good fit for you. Let us explain to you what our vision is for the future. Let us show you what has been Baruch HaShem accomplished and how it's not enough for us. As a team, Baruch HaShem, we're very driven, we're very motivated, because our motto is, if Mashiach is not here, there's still so much more to do. 12 million hours a year, 1 million users on 10 different platforms is not enough. So we invite you to be our partner at a high level. For those of you, again, that Hashem has blessed financially, reach out to us. Let's have a discussion. Let's have a meeting. And let's see if together, B'ezrat Hashem, we could bring Mashiach here much, much faster, B'ezrat Hashem. Okay, Baruch Hashem. This is Shimon Koliakov. And we want to thank everybody out there in the entire Torah Anytime universe for supporting this incredible organization that we've been told by so many people that is probably spreading more Torah than any organization in the history of the world. So Baruch Hashem, where we're holding right now, we are at over 7,000 donors. Guys, last time we did this a year and a half ago, we had about 10,000 donors. So keep the donations coming in. We're at over $2 million, Baruch Hashem. We have a $3 million goal. All donations, Baruch Hashem, are being matched thanks to a group of incredible, life-saving, special people.
And that was really, that was quite a show by Rabbi Ari. I think he pushed a few buttons, he pulled on a few heartstrings there to make a few things happen. So
Rabbi Ari is pure heart. He's so incredible.
The Menchushan brothers are just very special.
Hashem.
Very
Hashem
special
should bless
family.
his family.
Amen.
Baruch Hashem. We actually, we have a very, very special guest. As all of you who are watching this right now know, somebody very near and dear and special to us, a little bit over a year ago, unfortunately passed away, Rabbi Zachari Wallerstein Zatzal. It's still difficult for me to say these words because it's just hard to really just to take this in. And we've been recording Rabbi Wallerstein Zatzal for the past 15 years. Over 1,000 lectures are on Torah Anytime from this incredible person. And after he passed away, after he passed away, Baruch Hashem, we scrambled to put this incredible book full of his incredible Divrei Torah, Musar, stories, and most of them are very, very personal, straight out of his own life. And Baruch Hashem, a big shout out to Rabbi Ilan Perchik, who was the author of this book. And Baruch Hashem, we're approaching almost 20,000 copies sold in a very, very short amount of time. So thank you for everyone involved with that. Thank you to all the chapter sponsors, and a very big special thank you to the cover sponsor who would like to stay anonymous. We have here one of Rabbi Zachari Wallerstein Zatzal, probably the closest Talmud he had, who was always by his side. And let's just get into it. Let's just say hello to our friend Reb Moshe Rudish. Welcome, Reb Moshe. Welcome to the show. Welcome to our Torah Anytime campaign, and welcome to the Torah Anytime family.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so please, if you could, Reb Moshe was so close to the rabbi that after the rabbi passed away, Reb Moshe took upon himself to teach over one of Rabbi Zachari Wallerstein's favorite Sfarim, Kava Yashar. Is that correct? Yeah, yes. Kava Yashar, that I personally learned directly from Rabbi Zachari Wallerstein Zatzal for years, and one of my favorite Sfarim as well. And he's giving this over, and it's actually on Torah Anytime. So Reb Moshe, you want to just share your experience with the rabbi from day one, and in a few minutes, not right now, we're actually going to play a very special music video that was actually shown about a week ago when Ornava one of Rabbi Wallerstein's many organizations.
Another amazing organization.
Absolutely, big shout out to Arnava and all the other staff. Yeah, they had a huge event as well, which I think is we encourage everyone to check that as well. It's another fundraiser because Baruch HaShem, there's so many amazing places to give. But please, if you could just share a little background how it all started with the rabbi.
So I was in high school and I had a boy in my class. His name is Benjamin Finkelstein. And he's like, can you please come to this shir at 9 or Yitzchak? It's a Tuesday night, boys chabura. And I'm like, nah, not really. I'm in yeshiva, I'm doing my thing. I don't have to go again at night. But finally he convinced me. And, before our Yitzchaks had the larger room, they had a small ladies section there. And it was a long, narrow room. And a long table in the middle. We had chairs all the way around. And basically, Rabbi Wallerstein sat by the head on that side. I took the chair right by the door. And I'm like, all right, I'll try it out. But one wrong move, I'm out. And I sat for 2 hours. That was the shir at that time. His shiurim just went on for hours. And probably started around 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night.
This is Tuesday night, right?
Tuesday night.
Yeah, that's the shir I used to go to.
This is before Arnava opened.
Right.
And basically after that shir, I was hooked. That was it.
So you gave him a shot.
I gave him a shot.
And he passed, Baruch HaShem.
Yeah.
And he got you.
I got the shot.
and he got you for years to come after that.
Yeah, so now it's a little over 20 years.
Wow, unbelievable. Can't imagine to have such a Rebbe for 2 decades that has such a personality and is so pleasantly sharp, because you need that directness, but you also need that caring, which he was a master at both.
Right. I mean, he had the ability to instill a foundation, right? Certain skills, certain life skills, certain emunah skills, and basically just way of life. So it literally was like everything that happens in life is totally what I learned from him and how I grew up together. It's totally, every move is like, what would my Rebbe want me to do? And it's living the way he wanted me to live.
We consider Rabbi Wallerstein one of our Rebbeim as well, because we were also very close to him, and not just because he was a speaker, but we came to him many times for advice, for chizuk, and we got a lot of that. And not just from what he said, but just the way he acted as well. And I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, being so close to the rabbi, especially all the 15 years that we were also close to him, and he was recording us, Rabbi Wallerstein Zatzal, he used to come to these fundraisers for TorahAnytime all the time, and he's not here now. It's still hard to believe. But can you just share with our incredible audience who is watching, what was Rabbi Wallerstein and TorahAnytime connection? What can you say about that relationship?
There's a difference when he talks about us to us, and when he talks about us to someone else.
So I got to see TorahAnytime, when they just began, right? When you guys just began.
Were you there at that
there.
July 2007 when Shimon started recording him?
Yeah, you know in that trailer, that shot where Wallerstein's talking, he's sitting right there next to him.
Yeah, so on your promo video,
the trailer, the movie, Beyond Walls, guys, check it out.
That boy is sitting there, looks like he's like 10 years old. That's
unbelievable.
Yeah, so I remember when you used to come and you had that basket, that woven basket that said TorahAnytime on it.
And we give out CDs as well.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, you put it on the bima there.
So
Rabbi Wallerstein, every share there was a shout out to TorahAnytime. He used to do little recordings after the share as well, the importance of TorahAnytime. He was blown away. He was amazed by the thought, and then how many people were watching.
Would he share that with you? He would say, I would constantly be stopped, and people would mention to me.
Always. This was like his biggest thing, and he would walk into a room and have an audience of, let's say, 200 people, but in his mind he knew it was almost 10,000 people.
Right.
And he verbalized it. He's like, it's not 200 people, it's 10,000 people. So I think he felt that responsibility as well to make sure that he delivers the content and he keeps everyone happy. I think Shiurim was he felt that he had to. I remember back in the day, Shir would call for Shir was 9:30, 10 o'clock. He'll show up at 11 or 12.
For lucky.
So like once TorahAnytime got kicked in, he had to be more structured because the cameraman had to be there and
he had to get his tie straight.
He had to be there on time.
Right. We're going to actually get to this music video right now, and I just want to warn everyone. I saw this music video. If you got a box of tissues next to you, now's a good time to grab them. And whenever you guys are ready, let's play that video.
There are times when I stand by a mirror to take a close look at myself, and the face that I see looking right back at me wishes it was someone else.
But there is only one you, a fragment of light from above that would joyfully serve and cling to Hashem. If only it knew the depth of His love. Time to leave your cocoon, my dear butterfly. Show yourself and the world just how very high you can fly, you can soar once you unlock the door. And Hashem will be there at your side. And Hashem will be there at your side.
A butterfly, if you study what a butterfly is, it's not a caterpillar. But when a person finds Hashem, when a person takes that step into the light, they come out of the cocoon, and they're not a caterpillar anymore. They're a butterfly.
There are times when I hear music playing, but it's more a lament than a song. I'm so used to the pain of its tragic refrain that whispers, you don't belong.
But there is only one you, a neshama most precious and sweet. Our lives are a chorus in praise of Hashem. And when your voice is missing, the song's incomplete. It's time to leave your cocoon, my dear butterfly. Show yourself and the world just how very high
You can fly, you can soar once you unlock the door. And Hashem will be there at your side. And Hashem will be there at your side. I've been told every soul sent from heaven has its very own mountain to climb. Though some do prevail, many stumble and fail, and I know not which fate will be mine.
But there is only one you, with the calling of your very own. The road may be long, a test of the heart,
But you'll never, no, never have to walk it alone.
Time to leave your cocoon, my dear butterfly.
Hashem will be there at your side. Yes, He'll always be there at our side.
Okay, so that was incredibly moving music video of Rabbi Wallerstein Zatzal. And as an organization, we are determined and driven to keep the legacy of Rabbi Zachariah Wallerstein Zatzal not only alive, but as strong as ever, B'ezrat Hashem, with the over 1,000 shirim. And we have hundreds of other shirim that were recorded before the days of Torah Anytime, that we have on audio, that over the next few months and years, B'ezrat Hashem, we're going to slowly put up. I want to finish off this segment with a few things. Number one, everyone out there, guys, please help Torah Anytime reach the goal. We want to continue strong. We want to continue to grow, because 12 million hours a year of that we're spreading is not enough. 1 million users all over the world is not enough. The 10 different platforms we have is not enough. So we encourage everyone out there, please make those donations. All donations are being matched, and spread the word. Let's get excited about this. Also, our incredible book on Rabbi Zachariah Wallerstein. You can go to feldheim.com.
Shout out to Feldheim.
Yeah, big shout out to
Feldheim.
Feldheim. Rabbi Eli Meir, Feldheim, and Hollander, Rabbi Eli Meir, Hollander. So yeah, get your books at Feldheim, Feldheim.com, and or your local bookshops, of course, as well. So we just want to finish it off with Rav Moshe, again, one of the closest Talmidim, and he himself, Baruch HaShem, is giving incredible Kavod Yashar Shirim on Torah Anytime in honor of Rabbi Wallerstein. One of the greatest things we could do is listen to that shir that will continue to elevate the neshama of the rabbi. And Rav Moshe, please, if you could just say a few words just to close out the session, maybe about your shir, about what Rabbi Wallerstein would say right now to all the people watching about Torah Anytime.
Thank you. So, after Rabbi Wallerstein was nifter, we decided to learn Kavod Yashar, and we did that for the Shloshim. We did that, and we finished Kavod Yashar almost 5 times. 5 times we finished. That's 102 parakim, 5 times. And then we have a weekly shir. So every week we do 1 parak, and we just finished halfway through about a yard site, a few weeks ago. So for the second yard site, we'll finish the whole Kavod Yashar. It's 102 parakim. And Mitzvah Hashem, hopefully, it should be an aliyah for his neshama.
Amen.
Right now, it's Rabbi Wallerstein loves Pirkei Avos, because Pirkei Avos is something that is it's life. It's life, and he always quoted Pirkei Avos. And the number one thing is every week in Pirkei Avos we start off with Kol Yisrael Yesh Lahem Chelek, right? Everyone has a chelek in Olam Haba, and I think if Rabbi Wallerstein was here right now, he would be saying, and I could hear him saying this, where Kol Yisrael Yesh Lahem Chelek Olam Haba. It all matters what you do on this world to get you Chelek in Olam Haba. You all have a portion. The question is, how are you going to earn that portion? And are you going to decorate that? Are you going to just live in a little corner somewhere? Or are you going to build it and develop it? And I think through Torah Anytime, we have the ability to Kol Yisrael Yesh Lahem Chelek. It's literally Kol Yisrael. You have from every walk of life, different languages, different Sephardi, Litvish, Hasidim, from every walk. Different levels, different topics. And like literally, there is just so much. There's so much. I had a boy that just reached out to me last week. I was just saying that. He reached out to me last week, and he said that after Rabbi Wallerstein was nifter, he started listening to his shiurim, and he started listening to my Kavod Yashar shir every week. Now he's in yeshiva where a lot of the boys are not really learning, so much, but he has 15 boys learning Kavod Yashar right now with colored people, and all that is only through Torah Anytime. So we're talking about reaching so many different neshamas, so many different lives that you probably don't even know. And we don't. It's not possible to know because it's It's beyond reach
And
at
the
this point.
donors don't even know.
Right.
I mean,
So
nobody knows.
it's Kol Yisrael Yesh Lehem Chelek Olam Haba. You want to have a Chelek Olam Haba is by investing into this world. Investing in this world is investing in Torah. Investing in Torah would mean that you invest in Torah anytime. You have thousands and thousands and thousands of shiurim and people learning and growing and changing. And through your donations, someone else is bettering their lives and you get schar for that. So after 120, you're going to get knock knock. And my Austin always used to say this. I'm going to get like knock knock on my door. Tefillin, Shabbos, kosher. Everyone's coming in. And I don't know this person. Yeah, but that person, you had impact. And before you know it, you have so much. So if I can say so, I'm jealous of Torah Anytime. Because the amount of income streams that you have, right? This is just this right now, this is just a charity campaign for Torah Anytime. But the real currency is really what's coming in, and you have it it's flowing in. So
there's no need to be jealous. We can actually all be a part of it.
We're all partners.
We're looking for people to share the schusim with. Guys, make your donations. Okay, we got to wrap this up. Thank you, Reb Moshe.
Thank you.
Again, check out his shiurim on Torah Anytime. Get the Ray Wallerstein book. Thank you, everyone. We're taking it over to
Rabbi
Yossi Ben Shushan. Take it away.
And welcome back. We are back in the bank. We're back in the bank. We're reading through names. That is amazing for me right now because these names are rolling in. We are getting there. We have an hour left. We got a little over an hour left. We got like an hour and 2 minutes left. We have 2 more prizes to raffle off. You could still get into those prizes. Not only can you get into those prizes, but every single dollar that you donate is going to be matched. Every single dollar is getting matched right now. So we are so close to this goal, guys. Whoever puts us over at the end, whoever brings us through our ne'ilah, whoever brings us over that finish line, thank you. And you're welcome. Because the amount of schutim, the amount of things you're getting is unbelievable. Let's jump right in over here. I'm looking at different names. We have Mishkan Yecheskel, $235,000. I don't even know how we're going to beat that. Congratulations, Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan has destroyed his goal at $53,000. Team Blue, Rabbi Sperling, almost $45,000. We are doing amazing over here. Anonymous just gave him $500. That's 2,000 hours of Torah, and that's $1,000 when it gets matched. $100 by Anonymous. Aryeh Majurowitz, $72, 288 hours. Miriam Ganzi, Eliezer F., Ariella Vanilla. I don't know who Ariella Vanilla. I don't know what that is, but I like it. I love vanilla. So Lawrence Fleck. No matter who you are, no matter how much you're giving, thank you. Everything is being matched. Remember, $250 and you're in. You are in. Miss Vanilla, you're in, okay? $250, you're in. $2,500 is 10 entries plus 5 bonus entries. That's 15 entries into the next 2. The next drawing is going to be at 7:30, and it is for the KMR retreat. $10,000 value. Thank you so much to the sponsor, KMR. These retreats are unbelievable. If anybody from KMR is watching and you need a speaker or something, well, give me a call. And Costa Rica Cruise. I could do a cruise. I don't mind. Costa Rica Cruise, a $15,000 value. These are 2 grand prizes that we're going to be giving out 7:30. And when we finish and wrap things up at 8 o'clock, let's make sure that when we get to 8 o'clock, we are way over our goal. Get out there, raiseathon.com/Torah Anytime. And now I'm going to be sending it over to the Costa Rica guys. I'm sorry they can't hear you. They're on a cruise right now. They're getting ready for the most awesome cruises. We have the Costa Rica cruise. We have the KMR trip. Every single donation of $1,000 is getting you in. Let's roll up a little bit on the... I'm sorry, guys. You'll have to wait a second. Let's roll up a little bit. I want to see that Chazak and that Care of Tuni one. Let's scroll up a little bit on the... there we go. Care of Tuni's at $23,000. Chazak at $21,000. Chesed Anytime. I can't believe they got in there. $16,000. Got Stories to Inspire. Okay. Stories to Inspire is ran by a tzaddik of a man who I don't think, if I remember correctly, doesn't like me mentioning his name. He is a tzaddik. He's just one of the places, but he's so effective with it. He takes clips from Torah Anytime, as so many other people do. They cut them down. They make them into digestible small clips for everyone to have. Guys, get out there and donate. raiseathon.com/Torah Anytime. Guys, over to you in the studio.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You know, first of all, the Rabbi Moshe Rudish and the Kol Yaakov brothers, the Rabbi Kol Yaakov brothers, unbelievable for the tribute to Reb Zechariah Wallerstein. If you haven't checked out the Kaveh Yashar share, check it out. Kaveh Yashar, I remember when I first heard this from Reb Zechariah Wallerstein, I went and I bought the Sefer Kaveh Yashar. Me and my wife end up learning this entire Sefer cover to cover. So go out, listen to the share, learn the Sefer. But right now we have with us the Mara de Astra of the Agudas Yisrael of Beis Binyamin, Rabbi Moshe Tov Yalif. Thank you so much for joining. I had the schus to be able to have some sort of connection to Rabbi Leaf over the past years when I used to live in Brooklyn. So it's a tremendous schus that I'm able to sit here with you. Please tell us a little bit about your connection with Torah Anytime, because I know it goes back some time, and give us a little bit of chizuk of what we can do to push this forward, to get more people, to get people to donate, and to push this great cause.
Thank you to Reb Shimon and Reb Ruben and the entire Torah Anytime team. Mayor Summers is a close friend. He's always there to make sure that you can applaud. That's okay. We can applaud Mayor Summers.
Mayor Summers right there. The first original.
He makes sure that these shiurim are posted, and often the audio could be off. He has to tap into Kol Haloshen or from other sources of audio, and he does a magnificent job, and he remains calm, and he gets it up on time. There's a young man by the name of Rav Moshe Sofer. Rav Moshe Sofer lives in my neighborhood in Flatbush, and he started nudging me maybe 10 years ago about allowing myself to be taped for Torah Anytime. I mentioned to my Rebbetzin Morabela, she said, absolutely not. There's no way in the world you're going to allow yourself to be taped. Every word has to be thought out. Very often you speak off the cuff, and there could be huge problems if you say the wrong thing. So initially, she previewed every shir.
Wow. That's a Rebbetzin.
That's the Rebbetzin. If I'm not mistaken, we have over 1,700 shiurim that we have b'siyata d'shmaya. At the end of the day, Moshe was very insistent. My brother, Reb Lezer for Rosh Hashiva Shlit in Muncie, told me about the Kol Yaakov brothers, and it just seemed to be a perfect fit. If I give a shir at the Aguda, I have 5, 10, 15, 20 people coming to the shir. Exciting. I could have 600 people watching that shir. So it becomes a shir on a different level. I remember that I was coming out of the Kaisel, the covered area in the Kaisel. And as I'm getting to the entrance and daylight, a fella wearing a baseball cap, I think he's a Sephardic Jew, we call him in Brooklyn SY from the Syrian community. And he says, Reb Tov Yalif, Reb Tov Yalif. I look at him and he says, more Reb Tzaddik, more Reb Tzaddik. I had no idea that the man was learning Reb Tzaddik, that he watched the Reb Tzaddik shiurim. But I have Manchester, England, all of us, all the Rabbeim that are involved have connected with so many different Talmidim all over the world. So it's a tremendous chus. And I'll give you an example. Today, b'siyata d'shmaya was sort of double booked. Unbeknownst to me, I agreed to give a shir for Agar de Perka, and 20 minutes later I was giving a shir for Hakel. And there was Usher taking care of the Agar de Perka, and David taking care of Hakel. The Aguda had me give a siyum on Masechta Saita. Torah Anytime was there. And it continues in so many different venues with so many different people. Rosh Yeshiva and Rabbanim and inspirational speakers. And this concept of 1 million hits, of 12 million shiurim, hours of programming, it's real. And I think it's changed the way people learn Torah. Now, I'm not a big internet fellow. I don't have the internet in my house. I don't use it at shul. But this has taken the technology and turned it into a vehicle for Ribig Kvod Shemayim. And anybody who contributes, whether it's $10 or $10,000 or $100,000, is buying into such a massive project of Ribig Kvod Shemayim. Gedolim like Hagoyim Reb Ruvain Feinstein Shlita. You find Shurim from Rav Gifta, my Rebbe. Shurim from such Gedolei Yisrael. From Talmidei Chachomim Muvhakim. From people that are so exciting to observe, to witness, to experience. Like my friend Rav Zachariah Zatzal HaKoyen. It just brings everything to life, and it's perpetuated at BS Yanayin. Because you can scroll down and see shurim that have been given 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So it's Chai V'Kayim. So to participate in this is real Habotzas Torah. A koil is a koil, and a yeshiva is a yeshiva, and a shul is a shul, and a Beis Yaakov is a Beis Yaakov, and they're all so important. But so many people from every type of background. I was a Rav in Minneapolis for 19 years. People from Minneapolis and Milwaukee and Manchester, England, and Yerushalayim, and Elad, and Bnei Brak, and Brooklyn, and Long Island, and Los Angeles, the entire world, London, Manchester, England, are influenced by TorahAnytime. So it's a wonderful tzedakah. It's hard to pick and choose tzedakahs, but if you think about the programming of so many shiurim, and how the shiurim are there for the taking in different sugyas and different mesechtas, be'iyun, be'kiyas, Rav Tzadok HaKohen Lublin, Rabbi Goldwasser has his shiurim. Everybody has shiurim in different inyanim. What does Rabbi Goldwasser do? He does Zera Shimshon, I believe. I'm not mistaken. But so many people are doing so many shiurim. It's a gamut, veritable cornucopia of Torah. You got to get involved. It's getting close to the end of the campaign. Well over 2 million, looking for 3 million. I'm not a solicitor. I don't do this for a living. I'm not very good at it. But I'm passionate about TorahAnytime. I'm passionate about Yiddishkeit, about Limud HaTorah. But coming off Shavuos, Kabbalas HaTorah, you know, it's a fascinating thing that there's a minig brought down by the Ramah that you spread grass on the Beis HaKnesses, the floor, even in homes. Why grass? The Chedusha Rim and Maram Banet, right? Because Moshe Rabbeinu was born on Zion Adar. And his mother was able to hide him for 3 months. But after 3 months, the authorities were coming to kill Moshe Rabbeinu. So she placed him basuf in the bulrushes, in the grass, exactly 3 months later, on Vav Sivan, which is Shavuos. What's the message? What's the message that we commemorate the placing of Moshe Rabbeinu in the reeds and the bulrushes and the grass by putting grass in our homes, but the knesiyos and flowers and trees? The man least likely to succeed was Moshe Rabbeinu. He was an infant abandoned in a little kestela, in a little basket, floating down the Nile with zero chance of survival because the entire Egyptian nation wanted to kill him. And he became Mashiach Shel Yisrael. He became the messenger of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, take Klal Yisrael out of Mitzrayim, to split the Yam Suf, to give us the Torah, to transmit the Torah. That's the lesson of Shavuos. That's the Koyach HaTorah. It can take anyone and everyone, no matter how distant they are and how hopeless the situation might be, and it could turn them around. That's why we eat cheese on Shavuos. The Gemara says, Cholav is dam hanekar. It started off as blood and became milk. That's what the Gemara says. A mother's milk started off as blood flowing through her body. Blood represents death. Blood represents tumah. Blood represents Isser. And Cholav is the elixir of life. L'hagid baboiker chazdecha lamid. Baboiker beis ches chazdecha is Cholav. So on Shavuos, we eat dairy products to remind us of the koyach of the Torah. So the koyach of the Torah transforms, transcends individuals who are estranged from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, who have no shaychus to Yiddishkeit, least likely to succeed. And they could become Mashiach Shel Yisrael. That's the job of TorahAnytime. That's this vehicle of our Botzas Torah at the highest level, Reb Shimon and Reb Reuben, and all those that are involved in Torah Anytime, going way back over 15 years, I believe, have dedicated themselves. And I remember talking to Reb Shimon years ago and telling him I just came out of a meeting where the budget was $10 million a year for this organization. And you have a shoestring budget with a couple of cameras and a couple of mishagoyim that spend day and night doing things, recording shiurim, disseminating the shiurim, such a minuscule amount of money that's being spent, and look what you're accomplishing. Well, now we're upping the ante. $3 million in the scheme of things in the budget of Klal Yisrael's philanthropy is a drop in the bucket. But imagine that. You buy into Torah Anytime, you're buying into 1 million hours of programming. You're buying into people who are involved and are learning from every stripe. Is it 1 million or 10 million? What am I holding? I think it's 10 million hours of programming,
12 million.
Okay.
12 million.
We want to get to 613 million.
613 million? Yeah. And 1 million people, I believe, learn or are involved. Sure, at least users. I know this, but it's the platform for everyone. For Agudas Yisrael, for Torah Masorah, for Hakel, for Agudah Pirka, for Vayimayim. There's a new organization called Vayimayim. It's a couple of months old. It has 40,000 hits every day. Now, Vayimayim, you get WhatsApp. Well, I don't have WhatsApp. To me, WhatsApp is a waste of time. I'm not starting up with people. Do what you have to do. Talk to your Rabbanim, get your Hetera, move on. But I don't have WhatsApp. So when they tape me for Vayimayim, how am I going to see Vayimayim? Torah Anytime. Torah Anytime does Vayimayim. You saw the scroll before of all the organizations and the shiurim, everyone from Aleph to Tuf that's involved with Torah Anytime. I don't know if my job is to pitch, but I think it's a double pushit. You know, the Goyen says that the consummate machanech is compared to a large kais surrounded by smaller kaises. And it's the overflow that fills the smaller kaises. That is Torah of Anytime. It's overflowing with Torah and Yerushalayim and Musar and Chassidus and Machshaveh and Navi and all the great things that Torah represents. Filling up so many smaller kaises. The goal is 613 million smaller cases. That's a lot of smaller cases. Okay, that's my introduction. Next question.
What would you say, I'm sure, what would you say the most amazing, fantastic story that happened through Torah Anytime? I'm sure, we had Rabbi Goldwasser was saying a story yesterday, how someone from jail literally sent him a letter saying thank you for Torah Anytime from jail, that he's able to see that. But he wanted to give a donation, but in jail they don't allow money. So he sent stamps as a donation. That was last night Rabbi Goldwasser. And then he said he had a story from Japan. Someone from Japan, he wanted to actually come visit the Rav, but he couldn't get his kids out. He wanted to get a special bracha. What would you say is the most wildest story that you got from the reach that Torah Anytime's platform created in that aspect?
Well, the most incredible story is that there's no incredible story. It's pretty much all about the consistency. My Rebbe Rav Gifter would say that a masmid is not someone who's always learning, but he has consistency, that he has certain set times for learning. I do have a connection to Manchester, England, and I remember that I was at Kever Rachel, and they didn't have anybody daven mincha for the Yomid. So I daven mincha, and basically speaking, after I daven mincha, a Hasidic Yiddah looked like Moshe Rabbeinu, like beautiful beard and long cross to pass. He starts talking to me and telling me he follows my shiurim on Torah Anytime. So I don't have incredible stories, but Goldwasser is an incredible person. He has incredible stories. I'm a simple fellow. I don't have incredible stories. But the bottom line is that it's in the blood and DNA of Klal Yisrael. It's flowing through the blood of Klal Yisrael. And so many times you keep on meeting people in Lakewood, in Borough Park, in Flatbush, parking a car. Okay, I'll tell you a story. I don't know if it's an incredible story.
There you go.
That's a credible story. If David is a Choshev Yeri, he has incredible stories. This is the Maisa. So, at the Aguda, I met a fellow, and he's really a nice person, but he's like a disgruntled kind of person. He doesn't live anymore in New York. And I said to him, enjoy the summer. He says, oh, the Rav's using it as a base. I knew what he was saying. I said, what do you mean? He says, the Rav's flying all over the country and using the Aguda as the base. What happens to be that I've lowered my status on Delta because I don't fly around as much as I used to living in Mini. But I said to him, no, it's not true. You look at my status on Delta. I'm not what I used to be. I was once Diamond. He said, oh, the Rav's flying different airlines. So I said, there's nothing to talk about. He's saying what he's saying. Wished him a good summer. And I was, hurt. The guy's no good. I put my koiches into the shul and the people and day and night, like all Rabbanim. Everybody's ligging in the Asik. So what does a Rav do when he gets hurt, insulted? Gets a car wash. Okay. So I went to get a car wash. And my car, like most cars today, has a fob, and you just push the button. Bekitzer, after they put the keys someplace in the car, it probably fell down. I started the car, and I drove to Borough Park. And the next thing you do is buy yourself a pair of shoes from Schwartz's shoe store. And I stopped the car. I can't find the keys. And I'm looking around. I can't find them. Push the button. The car starts. Obviously, the keys are there. So I go. I don't know what to do. I see a Chassidish fellow, a Ger Chassid, a large fellow. I say to him, do you know how to find keys? It's a very random question. And he says, of course, Rebbe. Of course, Rebbe. And he pours into the car and he finds me the keys. I said, why'd you call me Rebbe? He says, because I learned Reb Tzaddik by you.
Wow.
I learned Reb Tzaddik by you.
There you go.
Wasn't enough. Hashem wanted a little bit more. So as I'm standing there, a Range Rover goes by with three Hasidic fellas with their heads out the window. Rebbe, Shkoyach Reb Tzaddik. Like out of nowhere. I don't know these fellows, but they're getting TorahAnytime and they're getting Reb Tzaddik share. So that's a nice story. Okay.
Rabbi, we know you have a big share coming up. We want to just wish the Rabbi to give you a quick divrei bracha to the tzibur who was listening, and that's it. We're going to thank you very much, Rabbi. And
it's a pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Rabbi.
We miss you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you're in a good place.
I'm so happy that I'm able to be sitting just right next to the Rav.
So Chazda Hashem. Give a bracha Bez Hashem to Reb Shimon and to Ruvain, to Meir, to all the wonderful people involved, Usha, to Moshe Sofer, to my wonderful co-hosts or hosts over here. Shev bracha v'atzlocha, shev dereshim v'eirochem, and the Torah should continue to flow within your families. We should be zeichet to the greatest simcha b'viyas hagel me'er v'yameinu.
Amen, amen, amen.
To the video.
I strongly urge everybody to give money to TorahAnytime. They need our help. Im en kemach en Torah. If there is no money, there is no Torah. We take it for granted. We go online, open TorahAnytime. There we have hundreds, thousands and thousands of shiurim, not realizing that there is an overhead behind it. Remember, they are spreading Torah throughout the world. They are helping to bring the Geulah Shlema. Please, I urge you, dig deep into your pockets and give to TorahAnytime.
Imagine someone comes along and they say to you, how you doing? And you say, things are a little rough. Things are a little rough. I don't know how much worse it can get. Or something along those lines. When you say that, the Ribono Shalom is always listening. Hashem is always listening. And God says, you're not sure if it can be worse? Let me show you. I'll let you know it can be. Allow me to show you. But if somebody asks you how you're doing, you say, couldn't be better. Then God says, oh really? Let me show you. It could be better. I'll show you. That's pretty amazing. That's how we know the great sages teach us. I believe it's Solomon who says, Shomer pivu l'shono, shomer mitzoros nafsho. Someone who guards his tongue and his lips, guards from the pain of his soul. The way in which we perceive the world and speak it out has a drastic impact on what is going to happen in your day later on. That's big. It's worthwhile to go ahead and to be focusing on the positive and trying at least to focus on the positive and looking at what is. And someone asks, how are you doing? The answer is, I couldn't be better. Because you know why? It's really true. The situation that you are in right now, assuming you put yourself in it, in which case, get on out. But the situation you find yourself in could not be better. You were born in a particular place at a particular time with particular people, particular whatever. This is your best that you could ever imagine. There is nothing better. Now, could it be that there's something better for the future? Sure. But at this current state right now, this is what is supposed to be. This is what's meant to be, in which case, life is incredible. Does it mean it's not challenging? No, we're human. How's life? Couldn't be better. It's just a bit of a struggle for me. I'm working on it. It is. I mean, I'm not saying I don't have challenges, but hey, this is the best thing. Someone asks me sometimes, they say, give me a bracha. I say, I want to give you a bracha. The bracha is that you should notice Hashem's brachas. Because Hashem's brachas are all over the place. We have the most incredible life. If we would just understand how incredible it is, we wouldn't be running away from it and trying to get somewhere else, but we would be embracing what we're going through now and trying to learn and see what can we grow and what can we do, how can we get better from this. Is that challenging? The answer is yeah, of course it is. Let's be real, let's call it what it is. It is a challenge that we're able to succeed in. The question is whether we're willing to take that challenge. Whether we're willing to open up and start to say, this is difficult, but this is the best scenario for me right now, for whatever reason that I don't understand.
And welcome back. Every time that video gets me. Okay, welcome back. We have so much to get through over here. We have our raffle coming up. We have Rebbetzin Esther Wien coming up right now. We have so much to get through. Guys, make sure you're getting on there right now. We have the phone lines are blowing up. We have raisethon.com/TorahAnytime. Make sure you're donating. Make sure you're donating. Make sure you're donating. I want to make a few right now I just have to do one very big shout out because we're about to talk about something very, very important that I think gets overlooked every single year. I think they do it in the name of whatever, but I don't mind getting in trouble. The women of TorahAnytime. Now, I know right now, running in the back of my mind is constantly and consistently my mother. I didn't think it was happening so fast. My mother, who, when anyone asks me, oh, your brothers and this and that, how can we? And my answer is always the same. You can't, because you cannot be my mother. She is the driving force behind everything and anything that my brothers or I have ever been. My mother, my father are the driving forces behind anything that we have ever accomplished in our entire lives. They are constantly the bar that we are trying to reach, because the bar that they set for the greatness that we can accomplish, for the effect that we can have in this world, was so high and so accurate. They believed in us every single step of the way. That is the effect. We had Dr. Lieberman over here before who mentioned that the crazy effect on a child's self-esteem and that window and key that a parent has to that. My parents hacked that key. So I just wanted to say from myself a very, very big shout out to the mothers out there, like my mother, who believe so deeply in their children, who sit there playing Torah Anytime in the background, who sit there listening to their shiurim in the background, who are constantly showing up to shiurim. I'm telling you right now, if women stopped showing up to shiurim, we wouldn't be able to make them anymore. The imbalance of crowds is unbelievable what's out there. Thank you, Ma. Mommy, I don't think you're out there listening right now, but Mommy, thank you. Abba, thank you. And now on to the next interview, which is going to represent, what we have to understand is that, for instance, represent Esther Baylor Schwartz. We're talking about millions and millions of views. Rebbetzin Wayne, who we're about to have, just the last year that she had, over this year was 75,000. Over 75,000 views. That's one of them. 75,000 views. These are thousands and thousands of students all over the world, thousands and thousands of women tuning in to hearing them. Rebbetzin Wien has one of the largest classes on Torah Anytime. She is the daughter of another Torah Anytime Rabbi Yosef Chaim Schwab. She is the granddaughter of Reb Shimon Schwab, the greatest. Thousands of Talmidot all around the world. And she is operating Pink Team. So she's a competition with Rabbi Sperling right now over Rebbetzin Wien. Welcome to the Torah Anytime fundraiser.
Thank you. Nice to be here. And kol hakavod on what you are all doing. It is fabulous. And your work as a Avodas HaKodesh, we're so happy to be part of it.
Thank you so much. I want to jump in right now because I know that there is this unbelievable concept that you have of the Go Creator, the Survivor mode versus Creator mode. I love this idea so much. I'm going to ruin it if I even try. So I want to throw it over to you. Can you explain to us in as easy terms as possible the Survivor mode versus Creator mode?
Yes. A lot of my ideas come from Rav Moshe Shapiro and, of course, my grandfather, Rav Schwab, and it's a synthesis of both. Basically, in Devarim, there's a pasuk that refers to the machitza that Hashem put between the upper realm and the lower realm. Here's the whole distinction in how we live. Those people that think that they are all alone in this lower realm, in this material world, in this world of the five senses, they end up in survival mode. They're just trying to get their needs met, and they're just trying to make sure that their desires are fulfilled and their fears are avoided. And everybody's in competition with everyone. It's survival of the fittest. They think they're all alone under, in this world which Shlomo Melech calls Tachas HaShemesh. But if a person understands that machita is part of the construct of the whole Metzias, and there's a greater reality beyond that machitza, beyond that so-called separation between the upper and the lower worlds, and that we're part of a Metzias that is much greater than ourselves, then we go into creator mode because we're channeling, this is really the Nefesh HaChaim, we're channeling the creator. We don't see it with our five senses, we don't see what we're part of, but we're channeling the HaKadosh Baruch Hu, who is the ultimate creator. We're expressing that our own way. And that's the difference between living in survival mode or creator mode. Everything changes when we choose creator mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Daily Dose of TorahAnytime.com. That was just a dose of today. Guys, we don't have to put out a dose for today. That was the dose for today. That was fantastic. I now can understand why you have so many followers on Torah Anytime, but I found that for so many of us, we are able to, and oftentimes I'm shocked by the answer of what do you attribute, and I know everyone always wants to be an Anav about it, but what do you attribute all that success of thousands, I'm talking about thousands of Talmidot all over the world? Shimon was telling me that the call-ins on these shiurim of yours are from everywhere, Australia, New Zealand, Israel, England, Europe, America, obviously all across America, Canada. What do you attribute that success to?
First of all, two things. The content is a combination of profound, almost a little bit, just a touch into the Kabbalistic realm of the foundations of Judaism, but distilled through a philosophical, user-friendly, practical approach that is essentially holistic. All the Yisodos all come together in a single holistic module. But there's a second secret to why there's 60 donors already competing with Rabbi Sperling. There is a secret. We have an international WhatsApp community. After every shir, there was a Eween Shirim Q&A, and there are hundreds, probably over 300 people at the moment, of people on that Q&A.
Wow.
And all week, we are talking about the ideas in the shir, and we're going deeper, and women are coming up with other associations and other chidushim and insights, and it is a virtual sort of yeshiva based medrash on WhatsApp. And so I have direct contact with hundreds of people on a regular basis, and we're learning and I learn from them. It's a two-way street, and that is also part of the secret. They can talk to someone, they can ask questions, they get answers, they can delve into things, they can deal with whatever's confusing them. They get to work it through. It's not just like hearing a class and goodbye.
I always get annoyed when someone's doing something so much better than me. That is amazing. That is truly amazing. And in the spirit of Torah Anytime, so deeply, because what that means is that we're not leaving it alone. Like we were saying before about Kerev Tuni. If all of the shiurim and all of these life-changing speeches that happen at something like a Kerev Tuni, something like a Kesher Nafshi, something like an Agudah convention, if all of these things would happen alone, just exist in that vacuum of that Shabbat and be left there, how much would be lost? Torah Anytime swoops in, takes all of that knowledge, all of that creativity, all of that effect, and it sends it through countless times. And in that spirit, you have this WhatsApp group that is able to reach people even afterwards, which I know the follow-up on a share. I'm just trying to answer emails. I'm like a month behind on just trying to have a follow-up on those shiurim that went out on Torah Anytime. How do you keep up with that?
That is a great question, but I want to mention something. I made a decision about 15 years ago that I'm not a speaker, I'm a teacher. And a teacher is really concerned that their students are shepherded through the process of developing ideas, going deeper into the ideas, going wider into the ideas, and really learning a halach in life in a step-by-step, coherent, consistent way. So being a teacher means you are literally engaged with them and, sort of working with them on their level and advancing them. So how do we keep up with it? It's nonstop. It's absolutely nonstop. Motzei Shabbos, there's like tons of messages, but you know what? We just do it. That's what's the beauty of WhatsApp. Anytime, anywhere. If I'm not sleeping at 3 o'clock in the morning, we're answering WhatsApp. It's just, and then the ladies answer each other. There are so many incredibly educated, wise, and insightful women on the chat. They are. Wow. It's a very robust little base medrash that we have, and it's extremely fulfilling. And I want to thank my ladies, 350, 60, I don't know what, for not letting the blue team win.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Rabbi Sperling, for constantly motivating us. One of my ladies on the chat said, wait, what's going on over here? Every time we get another donor, they get another donor. Are they after us? Are they on our tail? And we say, absolutely. So, honestly, Baruch HaShem, Kina Sofrim, and together we are really proud of what both teams. I got to give a shout out to Rabbi Sperling. We are the two teams that totally blew it out of the water. We're getting closer to 400 donors per team. It is astonishing. It's a tribute to the people, the women, Torah Anytime, the men, Hakaras HaTov, and I'm really proud. Rabbi Sperling should be proud too, and I think everybody could do it. Everybody on Torah Anytime could be able to, really push their people to get all of that. But the WhatsApp, if you have WhatsApp, listen to this idea, because you could really make bonds and connections and create a community. It's this very special experience, and I'm just encouraging other people to try it.
Unbelievable. Really, Rabbi Sperling, unbelievable. Thank you so much. That's incredible what you're doing for Klal Yisrael. It's incredible that you're doing it through Torah Anytime. Everybody get out there, donate to those pages. Let's, I'm not going to be biased to any one side, but let's have the pink team win. Now, thank you so much, Rabbi Sperling. From here, we have our raffles, our push, our last few minutes of this campaign is happening right now. Guys, this is it. If you don't get in now, yeah, there's going to be other opportunities. But I want to just say a few very, very important things from me. I don't know if I'm going to, we're so packed and we're even behind schedule. So I don't know if I'm going to have another chance to really do a personal push. So much of this, I like hosting because then I get to put it on to other people. Guys, out there, what you need to understand and what is, I was just in the hallway and I'm standing right next to Shimon Kol Yaakov and his phone rings. It's literally 10 minutes ago. This just happened. A few minutes ago. His phone rings. Shimon answers the phone. It was on speaker. And someone says, "Hi, I'm calling about the water filtration system," which is what Shimon does for a living. Shimon, you can kill me later. I'm calling about the water filtration system. And she goes to the whole thing. And Shimon immediately stops her and says, "Excuse me, I'm sorry." She's saying she wants to buy one. This was a sale. "I'm sorry, you're going to have to call me back tomorrow. I'm in the middle of very important things." And he hung up. Rabotai, that's what we're dealing with here. That's the focus of these people. It's one thing and one thing only. To give out, to be marbitz Torah for Klal Yisrael. So many people who have passed on. We have the Rabbi Wallerstein book over here. Everyone now wakes up and says, "Oh, if Rabbi Wallerstein would ask, oh, if this one would ask." After 120, when we find out the unbelievable effect of Torah Anytime, of course, it's going to be easy for us to throw up our arms and say, "Oh, if I would have known." Now you know. 12 million hours. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. And I'm sorry, it hurts me so much. It hurts me so much to try to say 25 cents an hour. We're talking about Torah, Rabotai. That's not 25 cents an hour. It's our life. We're the Amma Nivchar. I don't care what organization, what tzedakah, what floats your boat when it comes to giving and spreading the word. If it's Kiruv, this is it. If it's Kiruv V'chokim, this is it. If it's Kiruv Krovim, this is it. If it's spreading Torah and Kolim, this is it. If it's communities, this is it. If it's Chesed, this is it. 13 million doses are sent out every single year. Those doses save lives. I mentioned a story last night where I was walking into a speech in Queens. And my phone kept ringing the same number. I was late to start. I couldn't answer. I said, "You know what?" I got a text from them. I was like, "You know what? I'll check the text. And if it's really important, I'll call back." I looked down at the text and it says, "Hi, Rabbi. It was a Sunday night. Hi, Rabbi. I just needed you to know this. This past Shabbat, I was on a retreat with a bunch of girls. These girls were going through a very, very hard time in life. And one of them was pushed and triggered past the point where she decided she was taking her own life. And she started walking into the woods. It was Friday night, but she took her phone to write a note, a goodbye letter. And she saw it right before Shabbat. She got a message. She figured, whatever, she'd click it. And it was a daily dose. It hit her so deeply, it moved her so much that she turned to her friend. She came out of the woods, she turned to her friend and she said, "This just bought me another day of life." If you're talking about saving the neshamot, if you're talking about saving people's lives, then this is yours also. We have so much that we owe to Torah Anytime. All of us. If you've ever been inspired, if you were ever able to give a share over to anyone and it moved them, if it helped you in your parenting, if it helped you in your life, if it helped you in your shalom bayit, if it helped you with your family, if it helped you with your learning, if it just inspired you, if it brought you closer to the Borei Olam, we owe our lives to Torah. We owe our lives to those who put it out, to those who are giving it out. There is no more nobler cause right now than to make sure that over the next 20 minutes or so, we make it to the end of this. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in today. From me to you, thank you so much to everyone who tuned in today. I just want to say one final shout out to the Kol Yaakov family. We were saying last night, Shimon to see, Reuben to listen. I'm sorry, Shimon to hear, Reuben to see, and Kol Yaakov, the Kol of Yaakov. Matovu ohalecha Yaakov. When Bilam HaRasha said that, he realized that he had the key to destroy Klal Yisrael. Now I need everyone to listen now very carefully. He had the key to destroy the Jewish people. And there are nations around the world that are trying to do this to us. Anti-Semitism is on a rise. He had the key. He knew how to pull it off. And he couldn't fathom why he kept messing up, why it wasn't working. If it was perfectly planned, why wasn't it working? And he saw, Matovu ohalecha Yaakov. He saw the ohalim of Yaakov. What does that mean? Yaakov ish ohel. Yaakov sat and learned Torah. He saw what we were doing with Torah and he realized, I can never destroy them. Any protection, we don't know how many lives, how many rockets have been intercepted. How many lives have been saved because of this? How do we not want to be a part of that? And if we are a part of it, double down. Bring it out now. On the Ne'ilah, on the end. You could be the one that pushes us over that limit, who pushes us over that finish line. You could claim credit for that. That all those lives saved, all those lives affected, all those lives given life to was in your sichut. We're going to jump over right now to the raffle. We have so many different donors, but I want to say this. The most important donor on that board right now are the parents of the legends, Shimon and Reuben Kol Yaakov. Their parents are on for $2,500. Thank you so much. I had the honor of meeting the Kol Yaakov parents, and they are exactly what you would think. In their presence, I was shaking. I was so nervous standing next to them. People who hold that on their shoulders, who hold that much Torah, hold that much greatness on their shoulders, yet stay so humble. It reminded me of my own parents. It was so beautiful. It was so beautiful to stand with them. Thank you to the Kol Yaakov parents. The entire Klal Yisrael owes you a debt of gratitude that in a million lifetimes we would never be able to repay. On to our raffle. So here we go. Do we have it? We have it out, people. For the second to last time tonight, we are going to roll the Wheel of Names. We have, for our raffle, I believe this is the KMR. We're going KMR? We're going KMR. Here we go. The KMR retreat, valued at $10,000. Now, guys, we've been practicing this all day. Can we please just try to get this? Are you ready? And 1, 2, 3. That's not bad, right? Not bad. We did it. Not bad. Big shout out. Big shout out. Here we go. And we'll lean back in case I'm blocking it. Oh, it looks like someone's taking over the wheel a little bit. Who's cheating? All right. This better be Yossi Ben-Shushan on there. Hertz Hazenfeld. Hertz Hazenfeld, you are the winner of the $10,000 KMR retreat. Very jealous, but you never know. Hertz, I might see you there. KMR, I might see you there. KMR retreat, $10,000. Hertz Hazenfeld, thank you so much. Guys, we still have one more raffle left. Remember, every single dollar donated right now is going to be matched. Get out there, bring us across that finish line. You can spread out your donation over the course of an entire year. Get out now. $250,250 is going to get you into the raffle. $2,500 is going to get you 15 entries into the raffle. RaiseThon.com/TorahAnytime. Right now, we're going to go to our final part of the documentary. I've been waiting for this ending the entire time. I don't think it's going to be any twists, but it's going to be suspenseful. On to our documentary.
We have very big goals for Torah Anytime, and we're always thinking about the future. Our goal was to reach 12 million hours a year. We worked on that for 4 years. We were pounding the pavement, running, as fast as we can towards that goal in a controlled and in a smart way. And Baruch HaShem, this past year we hit it. We hit that goal, and now we have a goal of 20 million hours a year.
One of the dreams we have at Torah Anytime is to build our very own Torah Anytime studios to create incredibly high quality, high level content. And B'ezrat Hashem, like all the other dreams we've had over the past decades, B'siyata D'Shmaya, Hashem, please give us a bracha that we should have that dream come true.
Torah Anytime is really, I think, today one of the biggest game changers in Klal Yisrael. It is, as I said, responsible for the Torah of thousands of people, literally thousands of people that were not able to learn or didn't learn beforehand.
Reuben and Shimon Kol Yaakov truly don't even have an off switch. I mean, they're always coming up with new ideas, new programs, and they bring these programs to Klal Yisrael.
What is the key to their success? How is one zocher to such a thing, to spread Torah throughout the entire world? I believe the key to their success is, number one, the siyata d'shmaya. Number two, their anava, their humility. Number three, they are not looking for kavod or money. Believe you me, they are not becoming rich from Torah Anytime. Everything is done l'shem shamayim. And when you do something l'shem shamayim, shamayim is there to help you along.
It's just a testament to the fact that when you have passionate people getting together with the same goal and the same vision, working for kadosh purposes, and really working for the klal, there's no limit. There's no limit to what can happen.
As we mentioned earlier, my parents grew up in a communist country. They didn't know much about the Torah Judaism. After the passing of my grandfather in 2005, my father started to come to shul, started to say Kaddish, and started to listen to lectures on Torah Anytime. And Baruch HaShem, long story short, today it is almost impossible to pull my father out of the Beit Midrash. He loves to go there, he loves to daven, he loves to learn. And my mother, Baruch HaShem, she's reading Tehillim, she's going to all the classes, and Baruch HaShem, that they also came back. And Stalin and Lenin are rolling in their graves.
I could never have imagined in those days what it would become. That my dear friend Shimon, he's like a brother to me. What he and Reuben, what Yosef Davis would do throughout the world with that Torah Anytime. Those humble beginnings, Hashem saw them and said, these people have to be matzliach.
People see the end product. People are not aware truly how much koyach and how much power and how many hours really goes into it to be able to bring it out onto the world. And the same thing, person gets that they comfort at his home, he opens up either his computer or he simply dials the phone number and so on and so forth. And the idea is, okay, it is here. In a certain sense, sometimes in people's mind, it becomes sort of like a fixture. Nobody thinks twice when you go, and turn on the switch and the light goes on.
They display such a respect for what they do, such a reverence. They don't take it for granted that they are the conduit to bring messages of inspiration, messages of Torah, messages of chizuk to the public.
There's so many things that are coming out from Torah Anytime that are bettering and giving the ability for the Jewish people to work on themselves and develop themselves and get closer and closer to Hashem, which is really the goal. Their original slogan used to be, God's reason for the internet. Not sure if they still use that, but I think it's a very powerful idea and a very powerful line.
We need to be in the action as Torah Jews and to put the Torah out there to the world. The Mechemto Shel Torah is happening over here.
Some organizations, they grow by design. There's a hierarchy, there's a structure, you have a board, you have everything that needs to be put in place. The great organizations where there's passionate and involved people that say there's a problem, we got to solve this, and work very hard to make sure that it happens, to get it done. But we have a responsibility standing side by side with all the other great organizations in Klal Yisrael, and doing our job and doing our duty is really mission-based, and we have a responsibility to our donors, to our volunteers, to our speakers, and to our users. And like any great relationship, it's a two-way street. It goes both ways.
Baruch Hashem, as long as Mashiach is not here yet, B'ezrat Hashem, he should come soon.
Amen.
As long as he's not here yet, then we still have missions to do. We all have missions to do. That includes you as well. You could be a part of the Torah Anytime team simply by spreading the word of all of our platforms and getting the word out there.
We all have talents, we all have abilities. And one of the things that we can do with that is we can give back to others. God has given us so much that we can do.
Everyone has their part in the cloud to do something for the cloud. Even if you take upon yourself to be the camera person of one lecture a week, you have a hand in the 12 million hours plus the Torah Anytime is spreading.
And it's a way in which you can give back from the things that God has granted you, the gifts that you have, and you can share that with the world. And Torah Anytime is a home, is a family where this can thrive.
You could be a regular you, and there's different ways. If you donate to Torah Anytime.
My goal with Stories to Inspire is to promote Torah Anytime as much as I can, whether it's promoting specific shiurim, promoting Torah Anytime in general. We're both looking for inspirational content, so we try to help each other.
If you send a link to a friend of shir that inspired you, that's being a Marbitz Torah. You are spreading Torah in Hashem's world.
But whatever it is that you decide, reach out to Torah Anytime, and I'm very confident that there will be something that we can do together to help shape the landscape of Torah Judaism today.
Over 12 million hours of Torah learning. Just thinking about that is just incredible. You have an opportunity to join them and become a part of Torah Anytime.
It does not happen by itself, but there's a lot of koyach going in, and therefore certainly those who support it is tremendous chus to be able to do that.
Whatever an individual could give, they will have the single greatest chus in this world. There is nothing greater.
I don't believe in nonprofit organizations. The question is the currency of the profit. In business, the currency might be money. In this organization, the currency of investing in this organization is millions of hours of Torah. I'm an investor. This is the best investment I've ever made.
You'll be reaping the dividends for years, both here and in the Olam Ames.
אבא שלי החזיק שכל אחד יש לו חיוב ולך תוכו בדרך ללמוד בדרך. אז זה קשה את זה. אבל היום שיש התורה טיים, אתה נוסע בקר, אתה כל היום, אתה יכול לשמוע תורה כל היום. אתה יכול כל התורה היום לקבל בתורה טיים. יש גדולי ישראל מכל הצדדים. ואתם מקיימים עוד דבר אם אתם שומעים את התורה טיים. בדרך, אז חוץ מלימודת תורה, שומע כהנה. אם שומעים דרושה זה כמו שלומדים, זה אותו הדבר. זה מחייב אותנו, רבותיי, כולנו ניקח את זה 24 שעות, לשמוע. תצליחו, אני אוהב אתכם, בי חזק ושמח, גמליאל הכהן רבינוביץ', מי יהיה גושוליים מאחד, מאלף אלופים ואלפי רבובס אנשים שמכניסים שם בתורתה. תצליחו.
Even though we spread well over 12 million hours a year, over 1 million users a year, we feel like we're just getting started. Sometimes people ask me, do you do Torah Anytime full-time? I'm like, no, more than that. Torah Anytime is actually my entire life. Baruch HaShem, my brother and I, and the Torah Anytime team, we live, we breathe, we bleed Torah Anytime.
And I'll be there with you right from the beginning. I don't know if it'll work. Only Hashem knows. But it's certainly a wonderful idea. You should be gebenched.
Supporting Torah Anytime is a tremendous schus. Think about the schusim that you acquire when you partner with the world's greatest endeavor of Harbatzas HaTorah. You're going to be reaching an untold number of people through your contribution. This is something that is eternal. It's something that is touching millions of lives, and it's an opportunity not to be passed up.
There has been no greater Levadoi perhaps in the history of time than Auschwitz 1943. And the Germans, who knew the Jewish calendar so much better than the inmates, announced anyone found lighting a candle will be shot, no questions asked. And in the barracks it was understood it wouldn't happen, except there was one man, his name was Naftulchik. He was quiet and strong and defiant. On the first night of Hanukkah, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, there was a chevra that suspected maybe he is going to go out. And sure enough, he did. He slipped out of the barracks and he went to a little hut. And they peeked out the window and they decided they're going to follow him. It was snowing that night. They followed his footsteps and they walked in. They surprised him. And he turned around and they said, Naftulchik, what are you doing here? And they looked down and they saw he's not wearing shoes. They said, where are your shoes? And he said, I traded them. For what? For a candle and a match. And right there and then, he lit Hanukkah licht. Suddenly the door bursts open. In comes the Nazi guard with a bullwhip and a truncheon in hand and a pistol waiting to be used. And he says, who lit the candle? Naftulchik steps forward. He says, I did. Blow it out. Naftulchik doesn't move. Enraged, the Nazi guard screams, I said blow it out! Naftulchik just smiled. And right there and then, the Nazi ended his life with one bullet. His three friends standing there were terrified. And he barked to them that they should take his body and bring it to the back of the hut, which they did. They dragged him through the blood and the snow. And with tears in their eyes, they walked back to the barracks. And as they're about to enter, they turned around and they saw that the candle was still lit. At the end of Golus, Levadai, limping, bruised, beaten, but the fire burns strong. The Ner illuminates the Rishus Harabim. Klal Yisrael has told the world who we are.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final hit. We are it. This is it. We're here. We're here. We're at the end. Ne'ilat HaChag. I want to go home. It is 8 p.m. and we are almost there. We need another 700,000 of matching. 700,000 of matching. We're going up, but we're not quite there yet, people. We have nearly 8,000 donors. Let me just switch this over for a second, because if I say any more numbers, my brain is going to turn to mush. I can't number anymore. It's just too much numbers. Too many numbers. Reuven and Shimon.
Hey, guys.
Can we take a step back for 1 second? Shimon, how much money did you lose today in business because you did this?
Yeah, I got a few calls.
Yeah.
I got a few calls that I couldn't take. But this is our life, as you know, Rabbi. That's not a surprise to you. I know you know us pretty well at this point.
That's it. We're family.
But we're family. TorahAnytime family. But it's been a crazy ride for the past 2 weeks with this campaign.
And, for the past month or two.
Yeah.
Preparing for it.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, guys. Guys, let's just get to the bottom line here. We all know that there's a few people that Hashem has really, really blessed financially in a very big way. You're out there. You know who you are, and everyone else knows who you guys are as well.
You can't hide it.
Just please, if we could just finish this up. I don't know what strength right now we're over here, because it's been a wild ride, and we can't wait to get this behind us so we can get back to work.
Remember what we did last time? We don't want to wait until 11 o'clock again. Come on.
No. This is a different setting over here.
That was crazy.
This is. Let's just finish this up. Please just message me. My phone's going to be right here. Make your pledge. You can pay it off over the course of a year, maybe more if you need. My number.
If it's big enough, we'll give you more
I'm putting my number out here, guys.
It's special. This is special.
Who wants to get a shout out?
I'm putting my number out here, guys. Please make your pledges. Let's just get this over. $350,000 we need. 700,000 matching. That was just a miracle how we got those matches. That was unbelievable.
And don't forget, certain pages have prizes that come along with them. We still have one raffle left.
The biggest
but certain pages, we still have prizes that come along with them. Rabbi Epstein's page, $500. $500 to Rabbi Epstein's page is going to get you that metal drawn picture. What's it called? Metal frame?
Portrait.
The picture metal on metal. He's definitely going to text me in about a second. Tell me what it's really called. And then we have Rabbi Schaefer. For every $100, you get the video book.
Wow.
The video book, not just a regular book. You get the video book for every $100 that you spend on Rabbi Schaefer's page. If you donate $10,000 to Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan's page, you're going to get us both showing up to your house singing Brahma. No. Please don't do it.
So Rabbi Klatzko also, right? I think.
Yeah, Rabbi Klatzko. Oh, right. Rabbi Klatzko also.
The framing.
Rabbi Klatzko also is going to be doing the framing. Any picture you want. His framer, as Rabbi Klatzko was leaving, he turned to me and he's like, "My framer's going to kill me." His framer is going to do custom framing for you. All the different pages have something different. We're giving out TorahAnytime merch, hats, cups, everything. Whatever you guys need to get us through on this go.
There's two types of expenses organization has. Basically, there's the type of expense where if we never put anything out new, okay, just whatever we have, just the website, just everything we have to pay for the maintenance of that. We have to pay, like someone said to me recently, I said, why do you have so many developers? And I said to them, well, did you know that YouTube and WhatsApp has hundreds of developers working? Why? Don't they have a working product? Because it never stops. The updates on your app for WhatsApp, for YouTube and all these other apps, they keep getting better, keep getting faster, keep getting much more enhanced. We have to keep up with that. We have developers working morning to night, and we don't have enough software developers because the ideas keep pumping into our minds. Hashem keeps giving us ideas. We want to get projects out. Everything is moving in reality so much slower than we want. We're finally launching in the next. The new website is out. It's out. It's not replacing this current site because we want to have both of them running at the same time.
We want to test it out first.
But anyone out there could check out the brand new website we've been working on for years. Over $1 million we invested. It's new.TorahAnytime.com. New.TorahAnytime.com. So that's one expense we have. Just to keep everything that we have as is with no upgrades, no enhancements, we're paying for all that. Then you have another expense for all the new projects. Rebbe Anytime, and that entire world that it's going to be. Jewish Anytime, and the Kiruv with that. And that's going to be the entire world itself as well.
And also, I think we let the hosts know a little bit in advance, a little sneak peek of some other Anytimes that are going to come out in the future. Very, very exciting. You could just put anything before Anytime, and we're probably going to come out with it. You know, and
all right, it doesn't matter. Everyone, hold on a second. This just in.
Oh, what happened?
This is breaking.
This just in.
What happened?
We just. Ach Toiv v'Chesed and Lev Toiv, Lev Echad. I'm sorry, Lev Echad and Ach Toiv have just donated $150,000, which is $300 in our match. We are at 87%. Wow. We got 13%.
Oh, that's it.
Right? 13%. We go for 100.
People want us to go home.
Left.
Give him bracha.
Give him bracha. Go for a rabbi. Clear and loud.
I'll do it again. מי שברך אבותינו אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, משה ואהרון, דוד ושלמה בכל הקודש שלו, הוא יברך את
Av Tov Chesed organization.
את המויסד
Ach Tov V'Chesed,
and Lev Echad.
Lev Echad. Shinavu $150,000, which generated $300,000. Hashem Yishmerehem, V'Yatzilem, B'ezras Hashem, Shalem Parnasah Tova, Briut, Arichu Yom Yishanim. This Moisad, their Moisad, they should grow as well as Torah Anytime to the next levels. Amen. Can you hear that song?
Amen.
Natalie Ohayon, was that 500? Shamshon Weiss, 360. This is what is coming in. You put in more than $100. I'm saying your name, okay? That's what's happening over here.
By the way,
okay?
$150,000. That's 600,000 hours.
600,000 hours that person just bought. Anonymous, $200.
We need to give a shout out, please. Daily giving's got to pull through.
Oh.
Is there, you give daily
Where's the daily giving, guys?
Whoever has daily giving,
Dr. Donut.
One second.
Is he here?
Dr. Donut, we need you.
Guys, everyone watching, I know we're in the middle of this Torah Anytime campaign, but daily giving, a huge shout out. It is such a unique tzedakah. They are giving, you give $1 a day, and it goes out to, I think, over 50 different organizations.
It's almost 80, I think.
80? Wow,
Yeah.
it's crazy. Your $1 a day goes to 80? Really?
Daniel Kantarov, $1,000.
Oh, very nice.
Kantarov.
Very nice.
Say it like a Bulgarian.
I'm not from Queens. Daniel Kantarov. $1,000. Thank you so much, Daniel.
DailyGiving.org, guys. Go to DailyGiving.org. We have to give Jonathan Donut and the whole organization a big shout. They pay a lot of money out to Torah Anytime.
Yes,
it's incredible what they do, and it's amazing how in line Dr. Donath is with you guys. Dr. Donath, everybody, their whole team. Abbas, or we have everyone out there in Cleveland. They have Rabbi Friedner in Cleveland. Few people over there really pushing Torah Anytime. It's so beautiful to see. I want to make one thing very, very clear, because I feel like we're missing this. This is a once-a-year push. That's it.
Not even.
Every other year and a half phone call. Right, it's not even.
It's 18 months.
Yeah, it's like 18 months.
18 months.
It's 18 months.
I think we should do it yearly.
It's 18.
Look at his face.
It's been real, people. I'll see everyone later. It's about every 18 months. Every 18 months, okay? That they do this push. Every other phone call, and I need everyone to understand this, because I've worked with many mosdot, I've worked with many yeshivot, I've worked with many organizations. It's a once-a-week push that they're going to say, by the way, push donors, push sponsorships, push this, push that. The only correspondence that I have from Shimon and Reuven Kol Yaakov, from Summers, from Davis, from all the guys at Torah Anytime, is either we love you just because that's all they, or keep that camera rolling. That's all. That is the only. You have to understand the same passion. As a matter of fact, I don't mean to put them down. It's a lot more passion. And I promise you, I am not being glib. I am not trying to build this up any more than it is. There is so much more passion in them when they are when their only goal is to put out Torah, so much more than money. That is where they come alive. This is like this begrudging Shimon and Reuven like dragging each other into the place saying, we're going to do the money thing. We're going to do the money thing. Everyone, that month of preparation, the reason why he said weeks and he said months is it was months of getting themselves to agree to do it, and then weeks of preparation to actually pull it off. It was months of them just, why? Because they feel, and this is true, they feel, Torah Anytime feels, that if they spend their time raising money, it's a chaval, because they could be out recording shiurim right now. That's the guilt they're holding right now. That's the guilt that they have right now, is that they're not recording shiurim. Guys, how many lives have been changed with this? Once a year, and not even that. They ask back, and every other day of the year they remain quiet. They just sit and provide you. And if you're not going to go to their site, they send it to you. They send you the daily doses. They send you everything that you need. We have doors right now that if we get introduced to a non-religious coworker who wants to know more, we have Jewish Anytime that we send them to. If you need Chesed Anytime, you don't have the internet, that's fine. Call in the number. 2.3 million this past year. And I know these numbers sound ridiculous. And I'd be so impressed if I didn't think that next year when we're sitting here, these numbers are going to get blown out of the water. And I don't even know how that's possible. Because I remember sitting last year with the 2 million hours. I forgot what it was last year, and I was like, "This is not possible." And then we come in, and it's 12 million. That is a crazy growth.
15 million Jews, 1 million users. That's nice, but it's also depressing. It's possible. And we need your help, guys. We need your help to make it happen. I didn't give out my number. Sorry.
It's going to ring off the
hang
hook.
on a second. Let me. I want to put the math. I want to put the math into what he called. We have well over 3,000 people watching right now. Okay, we have well over that. I'm just doing the math over here. If everyone watching right now, I don't care if you donated already.
That's right.
If everybody watching right now gives $40,
20 even.
$20. I was pushing. I was pushing. Thank you,
Ben. 52.
Thank you. Now you come in with the math.
Now he's being helpful.
Now you're coming in to save me with the math. $40. If I'm getting overtime, all right, I was supposed to be out of here at 8. That's $40.
You're gonna miss your flight.
Everybody gives. I'm gonna miss my flight for sure. If everybody gives $40, my kids will understand. This is the only thing that they'll understand it for. Everyone goes out and gives $40. Everyone goes out there and gives $40 right now. We're done. We're way done. You give $30, we're also done. Everyone who is watching right now, give $40. And now I want to teach you a trick in Kabbalah. Oh, he's teaching us Kabbalah.
Okay, pay attention now. Pay attention.
Bring out the candles. Bring out the candles. And you can believe me because I'm starting. Now, here's the. Now, if you're going to give $40 to cover your thing of watching right now and being a part of it, that's amazing. What if you were to say, Borei Olam, right? We have a single person, right? Or a person who's trying. I don't think there's such a thing as a single person. It's like you're not married. There's no actual title. You're not, right? But let's say you have a person who's looking for a zivug, looking for their zivug. They say, right now, I'm going to give my $40, and I want to give $40 for the person that you are going to introduce me to this year that I'm going to marry. I'm giving $40 for me and for the child that I have not yet had because I'm going to have it this year. I'm going to give $40 for me and for the child who's going to be successful in school this year when they have not been successful yet. I'm going to give $40 for me and for the child who has gone to camp every single year and has not made a friend yet. I'm going to give $40 for me, and I want everyone to really focus on this. I don't mind staying a little bit later if you're doing this. I'm going to give my $40, and I'm giving $40 to whatever it is that I feel I'm missing in the people in my life. Give it for the mother that you feel doesn't love you. I don't care what it is. I don't mean to laugh at that. I mean for real. There's so much pain and suffering out there. You want to up this? Go for it. Do it like you would do tefillah. I'm giving $40 for me and $40 for that couple who has not had a child yet. I'm giving $40 for me and for that girl that I don't know anyone for her. That guy, I don't know anyone for him. But I do know that there is someone out there, and this $40 is for that couple. Go out, guys, right now. You have such an opportunity when we break it down like that. You have such an opportunity to give for yourself and that person next to you that can't give. On here right now, and I want to tell you something amazing. This is probably one of the creepiest yet most inspirational parts of being a Torah Anytime contributor, is I will get emails from a kid, a 14-year-old boy in Skver, in upstate New York, in some deeply Hasidish community that would never have heard of, seen, or known who Yossi Ben Shushan is at all, ever. And I get this email from this kid out there. How in the world did he get to me? How in the world did that happen? And I get involved. And we talk and we set up the right people to deal with the right thing. How did that happen? TorahAnytime.com. That is how it happened. That is the only way it happened. If there are Rabbanim out there that you connect to, that you quote on your Shabbos table, you owe it to the messenger who brought them to you. You owe it to the messenger who brought them to you. Right now, if everybody listening right now gives $20, $30, $40 for them and for what they're going for, I promise you, we end this. We end this now. You won't see us for 18 months. You won't see us for 12. You won't see us for 12 months again. After that, it's just business as usual. They get to take all of that. And this past year, here's my question. This past year alone, okay, how many of the Anytimes were introduced this past year?
Jewish Anytime. Rebbe Anytime. We have another one called Yeshiva Anytime for higher level learning.
And we have the new TorahAnytime website that just launched
today.
today.
The new TorahAnytime itself.
This is in a year. You have an idea? If this were a company,
it's coming out.
It's coming out. It's coming out. I don't want to say names. I know of 3 that is going to change everything. I do. I've
see
heard
it's
of
on the
3
tip of your
that
tongue.
I so want. Can I just announce it like when it happens? Not now. When it comes, I know 3 that are going to change everything. And the reason I know about them is I'm sitting there in my house. Something came up, whatever it was. I was like, oh my gosh, I really wish Torah Anytime would have something on this. And I call Shimon, and he's like, we've been working on that for months already. Like, gee, they're calling me, telling me another Torah Anytime I should do. And this is the amazing part. Torah Anytime gets so many suggestions from people. Can you have this interface? Can you do it like this? Can we search like this? We're asking them for things all day long to work on the site to make more Anytime things that we can use. Now is the time where we show that Hakarat HaTov back, where we get to be a part, buy in on the hours of Torah. On the hours of Torah. It's unbelievable. Bracha, Kenzer, $200. Rafal Schwartz, $50. I said I wasn't going to do under 100, but okay, all right. I thought it said 500. Okay,
Rabbi Yossi, we're just really like an ATM machine. They're putting in 40, but think about what they're getting for the whole year at no charge at all. And you would think if it was just Torah Anytime, okay, so I have access to 220,000 classes. Whoop-de-doo, right? But then you have the mobile app to make it even more convenient. Then you have the phone system to make sure that you don't have accidentally
Claudine
access.
Shmuley Muller, 436. Keep going.
Amazing. And then you have maybe a kid who needs some help in school. And then we came out Baruch HaShem with Rebbe Anytime to make sure we have that crowd.
Which, by the way, is my favorite thing right now. I didn't fully know it. I didn't fully know what it was. I understood the concept, but after Rochelle was talking about it, I was like, you know what? Let me actually check that. I promise you, for my kids. I wasn't doing this for I checked it out. I was like, I cannot wait to get home. I can't wait to get home. My kids are going to love this. They're going to love this.
Yes.
They're going to be learning all the stuff that they're learning from the top Rebbeim.
That's right.
It's amazing. They're going to be able to learn from the top educators in the world. And when they ask for like screen time for any of these things, we're like, sure. Here's Rabbi Stiller. There you go.
And sometimes people don't even realize.
Rosalind Sherman, 500.
Oh, Baruch Hashem. Some people don't even realize that there are problems like this because they just go through life with emotions and they're like, okay, it is what it is at the end of the day. And then all of a sudden, Torah Anytime comes out with something like Rebbe Anytime. It's like, oh, Baruch Hashem, this is exactly what I needed. So they themselves sometimes don't even know that there are problems that we can help solve. It's not like they're telling us. We're going out looking for how can we make it better. And Baruch Hashem gives us all these ideas, and we do the best we can. Like I said, you put in $40, you're getting back an endless amount of knowledge, an endless amount of service. How much would you pay?
Yossi Ben Shushan was $100 over there.
How did that happen?
I know it's YB, but I'm just saying probably. Was that Yossi Ben Shushan and Yaakov Ben there? I don't know.
How much is it worth for a child who was struggling in yeshiva, struggling for years? All of a sudden, we come out with a program called Rebbe Anytime. And after a few weeks and after a few months, all of a sudden the child has so much more confidence and self-esteem. And not only is he doing better in Limudei Kodesh and
priceless,
but every other subject. And now he's making friends because he believes in himself. And now he's doing so much better. And now he could talk to people and then he grows up and then he could be a better worker and he could be a more reliable husband. And it all starts with Rebbe Anytime. He just started with one small thing. So what you're doing when you're giving us the $40 or $150 or $250, by the way, we have one more raffle at the end, the $15,000 Costa Rica cruise. It's $250, $2,500 for 15 tickets.
Guys, get out there, raisethon.com, raisethon.com/Torah Anytime, 718-682-8111. We got to push this further. We are at 88%, guys, 88%. We need more than that. Come on, guys. We need more than that.
Quick shout out to
Esty Bestie, $200. Esty's my bestie.
Quick shout out to Rayston themselves. They have an amazing team. They've been working hard for us for weeks and weeks. Rayston, the actual platform.
Yes, and DW Productions.
And DW Productions. DW
Flow Motion. The studio is amazing. We just speak about it for 1 second.
It is great.
The studio is amazing. The team is incredible. The Flow Motion team is incredible.
It's amazing
These
job,
guys have been unbelievable. You don't know what it's like to put up with me for an hour. You don't know what it's like to put up with me for 2 hours. To do this for a whole day, you guys, I'm telling you, you guys are saints for this. Unbelievable. So professional, so beautifully done. Flow Motion,
DW Productions.
DW Productions. You guys have been amazing. Let's go, guys. Chaim Deitch, $500. Thank you,
All right.
Chaim Deitch.
I wasn't sure if I should mention this, but I will. We know we get over 2 million calls a year on the hotline. We're willing to do something very special for a high-level donor. Listen carefully. If you are potentially a high-level donor, again, it could be a pledge. They could pay off over the course of time. Every single time a person calls the hotline, remember, we get over 2 million calls a year, is going to say like this: welcome to the Torah Anytime phone learning system, brought to you by, boom, your company, your foundation, your organization.
Michael Werner, $200.
Or a dedication for a loved one.
Dedication, whatever. Over 2 million calls. Thank you for calling the Torah Anytime phone learning system, brought to you by $150,000 donation.
Wow.
And that's yours. Reminds me of back in the
Annual?
day.
That's
Yeah.
2.3 million
times they're going to get.
year.
2.3.
Welcome to the Torah Anytime phone learning system, brought to you by your company, your foundation, your dedication.
Russian Rothenberg,
That's
$100.
And not only that, we're actually upgrading our phone system, so we're expecting a lot more calls in the very near future.
I want to tell you just a quick story about the Torah Anytime team right here. I'm being, everybody's talking how, it goes so far. This is a personal story that happened. It happened about a few years back. What happened was, I get a text message from someone. I said, where'd you even come from? He says, I look at Torah Anytime. Listen to the story. He looks at Torah Anytime, and he says, who is this rabbi? And how do I get in touch with him? So he's in the car. He's engaged to a certain girl. He's in the car, and he tells this girl, by the way, do you know who this rabbi is? And he says, yeah, of course, that's my cousin. Which is referring to me. That's my cousin. And I want to tell you how far this went. She sends a pic. That's my cousin. What's his number? Right now on the spot, he calls me up. Says, hey, Rabbi, how you doing? My name is Jack Shaheva. He married my cousin. He says, Jack Shaheva. I said, yeah, what's up, Jack? How you doing? He said, listen, I listen to Torah Anytime. Let's make a class. And we've been doing classes for about I would say 2 years with a whole bunch of guys. And Torah Anytime doesn't even know this, but it goes further than that because a lot of rabbis, Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan, he is known from the platform. People are calling him up and saying, you know what? Come fly to Florida, fly this, fly that. What? To make a shiur. So it just blew up. You hear what's going on?
It's amazing. There's so many things we don't know. We have no idea. And multiply that times dozens and dozens and hundreds of speakers. And it's a pleasure to be able to spread these speakers' Torah, because all the Torah that everyone has is so valuable. And we're able to be the platform to really just bring it out there in the world.
Really? Nathan Cohn, 100. Anonymous was 500. Nechama Minkoff, 100. We got another anonymous for 108. I do want to say, by the way, if we're on the topic, which we were on, I was on. I don't listen to many other people. I was on Flowmation, and everybody who is here recording, a big shout out and a very big thank you to Javi Swed, who really, behind the scenes, has done so much putting this together. She was threatening me on the phone for about a month. She ran.
She's the late.
Javi's the one who. He's one of your friends. Exactly. Right. She put it together.
Yes.
So a very, very big shout out. Again, dealing with me and certain other rabbis who shall remain nameless is not an easy thing when you're trying to put something like this together, and she handled it amazingly. Thank you so much, Javi. We got anonymous up right now, 500. Guys, stop doing anonymous. Stop being shy. Let's go. Let me have your names. I want to tell people about this.
You can email me, by the way, right now, shimon@TorahAnytime.com. If you want to go something at a big level, you can make a pledge. And by the way, all donations, no matter the amount, you could, over the course of 12 months, you could break it up, and it will count fully right now. It counts fully. You could break it up if it's too much for you in one shot. It's going to be the greatest thing you look at when you could look at that credit card bill every month. That's going to be the biggest thing that's going to give you a smile. Yeah, Torah Anytime.
Wow, that's great.
Guys, I just want to throw out there, a lot of these speeches, what a lot of people don't understand, and I speak for myself coming from out of town for all of them. But even if you're in town, this happens all the time. I remember Merrill Maybruch, $360. Thank you, Merrill. I remember seeing it even with my brothers who were living in town, how common this is. A lot of times you have a bunch of things in one day. You're leaving in the morning. You're coming back at night. You're leaving early in the morning. You're coming back late at night. You're missing time with your kids. You're doing all of these things because a girls' high school in wherever really has been just begging you to come by and deliver a certain share. And it might not even be that big of a thing. You know what a lot of people don't see? This honestly, Rabbi Palachi could definitely take my back. This is what a lot of people don't see. As far as these speakers that are out there, Tzipora Kreinland, I was thinking I was $250. Chaim Belayak, $100. I think what a lot of people don't see, what a lot of people don't realize about what these speakers are doing, what Torah Anytime is doing, is the speech is given, and you think, it's 30 minutes, and then, Rabbi Pesach Kron, he's not by every speech doing this is another Torah class brought to you by Torah, right? He's not by every speech, that's just an intro-outro. What you don't realize is the minute that camera turns off, there is usually a line of people standing, waiting to speak to the rabbi that just spoke.
Right.
And it takes at least another extra hour to sit there going through that. Now that's just that hour. And then the people you gave your email address to, the people you gave the number to, people said that you'll do something about that thing that they need you to do.
Follow-ups.
These rabbis are sitting there giving their lives to people. Giving their lives to Klal Yisrael. They're missing flights. They're missing birthdays. They're missing Shabbat at home. And believe me, you cannot fathom. When you miss one Shabbat, it's fine. You cannot fathom what it's like to have more Shabbats away than you are with your kids. It's a special kind of hell. It really is. It's very, very, very difficult. And when you do it because Shim is on the other end saying, come on, we got to inspire these people. We got to spread Torah. We got to do these things. Now is the time that you get to send to these kids your appreciation. All of those Zooms that happened in my dining room, and my kids had to sit with like gags on their mouths inside of the living room over Corona. All of the times that they had to delay eating dinner because someone decided to ask 2 more questions in a Zoom class. These things are all real. They're all real. And what is everyone asking? Shirley Nachama, regular 360, thank you so much. What is everyone really asking for over here? We're asking you to allow us to keep doing it. I'm not asking for anything else. Everyone at Torah Anytime is asking you for one thing. Please let us keep doing this for you. Please let us keep showing up. Please allow us to keep spreading the Rabbanu Shalom's Torah. We just came off of Shavuos. Avrami Tekutsky, $1,000. Thank you so much. We just came off of Shavuos. It's the wedding. Everyone was sending out those WhatsApp wedding invitations between us and the Bar Olam. Right, it was very, very sweet. I like that one. So anyone who was sending it out, you owe us $50. Anyone who was sending it out, keep spreading it. Okay, now just with the tagline of raiseathon.com/TorahAnytime. When it's not an exaggeration. That is our marriage. Our marriage document is the Torah. This is what we have. How do you know who's who at a wedding? I end up at a lot of weddings that I don't know. Like I know like one person that's getting married. Like I don't know who anyone else is. I'm saying hello to everyone as if they're the father of the Chatan and Kala because I don't know who the guy is. Right? You look, you can see this one dancing this. Okay, that must be the Chatan. That one's in a tuxedo. This one must be the Kala. And you know who do you know? How do you know who the Chatan is? You know the Chatan. I heard this from a Bitterman. You know who the Chatan is by who goes home with the Kala. Who takes the Kala home? That's the Chatan. When we just exited Shavuot, we just exited the Chag HaShavuot, who's going home with the Torah? Who's going home with the Kala over here? What are we saying? All those things, all those speeches, all those words, all that davening that you did over Shavuot. Now's your time to show that you meant it. Because not only am I going to do my Torah, not only am I going to give in more time to learn, but I'm going to provide for those. And when I say provide, again, this doesn't go to anyone's pocket. I mean provide for those who are giving, who want to keep on giving. Anonymous just went in for 108. We are still at 88%, guys. Got to show some love over here, right? We have, I think, less than $200,000 is going to do it for us. Less than $200,000 to go. Less than $200,000 to go, guys. We need a big push over here to bring us over this finish line.
Can I give a quick advice anytime a person is looking to donate to any organization, you got to look also who is the runners. And I want to just tell you, work is 24/6, yeah? But I saw the Kol Yaakov brothers at a Shabbaton once. Literally, at a Shabbaton. We're sitting there, we're having a Shabbaton, and all of a sudden I see Rav Shimon and I see Rav Reuben. They're there. I was like, what are you guys doing? He's like, we're working. It was Motzei Shabbat. We just finished the whole situation. I said, what are you guys doing on Motzei Shabbat? We just finished half of Malav Makkah. We just quickly had a Malav. And what are you doing? And I saw Shimon there. He was sitting there with a how do you call one of those things? One of those
the banners?
The banners. He puts a banner, and he's giving out flyers to push the daily dose. That's what he was doing. He says, take this, download the daily dose, and guess what? He didn't stop. He said he spoke to every Rav, get out there, push the daily dose. Push the daily dose. And guess what happened? People with that daily dose, they told me themselves, I'm sure they tell you as well. What? The daily dose? It gives me just an awesome type of feeling that I have my start my day. I get it. I got the dose. I'm good. You heard the dose today? You heard? I was in the barbershop once. Oh, did you hear Rabbi Ben Shushan? He was on the dose today. Yeah, no joke. What's going on?
24/7.
It's 24/7. It doesn't stop. So you wanna invest your money in something? Look at the runners who are running it. You have the two Kol Yaakov brothers that are. They're just deeper than life. One time I said a good one. I said, if you would I don't want to say bakat, but if you were to cut a person's finger, blood would come out. If you cut the Kol Yaakov's a little bit, spring it comes TorahAnytime.
Maurice Murray, $200.
No joke.
Maurice Murray, $200. Marcy Murray, rather, $200. Anonymous, $150.
I gotta say,
that's such a great line. If you were to cut any of the Kol Yaakov's TorahAnytime will bleed right out.
I gotta say, Rabbi Yossi, when he said with practically tears in his eyes that spending Shabbat away from the home, or any of the speakers, it really takes a big toll. But obviously, as a soldier of Hashem, you got to do what you got to do. But the only way that we can do that, the only way the speakers can do that, is with the blessings of the wives. I wanted to give a huge shout out to all the wives.
Wow, that's a great one.
Who really giving their all to the speakers and to supporting all the speakers. You know who you are. And not only that, but people keep saying, oh, the Kol Yaakov brothers. But if they only knew that it was really the power of the wives that really push us to do it. And not only to do it, this is your lives, guys. You got to give it your all. And I remember Rabbi Leibelam, he always says this. He says, before you go out and do anything, you go get a bracha from your wife. Did you get your bracha? So important, because that's what brings the success. That's what becomes matzliach.
That's a great one.
I wanted to give a big shout out, first of all, to all the wives of all the speakers that were able to record, and all the wives who wait at home so late before the husbands come home. And sometimes the husbands don't have Shabbat with the wives, and they have to take care of all the kids. Even a couple of kids. Can you imagine 5 or 10 kids at home waiting? I wanted to give a big shout out, of course, to my wife, wow. Miriam, and my children, and my brother Shimon, also his wife and children. And this is the thing. The single biggest thing that we said to our wives and our children, whatever they kept bugging us, never bugging us. Chas v'shalom.
Last few weeks, every time they came up to me, after the campaign.
After the campaign. Come to me after the campaign.
They make a joke out of it.
Can we get a bike after the campaign?
I know, after the campaign.
After the campaign. They know already. So, but look, this is something that we do. Again, we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for you. We're doing it because we love you, because Ahavat Yisrael, because we love Hashem. And Hashem sees this is the way the kids treat each other. This is the way the kids hug each other and respecting each other and want to spread more of His Torah. What better love is there? What better nachat is there for Hashem to get?
Right. I got to say something. First of all, yes, thank you to my dear wife Golda and my incredible kids.
Woo!
You're absolutely amazing in every way, and thank you for letting me do what we do. I want to say it like this. I want to say that I want to thank the rabbis. You guys, you know how we feel about you.
Superheroes.
You guys are literally superheroes. Like,
right.
I grew up with comic books and all that stuff. So I love
How many voicemails I have from Shimon calling me a superhero.
You are literally saving the world, and it is such an honor, and it's such a tremendous zechut in every sense of the word for us to be able to spread your Torah. And this goes out for all the speakers that were listening out there. It is unbelievable. We feel like we're dreaming that we're doing what we're doing to be able to do this type of work, and it is so not normal, and it is so incredible how Hashem has picked us, and we don't take it for granted. We don't take it for granted. We take it so seriously. People ask me, "You do Torah time full time?" And my always answer is, it's our life. It's not full time.
Wow.
We live, we breathe, we bleed Torah time, and you know about that, Rabbi. You speak about that. There's no such thing as I'm tired or I can't. It's not a job. It's our life. And
Howard Friedman, $400. Thank you,
Howard,
so
thank
much.
you. We ask everyone watching out there, please, if you could daven for the success of Torah Anytime. We're not talking about money right now. Just for the success of the team, that we should be able to continue to do what we're doing. That Hashem should continue to give us strength to do what we're doing. It is unbelievable of how many things, what's on our mind, of what we want to do. And of course, in the real world, everything is like so slow motion. But there's so many things we want to get out. But yeah, just thanks for being the most amazing users out there. You guys are so loyal, it's so amazing. We have to spread the word. We're not talking about money right now. I mean, it's all up to Hashem. Everything is Hashem. But just really, while I have everyone's attention in this incredible event, spread the word. Everyone you know, if they don't have the Torah Anytime app, you're going to have to answer for that one day.
Here we go.
Why you didn't have the app. If you have a smartphone...
He couldn't hold himself back. We're trying to focus. Alana Farhi. Alana Farhi, a.k.a. Alana Ben Shushan. $360. Alana and Rafal Farhi. Alana is my sister. Alana Rafal Farhi, the principal.
When are we going to get her on Torah Anytime, by the way?
She refuses. She's an amazing educator. The principal of Shalaman High School in Brooklyn, Alana Farhi, Rebbitzin, Alana Farhi, and Rabbi Rafal Farhi. Thank you guys so much. Rafal and Ella Noble, $160. Thank you guys so much.
Keep the donations coming.
But that's my point. Rav Shimon, he couldn't last. He couldn't make it. We're trying to focus on getting enough money right now, and all he did, he was probably trying to start off with a push for money, and then he was like, "Wait, this is too good. I'm not going to waste any money. I'm going to go for making sure everyone gets the app."
You think it's a joke?
Yes, I do. Because you're nuts. You're falling out of 160.
Guys, you know how many people out there on Netflix and all this stuff out there wasting time? Guys, it's not a joke. You have friends who don't have the app. Get the app. Use the website. Get the daily dose. Get the newsletters.
How do they get the daily dose?
Get the book.
Tell them how to get the daily dose.
You save the number, 929-355-4268. If you have WhatsApp, you message add me. You don't have WhatsApp, no problem. We have a daily dose on email. You email dailydoseemail at TorahAnytime.com. Dailydoseemail at TorahAnytime.com. You don't have any of that? Get the app. You can get all the doses, over 1,600 doses from the beginning. And a big shout out to
Yisrael Tova Kessler. A big shout out to $200, guys.
A big shout out to Yisrael Ament, our musical director, who puts the most amazing music on those daily doses. That's right. Big shout out to Yisrael Ament.
A very big shout out to Yisrael
Ament. The number one more time for the daily dose.
Huh?
The number was said too fast.
929-355-4268.
Save that number
Save
on your
that number,
phone.
message add me, or get the Daily Dose app and get the Torah Anytime. Guys, you are the soldiers of Torah Anytime, of Judaism. You have to make it your mission every single day to get people to download the app, to tell people about a shir. Someone is not holding it, take him to Jewish Anytime it's coming out. You know someone, one of the boys struggling, Gemara Mishnayos, get him on Rebbe Anytime. Come on, no,
it's so easy.
Anytime.
Shimon knows it's so easy. You see me when I send you that like weirdo guy on the street, right? Saying, "Oh, he's there, he's downloading that." It's the easiest thing. We think we can just right now. I want to tell you. I think we have something special.
Where's that breaking news music?
I think the breaking news is coming. I'm hearing some breaking
news. We have a special guest coming on right before that special guest. I just want to say one thing.
I don't know who it is.
Right before that special guest, I just want to say one thing. First of all, I was preparing for Shavuot speeches, and I looked back into my notes for something, and I had a paper in there from 6 years ago, I think it was, and it said on it, remember, 929-355, and it was the whole number.
Well, what is
and
it?
it said
929-355?
4268.
You know,
Yeah. I'll tell you why I know it by heart. I'll tell you why I know it by heart. Because it said on it. It said on it, 929-355-4268. Remember it, or Shimon will kill you. It said on the thing. Remember it, or Shimon will kill you. These are all the names. These are the threats that I get from Shimon on a daily. Now I'm telling you right now, you have to understand something, everyone. Shimon and Reuben and everyone at the Kol Yaakov team, everyone at the TorahAnytime team puts in their life, their blood, their sweat and tears. They sacrifice everything for this, and they put in all the time for it, and they have to beg for money. This isn't okay to me. Not only do they have to beg, not only do they have to do it, at this point right now, where he's sitting overtime, Shimon should say, you know what? I'm just going to focus on making this happen, and that's it. He's still trying to push the app. He's still trying to push people to get on the daily dose.
40 times high. Somebody wants to, anonymous wants to. Can you put it into the system? Whoever's
40
watching.
times high.
Quickly, what's the math on
Thank you, anonymous.
What's that, like
50.
If you guys hear me, could somebody tell the team in the back?
Hello.
40 times.
He's here. From in the car. What people don't see is that Rajeski has an entire caravan behind that car. He retrofitted that whole Toyota Corolla into an entire caravan for him to live in. Rabbi Majeski. Oh no!
Hello.
What time is it? Because he might be outside of this building.
What a
right now.
smile, Rabbi! What a smile! Keep that smile.
Wow. So are we just getting started over here?
Yeah,
How are we doing?
that's exactly what's happening.
What time is it by you? Let's go.
You got
yeah, we're about to eat breakfast over here.
Rabbi Majeski, how are you?
Baruch HaShem, Baruch HaShem. I was afraid to come on because I heard Shimon was going to be here. And I didn't respond to some of his WhatsApps from some of my videos. So can we not focus on Shimon? Let's focus on, put the camera on someone else.
Yeah.
Rabbi, we love you. We love you. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We know you're doing amazing things. I told you, you guys are superheroes.
Baruch Hashem, how we doing? Let's go. Did we hit our goal?
Almost. Just about. We've been waiting for you.
You got to push it. Let's go. Rabbi, use your magic.
Wow. Where's Rabbi Yossi's cap? I want to know where that cap is.
There you go. There it is. You know it's his fault. You know the cap from last time is really him and Rabbi Ari's fault.
Yes, Rabbi.
I sold your cap last time. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We.
I'm going to put this one on right now. We're going to sign it.
Can we get a marker?
Sign it. $1,000 donation.
Hey, what we do for Torah.
How much? Yossi, how much money for Shimon? How much money for Shimon's vest? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
this doesn't come off. Sorry,
he wears it everywhere.
Oh, that is a good one. That is a good one.
Go.
The Shimon Kol Yaakov vest.
I know Shimon wants to take that to the Kfura, Achamer V'Esther.
That's it. That's the only thing that's going to go in.
You know,
to close up the campaign.
Not in a rush.
To close up the campaign. That's funny.
Trevor, how we doing? We got to finish this strong over here. Let's go.
Rabbi Majeski, could we get a hard push from all the hardcore Rabbi Majeski fans out there, the Dvar and the Kar fans, all the fans out there? Rabbi Majeski has this unbelievable talent of making everything look like it's happening on the fly. That it's just, he was just walking down the street and magically this happened, and then he's going to take a video of it. All these things are well thought out, are well prepared, and it's hard work.
Now we got him.
Now we got him. It's hard work. Rabbi Majeski, could we get a big push from you, for all of the Rabbi Majeski fans? Everybody stop. $10,000 from David N. Short as last name. David N. He's my friend.
David N. 10,000, 40,000 hours.
Wow.
Baruch HaShem.
David N. is my friend, by the way.
Yeah.
David N. is my friend.
Wow.
Oh, I think that was for the hat.
David, how you doing out there, David? A little shout out to David N., my friend.
Baruch HaShem.
I'll tell you something amazing. First of all, I get a lot of emails also from Torah Anytime, and they're usually like, "Can you get me in touch with Rabbi Ben Shushan? Do you live in LA near Rav Ari?" That's the emails I get.
Yeah.
I heard you could hook me up, with one of the social media. I'll tell you something. I got a meme the other day. Until like 6 months ago, I called it a meme. I didn't know how to pronounce it, and it was so embarrassing. I got it. Someone in my class it's called the meme, and this is what it said. It said, if you're having a bad, think about Ron Wayne. Does anyone know who Ron Wayne is?
Never heard of him in my life. Who's that?
Anyone?
Tell us, Rabbi. Tell us.
Okay, Ron Wayne. There's a picture of Ron Wayne on this meme. Ron Wayne was the co-founders of Apple.
Oh, wow.
And said, if you're having a bad day, think of Ron Wayne. He sold 10% of his share in Apple in 1982 for $800. Today, that would be worth $260 billion.
Wow.
So if you're having a bad day, think about it. I actually felt a lot better after that. Whatever I was going through, I was like, Ron Wayne is probably having a worse day than me. That's what I can say for sure. And I think when we think about this campaign now, you got to think about opportunity missed. These are opportunities that if you let them go by, they don't come back. They don't come back. I know you can say they will come back. This opportunity won't come back. There might be other ones. This is a moment now that either you grab it, you take it, and you say, I'm going to be the one, Many people went into Kriyas Yamsuf afterwards, but there was only one Nachshon. Right? Does anyone know the second guy who went on the moon? What's this second guy's name?
Buzz Aldrin.
Never. Yeah, okay. You did it in a class somewhere or something like that, right? Yeah. That's how you know that. But everyone knows. Now is the one that who's going to take us over the top. That's gonna really put this. That's gonna really push this. This is I saw an unbelievable medrash. You hear this medrash? That why did Hashem create gold? Why does it create medrash Parshas Truma? Hashem created gold for the Mishkan. And everyone uses it for their rings, and we use it for the watch. That's not why it was created. It was created, the medrash says, for the Mishkan. That's why Hashem created gold. Everyone else takes it now to go ahead and buy nice Rolexes. But what was the purpose? Hashem created the internet for Torah Anytime. And wasn't that the original tagline? Hashem's reason for the internet? What happened to that?
I love it.
We still use it on and off.
It's not just the internet anymore, that's why. It's smartphones and it's telephones and it's other things.
How about the Rebbeinu Shalom's reason for creation? I think that was his line. I think that was God's line to begin with.
Okay, guys.
That was a good line. But why does Hashem give you money? Why does Hashem give? Why did your stocks go up last week? If they did, that's for you to buy another house in Florida. Hashem gave us Zahav. Hashem gave us this for a reason, and that's to support Torah. And I think that's the mindset we have to have now, Rabbi Yos, as we're closing up. Who wants to jump in and who wants to make this happen? There's an opportunity. You got to grab it. That's it.
Exactly. And I wanna push on what Rabbi Majeski is saying right now. Is anyone who has done this before knows this. It takes one large donation to push a whole bunch of small donations through that make all the difference. It takes one large donation to get things kicked off again. And that's what Rabbi Majeski means by the Nachshon and Aminadav. It's going to take one person right now. And again, guys, you could spread this out over the course of 12 months, even longer. If you're going to do a larger donation, you can spread this out. You can take the time to figure out how many people you want to get involved. Get a bunch of people involved. If you want to give $1,000, you know a few other people that want to give $1,000, do it. You have the opportunity right now to be a part of the largest yeshiva on planet Earth. There is no one that could boast this amount of Torah learning that's going on. Not only this amount of Torah learning that's going on, but this amount of Torah learning that's going on through and from people that would not have been learning otherwise. The value of that, Rabbi Majeski, the value of that of the people who would not have been learning otherwise has got to be worth its weight in, I want to say gold, but I think that would be an insult.
So the question is, people have been asking us the whole time, why are we not there? What's holding it back? I heard that throughout the day. Why are we not there? Why are we not there? And there's a very simple answer. It's called the Satan. The Satan has a job to do, and he does it great. His job is to make sure that things that need it. Rav Yaakov Hillel, Chacham Hillel said, how come you see some of these hospitals raise $80 million in like 4 hours, you know? And this wing and the zoo has a new lion cage donated by the Bernstein beer family. Or everyone else gets money, and TorahAnytime is sitting here, raffling off fisherman jackets to try and make this happen.
Rabbi, one second. That's not funny, by the way. This is not a fisherman jacket, okay? Anyway. Hold on a second.
Okay, it's a fisherman's jacket. It's a fisherman's jacket.
One second. Guys, we are not extending the time. Telling you straight out. Everybody here, this entire incredible staff who has been so amazing, they want to go home.
So patient with us.
Everybody wants to go home.
I missed my flight. Hope everyone's happy.
This is over in 9.5 minutes. Please, if you're out there, let's finish this off. And you, whoever's going to be the finisher, will get the zechut or zchus, whichever way you like it. Of everything, $3 million is all on you. The one who finishes it, he gets it all.
Ben Ish Chai says it. Ben Ish Chai says,
right?
Hakol achar asof. You hear that? Ben Ish Chai says it. Hakol achar asof. You know where he says it from?
Translate.
You know where he says it? He says it by Ne'ilah, I believe, by Ne'ilah. That the last tefillah, you push through.
Hakol achar asof means what?
Sorry. You push through by Hashanah Rabbah. Last. The guy or the girl, lady, whoever's finishing, is going to make this happen and make us to the top. This is a zchut that nobody ever could imagine.
Rabbi Majeski, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go to the raffle right now. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Keep on pushing.
Email me, Shimon at TorahAnytime.com. Make the pledge. Email me, Shimon at TorahAnytime.com. Say you're going to be the one who's going to finish it off. Make the pledge.
Hakol holech achar asof means everything goes after the end. Everything is worth it for the end. We are on our last raffle.
Guys, you still have a few minutes. I think we have a few minutes where we can get more people to.
That's it. We're there.
$250, guys. You can still get the last one.
Right now to get you into the $15,000 value Costa Rica cruise. I'm saying that right? Cruise. Costa Rica cruise. Costa Rica. Reach out in case you need to speak of your cruise. Costa Rica cruise. $15,000 value.
European cruise.
It's a European cruise.
Yeah.
On a European cruise. Costa Rica cruise. $15,000 value. We are going to give 90 seconds. 90 seconds left on this clock for the Costa Rica cruise for everybody to get there. We are nearly 90% of the way there.
$250 donation will get you a raffle, right?
Let's do it. Yeah,
$250 donation will get you
which is $500 to double.
$2,500 gets you an extra $5.
Which is $5,000.
Pair together with friends. Who do you want to go on the Costa Rica cruise with? $2,500.
While we're waiting, while we have these 90 seconds, I just wanted to give a big shout out to each one of our sponsors, who gave us all these raffle tickets. First of all, obviously, the Costa Rica cruise, $15,000 value, coming up very shortly. The KMR retreat, $10,000 value. Thank you so much. The $5,000 cash from Anonymous. Royalty Jewelry, $5,000 gift card.
47th Street.
47, God bless. Michelle Women's Watch from watchguru.nyc. Thank you so much for that as well. And the Breitling $3,000 watch from KaziLuxury.com, Kazi luxury.com. $5,000 at Eichler's. Thank you so much for that. $3,500 at Elegant Linen. Thank you so much for that. And, of course, $3,000 from Feldheim, who is also the publisher of these wonderful Rabbi Wallerstein books. So thank you so much.
I would just like to make one last push for.
Yes.
The Rabbi Wallerstein book that is out right now. The Rabbi Wallerstein book that is out right now is unbelievable. I have not finished it yet. You
keep rereading them, right? That's what it is. Yeah.
But the Rabbi Wallerstein book that's out there is the handbook on how to change Klal Yisrael, on how to make a change, on how to affect change within Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Wallerstein, again, just to say, he has affected all of us so deeply, and his words on Torah Anytime and his clips from Torah Anytime have gone so far, have done so.
Oh, he's back.
There went my day.
Wow.
Now we're not going anywhere.
Look at that.
What's going on?
He could overrule
we're
me.
not going anywhere.
Because of this, we might have to extend it.
We're going to have to extend it a couple of minutes.
So late. It's so late, Yossi.
It is very late. What time is it by you? We should start doing this in LA.
It's 5:45, 5:54.
That is a wonderful time. I wish it was 5:45.
You're going to miss your second flight now.
I'm going to miss my second flight.
Rabbi Ari, how you doing? I didn't see you today.
Baruch Hashem. I just wanted to come on and say hi and to give.
I lost you.
We will not unfreeze Rabbi Ari until you
give chizuk to you.
I need chizuk.
He's very good at staying still.
Nobody else in the world at this point has heard the pitch.
Ari?
And at this
Ari,
point,
hold on one second.
again.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. You're going to start everything again because all we just saw was you doing your impersonation of a raptor for a few minutes. So let's just rewind, go back. Who are you giving chizuk to? Go.
And to be honest, I'm online right now, really to give chizuk to you guys around the table, because everybody else at this point has been given the choice. You know, the Gemara Avodah Zarah says that the Goyim said to Hashem, if you did kafu aleim har gigas, if you had taken the mountain and put it over us, we also would have kept the Torah. On Klal Yisrael today, we did. We kafu aleim har. We lifted up a mountain on every single person. We said that it's not that you have a choice, because this is life itself. The Maharil explains, why did he lift a mountain? Because he was saying, this is mukhrach. You need to have this. It has to be. It's not even your choice. It's just a reality of life. And so we lifted a mountain over every single person, and your donations were the Nasa V'Nishma. I know what it is that you came out with. So I just want to say to the guys sitting at that table, Ashrechem, Ashrechem, Ashrechem. Your energy, your focus, these are the moments that you remember for the rest of your lives. The time we sat around the table with Rabbi Palachi, who was there for the entire thing. Yossi was there for the entire thing. Obviously, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Ruvain, that forevermore, these lessons that you guys have, and more than that, the memories that you're going to share. This is something incredible. So I just wanted to say, I'm sorry that I'm not there in person, but I am so incredibly touched, and I'm honored to at least have a little part.
8,000 donors. Big shout out to the 8,000 donors.
Oh, we hit the 8,000 donor mark.
Rabbi Ari, thank you. We miss you. We love you. Keep that camera rolling.
That's awesome.
We have hit the official.
We love you guys.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Ari, for coming in, for giving us chizuk. We know.
Honestly, that was great chizuk. I love that. I got
much needed chizuk.
I got
much
that
needed.
chizuk.
You got permission to go to our 8:15.
I love the way you said that, by the way. I'll talk to you after. That was great.
We got permission to go.
Guys, we got permission. They told us no, but they so generous enough to say yes.
The studios are
They
amazing.
gave us the okay to go to 9:15.
Wow.
That's
This studio is really unbelievable.
No one do this to me unless it has something to do with money, okay? No one walk in here and go like that, all right? Now, we're at nearly 2.7, nearly 2.7 million. So at 89% guys, 90% guys, we got to break this. We got to break this. Anonymous just sent in 500. Let's keep that going. I don't know if that was just.
Oh, we didn't hit 800.
Oh, what is that?
The Palazzi Kid!
That's a good one.
That's
it. I gotta give a shout out to my kids.
You do. You also have to explain why they're still awake.
That was nice.
That's my excuse why my kids are not giving.
You just know
they're asleep.
They hear it. You know, you walk into somebody's house, the first thing they hear, they hear in the background. You know, people, they come in, they tell you, by the way, I'm not even joking. Somebody was one rabbi, we had a Shev Brachos once. At the Shev Brachos says, your rabbi so-and-so, whichever rabbi was. He's like, how do you know it? I says, I hear your voice online. My mother, when she's cooking for Shabbat, I hear that voice when she's putting it on the speakers in the house. So that's how I know your rabbi so-and-so.
Wow.
It's unbelievable.
That is wild. And, I think, again, I just want to make a push here. I want to make one understanding. I feel like Torah Anytime is too big. I want to explain what I mean by that. Torah Anytime is an enormous project. And I feel like most people fall under one of two categories here. They either think it's smaller than it is or it's bigger than it is. But no one gets it down the middle. So as far as effect, as far as hours put in, as far as love, as far as connection, as far as everything, yeah, they are the biggest. But because of that, people tend to think, they have people.
Right.
There's 2 or 3 people behind there for sure that are donating, that are giving, but they don't exist. I'm telling you right now, straight.
We have a few. They're not like crazy. They do a little bit. I mean, even though a little bit is a lot, it's a lot.
I know what other.
I got to give them credit.
Types of organizations are going to have back there. A lot. Shmuel Wilhelm, $200. That person that you think
right now
is running behind it is not there, guys. So therefore, we need right now everyone to step up and save the day over here. Be the National Ben Aminadab, run in, jump in on this.
As a team right now, how are we motivating right now for the last few minutes?
Ari and Rosa Bennett.
What would you say?
Ari and Rosa Bennett, $500.
What would you say to motivate? I know all these great donors. We can say
these are the pillars. These are the pillars. Now, again, we have
Rabbi Yossi, let's mention them.
We have to mention these guys.
Mention every single one. Let's go.
A big shout out and thank you to some of the pillars of Torah Anytime who are giving the lifeblood. These are the major donors. Again, the Torah Anytime, all of this is comprised of all of these type of donors, whether it's $12 or whether it's $100,000 a year. Big thank you, Yasher Koach, to Mishkan Yecheskel. A tremendous thank you to a very, very special family. I don't know if they want me to mention their names, so I won't. The neighbors of ours, Care 365 and SBV Workforce Management, and Care 365. Thank you. You guys are absolutely incredible. Lev Echad Foundation, who again donated today, Baruch HaShem. Achto V'Chesed, Riverside Abstract, thank you very much for your contribution, for your partnership with Torah Anytime. And of course, the company that built the app and the website, BitBean. Baruch HaShem, they also contributed to us tremendously, and a very big shout out to BitBean as well. Thank you, guys. We need more donors at this level.
What's the level?
We're talking about at least $100,000 a year.
All right, and they get paid over time?
Over the course of the year is no problem. And not only that, on the website, you're going to be there, the logos. On the app, you'll be the logos. On our marketing, you'll get the logos.
I love it.
Because you're making Torah Anytime your baby, and you have an opportunity to do that for $100,000 a year.
And they can just put their name, no? Let's say I want to put like a name right there, straight up.
The dedication,
Shimon Kol Yaakov, boom. No joke.
Crazy.
No joke. That's what you do.
Yeah.
What's the motive?
Also, I want to tell you about this book as well. We want to give this book out for free, and we've been giving it out for free to a lot of places. There's people who've been sponsoring this book at half the price. $15 a book if you sponsor 100 or 60 or 50, whatever it is, and you're going to get a dedication on the inside cover.
Nice.
And we'll give it out for you for free at events, or we could give it to you and you can give it out for free. This book is changing people's lives. I know I'm getting back to not raising money really so much, but
look how L'Shem Shamayim is. He speaks about everything but the raising money.
You can sponsor this book to be given out for free at Shabbatons, at dinners, and many other places. Email me, shimon@TorahAnytime.com. Where we're holding.
How much we have left?
903.
And how much we have left to collect? What do you have? Over 200? Can we get Rabbi Ben Shushan? Call one phone call. Ask him for
that's exactly what I'm doing.
$150,000 right now. Who are you calling?
I can't say.
Okay, don't say. But I see you doing something very special over there. $150K. Who do you have?
Let's see here.
Should I make one phone call?
Everyone's going to try to do a push right now.
Let's do it. Let's try to push.
Calling out the stops here.
Let's go.
Calling the people I call when I'm in trouble.
Let's go. Let's do it. They got to pull through though.
I'm calling the people I call when I'm in trouble.
What's the biggest chizuk that we can give right now to them?
Right now, go for it. I'm getting. The biggest chizuk that we could give.
Anyone
to people,
donor out there.
Biggest push that we could give for people right now, and this is. I'm going to give you a little statistic, okay? I'm going to give you a little statistic out there that explains, really where we're at and what I hope will shake people a drop. the average cup of coffee, and I know this because everyone who knows me knows I'm very into my coffee. Anonymous 108. Everyone knows I'm very into my coffee. So the average cup of coffee costs about $4 in New York. Okay? $3.65, $3.56 if you're in Cleveland. $4, let's say, in New York. Okay? Average cup of coffee costs $4. I'm not even talking about going out to eat. I'm talking about you're just running late. Okay? The average smoothie is about $8. Okay? So
I know, but
if everybody watching,
it's 15.
I'm not joking. If everybody watching right now, this is true.
That's it.
If everyone watching right now would give $5, we would beat our goal. Everyone watching right now would give $5. $5, we're done. Now, what is that $5? What is that $5? That $5 is not just $5 that you brought us to. You are the ones who Nachshon ben Aminadav. You are the ones who ended us. You are the ones who finished this off. You are the ones who did it. You are the guys who did it. $5 from everyone right now. $5 from everyone right now. And again, I cannot stress this enough. Give. Something I learned from Dr. Donat from Daily Giving. Give $5 for you and for your future zivug. Give $5 for you and your future child, your future children. How many children do you want? Give $50. Give $5 for you and someone else. But all it takes right now is going to be $5 from everybody listening, and we will be done, guys.
Here's the lesson. You know, I heard this from my father-in-law, Mr. Morris, and he said, you give and give and give until it hurts. And when it hurts, you give more.
There you go.
How do you like that?
There you go.
You give until it hurts. And once it hurts, you give more. And that's what's happening. We got to finish this off. We got to really finish the campaign.
This is it. No joke. We're coming in on it. We got 10 minutes, guys. Not even 9 minutes. 9 minutes left.
How much are we going to raise?
Then we're going to be doing if we make it, we make it. 9 minutes left. We're at 90%, guys. 9 minutes left. Everything is times 2. Shalva Auslander, 100. Michelle or Michal Tendler. It might be Michelle or Michal Tendler. $100. As we go through over here, guys, Abraham Lichtig, $100. How have we not broken 27 yet? Abraham Lichtig, $100.
Somebody break that to 2.7.
Yeah, somebody break us at least 2.7. You'll be the one.
A big shout out to whoever breaks us at 2.7. Let's go.
You will be the one. Anonymous, $200. 36. That's it, guys. That's all we need is for everyone out there to keep giving their $5. That's what's coming in right now. That's all we need.
12 minimum, yeah. You could stretch it over the course of a year. $1 a month.
And you could do $1 a month. $1 a month. Rabotai, $1 a month. I don't even believe I'm saying this. This is Torah Anytime.
This is the
we're offering you.
There's some people out there. He's 6 years old.
Right, yeah. You do it for your kids. $1 a month. Teach them how to do this right now. To be able to give $1 a month. We can afford it. We could do it. $1 a month. Rivka Parker. That's it. I'm going for the people who are doing dollars now. Rabbi Sarowski, $500. Thank you. Gedalia Rachi Kish, $200. Thank you. Anonymous, $200. Here we go, guys.
Keep it coming, guys.
We're going to start this going strong. Let's go. Get on. And Cats, $200. Thank you. Moshe Bach, 36. I don't care. I'll take it. Alana Farhi gave her 40. There you go. Thank you so much. Anonymous is 24. Thank you. Represent Farhi and the Farhi kids. They're definitely up. Because they watch these things sometimes just to make fun of me later. Ellie Friedman and the Friedmans. Thank you so much. Guys, we're getting up there. Anonymous gave 24. I want to see if mine comes through.
I just want to quickly say...
Grace Chaya, 200. Ari Ben Shushan, 24. Thank you.
Reb Mechi Spiro from Kerev
Moshe Badner, 200.
Is still here in the studio.
Wow. By the way, I was waiting to speak at Kerev Tuni to talk about that.
That is amazing. I'm blown away.
That's
that gives me so much chizuk.
$5 American, guys.
And I want to tell.
I want to see none of these Canadian $5. All right.
I guarantee you, every Rav out there that's on Torah Anytime is watching this and saying that we can't wait, and everyone will be praying for whoever finishes this one.
Rabbis, we love you. All the speakers of Torah Anytime, we love you. Thank you for giving us a zechut to spread your holy Torah to the world. Thank you. Okay, guys.
Okay, here it is. We're coming in. We're getting there. We are getting there.
You know, there's someone waiting like till the last minute.
Tammy, there is. I'm positive of every campaign I've ever done. There's always one guy that knows that he wants to send in at the last second because he wants to be the Nachshon and Aminadav. I'm telling you now, every single time it happens, we're doing raffle in 3 minutes, guys. You can still get into that raffle. Everyone wants to be that last. Don't say numbers like that in my ear unless we're talking about a donation. Now.
One more time, I want to make a tremendous thank you and shout out to Raised Thon, or a platform, and the entire Raised Thon team. They've been with us from early morning to late at night, always, getting things done. And we weren't easy clients because my brother and I were very particular. You guys know, we know what we want.
Yeah.
But Baruch HaShem, they managed to pull it off, and highly, highly recommended. Anyone out there needs a platform, Raise Thon is the way to go. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I believe. Okay, first of all, everyone is messaging that I missed a very important one, which I'm going to get to. However, can we? Is it possible to get the what they're donating for on our screen as well?
The dedication?
So that we can, the dedication. Is that possible? If it's possible,
can we see the
dedications? We have S.E. Levant is $36. We missed a. Yeah. Okay. So we'll wait for that. Anonymous 500. We're getting there, people. We are definitely getting there. Come on. Next one is definitely going to push us over to our 2.7, and then we are a clear shot to 3 million. We have 2 minutes left. We have 2 minutes left to get to.
Sperling just got this email. If you wanted to read it, take a look at it.
We have 2 minutes left until we do the final raffle. You can get into the final raffle. Right now. $15,000 Costa Rica cruise. $15,000. We got. I just say I have my sister Alana and I have a very special bond, and she just donated. In, and the message for that one was she donated. Almanas and I go for coffee with her. Alana, I am on my way. Let's do this. No, it's not going to be that one. There should be another one there. Maybe that says Yassi or says Papa.
You're about to miss your third flight.
Yeah, that's it. My other flight's done. Ari Ben Shushan just gave in also for me to be able to go home, and I appreciate it.
I want to thank all the team members out there. Thank you for stepping up and being the foot soldiers for this incredible, successful campaign. It's truly, truly incredible what you guys have done. And I know it wasn't easy, but thank you for all the team leaders.
Where am I looking on the screen? Over
250 teams.
Can you make the screen bigger?
Ari Ben Shushan. I can't see. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Just scroll up a little bit because there you go. Oh, okay. Rabbi Yassi's kids. Thank you very much. The best Papa. That's me. Thank you very much. I see that. And it says.
We miss you. Come home. Come on. You gotta come home. Guys, let's sponsor his flight home. Right. Let's go.
All right. Why did they do that?
Oh my gosh. Guys.
All right.
What do you have?
Wow.
I might need to take a break for a second.
Guys, come on.
I miss you guys too. I love you. Why are you sleeping?
Let's get Reb Yossi home, guys. Come on.
This is Rabbi Shimon Kol Yaakov has something amazing right now. Oh man, this looks so exciting. What is it? Can you breathe it now?
$200,000.
What?
No.
$200,000.
What just happened?
Is that?
You kidding me?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, $200,000. $200,000.
Real? Not matching?
Yeah, he doesn't want his name mentioned. He has a dedication.
Oh my God! Can I say the dedication?
Yeah, please.
In honor. Oh my gosh, he's not playing.
No names. No names.
Okay, all right. I'm not saying the name. I just want to send his number to my phone. Just hang on a second. In honor. And you're gonna do the. I'm gonna say the name. You're gonna do the. in honor of Rav Aaron Menachem Zev Ben Liba, Mazel Tov L'Yom HaHoledet. You should go ad mea ve'esrim on that Yom HaLedet. Sheyizka la'arech yom mishanim arichas metoich bria gufa menorah ma'aliyah. Rabbi Palachi is going to do a mishaberach for you.
Anonymous.
So it's anonymous. It's anonymous. Just do a mishaberach for that name.
This is
Thank
wild.
you so
this is
much.
Wild. This is wild. מי שבירך אבותינו אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, משה ואהרון דוד שמו, הוא יברך את רב אהרון.
No.
Which one? Rab Aaron Menachem Zev Ben Liba שהתנדב $200,000 to Torah Anytime.
Not matching. It's 200.
They're putting it in.
Can we put it in the system? I want to see the confetti.
That's before the match.
That's before the match.
That's before the match.
We're talking about $400,000.
$400,000.
We got to see that on the screen.
I told you, there's always someone.
They got to put that on the screen
always
now.
someone.
I got to see that. That's
This is real. He must have been waiting.
Oh my
Guys,
goodness.
I want to see the confetti
We
falling.
gotta
It's going to be going in
inside, please?
right after we hit that goal. We are doing Shmuel Beckerman, $500. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Right after that goal, we are
see
going
that
to announce our winner of the raffle. We're going to find out who our winner is and then announce the winner of our raffle. Thank you all so much. A very big thank you to Flow Motion, to DW Productions,
I want to read this.
to David Weinbaum at DW Productions. David Weinbaum was our producer who has shown nothing but poise and patience with us throughout the entire day, allowed us to go overtime, and has stuck with us and pushed through the entire way through. Thank you so much, David, at DW Productions. Thank you so much to Javi. Yeah, we did it! Yay! 3.1 million! Thank you guys so much.
Hashem, Baruch
Here we go. No, we could do the raffle. Here we go. We're going to do a dance right after the raffle.
Yeah, wait.
We gotta bless this guy.
מי שברך אבותינו אברהם יצחק ויעקב משה הוא יברך את שם הטוב רב אהרון מנחם זאב בן ליבה שמנדב בעזרת השם $200,000 לזכות Torah Anytime. השם יברך אותך פרנסה טובה, בריאות, אריכות של ימים, שלא מעלה בתורה המצוות. השם יברך him and his whole generation should go in the derech of the Torah. בזכות the Torah that was sponsored, that's going to go all around the world because of this donation that put us over the top. He should be matzliach. That his business should go much higher than it is now, and he should continue supporting the Torah Anytime team, the Torah Anytime organization, and b'zchut the Torah, it should stand for him and his children at sof kol adorot to have parnasa, briut, long life, and making that song.
Amen. And here we go. Here we go. 1, 2.
What are they winning?
3. What are they winning? They're doing this is for the Costa Rica $15,000. Come on, yes.
Palachi kids. Let's go.
Palachi kids.
Palachi kids.
I can read the name.
Mark Nussbaum, you have won $15,000 to the Costa Rica cruise. Thank you guys so much. Everyone who's still donating now.
We gotta dance.
Thank you so much.
We gotta dance.
Thank you guys.
103%.
Wow.
You guys are amazing.
We put up a dance or something?
To everybody who has donated.
Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem.